When Yu Xunge woke up, the first thing she saw was an ornate, unfamiliar chandelier. Confusion flooded her mind. She clearly remembered being trapped in the dungeon's bloodletting formation by her brother Yu Xunge and should have long since perished, but in an instant, her body instinctively mobilized energy. A year of running and surviving had ingrained the instinct that no matter where or how desperate the situation, survival was the priority before anything else. She executed a sleek carp leaping the dragon gate move. Yet surprisingly, the surroundings remained silent, her body calm as before only a normal human's breath remained. Just as doubts swirled in her mind, a voice rang out from outside the voice she'd never forget, her manager Yu Xunge. Sitting up, Yu Xunge found herself in a hotel room. Beside her lay her long-unused phone, displaying the date and time. 11 p.m. on February 21st, 2078. Had she been reborn? Due to an accident, she had returned to the year before the game invasion, when the lifeline of Blue Star was hanging by a thread. Unnoticed by most, a game called Calamity of Myriad Clans Fracture of Fear lurked deep in the network, set to tear apart reality in 2079. This game planted an anchor point on Blue Star, having undergone 3 brief closed beta tests, each lasting only 7 hours silent and secret. Yet some downloaded it out of boredom or coincidence. The third beta nearly leaked, granting early access to hundreds of thousands. Some became legends of carp leaping the dragon gate, while others fell into endless regret. Her seemingly obedient younger brother Yu Xunge was, in fact, the flying fierce dragon of the beta test. At 2:22 a.m. on February 22nd, the first closed beta would officially launch. She had no heart to save the world, only aware that when fate turned tomorrow, she was forcibly intoxicated by her manager and relentlessly pushed into the bed of the company's top executive. In a chaotic struggle, she fought desperately but only drew endless scandals, reduced to a greenleaf extra, suffering cold water dousing and slaps. Pushing the door open, Yu Xunge stood outside, bottle in hand, smiling intimate. Why? Xunge, have a drink? Though murderous intent simmered in her heart, years of fleeing taught her to disguise herself. She smiled even more sincerely. No thanks. My brother's in trouble. I have to go back. At this excuse, Yu Xunge immediately accepted defeat. She knew the only way to keep Yu Xunge was to threaten total extermination of her family. Yet just yesterday, Yu Xunge had seen her phone transmitting messages from her family. Taking a deep breath and holding on to a slender hope, Yu Xunge said with a smile, "It's late. Wait a moment. I'll get Xiao Wu up for you." Yu Xunge nodded. Being at the Film Cruise Hotel less than 3 hours before the game beta test started, she had to rush back to stop Yu Xunge from stepping into the game's abyss of destruction. In her previous life, her brother had already beta tested the game, gaining a divine-level talent unfathomable to normal people, but deliberately concealed the truth. Coldly, he watched her suffer in the entertainment industry, even living off the money she earned while covertly building his power. 3 years of disguise and betrayal. Only when she was hunted to death did she discover the truth. Yet with her last strength, she bled to ambush the mastermind, attempting mutual destruction. After getting in the car, she transferred 1,000 yuan to Xiao Wu in front of him. "If you get home in 2 hours, he'll give you a 2,000 bonus." Xiao Wu's resentment vanished, and in a broadcast tone said, "Boss, please fasten your seatbelt." An hour and 40 minutes later, Yu Xunge sat pale in the front passenger seat and asked in shock, "What did you do before you joined me?" Xiao Wu opened a QR code and said, "I drove a hearse." Well, money was really good. She transferred 2,500 yuan with instructions. Buy a bottle of white liquor at the convenience store. Xiao Wu's service was top-notch, returning within 10 minutes with the bottle. Returning home at midnight, she poured wine into 2 cups and knocked twice on her brother's door. The useless brat was indeed still awake. Resembling each other, Yu Xunge appeared gentle and intellectual, while Yu Xunge seemed obedient and harmless but harbored a dark heart. She handed over the cup. "Come on, cheers. Sister will soon buy you a villa." Yu Xunge wasn't stupid. It was just that Yu Xunge obeyed her almost blindly. Unlike other parasitic brothers, he was a skilled judge of quality, waiting for her to share good food and fulfilling all requests. Jealous to the extreme in love, he saved pocket money to buy her a villa, registered under her name. This brother once made her willingly fooled, but only because she called herself a pig brain who spoiled him. Now the fog lifted. Yu Xunge indeed fought hard for the benefits he needed, with the strong backing of Yu Qingshan and Yi Xiugua, the couple who supported him. That villa, which once moved her to tears, had actually been bought with her money. Why was she sentimental? She decided to buy an even bigger villa for her brother. Fortunately, she had been reborn in time, still at the stage of house hunting, hoping to secretly build a dream surprise for him. Low-level exploitation was family-wide emotional manipulation, but high-level exploitation was a combo attack. One hit, one heals, one serves tea, allowing breath in between. She still had time. The good brother Yu Xunge wouldn't refuse his sister's request, even at 2 a.m., even knowing he was a bad drinker, and she forced him to drink. Even if the reason was vague, he furrowed no brow, worry filling his face. You need to take care of yourself too. Money isn't everything, we're a family together. Yu Xunge clinked cups. Her brother drank with complete trust, wobbling drunkenly to the floor. Her gaze turned icy as she stared at him lying there. From the master bedroom came sounds likely Yu Qingshan, and Ichio was sensing something. She hurried inside, pulling him in, shutting the door, and sitting down, eyes fixed on her phone. The game test only lasted 7 hours. She wasn't leaving. Even if Yu Xunge could sober up tomorrow, she wasn't at ease. Last life, Yu Xunge was like a protagonist in a fantasy novel, blessed with the only S-level divine talent on Blue Star. After marrying into the Su family, the formerly disdainful eldest miss fell madly in love with him. Under his guidance, she suppressed herself while coveting Yu Xunge's talents. On the way here, she even considered waiting until Yu Xunge finished downloading the game before taking him down, figuring that a year later, when he understood the game's true meaning, he would be heartbroken. But that thought vanished in an instant. She didn't dare take the chance. If she was even 2 minutes late, and Yu Xunge happened to get a divine blessing talent, then she would be the one left suffering in agony. To eliminate all risk, Yu Xunge resolved to guard Yu Xunge's door all night long. At 2:22, the numbers flashed across her phone screen. Yu Xunge rushed straight into the App Store and typed in Cataclysm of the 10,000 Clans, Rift of Terror. On the download page, a blood-red moon hung coldly, an image that would chill most others to the bone, but she felt calm instead. This life was destined to be different from the last. Time ticked by relentlessly. She was racing against the clock. No one told her how many others would be logging in simultaneously tonight, nor how far ahead the prodigies from the last life were who had risen to fame through the beta version. All she knew was that every second now was precious beyond measure. She skipped the opening animation without hesitation, the screen swiftly moving to the character creation interface. Perhaps it was the game's mysterious power at work, but the default character strongly resembled her own features. She had no intention of entering this world looking like herself, so she immediately hit random repeatedly until a face sufficiently different from hers appeared. She casually typed in the name Gawu in and confirmed. The game's setting was a vast Western fantasy world, full of diverse races and fragmented factions, yet facing the shared threat of invading Blue Star. Invasion would force all races to set aside differences and unite in alliance. Humans could not transform into other races, but each race had unique talents which intrigued Yu Xunge the most. If she could steal a race's talents through her character, they might become powerful finishing moves in battle someday. She had slain countless alien races, facing enemies of all kinds. But the ones that truly sent chills down her spine were the undead. Undead were among the rare few races born with double talents. The first talent, Undead Will, meant that though the soul was gone, the will only grew stronger in desperation. When health dropped below 5, all attributes doubled. Below 1, they doubled again. The second talent, Feeding, allowed healing by consuming flesh and blood. The first talent was practically a divine power for reversing impossible situations. If an enemy left her at just under 5 health, she would strike back with double force. If driven below 1, her power would quadruple in an instant. The second talent gave her a last chance to survive when all potions and healing skills were on cooldown, biting into flesh to restore life. She had endured countless agonizing last moments in her previous life. If only she had Feeding then, how much harder would it have been to kill her? So without hesitation, she chose Undead for her race. The moment she confirmed, her character's face paled and thinned, with dark gray shadows under hollow eyes, looking completely cut off from the living. When this battle-hardened alien race stepped foot onto Blue Star, even the heavens had left a lifeline for humanity. In the day of the game invasion, every human would receive a chance to draw a divine blessing talent. This was originally a gift all aliens received at birth, but now to balance the fight, it was granted to humans too. It was the greatest hope for Blue Star's rapid rise and resistance against the invaders. Now that Yu Xunge had created her character, she had that chance as well. The moment the character was created, the screen transformed into a starry sky. Though it was only the size of a phone screen, at that instant, Yu Xunge felt as if she were standing beneath an immense universe, dwarfed before billions of stars. She raised her hand and pointed at one of them. That star suddenly broke from its orbit like a shooting star, hurtling toward the screen with a piercing force. A crisp crack sound exploded through her headphones. Roleplay A rank. You can impersonate anyone. When 10,000 people genuinely believe you are that person, you kill the original and absorb all their essence. The absorbed persona enters your character slot. You can switch lives at will, and no item or skill can see through the disguise. You may manually end replacement status, but every termination counts as 1. After 3, that character slot disappears forever. Skill 1 Life. Easy as a flip. Store up to 3 replacement characters. Skill 2 Queen of Shadows. Can mimic skills you've seen, but only at 20 of their original strength. This was the only divine gift she had in her past life. Because of it, even with the Su, Han, and Liang families combined hunting her down, she barely survived half her life. Although only a rank, if used correctly, it was comparable to rank replacing the head of a family or the manager of a city speaks for itself. But now reborn, she wanted better. Without hesitation, Yu Xunge deleted her account and started over. It wasn't risky. The crazed otaku from her last life admitted in an interview after beating the game that he had repeatedly deleted and retried during beta tests, dissatisfied with his talents. Until he got the ones he wanted though, it left little game time remaining. Compared to game time, the deciding factor was talent. From then on, she created characters again and again, drawing talents and deleting if unsatisfied. She did find many tempting options. Broker a rank. Earn 5 commission on any deal brokered. Skill 1 free is the most expensive. If both parties barter, 5 chance to copy one of the items and turn the replica into your skill item. Skill 2 make friends. If the two sides try to bypass you for a deal, activating this skill causes the lower value trade item to automatically fall into your hands. Sublimate a rank. Enhance an item's rank by 1 level. Usable once every 30 natural days. Sleight of hand a rank. Can steal anything, items, attributes, even talents. Only 1 chance per target for life, success or not. Secret is simple, refuse greed. Skill 1 this looks familiar. 10 chance to steal 1 item. 5 chance to randomly steal 1 point of an attribute from the target. Skill 2 reverse fate. As long as I live I'm the thief god. 0.05 chance to steal the target's talent on use. When the sleight of hand interface lingered on her screen, her fingers hesitated for a long time. That was true temptation. Her hesitation wasn't from conscience. After reality was eroded by the game, she killed people almost daily. If she dared take lives, what was stealing? This skill was truly enticing. Despite the low chances, she knew of many items that could improve success rates. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind, greedy yet restrained, cunning and skilled at disguise. You are qualified to walk the mortal world as the thief god. The voice was deep, like a whisper from the abyss. The thief god, and steer talent, could steal anything in existence. Items, attributes, talents, even life itself was no match for its grasp. While ordinary thieves loathed greed, the thief god lived off stealing, as naturally as breathing. If someone had a treasure you couldn't let go of, there was no reason to stop. Even stealing repeatedly from the same person was allowed, but from the second time onward, each theft would cost 20 of your health. Skill 1. I want this, and that. When used, there was a 20 chance to steal an item or sum of money from the target, and a 10 chance to snatch a point from their highest attribute. It could not be used against beings weaker than yourself, because the thief god did not bully the weak. Skill 2. The theft of the thief god can also be the theft of a robber. Sorry, I stole your home. My apologies. A high-stakes strike that could only be used once in a lifetime, capable of stealing the target's divine granted talent. If the stolen talent was above rank, failure was possible. Skill 3. Here comes the disguise. Summons your alter ego, temporarily changing your appearance, body, and scent. No tool or skill could detect it. Lasts for 1 hour, with a 6-hour cooldown. Skill 4. Where did that go? A passive skill that causes the victim to suffer brief amnesia after a successful theft, circumventing their alertness until a full day later when they realize their loss. At that moment, Yu Xunge didn't hesitate. She chose this talent, letting the desire that consumed her spirit freeze deep in her heart. 5 minutes ago, she had thought, being a thief doesn't sound so bad. 5 minutes later, she nearly whispered to herself, I wanted all of it. All steer talents are unique and extremely rare. In the protagonist's previous life, the official game rankings only came out in the second year after the invasion. On the day the top 100 combat power list was announced, nearly 80 of the top players had their info wiped clean using items or talents, while the remaining 20 somehow concealed their data tightly. Among those nearly 80 fully revealed names, only 2 people possessed steer talents and both firmly ranked in the top 10. Even more unbelievable, both were connected to the male lead. One was his sworn brother, the other his second wife. Thus, players widely accepted the steer divine talents belong exclusively to the main couple as an ironclad rule. Yu Xunge was determined to break that rule. No matter how tough the development in the coming year, she had to obtain this steer divine talent thief god. Not only would it let her rise quickly, but it could also directly suppress potential enemies. Most importantly, she already had a terrifyingly bold plan for the thief god's second skill simmering in her mind. The moment she drew the talent was 4 a.m., her heart still racing. After confirming character creation, her view flickered, and she found herself in a bustling but gloomy city. On both sides of the street, pale-skinned, sunken-eyed undead wandered back, and Fort Hit was clearly the undead race's capital. Character, Go Wuan level, 0 experience, 0. Divine talent, thief god steer. Race, undead. Racial talent, undead will. HP, 100,100. MP, 100,100. Strength, 5 Constitution, 6 Intelligence, 10 Agility, 11 Luck, 8 Charisma, 9. Below the panel was a long list of advanced stats like critical chance, critical damage, accuracy, cooldown reduction, all grayed out, waiting to be unlocked. With no money in hand, her immediate goal was to earn cash and learn skills. Yu Xunge first targeted a short undead with a brass question mark hovering above its head at the street corner. After exchanging greetings, she received the quest Clean Up City Rats, with a 10 copper coin reward. Not a frequent gamer, she valued efficiency, so she circled the city and took every available quest. Kill rats, deliver letters, run errands to buy corpse worm bread, buy wine for the blacksmith. After hitting the quest limit, she finally started working. On the way to deliver a letter, she casually cleared out sewer rats. While buying bread, she picked up wine for the blacksmith too. After non-stop work for an hour, she completed 17 quests, earning 2 silver coins and a shabby cloth baga 6-slot inventory container that could stack up to 99 of the same items. Yet, beyond this modest pay, her greatest gains came from secretly activating her thief god talent. The talent had 2 core probability: success rate 20, exposure rate 10. A 20 success doesn't guarantee 20 steals out of 100 tries. Probability sometimes feels like superstition. Luck might hit 100 or slump empty-handed repeatedly. Maybe drawing and steer talent had already drained her luck for the day. In this hour, she tried pickpocketing over 100 NPCs, but only succeeded 3 times. Gritting her teeth, Yu Xunge stared at her 8 luck stat. Not low on paper, but only 3 successful steals recorded. Still, the haul was considerable. Rune backpack, 1 gold coin, 1 agility. The rune backpack was a small, exquisitely crafted pouch about the size of a palm, containing 24 slots. Once Yu Xunge got it, she equipped it right away. Everyone had, besides 1 equipment slot at the waist, 2 inventory backpacks. She equipped both backpacks, planning to take them to the real world later. Opening the heavy pouch, a row of shining gold coins spilled out, exactly 18 in total. In this world, the exchange rate between gold, silver, and copper coins was 1 to 100. 1 gold coin equaled 10,000 copper coins. In her previous life, despite using various morally dubious skills, she had barely managed to hold more than 300 gold coins after 3 years, so these 18 coins carried significant weight. After handing in all the current tasks in one go, she didn't take any new quests but headed straight for the skill area. With only 7 hours left until the game closed, leveling up further was pointless. The few players who had jumped ahead in her previous life to rank in the top 100 using B or even clever talents achieved it by learning rare skills from alien races during closed beta. After the official invasion, the aliens wouldn't teach Blue Star humans these skills anymore. Now it was different. The gamified world was still forming, and many professional skills that once required months or years of investment could now be learned simply by completing progress bars in front of NPCs. With money in hand, Yu Xunge acted immediately. She glanced at her character panel. 2 professional skill slots, which couldn't be wasted. Life skills weren't limited, so she decided to travel and learn along the way. Cooking beginner, fishing beginner, first aid beginner skill icons flashed one after another. Within seconds, she went from burning instant noodles to skillfully flipping a spatula. Food she cooked granted slight attribute boosts, so she spent a whole gold coin to purchase every recipe available. First aid allowed making bandages, which might not be cutting edge compared to modern Blue Star medicine, but having an extra lifeline in a crisis never hurt. As for professional skills, she abandoned easily replaced gathering and didn't want to waste time on low-yield service skills. Crafting was king. Pushing open the door to a potion shop filled with herbal aroma, she confidently shelled out 5 gold coins to immediately unlock beginner alchemy. A bluish glow flashed as 8 recipes unlocked on her panel. Beginner healing potion, beginner mana elixir, underwater breathing potion, beginner invisibility potion, beginner strength potion, beginner agility potion, beginner constitution potion, beginner intelligence potion. In her past life, any one of these blueprints could sell for 500 gold coins on the black market. Even among the top 100 wealthiest, aside from guild leaders and a few aristocrats, individual highest savings barely exceeded 700 gold coins, illustrating their value. With 13 gold coins left, she decisively bought all 37 remaining recipes learnable under beginner alchemy. Blue and white glimmers flashed repeatedly as streams of data filled her mind. Alchemy formulas, herb ratios, temperature, and timing controls, every detail precise as code. After mastering 37 alchemy recipes, her account balance stood at 6 gold coins. She went to the herb shop again to buy the ingredients needed for making basic healing potions. In a bustling, large city like this, these most common potion materials weren't expensive. A single basic healing potion sold for 1 silver coin, while the herbs required to brew one cost only 50 copper coins. She took out 4 gold coins and quickly purchased 400 portions of herbs for basic healing potions and 400 portions for basic mana potions, then used the remaining change to buy ingredients for 3 basic invisibility potions. After checking out, The time was exactly 5:32, and her pouch was empty once again. Less than 4 hours remained before the server at 9:22 closed. In her previous life, she had learned a rather mediocre potion recipe. Once a Blue Star native mastered a recipe, the entire brewing process would automatically play in their mind like a looping instructional video. Just follow the steps, not much different from following a cooking tutorial online. Since she was still inside the game, Yu Xunge just needed to click brew, and the progress bar would fill up in the blink of an eye, taking less than a second to produce a single potion. She almost ran over to the cauldron in the corner of the potion shop and got to work. Flames flickered as she added herbs one by one, bottles and jars flying between her fingers. Every time she finished brewing a potion, she casually tossed the finished product into her backpack. At first, due to low proficiency, brewing failed notifications popped up occasionally, but after less than a few dozen tries, the failure warnings disappeared entirely. At exactly 6 o'clock, all 800 portions of herbs were completely used up. 397 basic healing potions and 392 basic mana potions neatly packed in her bag, with 3 sets of invisibility potion materials quietly resting nearby. During brief pauses in brewing, occasional strangers entered the shop. She'd stopped for a couple of seconds, deftly slipping a few coins from their pockets, her movements as light as dusting off a surface. The 803 successful brews instantly upgraded her alchemy skill from beginner to intermediate, and a prompt appeared telling her she could level up her alchemy and learn new recipes. But a new problem arose. The upgrade cost 100 gold coins, and she didn't even have a single copper coin left. She could sell the more than 700 potions she had to the shopkeeper, but the system's buyback price was only 80 copper coins per potion. Selling them all wouldn't even net her a little over 6 gold coins, nowhere near enough. She still had to find money elsewhere. After some thought, she sighed and resigned herself, heading toward the street corner. She was going to have to be a street rat again. No, a thief god. Yu Xunge started wandering through the undead capital again. She strolled aimlessly while seizing every opportunity. Any quest she found, she accepted immediately. She patted every passing NPC. Even the patrolling guards were not spared. Although her character's pickpocket range was only about a meter, she reached out whenever she could get close enough. Even the filthy beggar in the corner didn't escape her touch. After all, who knew if that person might be some hidden master? From 6 to 7 o'clock in game time, she kept busy like this, leaving just over 2 hours before the server shut down. Only then did she stop, satisfied. The 1 point of constitution shed casually gained earlier barely made a difference, but now her palm held a violet bow for level 41. Shed slipped out of the innkeeper's pocket. Without hesitation, she headed straight for the weapon shop, ready to make a deal. The owner clearly recognized the bow, as a series of warning messages about extreme risk popped up in the trading window nonstop. But Yu Xunge stayed firm on the price. Normally, a purple item for level 20 would cost 500 gold, but this was a level 40 purple item, something even she had never seen before. She bargained down from 300 gold all the way to 1,000. No matter how many times the window flashed warnings, she kept inputting 1,000. To her, this was the absolute minimum price. Anyone willing to take such a hot potato off her hands was a blessing. After a full 5 minutes, just as she was about to concede a bit, the other party finally clicked accept. With the bow in hand, Yu Xunge immediately controlled her avatar to visit the alchemy master, spending 100 gold to reach intermediate level. Then she unlocked every recipe she could, shelling out another 200 gold or so. Next, she ran across half the city to the goblin district. There, a goblin engineer, barely knee-high to her, stood on a crate tinkering with parts. She happily paid to unlock engineering. Her choice of engineering wasn't on a whim. Crafting, leatherworking, and tailoring were all gear-related and easy to level if you had materials, but their beginner products weren't very useful, especially since she couldn't use them before or after her game intrusion. Engineering, on the other hand, started with crafting guns, bullets, and explosives, and was connected to a blueprint she remembered robot repair, which required advanced engineering to learn. After learning the skill, she unlocked every blueprint on the list and then bought 10 units of gun parts, 500 bullet materials, and 100 explosive materials. Using the goblin's crafting station on the spot, parts clanged and rolled while sparks flew. 10 guns, 5,000 bullets, and 100 packs of poor-quality explosives were quickly produced, pushing her engineering up to intermediate as well. Upon leveling up, she immediately mastered all the new blueprints available. With her gold nearly gone, only about 300 left, she turned to the herb shop, converting all remaining money into herbs and filling every slot in her backpack. It was now 8:45 in real time. Not far away, Yu Xunge was sprawled out on the floor, snoring deeply. Outside, she could faintly hear Yu Qingshan and Ichigo talking. Yu Xunge entered Yu Xunhuan's room, turned on the shower to create the illusion of taking a bath, then sat back down beside the bed, gripping the mouse again. She guided her character toward the heart of the undead city, a place where the city lord resided. Unlike in times of peace, the different clans had waged constant wars and raids, valuing strength above all else. Although she didn't know exactly how many cities the clans controlled or how their hierarchies were structured, she was certain that becoming the ruler of a city depended solely on power. There were no weak nobles rising through luck or intrigue like in some stories. Even in her own world, a world completely reshaped after the game invasion, a position of city lord belonged only to top-tier warriors listed among the 100 strongest. The elite might pool resources and spare no expense to train champions, but when it came to actual life and death combat, it was always the strongest fist that ruled. City lords might consult influential figures, but ultimate control rested firmly in the hands of the most powerful. At 8:52, the game avatar she controlled was stopped by undead guards outside the Grand Palace of the Ghost City. A dialogue box popped up, and she typed the message. There's an issue with the anchor point. When she first traded purple-grade weapons, she had noticed that the system automatically translated her language with the undead, so communication wasn't a problem. The guards gave no reply, but the commotion quickly attracted higher-level undead soldiers. She entered the same words again, and this time the avatar was allowed inside the palace. Clad head-to-toe in jet-black heavy armor, the undead city lord sat on a throne constructed from bones at the very top. Dark green phantom flames flickered through the cracks of the helmet. A dialogue box appeared. You say the anchor point is malfunctioning? At 9:13, Yu Xunge quickly replied. Yes, I stake my life on the accuracy of this information, but I require a reward. Presumptuous. The city lord said coldly. Yu Xunge fell silent, and her avatar bowed quietly. To those of higher rank, she was already a dead person to be disposed of, and dead men often earned a bit of leniency. Sure enough, the captain of the soldiers approached, hurling an object clad in jet-black gauntlets. Opening it 100 gold coins. She grumbled internally. I wanted equipment, but I guess some crumbs are better than nothing. At 9:17, she typed. This is confidential information. I will only speak it to the city lord alone. The avatar approached the throne. To a level 99 city lord, a level 1 player like her was merely an insignificant ant and passed unchallenged. At 9:20, the avatar stopped beside the undead city lord. At 9:21, she clicked using Thief God's Theft, also interpretable as Bandit's Theft. In the name of the Thief God, you attempt to steal the divine talent of Orloff D, City Lord of Ghost City of the Undead Clan. Steal success. Target's divine talent level 2 high stealing interrupted. You have died. The screen went instantly black as if the power had been cut. She looked at the clock on the wall. 9:22. The second hand just past 12, exactly 7 hours had passed. The next second, a crisp crack came from inside the phone. Screen shattered, motherboard broken, and it even caught fire. She quickly threw the phone to the ground. Within seconds, only a wisp of black smoke remained, as if it had never existed. As the smoke dissipated silently, 3 physical items appeared on the ground: a backpack, a tattered cloth sack, and a leather pouch stamped with gold coins. Simultaneously, a familiar character panel flashed in Yu Xunge's mind. Name Gowuan. Level 00.001. Divine Talents, Thief God's Rank. Divine Talents, Immortality, S rank, incomplete. Race human? The glaring S rank label stabbed sharply at Yu Xunge's eyes, making them burn painfully. Even though the word incomplete hung over the talent slot like a heavy shadow, she could clearly see that 3 of the 5 associated skills still emitted a faint, eerie glow. Only 2 appeared frozen in a dark gray, inactive state. SS rank. Even if she had merely stolen one of those skills, she would have made a fortune after all. Compared to her original strength, Thief God talent, none of those 5 skills was useless. Not far away, Yu Xunge was still sound asleep, his breathing steady and deep. Watching his unguarded sleeping face, Yu Xunge could hardly suppress an impulse to burst out laughing. She slipped 2 spatial backpacks inside her clothes, one of the pouches holding a separate compartment for coins. She could sense the exact amount of gold inside, with just a flicker of her attention. Next, she bent down to take Yu Xunge's phone, effortlessly unlocking it with his fingerprint. Confirming that the game she was looking for was absent from his phone, she calmly carried him back to bed. Drawing on old memories, she tucked the blanket around him and adjusted his posture to comfort everything as natural as when she had cared for her younger brother years ago. After finishing, she quietly slipped out of the room. From downstairs, the faint clatter of spatulas and gentle hissing of simmering water came from the kitchen. Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiugua were busy making breakfast. Yu Xunge paused at the stair landing, listening silently. I just don't get it. Why would we agree to let Xuanhuan buy her a villa? And put it in her name, no less. Yi Qiugua's voice was low but tinged with reproach. Yu Qingshan's tone remained calm and measured. Think long term. You know how fast Xunge makes money. In these years, she's brought home at least 70 million. 30 million for a villa isn't a bad deal. Amid their brief exchange, the cold numbers and harsh logic sank deep into Yu Xunge's mind. She tucked every word away, showing no emotion until they changed the subject, then silently returned to her room. When the door closed behind her, silence fell sharply. She eagerly pulled up her personal panel, intending to study the newly acquired divine talent, immortality. But at first glance, something was off. Thief God Skill 2. The theft here means robbery, staking the name of the thief god to steal an opponent's talent. This skill can only be used once in a lifetime, but the button for this skill was still glowing bright. In her past life, she had controlled countless skills and items with cooldowns, and the ability that was disabled would appear in dark gray, completely inert. But here, a skill explicitly marked 1 use per lifetime, shown as if it had never been triggered at all. 1 use per lifetime. Could it be that a character's death counts as the end of that lifetime? If that was true, her heart suddenly raced. Even her fingertips trembled slightly. This meant she could still use this godly, ruthless, stolen talent again. Yu Xunge closed her eyes and exhaled deeply, though she couldn't stop the wild grin spreading across her lips. She had never been so thankful for the choice she had made back then. No wonder it was in strength talent. Thief God. She strode over to the small fridge beside the bed and twisted open a bottle of ice water, draining it with her head tilted back. The cold liquid soothed her burning thoughts, calming them bit by bit. Only after her heartbeat steadied did she finally open the details for her new divine talent, immortality. You are S-level immortal. Skill 1. Death. When you die, your corpse will randomly appear in an underground coffin. After 7 natural days, you resurrect. This skill can activate once every 365 natural days. Skill 2. Only the dead obey you. Can control the souls that died by your hand. The duration and number of controlled souls depend on your mana. Skill 3. Death. Mimicry. Select one target who died by your hand and mimic their divine bestowed talent. Only one target can be selected at a time. Switching targets cancels the previous mimicry. Skill 4. Sorry, I went dark. Using any dark side skills or items increases their effect by 250 and reduces cooldown by 70. Skill 5. Return of the Dead. In the battlefield, you can use this skill to resurrect all fallen kin to fight alongside you. Cooldown is 90 natural days. This set of divine talents seems almost tailor-made for war. Especially the 5th skill, Return of the Dead, which can instantly turn the tide of a battle strewn with corpses. No wonder that undead claim dominance over a whole city, and why this whole set is rated SS level by the official ranks. Unfortunately, in her status panel, skills 4 and 5 are still dark gray, indicating failed theft. But Yu Xunge is already content. What matters most to her is skill 1. Being alive still gives a chance to turn things around. Even if it can only be used once a year, it remains the greatest source of reassurance among all abilities. My life is probably hard enough to shatter the enemy's teeth. A string of enemies' names flashed through her mind. Her backpack remained intact. Potions, weapons, gold, nothing missing, including the undead race talent she bugged to obtain. With a start like this, if she still loses, then she'd have no one to blame but herself. Suddenly, urgent knocking sounded from the next room, followed by 2 exclamations. She quickly rushed into the bathroom, washing away the smell of alcohol with cold water, then emerged. Yu Xunge and Ikigwo's surprise and panic were written clearly on their faces. She simply raised her hand to her forehead and said casually, "Signed a new endorsement yesterday. Just had a drink with my brother because I was happy. I've got to get busy. Make him some hangover soup, okay?" Before they could answer, she slipped out the door. Her fingertips discreetly slid over the to-no response from the system. She recalled the skill description's limitation, unable to target life forms below her level. The thief god never bullies the weak. Since they aren't players and are too low-level, she can't steal from them? If so, what about low-level players in the future? Would she still be powerless? This is a bug worth noting. Only after leaving did she realize her phone was missing. Resigned, she put on a mask and took her ID to the mobile service shop to replace her SIM card. In the entertainment industry, she wasn't a big star, just a minor celeb. At most, passers-by would whip out their phones to snap a photo, nothing like a crowd blocking her path. After getting the new SIM, she bought a new phone on a whim. Just as she inserted the SIM, Liu's call buzzed violently. She could hear the restrained anger in his voice, but his tone remained calm. "I'm taking 3 days off." Liu was stunned by her matter-of-fact attitude. "You don't want to stay in this industry anymore. Just give me 3 days. I'm really a bit tired. After that, let's have a drink together." The soft invitation in her last sentence successfully defused his anger. There was silence for several seconds. Thinking that in 3 days he'd likely have something to report to Director Liu suppressed his feelings. "All right, rest well. Don't bottle things up inside." Yu Xunge hummed affirmatively, hung up, and drove out of the city. She was scouted into the entertainment industry in her sophomore year of college. Now 26, although she's only a minor celebrity, the industry pays well, and she doesn't have extravagant tastes. Even after quietly giving her parents and younger brother over 70 million yuan, she still has more than 80 million left in her account. To ordinary people, that kind of money would last a lifetime. But she knew full well that in 6 months, the game would officially invade reality. Physical currency would rapidly become worthless, replaced entirely by gold, silver, and copper coins for all transactions. The painful experience of her past life made one thing clear. Yu Xunge, Ichigwa, and Yu Xunge had their eyes on this 80 million. On this very day in that past life, She was tricked by Lu Xunge into accompanying a bald CEO, then forced herself to look after a villa for Yu Xunge. Later, the basement of that villa bought with her money revealed an entrance to a dungeon. In the new order, real estate remained hard currency, but a secret dungeon entrance was priceless. It was a temporal portal left by an alien vanguard. As long as she controlled the entrance, all resources looted inside would belong solely to her. With that thought, Yu Xunge made a quick decision. Today's mission was clear. Snatch up the villa she had gifted to Yu Xunge in her previous life, and put the deed directly under her own name. She skipped the viewing process entirely. Before dusk, Shed signed the contract and paid off the balance. Too busy to eat, she headed straight to the flower and bird market to pick out a sleek thrush, then grabbed some hot dishes from a nearby restaurant and brought them back to the new villa. The first thing she did upon entering was delete the fingerprints and facial recognition data of Yu Xunge, and Yu Xunge from her system. The living room lights were bright. She set the takeout on the coffee table, then twisted the thrush's neck. Only the dead obey. The moment her skill activated, a cold energy flowed through her fingertips, forging a spiritual connection with the tiny corpse. The thrush cocked its head, then seemed to be pulled by invisible strings as it flapped its wings. The sound of its broken bones cracking strangely resembled them knitting back together. Closing her eyes in concentration, she immediately saw the living room reflected in the bird's pupil, the soft sofa, the midnight blue carpet, and herself sitting cross-legged in the center. She commanded the thrush to fly rounds along the ceiling, hugging the walls, while she calmly ate her meal. After dinner, she quickly tidied the room. She had never lived here before, always going back to that home to spend holidays with her so-called family. Then she drove out to buy clothes and toiletries. The thrush stayed gliding tens of meters above the car roof through the night sky, like her second set of eyes. Before sleeping, she gave one last order: keep flying, don't stop. At 7 a.m. the next day, she checked the panel. Her mana was down to just 20 points. Controlling a thrush to fly for 12 hours had cost 80 mana points. What about an adult then? That question flickered briefly through her mind, but she quickly refocused on her preparations. As expected, Ichigo called. You've already got a house, but your brother still needs one. She casually brushed him off and turned back to pack. She bought 3 identical large storage boxes, packing guns, bullets, and explosives into one game slot. She left another slot with a fully loaded gun ready for quick access. As for healing and mana potions, life-saving items had to be instantly accessible. Putting them in a backpack that might delay even a second could cost her life. So she ordered a multi-layer herbal medicine cabinet from her family pharmacy, paying extra for same-day delivery. When it arrived, she labeled the drawers by herb name, sorting herbs and potions carefully. The bottom row of drawers was reserved for surplus healing and mana potions. After finishing, she did a quick count. She was currently using only 5 of her 30-game backpack slots. The contents were 99 basic healing potions, 99 basic mana potions, 3 basic invisibility potions, 1 inferior shotgun, and 3 storage boxes. After using her disguise skill, Yu Xunge paid cash at a store for various tools needed for alchemy, as well as weapons like bows, crossbows, long blades, and stun batons. When testing the skill Only the Dead Obey, she discovered more details. Making a thrush obediently stay on a table for 12 hours consumed only 2 energy points. However, the bird's body surface began to emit the stench of decay. Death's rot was not suppressed by the skill. She quietly made a note of this conclusion. That evening, she drove straight to a large shopping mall near Lu Hongshan's home. Upon arrival, she slipped into the mall's restroom and activated her Thief God Talent skill number 4 armor on. Instantly, the spare clothes in her backpack changed onto her body. The reflection in the mirror looked completely different facial features, height, hair length. Even she was surprised. Game talents, truly beyond scientific explanation. Leaving the mall, she hailed a taxi and arrived at Lu Hongshan's apartment building within 7 minutes. Her thrush had quietly followed Lu Hongsheng after work and scouted the way here. She didn't care why Lu chose the apartment over his villa. She paid the driver in cash and checked the time. 3 minutes later, the doorbell rang. The one who opened the door was a sultry, alluring woman, wearing a camisole nightgown that outlined lazy curves. The woman glanced at her and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "My boss, Lu Hongsheng," Yu Xunge answered with a professional expression. "I have an urgent matter to report." The woman nodded and opened the security door to let her in, showing no emotion. Sounds of running water came from the bedroom. Lu was obviously showering. "May I wait in the study? Just tell him a broker named Lu has an important matter and he'll understand." The woman had a decent temper and led her into the study, bringing a glass of water before leaving. The door closed lightly. Yu Xunge pressed against it, pulled out the stun baton from her bag, flipped the switch to the highest setting, her heart pounding with the thrill of the impending hunt. She suspected she was born for danger. In past lives, standing on the edge of death always ignited furious passion instead of pain. The water stopped. A few words were exchanged between 2 people. Footsteps approached. The door opened, and the door panel just concealed her figure. The familiar man stepped into the study. Yu Xunge used her left hand to quietly close the door, and with her right hand pressed the stun baton against Liu's carotid artery. A high-frequency electric crackle sounded, and the man convulsed before collapsing. Calmly, she knelt and held the baton steady against his chest for 5 minutes until his muscles fully relaxed. After confirming his death, she silently activated the skill Only the Dead Obey. The next second, Lu Hongsheng's eyes opened with a vacant stare. Stand up. Take me out, she ordered silently. Mechanical and lifeless, Lu rose and opened the door. In the living room, the woman looked up, confused to see him with an unfamiliar female subordinate. After Lu said, "I'm escorting a guest out," the woman relaxed her guard. The elevator doors closed, and Yu Xunge suppressed a smile. Downstairs, she hailed another cab to the mall again. Disguise time remaining, 17 minutes. In the car, she closed her eyes and continued remotely controlling Lu Hongsheng. First, say goodbye to the woman. Then send a message to Lu Zhonglu. Instruct her to come to the office tomorrow morning. There's an important matter to discuss. Meanwhile, Lu Zhonglu was buying alcohol, pondering where to meet Yu Xunge tomorrow so Lu Hongsheng could make his move conveniently while keeping herself out of it. To be honest, Yu Xunge had treated her quite well, good salary, great benefits, and even after she became famous, he never threw her aside. But there was no profit sharing. Top agents always got a cut of their artists' earnings, and every time she brought it up, she got rejected. Because of this, Lu Xinglia's feelings were torn. She didn't want to betray Yu Xunge, but Lu Hongsheng's offer was tempting. If she could firmly control Yu Xunge, the company would put her in charge of courting partners, not only allowing her to get a share, but also assigning her several hot rookie talents. As she quickly imagined a prosperous future, her phone lit up with a simple message from Lu Hongsheng. "Let's talk when you get back." Both of them were seasoned at the game, so Lu Zhonglu didn't think much. Real deals never left written traces. As always, it had to be face-to-face. So she took 2 bottles of top-shelf liquor in her designer purse, slipped on heels, and returned to the office. The night shift was still lit, a dozen interns heads down working overtime. She put on a professional smile, ordered them some midnight snacks through a delivery app, earning grateful thanks. Sister Lu looks then pushed open Lu Hongsheng's office door. As the door closed behind her, the air suddenly grew heavy. Yu Xunge had no interest in using a corpse to act out some twisted game with her enemy. Her spirit was currently attached to Lu Hongsheng's body, coldly looking down at Lu Zhonglu. The dim light cast a yellow hue. The fruit knife on the desk glinted sharply. Just as Lu Zhonglu tried to make small talk, she suddenly felt the knife handle shoved hard into her palm. "President Lu?" She froze. Next second, Lu Hongsheng's ice-cold, rigid hand clamped down on hers, forcing the knife toward his own abdomen. The dull sound of blade piercing flesh was almost drowned out by the hum of the air conditioner. Fear stuck in Lu Xinglia's throat. She was too frozen to scream. She stared numbly as dark blood slowly seeped out, tracing down the blade and slipping between her fingers, dripping onto the expensive carpet, forming eerie patterns. Her mind a blur, Lu Hongsheng suddenly let out a pained scream, clutching the wound as he staggered out of the office. Blood trailed behind him, and he glanced back at Lu Zhonglu with terrified eyes, as if she were the murderer. The interns lifted their heads at the sound, faces pale with shock. Without giving them time to react, Lu Hongsheng tripped clumsily to the window, made sure no one was outside, then suddenly leapt the figure, and shards of glass vanished into the night. Meanwhile, Yu Xunge's spirit poured all her strength into controlling Lu Hongsheng, her magic draining rapidly, nearly 1 point per minute, with only 3 left. Fortunately, it was enough to finish the plan. When she finally withdrew her spirit, she felt weak and dizzy, leaning back on the couch with a hand on her forehead. Magic potions aren't lacking. Better save some. She calculated silently. Magic restored 1 point per minute naturally. Full recovery in 3 hours, or faster with extra food boosting both life and magic. The next morning, the doorbell rang urgently, pulling her from light sleep. Wrapped in a robe, she opened the door with just the right amount of surprise. Standing outside were the community security guard and 2 police officers, 1 man and 1 woman. Silently, Yu Xunge sent a thrush bird out the window to keep watch, but politely welcomed them inside and offered warm water. "Do you know the relationship between Lu Hongsheng and Lu Zhonglu?" the male officer asked, pulling out a notebook. Yu Xunge pressed her lips and stayed silent, showing reluctance. After repeated questioning, she whispered, "I know. Lu Zhonglu has always been scheming against me." She could have pretended ignorance, but that wouldn't explain her unusual behavior these past days, taking 3 days off unexpectedly, living alone in a villa. When danger is hard to spot, sometimes it's better to openly reveal what you know. The officers remained calm, asked another 10 minutes of questions, then announced their departure. Just before leaving, she hesitated. "May I ask if they were arrested for something?" "Wait for official notification," the female officer replied, closing the door behind them. In the afternoon, her father Yu Xunge called. His voice was warm and gentle, asking if she had any troubles, concerned about her health, advising her to rest if she felt tired. Yu Xunge's acting was second nature. her voice choked with emotion but strong underneath, admitting she was tired, wanting to rest, that the agency and company seemed to be in trouble, with investments heavily tied up, causing stress. Without missing a beat, he said, "Daddy's got money. My good girl, go spend it." Before hanging up, 1 million yuan was transferred to her account. Yu Xunge stood expressionless by the window, staring through the floor-to-ceiling glass at the nearby shimmering lake. Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan were like master anglers when they wanted big fish. They'd offer the best bait and sometimes let out a long fishing line, making the fish unsuspecting and relaxed. Why did she believe in Yu Qingshan and Yu Xunge so completely? It was her first year as a rising star when the two elderly parents were involved in a not-so-serious car accident. They lay in the hospital for more than half a month. She didn't arrive at their bedside until the third day, but Yu Xuanhuan had already been there the whole time, clothes disheveled, eyes red-rimmed, tending to their parents. Guilt, self-blame, and shock swirled in her chest. On that very day, her parents handed her their entire life savings, 5 million yuan in total. Accidents come too fast, Yu Qingshan said tiredly but firmly. We don't know how much time we have left. There are things we must say clearly. We're giving you all the family money. From now on, you're the pillar of this family. Ichioguo was peeling an apple at the bedside, wearing her usual, slightly stingy expression. Yet each word struck straight into her daughter's heart. Your brother needs to get married someday. If the money goes to him, once he has a wife, who knows whose side he'll be on? You'll have to endure grievances. We only feel safe keeping the money with you. If your brother listens, you give him some. If not, we keep it for ourselves. Don't blame your mom for being stingy. See, isn't the money we save all for you? Has your mom ever lied to you? You're the best. Though I nag, I love you the most. Those tender words wrapped around her like a warm current. At that moment, she was certain she had the most dependable parents in the world and that she must give everything for this family. Over the years, despite her income from acting and endorsements multiplying many times over, she still kept less than half for herself, sending the rest back home. Sometimes late at night, she wondered if she was too cold-hearted, but remembering her parents' unwavering trust deepened her guilt even more. Until the third year of the game invasion, when all her beliefs shattered. One day she was relentlessly chased by the Su family with nowhere to run. Clinging to the thought that the most dangerous place is the safest, she sneaked into the Yu family villa intending to hide for just a day. But unexpectedly, behind the study's closet, she discovered a narrow, hidden Doris secret chamber. The luxurious city center penthouse was already extravagantly lavish. She had thought the family had simply combined 2 floors, but the entire adjacent first-floor property also belonged to the Yu family, used exclusively to store their treasures. The secret room connected to their own study. Its warehouse lights harsh, yet it revealed a wealth so overwhelming it nearly suffocated her. Gold bars lined 3 walls, roughly 300 jin, about 150 kilograms. Gilded wooden boxes stacked more than 10 high. 13 boxes stuffed with antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, and 7 boxes of sparkling jewels dazzling coldly under the light. Slowly, she pieced together the truth. Yu Qingshan was just an ordinary professor from a collateral branch of the Yu family in City B, ineligible to touch the family business. But when the family split, her father got the treasure trove. The gold alone was worth over 70 million yuan at today's prices, not to mention the other antiques and jewels. And she had been kept in the dark all these years, believing the family had only 5 million yuan. Her parents' complete trust had been a flawless trap from the start. Thinking of how she had worked tirelessly on movies, appearances, and variety shows yet only dared keep half her earnings for herself, her chest felt stabbed by a sharp spike, numb with pain and suffocated. Don't be impatient. It's not their fault, they're just too clever, she kept reminding herself, clutching her heart, but tears slipped uncontrollably. That night, her trust was ripped out bare. If even your closest kin can betray you, if sweet words can hide poison, then she could no longer believe in anyone. When the tears dried, she opened her eyes and exhaled deeply. Tonight, if she couldn't get those things, she feared she would never sleep again. It was the 25th, and her schedule was packed with interviews and shoots, but she felt busier than a stray dog. Yu Xunge grabbed her car keys and rushed out, driving straight to the nearest SF Express station to buy several largest-sized boxes, dragging them home all the way. After assembling the cardboard boxes and neatly packing them into her backpack compartments at home, she confidently drove to the Yu family's residence. By then, news had already spread in the workgroup chat that Lu Hongsheng was forced by Lu Zhonglu to jump off a building. After exchanging a few words with Yu Qingshan and the others, she feigned a bad mood and returned to her room. Halfway up the stairs, Ichioguo finally couldn't hold back and called her down. The living room light was bright as Ichioguo lowered his voice and said, "Tomorrow, Yu Xuanhuan is bringing his girlfriend home to visit. She's the youngest daughter of the Su family." Yu Xunge raised her eyebrows, feigning surprise. Already secretly dating? Not bad. But Su family? Which Su family? Ichioguo smiled as he spoke faster. You know Su Beige? The movie emperor. He's the eldest, and Su Jinxian, the second brother, is the last Olympic archery champion. Your brother's girlfriend is their youngest daughter, Su Itong. They've been dating for nearly half a year. Apparently, she'll be coming tomorrow for us to meet. That's great. Yu Xunge clapped her hands decisively. We have to make a good impression. Just then, Yu Xuanhuan came in. Seeing her beaming smile but the slight furrow between her brows, Yu Xunge caught a hesitation in her brother's eyes and felt her stomach churn. In the book, Yu Xuanhuan was convinced that she harbored a twisted obsession for him, but in reality, she had never crossed any boundaries. To justify the male lead morally inheriting her talents, the author had to portray her as insane, have the male lead kill her painfully, and then repurpose her abilities. From the book's perspective, all the stigma was hers, while the male lead was pure. At the moment of her true death, she saw through this narrative trick, wanted her abilities, so she had to die. Now, looking back, who was really the deranged one? Suppressing her disgust, she casually responded to Ichogwa, but kept silent about buying a house. Still curious, she took the opportunity to add, for a wealthy family like Su Beigs, can they really accept Xuanhuan as a brother-in-law? The Su family's assets must be tens of billions, right? Ikigwo's smile stiffened and his voice dropped. That's why. Don't you already have a house? Could you buy one for your brother too? For the wedding, to keep up appearances, and then transfer it back to your name afterward. In her past life, before she could say a word, she would have reached for her wallet. This time, she shrugged helplessly. I'm out of money. I came back a few days ago to drink with my brother and celebrate because I invested in a friend's promising project. I planned to buy a villa once I made profits, but now my pockets are empty. Ichiogwa, usually a pawn for Yu Xunge and quite gullible, heard this and his flushed face gradually grew serious. He opened his mouth, but ultimately turned his gaze to Yu Xunge. Yu Xunge sneered internally. Here comes the father. But tired of long lectures, she took the initiative. How about selling my house and helping my brother with a down payment? The living room suddenly fell silent. She sighed deeply, complaining that her career was stalled, her drama unfinished, and her agent in trouble. After a few self-mocking remarks, she put on a weary expression and went upstairs. Passing by the study, she pushed the door open and slipped the white-boned thrush from her pocket into a corner. The bird's body had long been picked clean, leaving only a lightweight skeleton. She casually grabbed a book as a cover. Just as she stepped out, she saw Yu Xunge standing by the door, his smile warm, but eyes wary, afraid she might discover the study's secret. Back in her room, she spread out the carpet for weight training, but couldn't help glancing toward the study. The 5 upgrade points she accumulated since leveling up were still untouched. She planned to focus first on training the parts she could improve through exercise. An hour later, after showering, she pulled out her notebook and began recording the secrets and information from her previous life. Only before dying had she learned she was the villainous supporting female character in the male-targeted novel The Son-in-Law. But after reincarnation, many of the book scenes felt as blurry as a dusty mirror. All she truly recalled was the overwhelming profile of this one intensely impactful role. Yu Xunge sat leaning against the bedroom door, meditating quietly until 3 a.m., when she finally heard noises outside. She immediately connected to the view from the thrush bird. The camera wobbled slightly with the bird's eye, revealing Yu Xunge standing at the study door. He first bent down and twisted a hidden knob midway up one of the desk's legs. Then he stepped onto a chair, feeling around the top shelf of the bookcase. Finally, he pulled out every book from the third shelf without missing one and twisted the secret mechanism hidden at the very back several times. The wooden bookcase slid open to both sides, revealing a narrow secret passage just wide enough for a person to pass through. A few minutes later, Yu Xunge emerged carrying an antique vase. He carefully reset the mechanism, closed the bookcase, and returned the books to their original order with meticulous precision. Once he retreated to his room, Yu Xunge immediately got up. There were no cameras in the other parts of the Yu residence, but she wasn't sure about the treasure chamber. To be safe, she changed into dark sportswear, put on gloves, and used her disguise skills to alter her face to look like Yu Xunge. Moving lightly and silently, she slipped into the study. The layout and sequence were clear in her mind. She tested the mechanisms one by one, and in under 2 minutes the bookcase gave way. She left the thrush bird at the door as a lookout and quickly crawled into the secret passage. 2 meters in, she reached the secret room that had replaced the adjacent storeroom. The walls were sealed shut except for the passage to the study. The space was about the same size as the study, filled with piled wooden crates everywhere. Yu Xunge recognized these wooden crates from her previous life. At that time, she was already a wanted fugitive after months on the run, living rough and starving. Meanwhile, Yu Xunge and Ichogwa had happily moved box after box of treasures into the living room, ready to send them to the new villa Yu Xuanhuan had bought for them the next day, their faces full of satisfaction and pride. Snapping back to the present, Yu Xunge took out identical cardboard boxes she had prepared beforehand and began transferring the contents from the wooden crates into the cardboard ones one by one. Then, focusing her mind, she compressed the stacked cardboard boxes into a space-wrapping bag, leaving only the empty wooden crates scattered at her feet. After finishing, She closed the secret room, returned silently to her bedroom, changed clothes, removed her disguise, and laid down with a smile, finally able to sleep peacefully. On the morning of the 26th, Yu Xunge woke up early to jog and stretch her joints. Su Yitong was coming today, and she had to be present. The other woman was also a beta tester and the official wife of the subservient male lead. It would have been odd to be absent. She couldn't understand why a wealthy young lady would download an obscure game in the middle of the night. She guessed it might be because Yu Xunge was testing it, and Su Yitong downloaded it to keep in sync with her boyfriend, or maybe the heroine just brought luck with her. There were plenty of reasons. During her run, her agency called to inform her that after fewer than 3 days, her role had been recast. Yu Xunge responded calmly. Gains and losses in the entertainment industry meant nothing at this moment. She had more important things to focus on. At 11 a.m., Yu Xunge indeed arrived with Su Yitong. Yu Xunge locked away all her hatred and even managed to smile, surprising herself. Yet she still couldn't bring herself to speak flattering words in her last life. Her younger brother often complained about having a hard time in the Su family, but she had never been willing to ingratiate herself with them for his sake. After all, the subservient son-in-law wasn't her. In her past life, when Su Yitong came to the door, she herself was feeling upset because of Lu Hongsheng. But in Su Yitong's eyes, it became something else entirely. It was probably because her mind was unsettled that day, when Yu Xunge guided her into believing that she had an abnormal affection for her brother, that Su Yitong so easily fell for it. Today, the same scene played out again. Yu Xunge kept a warm smile on her face and quietly activated her skill when raising her glass to Su Yitong. The first time, she felt her skill hit but came away empty-handed. The second time, still no success. On the third, her health dropped to 40, and finally the system popped up. Theft successful. She lowered her head, pretending to eat seriously, and glanced at the status panel under the cover of her plate. It showed 1 point of luck. Su Yitong was a genius healer in her previous life. Yu Xunge originally thought the easiest stat to steal would be intelligence, never expecting that Su Yitong's highest attribute was actually luck, which can't be increased by attribute points, and that this stat could even be stolen. At first, she just wanted to frustrate her enemy and was willing to lose health trying multiple times. But now, ambition surged. If she had enough potions, she would squeeze Su Yitong's unstealable luck to the limit. But the rarer the prey, the more cautious she had to be. The Su family was powerful. Sooner or later, she would have to make moves against Su Yitong, Yu Xunge, and even those brothers. Although the passive effect of God of Theft delayed the victim's awareness of theft for 24 hours, repeated coincidences and her constant excuses to leave and drink healing potions after losing health would eventually expose her. She had to cover every trace starting from the very first time. For the next entire hour, she acted like a lucky mascot, smiling, offering blessings, toasting steadily until the dinner ended. When everyone moved to the living room to chat, she controlled the thrush bird hidden in its cage, using a spare device to connect to her phone, feigned having an urgent work call, and excused herself. On the security footage, she confidently took the elevator downstairs and drove out of the neighborhood. Half an hour later, after restoring her health by chewing meat jerky, she activated disguise, transforming into a burly middle-aged man. She returned on foot through the side gate and quietly climbed the stairs back to the floor where the Yu family lived. The thrush's camera captured images through the door crack. The first floor was empty, while a few involved parties gathered in the study, vaguely catching words like Yu family, Su family, and marriage into the family. There were no public hallway cameras, but residence security doors were equipped with miniature surveillance. Yu Xunge took out a bottle of basic invisibility potion, which lasted only 5 minutes with a 7-minute cooldown. She opened the bottle and drank it in a gulp. She had to keep a close eye on the timing while using it. After drinking the potion, not only did her body turn invisible, but all the items she was carrying also became invisible due to the potion's effect. She silently climbed the stairs, took out the equally invisible key, and inserted it into the lock. With a soft click, the Yu family's main gate creaked open slightly as if blown by the wind, then slowly closed again. Yu Xunge carefully timed her stealthy approach all the way to the study, where the door was left ajar. Behind the desk, Yu Qingshan was bent over some documents. On the sofas nearby, Ichiogwa and others chatted leisurely, their faces relaxed and smiling. Her footsteps were so light they could barely be heard as she quietly slipped up beside Su Yitong. Just as Yu Xunge raised her hand to wrap around Su Yitong's shoulder, she activated her skill pickpocket. First time, second, third, fourth. After successfully stealing 4 times in a row, her face suddenly went pale and her health dropped to 20. She immediately raised her head, tilted her neck back, and downed a bottle of basic healing potion, restoring her health to 80. Then without pause, she went for another 3 successive steals. Success! The words flashing on her status panel made her heart leap with joy. Lucky activated again. Is this what they call the luckier you steal, the luckier you get? The countdown in her mind kept ticking. Invisibility had only 2 minutes left. She dared not delay, hugging the wall as she slipped back into the corridor, then crept into Yu Xunge's bedroom. She lifted the sheet draped by the bedside and quietly slipped under the bed. By now, her luck stat had soared to 10, with the words maxed out shining clearly beside it. Just as she settled in, the invisibility effect suddenly wore off. Yu Xunge munched on the dried meat from her pack, patiently waiting for the cooldown on the basic healing potion to finish. The meat restored 5 health points per minute, and its warm, savory aroma eased her tension. 5 minutes passed, the cooldown turned green, and her health reached 45. She didn't rush to take another potion but continued slowly chewing the meat in her current low level. A few stolen attempts only cost a few hundred health points. At higher levels, the toll could be thousands per attempt, calculated by percentage. The basic potion only restored 60 points, so to heal quickly later on she'd need to use medium, advanced, or even supreme potions, which were shockingly expensive. She kept at it until her health bar climbed to 96, then finally stopped. Click. The door pushed open, footsteps and voices followed. It was Su Yidong and Yu Xunge. She said it herself, what couple doesn't sneak off to the bedroom for some private whispers? The two of them cozied up by the bed, legs touching. Hidden beneath the bed, Yu Xunge's heart was as calm as still water. She reached out and started stealing 4 quick swipes, and the health bar dropped instantly to 16. The girl on the bed was flushed rosy from love, while Yu Xunge under there looked as pale as if she'd been in a morgue for 3 days. She pulled out a bottle of basic healing potion, careful not to make a sound, sipping it slowly until her health rose back to 76. With some jerky in her mouth, she kept going 3 more thefts. When the numbers changed, Yu Xunge almost laughed out loud. Last time she entered the game, she'd burned through all her luck pulling divine blessing talents, stealing hundreds of times to get a handful. Today, only a few tries, and she'd casually gained 2 luck points for free. The best part was yet to come. Soros set mask 13A rank. Effect. When used, this mask can disguise the character's panel information. The item simply needs to be in your inventory to take effect. It becomes invalid if dropped. Cannot be detected by items below a rank. Note: each additional Soros set piece collected increases stealth level by 1. Seeing the description, her palms grew sweaty with excitement. This was even better than luck increases. The item didn't take up equipment slots and its effects stacked, making it a rare treasure that top players always crave. But as she reveled in the win, a thought crept in. If there's a mask that can disguise info, could there also be Soros eyes or similar detection parts? As the potion's cooldown ticked away, she forced herself to breathe evenly and kept her wandering thoughts in check. Luckily, it was broad daylight, and the couple was most likely only smooching. If they took it any further, she feared she might literally dig through the floor. Maybe luck really was a fixed daily stat. After stealing 2 luck points and acquiring a rank item, she remained crouched an entire hour when health ran low. She'd take potions and chew jerky. When full, she resumed stealing. In that moment, she truly understood the saying loving theft is like loving life, and she gained 1 more charm point in the end. Charm, like luck, couldn't be raised with attribute points. It was rare as can be. Yu Xunge didn't feel disappointed at all. Only after the couple left the room did she cease her actions. The family of 3 went out together, probably for a meal. Her phone was off and tossed into her in-game backpack, and she pretended not to notice anything. The door closed behind them, and only then did she crawl out from under the bed, face deathly pale, hair disheveled, looking like a restless spirit at midnight, enough to shock anyone with a weak heart like Ichiogwa. With only 16 health left, she dared not drink another potion. To steal Su Yitong's attributes and equipment, she had downed more than 20 healing potions and devoured all 20 pounds of jerky in her pack, feeling like her face had gained a few pounds from it all. Back in her own bedroom, she collapsed into bed. She slept until the happy family returned, laughing and chatting, then slowly woke, immediately checking her talent's armor. Was lit up. She first used the disguise skill to transform into the burly man from before, changed clothes, then tilted her head back to gulp down an invisibility potion. Silent as a shadow, she stepped out of the bedroom, went downstairs, and pushed the door open to leave. The door slammed too loudly, so she left it ajar, planning to let the people inside figure it out themselves. She hurried straight for the stairs, and by the time she reached the 2nd floor, the potion's effect had worn off, but the vest was still on. Calm and composed, Yu Xunge carried the toolbox out of the residential complex. Before she completely stepped through the gate, she had already dug the Soros mask out from the deepest part of her backpack. Taking advantage of the deserted surroundings, she pressed the mask against her face. At the next moment, the character info panel appeared before her retina. Real panel. Name: Yu Xunge. Level: 0 experience, 0.001. Divine gifts: God of Thieves rank, Immortality S rank, incomplete. Race: human. Racial traits: undead, will consumption. HP: 100100 MP. 100100. Strength: 5 constitution, 7 intelligence, 10 agility, 12 luck, 10 max charisma, 10 max Available attribute points, 0. She wasn't sure if others could see the specific skills granted by her gifts, but she wasn't willing to take the risk. With a flick of her fingertips, all the values quickly dimmed and then rearranged themselves. Disguise panel. Name, Yu Xunge. Level, 0 experience, 0.001. Divine gifts, broker a rank. Race, human racial traits, undead will consumption. HP, 100100 MP, 100100. Strength, 5 constitution, 7 intelligence, 7 agility, 7 luck, 5 charisma, 9. Available attribute points, 0. She suppressed her attributes down to a very ordinary level, saving about 90 of the points in charisma. Reflecting on her years on the run, even dressed as a beggar, she always managed to get more charity than others. Charisma just can't be hidden. Charming people are charming wherever they go, so charisma couldn't be lowered too drastically. As for the divine gift, she picked a reasonably good but unassuming a rank broker. If her God of Thieves gift was exposed, she would become an immediate target who would willingly trust someone who can steal their own attributes. She could always switch to a more suitable divine gift later through death mimicry. The mask was then tucked into the bottom layer of her storage box. This would be her most precious tool for a long time to come. On the way home, Yu Xunge walked while searching her memories for any possible flaws, replaying every second and frame since her rebirth on the 22nd. That day, there were only a few hours left before the game's closed beta launched, leaving her no time to prepare. Just making it home in time was a stroke of luck. If Yu Xunge knew the true meaning of the game, would she hate her? Yu Xunge didn't care about that hatred, but it mattered whether she could continue hiding within the male and female leads' camps. Many opportunities could only be triggered by the leads. Even if she couldn't ruin their plans, she wanted to trail behind them, soak up some benefits, and help lower their guard. In the first 2 years after the game invasion, Yu Xunge occasionally led her into secret realms and dungeons controlled entirely by the Su, Han, and Liang clans, and she did gain a lot from them. Even now, knowing the coordinates of those dungeons, potions and skills could help her sneak in, but many treasures couldn't be obtained solo, especially bosses who required dozens or even hundreds of players working together to defeat. She needed to think carefully. She thought about how Yu Xunge and Yu Xunge had earned her trust over the years. Yes, every time they gained something from her, they had to bleed a little first. To keep her quiet and to appear generous, Yu Xunge once used the money she had delivered to the Su family to buy her a villa worth 30 million in the southern part of the city. Later, she gifted that villa back to Yu Xunge. When the game restarted, he took her inside at once, only to say that the copy had already been claimed by the Liang family. He had only gained usage rights and could bring her there for a quick visit from time to time. During the days when the Su, Liang, and Han families were ganging up on her, Yu Xunge had indeed risked delivering intelligence to her several times, helping her narrowly dodge a few small assassination attempts. Every time she escaped harm, her trust in Yu Xunge quietly deepened. But looking back now, every near-death escape came only after she had barely gotten through each minor crisis by sheer luck. She clenched her fists. Maybe she should give Yu Xunge something sweet, bait him a little. Once the game fully invaded reality, with her own strength and Yu Xunge's trust, perhaps she could infiltrate the Su family's major operations and stir up trouble from within. There were still 2 rounds of internal testing, a golden opportunity to quietly reveal the truth to Yu Xunge while secretly keeping him one step behind. With just a few words, she could win his highest trust, yet leave him empty-handed in the end. But would that force Yu Xunge to make a desperate, last-ditch move? Reason told her the safest choice was to kill Yu Xunge immediately. But she couldn't. She wouldn't. She used to laugh at novels where reincarnated protagonists didn't just kill their enemies first. Now she understood. The idea of cutting all ties with one stroke simply doesn't exist. The raging hatred in her chest couldn't be extinguished with a single blade. Letting an enemy die quickly would almost be a mercy. She could put Lu Xunge aside, let him fall into the mud for now, but never Yu Xunge. She wouldn't look forward. She wanted to push down hard, crush him beneath her feet, force him to look up at her shoe tips, and repay his blood debts in despair and suffering. And let's not forget his flock of girlfriends and loose companions. Once Yu Xunge was dead, she intended to take them all down one by one. Besides, she might be able to eliminate Yu Xunge alone, but could never withstand the combined siege of the Su, Liang, and Han families. The best solution was to go undercover and let these 3 families tear each other apart. But letting Yu Xunge join the internal test too early was far too risky. There had to be another way. There was a way. Yu Xunge closed her eyes, trying hard to recall every skill, item, piece of equipment, or potion she had ever known. The case of Lu Xunge and Lu Hongsheng had reached a deadlock. Although the cause of Lu Hongsheng's death was found to be unrelated to the stab wounds and the fall, countless witnesses had seen Lu Hongsheng escape from Lu Xunge's grasp. The blood on Lu Xunge's hands and her fingerprints on the knife handle were irrefutable evidence. The police detained Lu Xunge for repeated questioning. Meanwhile, Lu Hongsheng's wife stayed outside the station every day, threatening to make sure Lu Zhonglu would be thrown in jail. The incident had happened right beneath an entertainment company's building, and the flower bed in front of the building was cordoned off. Within days, passers-by had filmed short videos of the scene and uploaded them online, pushing the story toward going viral on trending searches. Suddenly, the artist's manager disappeared, and no one was watching Yu Xunge's schedule anymore. Even her only noteworthy job offer was snagged by someone with more clout. If it were anyone else, they'd be losing their mind. But Yu Xunge remained calm, almost like she was on vacation. The two most foolish people in the company, one dead and one under investigation, had been the ones holding all her dirt in the past life. The remaining executives wanted to intervene, but with only 6 months left on her contract and Lu Zhonglu loudly demanding to be released to another agency, they just turned a blind eye and let her troublesome friends demolish her career. So, Yu Xunge planned to coast for 6 months and then quit the industry entirely once her contract expired. But there was a more important matter before she quit. Last night, she stayed up until dawn, carefully thinking about how to both earn Yu Xunge's trust and keep his weak spots under constant control. The first method she ruled out was memory modification. Even if she tampered with the memories of Yu Xunge, Yu Xunge, and Yi Qiuhua from the 22nd, it wouldn't override the company's surveillance footage. Yu Xunge was deeply suspicious. If he ever found discrepancies between his memories and the footage, his trust would instantly shatter, and she'd become the prime suspect conspiring against him. Recalling her previous life, she had been relentlessly hunted by 3 clans: the Su family, the Han family, and the Liang family. The Su family was large but foolish, so as long as she could avoid them, it was manageable. The real trouble was the Liang family, not only because Liang Yuchuan was ruthless, but because the Liang clan hid someone with an extremely disgusting, terrifying talent. Just thinking of that person made Yu Xunge's scalp tingle and cold sweat drip down her spine, as agonizing as endlessly doing advanced math drills. That person's ability was called Fate Gears, ranked at level B. Skill 1. Feeling lucky again locks onto a target and spins their Fate Gears to directly alter their luck value for 6 hours, with a 6-hour cooldown. Can choose whether to hide the effect. Skill 2. I don't like your combination also locks on a target, then swaps their highest and lowest attribute values on their stat panel for 1 hour, with a 6-hour cooldown. On the surface, it was just a level skill with no obvious offensive power, but facing it in reality revealed how vile it truly was. Anytime she caught that person's gaze, relentless bad luck would follow her for 6 hours. Worse, although her luck value was manipulated, her stat panel showed no anomalies. Her panel always showed a solid 8 for luck, yet in reality, it was like misfortune was chasing her down relentlessly. Whenever she tried to escape, she'd inevitably run into a dead end. Disguises would fall apart at critical moments. Health potions would choke her almost to death. Magic would wildly go astray. Firearms malfunctioned catastrophically. Even auto-tracking magic missiles would miss all critical hits. And keep in mind, her critical hit rate had been boosted as high as 77. After firing off 60 magic missiles, not a single one was a critical hit. Yu Xunge stared at the staff on the alchemy platform, still faintly glowing with a weak blue light, and muttered to herself, "Is this a divine gift, or a curse from the gods? If it weren't for this thing, she could have escaped capture for a whole year, but precisely because of it, that person showed up and caught her alive in less than 7 days. Could that sudden powerful player be one of the beta testers? She had studied all 3 rounds of beta information inside and out. The first beta had only a few hundred participants. The second was sudden but leaked, spreading from 1 to 10, and then to thousands. The third was even crazier, with hundreds of thousands flooding in to create characters. No matter which round he joined, once confirmed as a beta tester, she planned to find him within days and kill him immediately. Killing him was only the first step. The real goal was to test the skill called Theft of the Thief God, which can also mean banditry if it could work on non-players. Then it could be used on Yu Xunge in the future. Yu Xunge's luck stat was only 1, but if that loser drew an S-tier talent, she would instantly steal it and kill him on the spot. If the male lead only got some garbage divine gift, that would be even better, no effort required. The target wasn't hard to find, was the Liang family's driver, and their old mansion was located in the core, most expensive villa district. Yu Xunge didn't leave immediately. Instead, she first prepared thoroughly. She adjusted the alchemy furnace to the most stable heat and refined 20 bottles of basic desolation potion, then used up all her materials to craft 57 mid-level invisibility potions. These mid-level potions granted invisibility for a full 15 minutes, but required a 20-minute cooldown, much stronger than the basic version. After potions, she flipped to the beginner cooking list and settled on beef skewers. The marbled meat sizzled on the iron skewers, flames licking the fat and crackling sparks flying. In the end, she packed 300 beef skewers into her backpack. Each one took a minute to eat and slowly restored 5 HP during that time. Training skills and food all in one, a tufferone. Now her 24-slot backpack was stuffed with various junk, clothes, and weapons. 6 shabby small pouches held handy supplies. 99 basic healing potions, 99 basic mana potions, 57 mid-level invisibility potions, 99 beef skewers, 99 beef skewers, 99 beef skewers. After organizing her pack, she sneered. How could the woman who ends up with the male lead not be a beta tester? The world might not revolve around Yu Xunge, but it definitely revolved around the male and female leads. They were beta testers, and so were his sworn brothers otherwise. How could they call each other brothers? But she, the male lead's sister, was just an isolated outsider. This trip to the Liang estate had a second purpose: the male lead's second girlfriend, Liang Yuchuan, and the fake gear. The male lead had 3 close female confidants, each with austere talent. His lawful wife, Su Yitong, had healing-related divine gifts and later collected buffs to become the strongest support. The second girlfriend, Liang Yuchuan, also held an austere divine gift, one of only 2 publicly known steer talents in the future top 100 list. Water God steer talent. Skill 1: where there is water, there I am. Can transform into water droplets and merge with any body of water. Skill 2: so watery. All water-based items and skills gain a 50 bonus. Skill 3: vampire. Upon activation has a 20 chance to drain 1 HP from the target. Skill 4: I am the water god passive. When in water droplet form or immersed in water, continuously and slowly heals wounds. Such an overpowered talent made Yu Xunge's eyes burn, but she didn't intend to snatch it immediately. She held on to the idea of theft, as in theft or banditry. If Yu Xunge somehow lucked out with an S-tier talent under extreme bad luck, she would steal it outright and kill him. If it was just an ordinary talent, she'd keep the skill ready to prevent his comeback. After all, death in the game world resets the skill's cooldown. Since it wasn't used in reality, she'd still get 2 chances. Ingamino need to waste it now. Still, she wanted to test her luck in the real world first and maybe snatch a treasure from Liang Yuchuan while she was at it. Yu Xunge didn't believe the female lead had nothing good to offer. Conveniently, her own 50 million yuan villa was located in the same villa district as the Liang family, not far away. In a past life, Yu Xunge had hooked up with the Liangs through a dungeon inside that villa. That very night, Yu Xunge used her disguise skill to head into the villa district. She didn't return to her own modest 50 million yuan villa. Too many skill traces there. Any hint might expose her base. While the disguise was still active, she slipped into the forest at the edge of the villas and leaned against a rough tree trunk, falling asleep until 2 a.m. When she opened her eyes and saw the terminal still showed the 27th, she was stunned for a few seconds. After all she'd been through, less than a week had actually passed. After downing a cold coffee, she geared up completely. Mask covering her face, swim cap pulling every strand of hair tight, gloves firmly on, and finally tilted her head back to gulp an invisibility potion before setting off for the Liang family estate 10 kilometers away, double duty as a nighttime run. She had experimented before, trying to make cars go invisible with her potions, but the energy was too limited to cover large vehicles. Electric bikes and regular bikes failed too. The only thing that worked was a skateboard, but riding that around advertising yourself loudly was hardly stealthy. 10 kilometers passed quickly. Midway, she hid in some bushes waiting for the potion to cool, then generously took another bottle. Alchemy was for herself, and in reality, she never skimped when it came to lowering risk. The Liang family's villa was more like a grand estate. Compared to it, her own villa was more like a security booth tucked in a corner of the district. Towers of surveillance cameras and sensors surrounded the iron gates several meters tall. She tilted back a dose of a basic fading potion that blurred her form for 15 seconds, floated effortlessly through the gate, and entered the grounds. Another 10-minute sprint brought her to the main house entrance. So fancy, yet they're still hunting me in attire talent? She muttered bitterly to herself. Her target was the 2 smaller adjacent buildings where the driver and maid stayed. They were on call 24/7 with absurdly comfortable amenities. Yu Xunge first slipped into the storage room to hide while the potion cooled, then took another dose and went out again. Relying on fading repeatedly, she locked onto her destiny gear in the bedroom on the 2nd floor of the auxiliary building. The young man lay asleep on the bed. Standing by his pillow, Yu Xunge silently thought, I want this, this, and this. The system prompted, use successful. Theft failed. Without wasting any time trying again, she pulled a dagger from her backpack and slit the young man's throat without hesitation. As blood sprayed, the youth's eyes shot open wide, only able to see 2 blood-stained white fingers floating in midair, silent, unable to make a sound. A bottle of basic healing potion appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Yu Xunge balanced it steadily on the tip of her dagger before catching it between her fingers. Soon after, the man's pupils dilated and he went completely still. She searched the corpse and found a small 4-slot pouch, a common old cloth style, used for nearly all 2- and 4-slot pouches. Inside was pitiful, just 2 bottles of potions and a pouch containing 2 silver coins. Yu Xunge activated the skill Death Imitation Show on the corpse, designating a target who had died by her hand to mimic their divine granted talent. At any given time, she could only designate 1 target. and switching targets would cause the previously mimicked talent to vanish. At 4 a.m., the villa lay in complete silence. Yu Xunge followed her memory to Liang Yuchuan's room, skillfully crawling under the little princess bed. She was certain the wealthy heiress wouldn't wake before 7 a full 3-hour window for theft. First, she triggered So Happy again in the fate gear, forcibly setting Liang Yuchuan's luck value to 1. Then she began her repeated cycle of I want this, and this food, medicine to restore health, I want this, and this. She had long endured the torment of the fate gear. Now it was Liang Yuchuan's turn to suffer. With luck suppressed to 1. Within the hour she began gathering loot. 1. Soros set glasses 23. A rank wearing them reveals target data panels, currently showing equipment names and quantities. These were the same discreet gold-rimmed glasses Liang Yuchuan often wore in her past life. 2. Soros set mask 23. A rank disguises the wearer's panel. Just carrying it activates its effect. Not detectable by items below rank and grants 1 concealment when combined with the glasses. Yu Xunge suspected the final piece of the Soros set was hidden with the male lead's third girlfriend. This set had become an emblem of the female lead's identities. 3. Bottomless coffee, drank 500 ml per cup, restores 500 mana, and refills once every 24 hours. Stacks independently from regular mana potions, effectively an unlimited mana source. 4. Money pouch holding only 3 gold coins, barely worth mentioning. 5. 3 attribute points. All agility. Yu Xunge carefully packed the glasses and mask into her backpack. The 2-piece set elevated her already formidable disguise skills to a new level. Liang Yuchuan specialized as an assassin using the merge with water talent, striking lethally on rainy days, earning the nickname God of Assassins. She held significant influence in Yu Xunge's team. Yet her twisted mindset was baffling. She truly believed Yu Xunge's rumors of abnormal love for her brother and foolishly sought to replace Yu Xunge or Su Yitong with her own talents just to stay close to Yu Xunge. Because of this, she personally issued a bounty, demanding Yu Xunge be captured alive, but with each limb separately rewarded, even promising the person will stay alive after chopping, clearly intending to dismember her for sale. Suppressing her raging hatred, Yu Xunge focused on stealing until 7 a.m. After snatching another 3 agility points and 2 strength points, she silently withdrew. By then, her agility had soared to 18 and strength to 7. With 8 total attribute points stolen from Liang Yuchuan, she had nearly gained the equivalent of 2 level-ups. After restoring her health to full, Yu Xunge used a disguise skill to take on the appearance of Su Yitong. She didn't expect such a basic trick to work, but it was better than showing her real face. She tightened the brim of her cap over her swim cap, then pulled out a sharp, gleaming axe, weighing the blade in her palm. Raising her head, she downed a bottle of low-level invisibility potion. The cool liquid slid down her throat, and as her form began to fade, she crouched low and slipped silently out from under the bed, moving soundlessly to the bedside. She had planned to chop Liang Yuchuan's head off in one blow, but when her eyes landed on the dark metal collar around his neck, her motion froze instantly. Liang Yuchuan had worn that same collar last life. With her strength, it was impossible. She couldn't have taken off some piece of equipment like that before. The only explanation was that this collar was itself a piece of high-grade gear. Even worse, she had never managed to get it off him. Clenching the axe handle, she quickly assessed the situation. With only 7 points of strength, the chance of severing both the clearly high-quality metal collar and Liang Yuchuan's neck in one blow was negligible. Her mind raced, and she decisively abandoned the kill plan. Swiveling the axe, her gaze locked onto his right arm instead. Taking a deep breath to charge her muscles, Yu Xunge leapt up suddenly. The sharp axe sliced through the air, almost a streak of cold light. With a crack of breaking bones, Liang Yuchuan's right forearm was severed in less than a second. Hot blood sprayed onto Yu Xunge's disguised face as Su Yitong, her eyes meeting Liang Yuchuan's shocked, terrified stare. Before he could scream in pain, the man melted into the blood pool on the bed, vanishing completely. Only a severed arm remained. This was why she hadn't dared attempt a lethal strike. Liang Yuchuan's God-given talent was near broken, whether in water or soaked in it. He could continuously regenerate. Worse, there were cups and bowls filled with water all over the room, even under the bed. Even if she pierced his heart or stunned him with electricity, he could use those few seconds to escape. And steer ability like that wasn't for the weak. Still, severing a right forearm was profit enough. A digitized body without parts could only regenerate through stitching and blood restoration. Otherwise, the damage was permanent. Yu Xunge tucked the bloody limb into her in-game inventory and, hearing footsteps approaching outside, quickly activated the Sorosai. The low-level invisibility potion was still cooling down, but she exploited a loophole and downed a mid-level invisibility potion. Since their cooldowns didn't overlap, the bloodstain that had briefly revealed her vanished again. Then she quickly drank a phasing potion, her form light as air, and passed through the wall, leaving the room. Through the Sorosai, she could see all the information on everyone in the villa. None were players. Not even Liang Yuchuan's older brothers, who apparently wouldn't enter the game until the second testing phase, with Liang Yuchuan's help. Ensuring it was safe, Yu Xunge lowered her silhouette and sprinted out of the estate before her invisibility wore off. With an agility score of 18, she was even faster than the swiftest sprinters. She dashed out of the villa area before finishing the bottle of invisibility potion. Without heading home, she ran toward a nearby lake, keeping the appearance of Su Yitong, and jumped in to wash the blood off her body. Removing her blood-stained clothes, she set them ablaze by the lake, then dug up the layer of earth beneath and threw it into the water as well. Once again becoming invisible, she sprinted toward the city. Since she was stained with Liang Yuchuan's blood, she wasn't sure if he could track her by sensing blood. Divine gifts were overwhelmingly powerful. Some abilities didn't just show up on skill panels. Take her. In her last life, her initial agility was only 5, but after acquiring the Thief God's gift this time, it soared to 11. Beyond that, even without using skills, she could skillfully snatch phones from people just by brushing past them. Her hands had become deft and nimble, all thanks to the empowering talent. With every theft, her mastery grew more polished and fluid. The water god controlled water elements, so she dared not gamble on whether Liang Yuchuan truly could use blood sensing to track her. That day, Yu Xunge didn't go home. After the disguise wore off, she put on a hat, mask, and her sorosai, wandering the streets like a street kid. She ducked into crowded spots, waited for the disguise cool down, then changed into men's clothes and checked into a cheap hotel that didn't require ID, quickly showering. Finally, she caught a black market ride straight to the neighboring city. On the way, her new agent called to discuss upcoming work, but she replied coolly, "I'm traveling. Let's talk in 3 days." Unsure whether she was outwitting the air itself, she trusted caution over risk. Better to appear foolish than return home after doing something wrong. Years of living on the run had taught her that. More importantly, her luck value was almost maxed now, and most of the time her instincts were guided by that luck. It proved to be the right choice. After Yu Xunge fled, Liang Yuchuan quickly shifted form, swallowed a basic healing potion, and was rushed to the hospital by helicopter. Such wounds were beyond ordinary doctors to fix. On the chopper, he desperately sensed the scent of blood on his body, detecting the trail had landed just outside the manor grounds, near that lake. His sensing range was limited, but after painkillers and stop bleeding were administered to his forearm, he boarded the helicopter to pursue the blood scent. While Yu Xunge escaped S City, the Liang family had already tracked the urban area. The helicopter circled above the city without needing flight permission thanks to their clout. But the city's aura was chaotic. Having only received his talent less than a week ago, being able to track this far was his limit. Clutching his wound painfully, fresh blood wouldn't stop flowing. His right arm was reduced to half. He was crippled, eyes reddening. Liang Yuchuan's heart burned with endless hatred. Would never forget those eyes and swore he would find her. When Yu Xunge reached H City, she didn't rest. Her bonus numerical stats forced her to be careful. She feared sudden death otherwise. She was there for a famous item, the cat bed from Meow Meow Inn. Since the pet hospital opened, the cat bed had sat outside, offering shelter to stray cats, with vets regularly cleaning it. After the game invasion, everything mutated. Rumors said even starch factory machines became steer items, mass-producing starch sausages that granted 2 strength for 5 minutes after eating. Those were too dangerous for Yu Xunge. Was selfish and wouldn't share game invasion info preemptively, but she avoided official high-grade battlefield gear altogether. What she truly needed was this cat bed with a backstory. After the game invasion, the bed mutated into an steer item. Placed outside a home, it might attract stray animals, and they'd leave grateful gifts, her favorite new collectible. As long as one treated guests with sincerity, presents would come. Throughout it all, she advanced cautiously but never stopped moving. Although it was only a vaguely described recent favorite collectible, the fact that it was ranked glass made it clear this collection wasn't some ordinary junk like old mouse-shaped stones. In her previous life, it was this seemingly unremarkable gray cat bed that catapulted a small pet hospital called Zai Jiu to fame overnight. The hospital's reputation was just taking off when the cat bed's conspicuous presence exposed it too much, bringing disaster along with Itone Night. The entire hospital was slaughtered, from humans to cats, dogs, and even hamsters, leaving a gruesome scene. Now reborn with vivid memories, Yu Xunge knew that if she let the cat bed remain, tragedy would simply repeat itself. She had to act before its destruction, telling herself she was saving lives both human and felinito. Soothe her conscience. She patted her chest and muttered self-mockingly, "You're good at stealing and snatching, love hiding under the bed, but deep down you're still a good girl." Of course, that conscience was more of a side note. The truth was, even if the pet hospital wasn't doomed, she was determined to get that cat bed. If you want something, go get it. This time around, she had no plans to play the moral hero. As night fell, Yu Xunge activated her disguise skill and made her way to the hospital entrance with practiced ease. The old cat bed still quietly leaned against the glass door, drab and unassuming. In each hand, She carried a brand new luxury cat tent, which she placed prominently by the Duras, both compensation and a show of strength. Then she tucked the battle-tested old cat bed under her arm, turned, and slipped into the rented van. With a flick of her wrist, the cat bed tumbled onto the passenger seat. The vehicle was also stuffed with 10 boxes of premium cat food, which she carried one by one to the entrance and stacked into a small mountain. She tore off an A4 sheet, hastily wrote, "For all stray animals nearby, please eat well." Finally, she popped open 10 cans, lining them neatly. The rich aroma of oil and meat wafted into the night breeze. The next day, she appeared at the hospital with a new face and calmly presented a donation check for $2 million, boldly forcing a sale. The receptionist was thrilled, praising how many good people there were. While the veteran cat-loving staff mourned the missing cat bed. After all, they had formed genuine attachments to it. This was Yu Xunge's greatest fear. If she waited until the game event to retrieve it, the cat bed might become emotionally bound and mutate, rendering it unusable by anyone, but its original owner even killing for it would be futile. With the cat bed secured, she pressed on, purchasing cotton, hemostatic powder, and various ingredients to improve her cooking skills for homemade bandages. Then she drove back to her 30 million yuan villa, planning to spend a week maxing out her novice first aid and cooking skills so she could upgrade to intermediate level as soon as the second test launched. After all this, she hurried back to S-City. But that dawn, she got a call from Yu Xunge. Su Yitong had been coming by almost daily waiting for her, and was now at the Yu family home again. Yu Xunge's side since rebirth, she had been busier than when she was running for her life in her previous life. At least then, she could manage 6 hours of sleep a night. Turning the steering wheel, she decided to skip going back to her villa first and headed straight to the Yu family house. Bursting into the living room covered in travel dust, it was clear she hadn't even stepped inside her own door since arriving. Su Yitong kept her emotions tightly controlled, having maxed out her performance skill, so nothing slipped. During the meal, the two sat side by side. Su Yitong accidentally knocked over her glass of red wine, spilling the scarlet liquid onto Yu Xunge's light-colored dress. Reflexively, Yu Xunge recoiled, but was a moment too slow. Her dress was soaked. Su Yitong apologized hastily, but Yu Xunge waved it off with a smile and went upstairs to quickly wash up and change clothes. With her agility at 18, there was no way she could dodge. It was deliberate on Su Yitong's part to test her reactions, and she purposely gave the kind of response an ordinary person would have. That seemingly ordinary moment suddenly stirred up a flood of painful memories deep in Yu Xunge's heart, like ashes long buried, that someone had abruptly fanned back to a flame. She remembered how Yu Xunge and Su Yitong had planned to get engaged on June 1st, Children's Day. Just thinking about that day made her grit her teeth in secret. No matter what, she had to castrate Yu Xunge before June, so that the little Yu Xunge could truly break free from that father's grasp and at least have a decent Children's Day. After dealing with Su Yitong, she headed straight to the agency and publicly announced to several top executives that she wanted to quit the industry. They were half in disbelief, so she laid out her trump card. "I'm ready to release a statement announcing my departure right now." Having been immersed in the entertainment world for years, she knew its dark underside well, and more importantly, she knew the barefoot need not fear those wearing shoes. Those who have long walked on the edge of a blade understand. Ordinary people, when faced with trouble, think, let it go. But those with blood on their hands think, might as well kill. This time, though, she really couldn't afford the time for murder. The cleanup was too complicated. The second beta test would start on June 6th, and she had to max out her proficiency in intermediate alchemy and intermediate engineering before then, preferably also raising her cooking, fishing, and first aid skills to intermediate. Although this real world currently lacked magically infused materials, substitutes could be assembled. For example, engineering required saltpeter and charcoal to make gunpowder, and she could source those in reality. After maxing out experience, she still had to deal with the little Yu Xunge problem. After days of running around, there was no time left for knives. Besides, Lu Zhonglu had just been released yesterday and couldn't leave S-City for the time being. When she managed to meet that woman, she didn't hesitate to slap her. Since the plots between Lu Zhonglu and Lu Hongsheng were already exposed, she refused to pretend ignorance. Lu Zhonglu couldn't die for now. Instead, she planned to fix everyone's attention firmly on Lu Hongsheng. Yu Xunge's determination to leave the industry deflated even the agency's negotiators. If she didn't want to work, how could they hold her back? After all, she had navigated the entertainment circle for years and held enough damaging gossip to give the top brass headaches. In her previous life, she tolerated it all because she hoped to support her family through showbiz and was building connections for Yu Xunge. Now, with no desires left, she was unyielding. No matter who came at her, she would push back. After a few hard confrontations with senior management, she simply walked away. From that day forward, no work, and in half a year, she would hire a lawyer to handle contract termination. She didn't leave her villa all March. To Yu Qingshan, Yu Xunge, and Yu Xunge, she sent only one message: the company abandoned me. I'm in pain right now. Don't disturb me. I just want to be alone. In truth, She was busy building a safe house. There were invisibility potions, but others could use these too, so she had to prepare defenses. She hired a renovation team from the neighboring city and transformed the top floor into a 200+ square meter glass room filled with plants, with automatic sprinklers overhead. Along the back wall stood a row of heavy wooden cabinets topped with potted plants seemingly ordinary, but cleverly concealing secrets. Following her own blueprints, she built a hidden door behind the cabinets that led into a rectangular chamber 7 meters long and 4 meters wide. A bed, storage cabinets. Even 2 humidifiers were inside. The floor was equipped with highly sensitive weight sensors that instantly triggered warning lights whenever an object over 2 kilograms touched down. Where there was invisibility potion, there had to be reveal potion as well. She filled the humidifiers with her own premium intermediate grade reveal potion, so when activated, the mist would fill the room. Although atomization weakened the effect and couldn't fully reveal someone's form, it was enough to show a vague outline. Using garden sprinklers would consume a bottle every few minutes too extravagant, while humidifiers could stretch one bottle over a full 8 hours. She installed several humidifiers filled with reveal potion throughout the villa. Whenever she was home, they would stay on continuously. After finishing these tasks, she finally relaxed and focused on leveling up her professional skills, stopping only when both her alchemy and engineering experience bars were maxed out. She moved the cat's nest directly onto the lawn in front of the villa's entrance and placed a small dish of low-salt shredded beef nearby, every day the aroma just enough to catch the little kitten's nose. From today on, she planned to build a bond with the little one, starting with food, the most reliable approach. In early April, the marriage between Zai Jiu and Yu Xunge was officially settled. Both families held a modest dinner at an upscale private restaurant in the south of the city. Yu Xunge, as the older sister, naturally attended and maintained a courteous smile throughout. The Su family behaved properly, but carried a faint air of superiority, extended basic courtesy, but never truly regarded the Yu family as equals. After all, this marriage was essentially a form of son-in-law adoption. To put it bluntly, what Zai Jiu valued was only Yu Xunge's looks, hoping for good-looking offspring. Coupled with one prenuptial agreement after another, it was clear, even if the Su family elders and all 3 children were gone, a son-in-law wouldn't have a chance to take control of the Su family. Yu Xunge had gone through these twists and turns in her past life already, back when she still suffered for her brother. Now, she just focused on eating and keeping up appearances with a smile. When the dinner ended and the Su family began leaving one after another, only Zai Jiu remained. Yu Xunge tried to sneak out, but was half pulled back by Yu Xunge. With sister, aren't you unhappy about my marriage? Yu Xunge lowered his voice with concern. Out of the corner of her eye, Yu Xunge caught Zai Jiu's subtle expression. She seemed to be waiting for a show to unfold. Yu Xunge silently cursed in her heart. Does this guy think stirring up rivalry between women makes him charming? Or is he trying to give Zai Jiu a sense of crisis? How petty. Feigning surprise, she replied, why would I? Of course I'm happy for you. But Yu Xunge gave a don't pretend look. Then why have you been lately? Yu Xunge sighed bitterly with a faint smile. I really am happy for you. It's just that something's wrong at work, and I might lose my job. To prove it, she opened her banking app and showed the screen to both of them, revealing the remaining balance of 30 million yuan. Look at this, aren't you worried? Yu Xunge's smile instantly froze. He wanted to retort, but found no words. Zai Jiu, however, completely believed that 30 million was just pocket money to her, so seeing it dwindle made her panic. Her earlier doubts vanished instantly. Seeing the situation, Yu Xunge immediately grabbed his phone to transfer money. Sister, don't worry, he'll take care of you. Before he finished speaking, Zai Jiu held his hand down and took out her own phone, transferring 20 million yuan to Yu Xunge's account. This is some pocket money from me and Xunge for you. Yu Xunge was about to smile at Yu Xunge, but quickly stopped herself, then looked at Zai Jiu with a softly curved gaze. I have all the photos of Xunge from childhood saved on my phone. They'll send them all to you and then delete them immediately after this. You'll be the only one in the world to have them. Zai Jiu's smile grew genuinely warmer, her possessiveness elegantly acknowledged. Yu Xunge's expression visibly stiffened. Seeing this, Yu Xunge's mood lifted greatly. She greeted Yu Xunge and Yi Qiu with a wave and left the scene feeling refreshed. Only after mastering her most important skill to its fullest level did Yu Xunge start stirring up trouble again. She never heard any news about the Liang family. Their social circles didn't overlap at all. Even if the Su family learned something, they wouldn't pass it on to the Yu family, much less to her. Since that was the case, she figured it was pointless to keep waiting. This morning, Yu Xunge's petty, dirty schemes disgusted her completely. That guy had rented a single apartment as a secret workshop for shady dealings. Dealing with someone like him, she refused even to get her hands dirty. During her last lives escape, she met many fellow fugitives and picked up tricks in handling trouble. On the advice of one escapee friend, she activated her disguise skills and infiltrated the city's shadowy underbelly. 50 pounds of gold, a business deal that didn't cost a life, just shattered the target male's pride. Very good bargain. The gold was the same batch she had slipped out of Yu Qingshan's study. Using old yes money to cut off old yes roots was simply brilliant. Given how absurd the male protagonist's aura was, she specifically arranged the hit time with the Gun King. Dawn of April 5th, after Yu Xuanhuan left home, strike nearby, and try not to get caught by too many witnesses after all. She still hoped the guy would successfully marry into the Su family. On the night of April 4th, at 6 in the rain, Yu Xunge returned home. She took out 3 luxury brand bags she had previously bought from a hidden bedroom cabinet, then swallowed a bottle of basic invisibility potion and a bottle of basic phasing potion. She went straight through the wall into Yu Zunhuan's room. The man was snoring loudly. She pulled out the fake gear and aimed it at him whose luck value was forcibly reset to 1. The whole Yu family didn't notice her comings and goings. If anyone investigated later, the surveillance only showed her appearing at 6 a.m. and leaving half an hour later carrying 3 designer bags. At 8 o'clock, right after she sold the bags at a nearby secondhand shop, 7 sharp gunshots suddenly echoed just across the street. Yu Xunge shook the small change in her hand. No way, with luck only at 1, they all missed? Minutes later, her phone popped up with a mission failed alert. Damn it, 7 shots. No hits. Could that guy dodge even with his eyes closed? I'm the Gun King. Do you know what that means? Trying to hide her annoyance, she messaged again. Switch to knives? Don't be too brutal, just cut half. Got it, price unchanged. The Gun King replied smoothly, then asked, how did he piss you off? Go quick or no final payment. Remember to take the cut parts and destroy them. Half an hour later, her phone wouldn't stop ringing. Each Hyogwa's hoarse crying hit her like a tidal wave. Come to the hospital. Your brother's in trouble. Behind her mask, Yu Xunge's expression was calm, but she forced panic into her voice. What? Mom? The call was taken by Yu Qingshan himself, tired and hoarse, only giving an address. That address turned out to be an underground clinic run by another escapee friend of hers. When she arrived, Yu Xuanhuan had long been pushed out of surgery. In the dim, cramped room, Yu Qingshan sat beside the bed, a cigarette, ash almost burning his fingertip, forgotten. Ichiogwa sobbed uncontrollably, and seeing Yu Xunge enter, wanted to blame her, but couldn't concoct a logic where her brother losing half his manhood could be blamed on the eldest sister. After struggling, she only managed, why are you just here? And then collapsed onto the bed sobbing. Yu Xunge cranked her acting to the max, bearing a grief-stricken yet confused face. This can't be. Did he offend anyone? Yu Qingshan was distracted, making no reply. Ichiogwa shook her head, crying hard. He's so obedient. How could he have offended anyone? Is it possible to reconnect? Yu Xunge pressed further. Ichiogwa sobbed even harder. That man had a gun. At first, he missed, but then fired 7 more shots. Then used a knife. What deep grudge is this? What hatred the bastard? Inside, Yu Xunge was bursting with joy, but on the outside kept her face mourning the tragedy silently shouting. Nice. 50 pounds of gold was well spent. Xiao Yu Xuanhuan was gone just like that half lost. The glaring white light in the hospital room felt cold and harsh. Suddenly, Xiao Yu Xunge raised her voice sharply. People like us would never offend someone who carries a gun. Her sharp shout stunned everyone present. Even Yu Xuanhuan, leaning drowsily against the bedside, twitched her brows as if trying to pull herself from the haze of anesthesia. Ichiogwa was momentarily stunned, then his eyes widened as if had suddenly pieced something together. He lowered his voice to press Yu Qingshan. Was it the Su family? Yu Qingshan clamped a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, flicked away the last ash, and shook his head. Hard to say. Seeing Yu Zunhuan's eyelids flutter, Xiao Yu Xunge quickly hushed her. Let's talk outside and disturb Xuanhuan. The 3 of them walked out quietly, 2 flanking Yu Qingshan. As the door shut, Xiao Yu Xunge clearly felt the hand lying on the bed suddenly clench tight. The corridor was thick with the smell of disinfectant. Xiao Yu Xunge stopped and got straight to the point. Dad, who in the Yu family has such a deadly grudge? This method seems they want to wipe out our line completely, at least the doctors say. She still has hope. Yu Qingshan frowned. Why do you think that way? Just a feeling. Xiao Yu Xunge stared at the smoke drifting from his lips. If they only wanted Xuanhuan, why target that area? Yu Qingshan took a deep drag, voice hoarse. They'll look into it. You take care of yourself first. You might want to move back home for now. Though it sounded like a caring father's advice, Xiao Yu Xunge felt a chill settle in her stomach. She suspected the old fox was just waiting to use her as a human shield. She smiled wryly, shaking her head. My brother still has to marry into the Su family. You shoving him first into a black clinic raised enough suspicion. Me showing up now would be even more obvious. If Su Yitong gets suspicious, things will get worse. Her reasoning was solid, and Yu Qingshan was happy to go along without pushing it further. After a moment, Xiao Yu Xunge excused herself, saying she had to go home and prepare broth. She knew the person in the hospital was actually awake by now, but if she stayed any longer, she might burst out laughing, so she bowed out early. Yu Qingshan and Yu Zunhuan's reactions were identical. The first step was not to call the police or inform the Su family, but to cover things up desperately. Xiao Yu Xunge bit back a bitter laugh. These two would never trust a woman as a reliable ally. Beneath their seemingly gentle veneer was an ingrained contempt. In her previous life, she had doubted whether she was even their real daughter, but after rebirth, she had managed a paternity test, 100% biological. Bloodline did nothing to change a man's mindset. After Yu Xunge was sent away, only the father and son remained in the room. Yu Xunge took a dose of invisibility potion and returned. Unsurprised by their moves, this story was classic Livian son-in-law trope, and the extra chapters were even crazier. The male lead's three sons took control of the Su, Han, and Liang families, all switched back to the Yu Xunge, total wish fulfillment. Yu Xunge's status was marginally higher than hers, but in the end, Yu Xunge still used him as a pawn. By the bedside, Yu Xunge spoke. What do you think? Yu Xunge's dead. Hollow eyes stared at the ceiling. Her voice was hoarse. Could it be someone who hates Xunge? Did she get into trouble outside? Yu Xunge sighed. How many times have I told you? Stay calm and don't vent your anger. That's what women do. If it's really aimed at her, why not come straight for her? Yu Xunge pointed at another woman in the family. Could it be mom's temper caused this? Yu Xunge shook his head. I know all about her. Yu Xunge closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling sharply. After a long moment, his voice hoarse, he continued, the Su family doesn't agree to me marrying into them? That's hard to say, but they wouldn't need to resort to underhanded tactics. If they had refused outright back then, we wouldn't have dared to push. Only the steady beeping of the heart monitor filled the hospital room. Yu Xunge sighed and lowered his voice. You know quite a few shady people through work. Have you ever been involved with any women? Yu Xunge quickly ran through the list in his mind, from public relations, events, and clients. He had always been friendly but restrained, never getting close to anyone. Su Yidong was the only one he approached after confirming her background. He shook his head. Yu Xunge reached out and patted his son's hand. Don't worry, that trophy wife has already been sold off. Before the engagement, they'll secure the villa for you. Yu Xunge frowned and suddenly lowered his voice. Is Yu Xunge really out of money? Seems so. Yu Qingshan's voice went even quieter. I found out her company had a murder case, and her agent got implicated. She's superstitious about that Liu family, probably not in the mood to make money right now. They'll find a way to get her out there doing gigs again. You focus on recovering, don't worry about all this. With my condition, Yu Xunge's voice was hoarse as his fingertips clenched the blanket's edge. The doctor said it won't affect having children. Outside the room, Yu Xunge almost burst into laughter hearing this through the wall. Finding no more useful information, she turned and left, her steps light as if a heavy burden had lifted. Her thoughts suddenly became crystal clear. This is exactly how the revenge should be played. Make Yu Xunge live every second in pain and fear. Marrying into the Su family? A broken man like him doesn't deserve to wed Su Yidong. She was not afraid of offending the Su family at all. The male lead's luck stat was artificially lowered to 1. Now he was just an ordinary person. Even one of the top 10 dungeon assassins in the world couldn't kill young Yu Xunge after firing 7 shots, only managing to sever half his body to barely finish the task. If the Su family dared to touch him, they'd be bankrupt before long. Wasn't she even more formidable in her previous life? With a luck stat of 1, she was pursued by so many people for a full 7 days before going down. Clearly, she was a true female protagonist. Thinking of this, she hummed a tune as she returned to the villa. The game world did have limb regeneration as an advanced spell. Su Yidong had become famous for it back in the 3rd year of the game invasion, when humans were capped at level 25 and only she on Blue Star could use it. No matter. This life, she would make sure Su Yidong never even got the chance to try. As for Yu Xunge, let him struggle for the next 2 years. He shouldn't expect to fool Su Yidong with fake prosthetics. In high spirits, she began preparations to shop heavily for the game's 2nd closed beta. Now that the inventory was ready, she wanted to test if real-world items could be brought in and sold for gold coins. Even if a 10,000 yuan item only exchanged for a single coin, that was still a huge profit. Less than half a year into the game invasion, current currency would soon become worthless. Even converted gold was better than paper money. Gold and gold coins were fundamentally different. The latter contained faint magic that couldn't be forged yet. Some cross-dimensional traders, especially goblins, only accepted gold, not currency or people. Goblins were all business. It took 300 grams of gold to exchange for a single gold coin, and they added a list of fees, battlefield subsidies, travel expenses, funeral insurance, coinage loss. At around 500 yuan per gram of gold, 1 gold coin equaled about 150,000 yuan, but that was before the currency system collapsed. Once goblins appeared, no one would buy gold with paper money anymore. Since gold could be traded for gold coins, gold immediately became a valuable but a liquid asset. Yu Xunge knew all this well from her past life experience. She would be well prepared now, converting all her money into gold. She picked out 3 items from the antiques, jewelry, and paintings she had scavenged from the Yu family. These were things she had seen in Yu Xunge's hands in her past life, and were likely to have transformed into equipment or props. The rest, she stuffed straight into her backpack and made a trip to Port City. Port City was a chaotic melting pot where everyone hurried about making money and paid no attention to a young, unfamiliar woman. The forces of the Su, Han, and Liang families had no sway here. She dumped the entire bag of stolen goods into an underground auction house that specialized in gray market deals. The commission there was ridiculously high, but anonymity and secure concealment were what these buyers absolutely demanded. Nobody would flaunt their purchases openly. The authentication, auction, and settlement dragged on, followed by converting the money to gold. If she had gone on a buying spree of gold outright, both the authorities and black market would be hunting her down in ambush, or a robbery was just as likely. Several times she got blocked in deserted docks and abandoned warehouses, fighting her way out with homemade pistols and small explosives crafted from her engineering skills. The holes blasted through corrugated metal and panicked figures fleeing in flames worked much better than empty threats. Yu Xunge left City S in mid-April and didn't finish clearing all the antiques and jewelry until late May. She returned to City S carrying more than 3,200 pounds of gold packed in her game backpack, along with a full 800 million Hong Kong dollars in a Port City account. Throughout the process, her detection tool had been on continuously but never picked up a single trace of any players. Over 3,200 pounds of gold, even at the terrible exchange rates set by the goblin merchants after the game's invasion, would yield over 5,000 gold coins. If all went well, she wouldn't have to worry about learning advanced recipes, and might even snag a few skill books at the game auction. The game had no fixed classes, regardless of being alien or earthborn, skills all derived from divine gifts. Players privately categorized abilities as healing, agility, magic, melee, ranged, or mixed, with some learning everything in a haphazard way and surprisingly making it work. Yu Xunge hadn't touched her 50 million in cash yet. She intended to see how much gold the batch would fetch before deciding what to do with the cash. Lately, Yu Xunge and Yi Qiuhua had been searching high and low for her. She'd only say once on the phone, "I'm traveling in Italy. How can I die without spending my money?" Leaving the two speechless. She couldn't understand what was so urgent. Was it really anyone's business to interfere in the fiancé's family affairs? Until June 1st, she was almost daily buried in shopping malls and online stores, filling boxes with everything from refrigerators and washing machines to wine and canned goods. When she dragged a mountain of parcels back to the villa, the gate guard curiously asked if the apocalypse was coming. She just brushed it off with, "Just moved house, place is empty," and sent him away. In reality, since the game's invasion, food and shelter were not only unaffected but more abundant. She was just filling in the empty packaging. By the day Su Yidong formally got engaged to Yu Xunge, her game inventory was only half full. At the engagement banquet, she wore a light, everyday makeup look and a well-fitted, understated blue casual suit. The moment she stepped into the hotel, she caught a satisfied glance from Su Yidong. Warning: fierce female rivalry. What on earth was wrong with someone who thought their boyfriend's elder sister would actually like their boyfriend? Yu Xunge smiled and shook hands with her brother's fiancée, then put down the gift money and exchanged a few polite words before going inside to find Yu Xunge and the others. She hardly recognized Yu Xunge anymore. It hadn't been that long, yet had changed from a shy, timid little puppy into a brooding, moody one. Is losing just half of himself really that big a deal? She clicked her tongue and secretly scolded him for never being satisfied. Still, the Yu family genes were undeniably strong. His gloominess somehow added an extra layer of charm. Even Su Yidong, the heroine from the cuckolded son-in-law novels, looked at him with sparkling eyes. The engagement banquet was held at the Su family estate, attended exclusively by the rich and powerful. Though Yu Xunge had been a celebrity for years, at a gathering like this, all the heiresses and noblewomen only recognized her from afar. No one approached to chat, leaving her to enjoy some peace and quiet. After her time in Gangqing, where killing numbed her emotions, she genuinely wanted to avoid bloodshed for a while. Maybe from all the killing, her temperament had quietly shifted once the gentle, delicate white moonlight. She now wore a sharply tailored suit from head to toe, exuding an aura that screamed, "I'm not someone you want to mess with." Yu Xunge narrowed his eyes as he examined his daughter and lowered his voice to remind her, "Why have you changed so much lately? If something happens, talk to your father." "I met a mafia boyfriend in Italy." Yu Xunge smiled up at him. "I've been running around with him for half a month." "Cool, right?" Yu Xunge was silent. It was obviously a joke, but all he could do was listen. Leaning closer, Yu Xunge pressed a hand to her mouth and whispered, "I got a real gun, picked it up after a kill. Actually, I have 17 of them, all kinds, fully loaded. Just haven't stormed the lair yet. Firepower's weak. Can't rush in with just flesh and blood. They'll try when I master all the skills." That part was probably true. Yu Xunge pursed his lips. "Give it to Dad later, and he'll keep it safe for you. That stuff's illegal. If I'm going to have it, I want it. And if it's illegal," she lazily raised an eyebrow. "You gonna go to jail for me if I get caught?" "Fine, I'm the boss," he said. Her tone was obedient, but her eyes sparkled with mischief. The Su family controlled the entire banquet program. The Yu family sat quietly like quails, without even a chance to speak. Yu Xunge glanced at her father, still wearing the refined, handsome face of a distinguished professor. Although Ichiogwa could be temperamental at home sometimes, he had fathered a stunning beauty like Yu Xunge and a little eunuch like Yu Xuanhuan. His own good looks were unmistakable, and his calm smile now carried an impressive aura. As she ate, Yu Xunge pondered how to make Yu Xuanhuan miss the second round of the beta test. She planned to join that round herself, then secretly tell him about the game's save file so they could wait together for the elusive third beta cycle of hope followed by despair. The first beta was rushed. Her skills weren't sharp enough. This time, she had to be smoother. More importantly, if Yu Xuanhuan got into trouble again at home, his terrible habit of distrusting the women in his family first would inevitably drag her down. At his current level, he was probably still practicing skills and didn't deserve to stay at the Su family estate. A cucked son-in-law had lost half his package if they ended up as a pair. Neither would know who should call whom wife. On the way out of the estate, Yu Xunge thought of a plan. Years on the run had earned her many escaped friends, plus a few underground shops taking odd jobs. She paid some young folks in cash to crash the Yu residence posing as obsessive fans, demanding why didn't you tell us you were getting married? And making a scene. Then she caught a sparrow and used her ability to control it because only the Dedabedo keep watch outside the Yu family windows. Starting the second, the fake fans showed up en masse. Before she even launched her backup plan, Yu Xuanhuan was forced to move to a nearby hotel on the night of the 4th. That same night, she used an unregistered SIM card bought in Gangcheng to contact a colleague she had met while buying gold. She gave them Yu Xunhuan's phone number, WeChat, and email, ordering non-stop spam of explicit messages for an entire month starting the next morning. They added him as a friend to ask wanna hook up, and even posted his number on gay forums. From the next day, Yu Xunhuan's phone was basically a hotline. The second beta test was scheduled for 6:06 a.m. on June 6th. At 3 a.m. that day, disguised Yu Xunge arrived outside the hotel. Slipping into a narrow alley and standing in a blind spot of the cameras, she took out a bottle of intermediate invisibility potion and tilted her head back to drink. The effect spread through her limbs as her figure gradually faded into the night. Then she slipped into the hotel and climbed all the way up to the 27th floor, where Yu Xuanhuan was staying. She never asked anyone in the Yu family where Yu Xuanhuan lived. All her information came from following her little sparrow spy. That day, the sparrow had slipped inside the hood of Yu Xunhuan's sweatshirt, pressed close against the fabric all the way into the hotel room, and now it was hidden among the branches of a potted plant. To avoid the smell of the bird's corpse giving away her trail, Yu Xunge had been replacing the sparrow every day for the past few days. After taking a fading potion, she silently slipped through the door, needing to see with her own eyes that Yu Xuanhuan hadn't logged in. Only then could she relax. In the dimly lit hotel room, Yu Xuanhuan lay on the bed, frowning and tossing restlessly, seemingly caught between sleep and wakefulness. In the corner, a cell phone lay abandoned on the carpet. The wallpaper beside it was dented, clearly smashed against the wall. Yu Xunge tiptoed over. The phone's model was unrecognizable, but she guessed it was a high-end one gifted by Su Yitanjit hadn't even cracked from the fall. She sneered inwardly. Once Yu Xuanhuan really marries into the Su family, with a topophthalene phone and a private line, he probably won't even receive junk messages anymore. She waited for the right moment. When he turned his back to the door again, she used her toe to flick the phone into her backpack. Then, using the fading potion, slipped through the wall to the next room she had arranged in advance under a Hongcheng boy's ID. Invisible, she had no fear of surveillance cameras catching her. Under the lamp, she examined the phone and noticed a faint dent on the upper left corner, likely from smashing the wall. She positioned that spot against the wall and swung hard crack half the screen shattered, leaving only the green-purple distorted display. She stuffed the broken phone back into her backpack and slipped back into Yu Xunhuan's room to return the phone exactly where she found it. The man still lay with the blanket pulled over his head, breathing steadily. Yu Xunge closed the door and left. Before coming, she had considered 100 possibilities. If the information hadn't broken him, but instead fired him up to practice skills, or even try to get online at 6 a.m., she was ready to knock him out cold with a single blow. Exactly at 6 a.m., she appeared in the room again. The shattered phone lay untouched on the floor. Yu Xuanhuan still had the blanket over his head. She tossed a fake gear at him, locking his luck stat at 1, then returned to the next room to join the second closed beta. At 6:06 a.m., she promptly found the Cataclysm of 10,000 Races, Fear Rift, and clicked download. Entering the character interface, the familiar undead hovered quietly in the center of the dark screen, but next to the ID Gu Wu In glowed a wanted marker. Yu Xunge reached into an inner pocket. Two small backpacks that should have been there were empty. Yet on the screen, hanging from the undead's waist, were the two packs she knew all too well. She tried to use the thief god's armor, disguise skill to transform herself into a short goblin. Reality quickly shifted for Yu Xunge. Body shrank, skin turned green, and her ears grew larger. At the same time, the undead avatar on the screen changed in sync. She immediately dove into the game, fully aware that the disguise skill only lasted 1 hour. She had to figure out her situation before the countdown ended. The screen lit up, revealing her goblin character standing in a desolate graveyard beneath dark clouds, cold wind stirring dust between tombstones. She swiftly raised the camera angle, spotting the gloomy silhouette of the undead city nearby, then directed the goblin to sprint toward it. Along the way, she easily left behind stumbling low-level skeletons, reaching the city gates in under 5 minutes. A massive black iron gate hung a portrait of her old, undead character. Luckily, when she created the character, Shed thought it looked too much like her and chose random appearance each time. Otherwise, the guards would have recognized her. Though the thief's skill disguise only lasted an hour, it was undetectable by any scouting tools, letting her slip into the city unnoticed. She headed straight to the goblin district and pushed open the short door of a junk shop. Looking up, she saw the chubby goblin owner wearing a monocle. "Do you accept gold?" She typed into the dialogue box. The owner sniffed, rubbing his hands eagerly. "Time is money. If you have gold, why not mint coins yourself? Didn't your mentor teach you that?" His words hit home. Yu Xunge's heart raced as she quickly replied, "Might you teach me the skill? I am willing to pay." The trade window popped up instantly. Tuition was 100 gold. This was a rare chance, so she didn't haggle, paying all of the 100 gold given previously by the undead city lord. "Robert L., the goblin teaches you basic coin minting." She opened the skill details. Coin minting rank A, goblin exclusive. Proficiency 010000. Feature 1. Each coin minted automatically taxes 20 gold, sent via void to the Goblin Merchant Guild. Feature 2. To keep the market stable, each goblin may mint up to 3 coins per day for personal use. After confirming, she took out a 500 gold bar from her backpack. The interface showed 44 coins can be made. Choosing Make All, her character's palms radiated golden light, and 4 progress bars rapidly completed. The backpack now held 3 new gold coins, leaving only 140 gold in the bar. Proficiency increased by 3 points. This meant she could now reliably create 3 coins daily. If she reached 10,000 coins, she could upgrade to intermediate minting with a blueprint or instructor. Compared to less than 1 coin earned per day in the real-world dungeon, this was incredibly efficient. Her thoughts raced, but she forced herself to stay focused. She then moved several large storage boxes to the counter. The owner inspected them, offering only 2 silver per box for electronics and toys, but 12 gold for 2 boxes of white and red wine. Yu Xunge sold all 55 boxes of wine for 330 gold, clearing out the junk, which barely earned 1 gold. Next, she asked the price for 10 pounds of gold. The owner quoted 200 per coin, and after 5 minutes of bargaining, she lowered it to 180 per coin. With less than half an hour left on the disguise, she couldn't waste time. Gritting her teeth, she exchanged all her gold 216 pounds obtained in Port City, plus scattered nuggets from the Yu family totaling 3,240 pounds for 9,000 coins. This was the entire reserve of a mid-sized guild. With wealth in hand, she dashed to the neighboring engineering master and upgraded engineering to advanced, learning over 100 new recipes. She then rushed to the alchemy shop, similarly upgrading to advanced, absorbing the stream of new formulas without missing a beat. While she had once been timid when selecting courses at school, in the game she pushed hard. Her thirst for knowledge was unstoppable. After memorizing the ingredients for the advanced invisibility potion, Yu Xunge went straight to the neighboring herbal shop and bought 6 inventory slots worth of herbs. She didn't want to buy so few, but the game's clunky interface prevented her from stacking different items inside storage boxes to save backpack space. Besides, she needed to keep some slots free for browsing the auction house. With only 23 minutes of disguise time left, she practically ran all the way. Passing by a restaurant, she casually opened the cooking panel and upgraded cooking to intermediate level. The system instantly flooded her screen with over 100 new recipes, their glowing effects flashing in front of her eyes. By the time she rushed out the door, she was down to 4,286 gold. The auction house's towering gates had just opened when she typed in the keyword Soros. The screen came up blank. Without a moment to sigh, she switched the search to bag. 236 slot backpacks appeared in the list, priced together at 800 gold, currently the largest capacity bags in the entire server. She confirmed the purchase and paid, and the system immediately notified her of new mail. She claimed the items, instantly adding the 2 new bags to her inventory slots. Swiftly, she dragged her existing items into the new spaces, her eyes flicking back to the auction listings. Thief's talent let her excel at strength, agility, or spellcasting builds, but there was no time to carefully select skills now. She could only quickly toss familiar skills into her shopping cart. Suddenly, a golden glow appeared in the list. Phantom Shift. An S-rank skill book, with effects, 0.1 second cast time, no cooldown, consumes 1 mana, can instantly teleport to any previously visited location. The teleport distance scales with intelligence. Price 10,000 gold, the only copy in the entire auction house. The description hooked Yu Xunge immediately. No cooldown, nearly impossible to interrupt, used whenever she wanted it, struck at her obsession with being untouchable in the world. In her past life, she never even heard of such a skill, let alone bought it. Back then, Yu Xunge and the others relied strictly on transportation in dungeons and maps. Her disguise time dwindled to just 16 minutes. She needed to find a way to gather the money. Gritting her teeth, she found a blue necklace unique attribute, reduces all item and equipment cooldowns by 15, priced at 200 gold. In her past life, that amount could buy a top-tier level 10 blue item with 3 attributes, but to afford Phantom Shift, she snapped it up immediately. Next, she searched for Phantom Body Charm. Phantom Body Charm Grade C. Effect: conceal your trace, invisible to the naked eye, no cooldown, consumes 10 mana per minute. The description specifically noted, may be detected by skills or items. To high-level players, it was a gimmicky skill, but for Yu Xunge in this reality, it was just enough. The invisibility potion had too long a cooldown, and she was about to appear soon. Price: a mere 120 gold. In this world, it had its clever uses, and she secured the skill book for only 120 gold. She finally spent another 50 gold to buy a skill book called Knockout Blow C rank, capable of briefly putting a target to sleep, along with a vial of a potion that induces 6 full hours of deep sleep. After purchasing these 4 items, Yu Xunge wasted no time and dashed out of the Shadow City. She arrived at the desolate tomb area where she had logged in just in the nick of time before her camouflage was about to fail. She quickly stashed the spoils from her mail into her backpack, immediately learned the skill book, fastened the necklace onto her neck, and decisively logged out of the game. This time, her phone did not turn into a plume of black smoke, but instead, 2 new backpacks, one black and one white, each with 36 slots, fell onto the floor with a thud. At the same moment, an icy cold necklace silently materialized around her neck, and the complete incantations for 2 spells automatically appeared in her mind. Raising her hand and quietly chanting, she activated the illusion body spell. A chill like icy water slid across her skin, and the next second her body vanished into thin air. Time was tight. Yu Xunge tilted her head back and gulped down a vial of the blur potion before heading back to Yu Xunge's room. To her surprise, Yu Xunge was already awake, crouched on the floor, furiously tapping the shattered screen of a phone that looked like a spider web of cracks. The male lead's obsession made her shudder. The phone was that destroyed, yet he was still fully focused on clicking through countless explicit videos. As she was inwardly criticizing, she saw him rummaging through his suitcase. Sharpied, Yu Xunge spotted a tablet and a notebook at the bottom of the bag. Wow, he still had a backup plan. Not one to ignore an opportunity, she immediately cast Knockout Blow at him. This move had been intended for him all along, and now was the perfect time. She couldn't leave the hotel without keeping him under control. Too risky. In a flash, Yu Xunge collapsed. Yu Xunge bent down and forcefully fed him the entire vial of sleeping potion, ensuring he slipped into a deep coma before promptly leaving. The illusion body spell consumed 10 mana points per minute. She hurried on foot, chewing dried meat to recover mana, which meant a net loss of 5 mana points each minute. After 20 minutes, her mana was depleted. Taking a basic mana potion restored 60 points. Combined with an invisibility potion, she was able to roam the streets invisible, unhindered by potion cooldowns. She sprinted toward the Su family estate, where in the city was gold stored the most. Besides the bank, it was the Su family's treasure vault. Even more dangerous, the legendary evil formation said to strip others of their divine blessings was rumored to be hidden there, a fact she knew well. The current time, 7:13. The new necklace reduced skill cooldowns. Her camouflage would be ready to use again after 5 hours and 6 minutes. She expected to log in again at 12:12. The second beta test ended at 13:06, leaving her only a 4-hour window. Whether or not she could clean out the Su family vault, she needed to find a safe spot to log in and reactivate her camouflage by 12:12. Shapeshifting was crucial, but she never insisted on fighting to the death. Originally, she planned to stock up goods and then grind monsters outside the city. Now she switched to farming the Su family dungeon. But walking all the way there was impossible. The estate was a 2-hour drive from the city center, and last time she barely survived running back from the Liang family's place. She pulled out her phone and contacted the King of Guns, the one who had missed all 7 shots on Yu Xunge's vital spots. Find me a friend with top-notch driving skills who wants to make quick cash. Have them deliver the double-door fridge from the alley next to the XX Hotel to the suburban villa area. Delivery in 1 hour and 30 minutes or less. They'll pay 50,000 gold. If it's earlier by even a minute, add 10,000. Though the King of Guns charged 50 taels of gold per trip, he knew many principled brothers who preferred to avoid bloodshed but were willing to take risks. Once Yu Xunge assured him there was no dismembered corpse inside, he agreed cheerfully. In just 10 minutes, a black pickup roared to a stop at the alley entrance. 2 burly men jumped out, glanced around, lifted the large fridge into the bed, and sped away. At 8:45, the fridge was precisely placed outside a quiet wooded area near the villa district. Silently hitching a ride, Yu Xunge climbed out of the truck bed and tucked the fridge into her backpack. As usual, she put on a swimming cap to keep every hair strand perfectly contained, donned her mask and gloves, reapplied the illusion body spell, and headed toward the Su estate. She glided smoothly into the Su family estate, relying on a phasing potion and guided by memories from her past life to find the entrance to the treasure room hidden inside the study of the main manor. From there, she made her way down a hidden passage lined with all sorts of intricate technological devices. Each step, she phased briefly, sensing the infrared beams lurking under the cold fluorescent lights. Every meter felt like walking on a knife's edge. If the heat sensors detected her, she was ready to break through by force grab what she could and get out. Thankfully, magic was the only thing that could counter magic, and the phasing potion made every laser feel like it was passing through mist. The stairs descended continuously, sinking several meters below ground. She passed through 3 heavy alloy doors in succession. Just before the last door, an alarm suddenly screamed. The floor tiles beneath her feet gave way slightly. "TSK," she muttered, immediately recognizing a pressure sensor. Hesitation here meant certain death. She tilted her head back and downed another phasing potion, then swept through the heavy door like a ghost, vanishing into the treasure chamber. The underground vault was about the same size as the mansion above. The lights were so bright they nearly dazzled her eyes. The room was divided into 4 sections: books, jewels, antiques, and gold. Yu Xunge was almost blinded by the glare of the Golda's small glass display room, where golden waves shimmered like tides. Neatly stacked inside were gold bars, each slightly smaller than a smartphone, but half a finger thick. Judging by her recent experience handling gold, each bar weighed about 10 gene, roughly 5 kilograms. Who says wealthy families don't have liquid assets? They just don't deal in cash, they hoard gold, she muttered sarcastically. She charged in, swinging her arm to shove gold bars into her spatial bag. The new bag had 72 slots. She had already used 28, leaving 44 free, which meant she could carry at least 4,356 gold bricks if fully loaded. With storage boxes, even more could fit, but time wasn't on her side. Footsteps echoed in the outer corridor, accompanied by the sounds of metal locks clicking and guns chambering rounds, growing closer by the second. Yu Xunge kept frantically stuffing gold bars into her bag. When there were still 20 slots left, she stopped abruptly, backed out of the glass room, tossed back another phasing potion, and sprinted toward the exit. Greedy, yes, but restraint was worth more right now. She burst onto the main door just as gunfire exploded behind her. The Su family patriarch had given the order: better to destroy the mansion's decor than let the thief escape. A hailstorm of bullets tore through, blending with the shattering of glass and spilling gold. Outside, the floor flickered with tiny arcs of electricity. A defense grid had activated. Yu Xunge slammed on the brakes, pulled 10 packs of homemade explosives from her bag, lit a few, and hurled them down the corridor before diving behind the door. 5 seconds later, a series of deafening blasts rocked the hallway. Smoke and dust cleared to reveal the scorched floor, and the power grid lay damaged and offline for the moment. She dashed forward again. The phasing potion granted 15 seconds of intangible movement, followed by a 30-second cooldown. Combined with her agility, it was enough to put distance between her and the pursuers. She broke out from underground, but was still inside the estate. Her destination, Su Yitong's room. The door swung open to reveal Su Beige, Su Jinxian, and Su Yitong sitting around the bedroom's center, deeply immersed in gaming. Despite the thunderous noise downstairs, none of them took off their headphones, whether out of faith in the family's defenses or sheer dedication to this life-changing game. She couldn't tell. Without hesitation, Yu Xunge raised her hand and fired 3 tranquilizer darts. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the 3 players collapsed to the floor. Just as the few people collapsed to the ground, Yu Xunge was still thinking about checking their phones, but their screens had gone black as well. It seemed the game was directly linked to their minds. Otherwise, the skills she had learned in the game couldn't sync seamlessly to reality. Lost in thought, 2 new inventory slots suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of Su Yitong. What a pleasant surprise. Yu Xunge quickly stepped forward and stuffed the 2 extra bags into her arms. She originally only had 2 backpack slots around her waist, but like equipped gear slots, it wasn't that she couldn't carry more, only the first 2 actually took effect. It was like she could put on a dozen vests at once, but since there was only 1 equipment slot for the upper body, only 1 would actually count. Similarly, Su Yitong's bags hanging on her person couldn't be detected, but it never hurt to have some extra storage. Her original plan was to lie low and observe, but bags dropping like this was too much of an opportunity to pass up. With her thief god talent, she could usually only steal 1 item from inside a backpack or even grab a spare sack inside it, but she could never touch equipped bags unless she killed the person. Without killing, she'd just touch empty air. With a kill, the bag would drop. So for Su Yitong's bags to fall out on their own was a huge stroke of luck. Yu Xunge pulled an axe from her bag and weighed it in her hand, then approached the 3 people. She had already cut off one of Liang Yichuan's arms as interest, so what should these 3 pay? She thought for a moment. One ear would do. Since Yu Xunge had said to believe whatever they said, cutting off an ear wasn't too much, right? She swapped to a butcher's cleaver she had bought, crouched beside Su Yitong, and just as she brushed aside her hair, she spotted a blue diamond earring in the right ear. Her eyes lit up immediately. Earring plus ear, a two-birds-and-stone deal. With a flash of cold steel, she decisively sliced off the ear. The searing pain shattered the sleep effect instantly. Su Yitong screamed in agony, clutching her ear but could detect no trace of the attacker. By now, Yu Xunge had quickly drunk both invisibility and distortion potions. Holding the severed ear and diamond earring, she turned and ran. Along the way, she tossed the bloodstained gloves into a bag before rushing to the nearby Han family estate and heading straight for the servants' quarters in the annex. The room was empty already. 11:35, the busiest time for the household help. Unsure if there were security cameras, she slipped under the bed as if she knew exactly where to go. The sunlight streaming through the windows and warming the wooden floor brought a rare sense of comfort. At 12:12, Yu Xunge logged back into the game, still hidden under the bed. She adjusted her disguise to a goblin and headed to find her goblin master. Her packs were stuffed with 22 slots of gold bars, plus a scattered pile of 15 pieces totaling 2,193 bars, weighing 21,930 gene. Exchange all for gold coins, she typed, but her goblin teacher stayed silent for a few seconds. Goblin, I don't have that many gold coins, my friend. Couldn't he come up with 60,000 gold? Yu Xunge's anger flared. Go woo, and you don't even have 60k gold. Goblin, do you? Go woo, and are you being sarcastic? So how much do you have, my friend? Goblin, 20,000. Go woo, and don't you have any friends? More silence. Go woo and say something, husband. After a long pause, the goblin finally answered. Goblin, I'm not exchanging anymore. Go woo in, but I'm your most loyal friend. Goblin, that's disgusting. Go woo in, fine. Then let's just exchange 20,000 gold first. Goblin, fine, my disgusting friend. Yu Xunge could only tolerate it and agreed to take the 20,000 gold first. Then she sought out the goblin engineer to continue exchanging, but he was bent over tapping a copper pipe, ignoring her completely. Go woo in, teacher? No response. She tried a third time. The chat box exploded with angry symbols. Goblin, no money. I have no money. Ask me again. Didn't you see me ignoring you? I dumped all my money into research. If you think I'm a teacher, then pay more tuition. No money. Go bother Bill, or that guy. Go woo in. Sorry to bother you. Less than 10 minutes into the game, Yu Xunge cussed and stormed into the auction house, clutching 20,000 gold coins. She immediately spent 10,000 gold to buy a double SS grade skill book called Phantom Shift, then started shopping like crazy. Animagus A tier can transform into any animal you have touched within the past 7 days. This ability cannot be detected by skills or items below a tier. If you take any damage, the transformation is interrupted. While transformed, only divine talents can be used. Other skills are disabled. There is no cooldown, but each use consumes 50 mana points. Yu Xunge flipped through the item description panel, her finger tracing that line, eyes lighting up with delight. The restrictions, though many, perfectly avoided her biggest weaknesses. Especially the claws. While transformed, no skills except divine talents can be used. It felt tailor-made for her. Without hesitation, she confirmed the purchase for 3,000 gold. Shadow Manipulation A tier, 2,500 gold. Allows full control of shadows to act independently. Shadows inherit all the user's skills, but at only 20 of their attributes. Reading the note, perfect skill for sneaky setups, she smiled wryly. Just what I need. Bought. Fountain of Light A tier, creates a well beneath the caster lasting 3 minutes. Each milliliter of water restores 1 HP. Cooldown is 30 minutes, and activation costs only 1 of total mana. Essential for healing and team survival. She quickly calculated in her mind. Once she joins any group, this well will deter enemies from aiming to kill her outright. Even the leading protagonists will think twice. Another 3,000 gold. Purchase confirmed again. Ice Blossom Seal C tier. Releases snowflakes after a 2-second chant. Any target touched within 3 seconds is frozen solid. The effect scales with the caster's intelligence. Cooldown is 30 seconds. Each use costs 50 mana points. Priced at only 103 gold. She wasn't thrilled it was weak against fire, but had no qualms buying it. Magic Missile C tier. No casting time. No cooldown. Continuous mana cost of 10 points per second. Can be freely guided. Instant spells like this are lifesavers in critical moments. 97 gold. Purchase confirmed. God of Food Saliva Bib B tier. Doubles the buff effects of all food consumed while wearing it. Yu Xunge touched her storage pouch fondly. A lifetime of pampering in one artifact. 700 gold. Bought instantly. Percy's Cat Toy F tier. No combat attributes, but drives cats crazy. Perfect for her meowing plans. Only 17 gold. Added casually to cart. Compass E tier. Detects unclaimed treasures within 1 kilometer and guides the user to them. Range is limited but effective and immediate. 80 gold. Selected. Magician's Dentures B tier. Occupies 1 tooth socket, providing a hidden internal space of 1 cubic meter. Perfectly blocks all detection, but items inside cannot be accessed while inside. Yu Xunge considered it essential for her abundance of valuable items. 999 gold. Teeth gritted. She purchased. Alchemist set E tier, increases alchemy success rate, and has a 1 chance to upgrade potions by 1 tier. Alchemy and engineering notes each have a chance every 30 days to teach a higher level recipe. She weighed her options. The Alchemist set was cheap at 50 gold. The 2 notebooks together cost 2,000 gold. The price of 2,000 gold wasn't expensive at all. Her alchemy and engineering skills had already reached an advanced level, and by studying this notebook, she had a chance to grasp master-level formulas almost like carrying a personal treasure trove. Even if she could only trigger it once a month, it was still worth it. Then she picked up a cooking notebook, much cheaper at only 350 gold. She took them all. With the 20,000 gold exchange from the goblin and the 3,116 gold left over from the morning, she had a total of 23,116 gold. After paying, only 220 gold remained. Most of the skills dropped in the dungeon were only grade C. Since buying was possible, she only chose high-level skills she couldn't obtain herself. She took just 2 grade C spells, 1 for control, 1 for offense, just enough. The rest of the funds were poured into top-tier skills and clever items she had never even touched in her previous life before dying. Shopping ended quickly. After collecting the parcels and hitting learn on everything, Yu Xunge left the auction house reluctantly. It was 12:42, with 18 minutes left before the closed beta ended. She jogged to the herb shop and filled over 30 inventory slots with various herbs, leaving at 12:47. The necropolis was just nearby. Since she last swiped the god-granted talent of the undead lord here, the defenses had increased hundreds of times, with undead soldiers holding hands to form an ironclad ring around the palace. Maintaining her goblin disguise, Yu Xunge went straight toward the teleportation array and used the last 5 gold on her to teleport to one of the elven capital cities, the Blood Moon City. At 12:57, standing outside the city gate, she explained to the elven captain of the guards, who held a bow taut as a rainbow, that her anchor point was malfunctioning and she wished to see the city lord. Before she finished speaking, the captain drew and fired. The little man's name had just turned red, and her mind went blank instantly. Without hesitation, she activated Thief of the Gods. Risking the name of the thief god, you attempt to steal the god-granted talent from Elfala, captain of the Blood Moon City Guards. Steal successful. You have died. The screen went black and then brightened again. The ghostly figure of the goblin appeared in a graveyard. 2 options appeared in the upper right corner. Revive weekly at your corpse, or wait for auto-revival, with a countdown of 47 hours, 57 minutes, and 36 seconds. Yu Xunge quietly held her phone and let time pass until 13:06. Her phone turned to black smoke, leaving only 2 packages on the ground. She looked at her hands. Good. She hadn't truly died. Even knowing beforehand that one couldn't die in the closed beta, the moment her character turned into a ghost still made her heart race. Feeling relieved, her first move was to modify her status panel to hide the newly acquired God-given talent. She stuffed the packages inside an inner pocket of her clothes, then tilted her head back and downed a bottle of invisibility potion. The newly learned skills lined up in her mind like a row of incantations, gestures, and magical control techniques, as if carved into her very marrow. In the small area centered on her, most of the space was shrouded in mist, with only a few spots clearly visible, like the crooked, patchy route on a running app for today's run. With just a thought, she could teleport instantly to any of those coordinates. Clearly, these were places she had been to before. She focused intently on several distinctive buildings around her, estimating that her maximum teleportation range was about 10 kilometers. At this moment, her intelligence stat was exactly 10, and all her magic skills benefited from her intelligence attribute. So, when her intelligence increased in the future, her range would naturally extend. For now, though, she could simply use Phantom Shift a few more times to make up the difference, which didn't bother her. She opened her eyes, raised her hand, and waved at Phantom Shift. When her vision refocused, Yu Xunge was already standing inside Yu Xunhuan's hotel room. The bed was a mess, and Yu Xunhuan was still in the ridiculous pose of having buried her head inside the suitcase. Just to be safe, Yu Xunge tried to use the steal skill on her sister, but the system gave a cold prompt. Skill cannot be used. Only then did she relax, reactivated Phantom Shift, and left the room. Human greed is boundless, she thought silently. I might as well do something a little unscrupulous to match the tension I just felt. Activating her phantom form, she silently appeared outside the AIZ control center, waiting for the staff to arrive while pulling up her character panel to review her status. The most noticeable thing on the panel was still the skill named the Dao and Thief, also the Dao and Robber shining brightly. She let out a long breath. It was a pity that this skill didn't let her steal endlessly in the game, respawning to steal again after death. Below Divine Gifted Talent, Immortal, another Divine Gifted Talent had appeared. Divine Gifted Talent, Sharpshooter A. Born to shoot. Every ranged weapon is like an extension of your arm. The moment you pick one up, you can slay gods. A true sharpshooter needs no action. She is already powerful enough. Skill 1. You're too weak passive in battle. You can keenly identify enemy weak points. Skill 2. Guaranteed critical. Passive 7 is a magical number. Every 7th shot 7th, 14th, 21st, 28th is guaranteed to be a critical hit without exception. Skill 3. Time to get serious passive. If you aim at the same target for more than 3 seconds, this shot will hit no matter what. Even if blocked, the arrow will relentlessly pursue until destroyed. Skill 4. Terrifyingly strong. Now active. When activated, each arrow bolt bullet randomly carries ice, fire, or lightning magic energy, consumes 10 mana per second, and triggers a 5-minute cooldown when turned off. For skills, 3 of them passive, and none are useless. Skill 1 benefits her whether or not she wields a bow. Skill 2 guarantees a critical hit every 7th shot. Skill 3 is as straightforward and deadly as a missile. Skill 4 is a powerful burst ultimate. She clicked her tongue with this talent. It would be a shame not to practice archery. Since firearms made too much noise, she decided immediately she'd get herself a bow or crossbow to train first. After calculating how to allocate her attribute points, she thoroughly tested her new skills and put on her glasses-style detection device to observe passing pedestrians, hoping to get lucky and spot other closed beta players. Time slowly crept toward mid-afternoon, and she stayed planted at the entrance until she finally obtained a small sample of the virus. Before leaving, she raised her hand and poured a bottle of basic healing potion into the other person's mouth. It could only restore some health. Curing illnesses was not the blood vial's job. After the game invasion in her past life, people who fell seriously ill had their bodies digitized, and their diseases directly affected their data. Those with physical disabilities simply had less health, while those with severe illnesses continuously lost health points. The faster the loss, the worse the disease, almost like being hit by a constant damage over time spell. Surviving wasn't hard. Either keep pouring and healing potions nonstop, or use a top-tier healing spell to instantly cure any terminal illness. Yu Xunge was curious about Yu Xunge's game-like status panel after the transformation. The first time Yu Xunge used Phantom Shift to slip into Yu Xunge's bedroom, it was empty. She calmly returned to her standalone villa, tossed the cat toy shed brought along into the Meow Inn, took a hot shower, and fell asleep straight away, sleeping until 2 a.m., just when her camouflage effect was most stable. The second time she phantom shifted into the room, Yu Xunge was indeed lying in bed. Apparently, when the beta test wasn't active, this guy could still manage to go to bed early and wake up early. Yu Xunge smirked, flicked her wrist, and cast a fake gear spell, forcibly turning his luck stat down to 1. But then she noticed every injection attempt missed. Yu Xunge scratched his ear, ran his hand through his hair, even turned over to scratch his butt and pick his toes. His movements so precise it seemed like he had precalculated their trajectories. After more than a dozen failed injections, Yu Xunge narrowed her eyes. No way. Was he faking sleep? She stared at his slightly twitching eyelids and threw a stun spell. Yu Xunge's neck slumped, sinking instantly into unconsciousness. Confirming he was quiet, she tried a steal skill, but the system still showed target is not a player. Satisfied, she withdrew the needle and returned to her villa, tossing the disposable syringe into the shredder until it turned to powder. Next came the more troublesome task: the severed limbs in her inventory. She had planned to just throw them into the game world to feed monsters last night, but she had been too busy after logging in. Dumping them at a funeral parlor or pig farm was too gross for normal people, so incineration was the safest bet. While still under disguise, she grabbed her bag and used Phantom Shift again to reach the secluded beach she had visited while filming. The quiet seaside was empty at dawn, not even stray couples were stirring. She took out the gadgets belonging to Su Liang and the other person, plus 10 packs of high explosives, burying them all under the sand. She lit the fuse and dashed 100 meters away. The blast roared through the night, hot waves scattering rocks. After the first explosion died down, she returned, scraped together the bone fragments and ashes, buried them, and detonated a second time. Finally, she brought an iron bucket and shoveled all the charred sand and debris inside, then flung the bucket's contents into the dark sea, where waves swallowed the fragments instantly. Relieved. Kill it outright for a minute of pleasure. Revenge every day, pleasure every day. Standing by the sea, playing with an earring as the salty wind hit her face, Yu Xunge felt refreshed. The earring was the quest token. Completing the chain would teach her the top-tier healing spell, a healing miracle that instantly wiped out all diseases and disabilities and restored 70 health. She had searched all the auction houses in vain before. Now that she held the clue, how could she not feel great? After she had scattered the ashes to the wind, she cast a spell back to her villa and slipped under the covers. Just as she closed her eyes, a sudden thought struck her. Damn, why didn't I use magic missiles? Forgot I'm a mage myself. Yu Xunge had a big performance coming up in a few days. Before officially stepping on stage, she sneaked into the hospital to pull out an old, rotten tooth. The anesthesia hadn't worn off. yet when she pressed the removable denture snatch from the magician into the empty socket, the cold metal clicked firmly into place within her numb gums, fitting as if it belonged there all along. After finishing with her teeth, she had to immediately clean up the mess in the secret study room of the Yu family. Yu Xunge, her useless father, hadn't even noticed that the family treasure had been smuggled out for so long. If she confessed now to being a second-round beta tester, even a fool would know who had messed with the secret room. On June 8th, she hurried to Port City. Using the photos of the jewels and antiques she had sold before, she had replicas made overnight, each about 80 accurate, and ordered 300 pounds of fake gold bars. When the mountain of goods arrived, she used her game backpack's 4-slot capacity and the phantom shift skill to move the fake items back to Yu Xunge's study trip by trip. Since the family didn't urgently need them right now, it was fine. Last life, when Yu Xunge had fled in a mess, her parents were still busy moving these things around. In that past life, Yu Xunge was a beta tester who burned money like crazy. This life, he was just an ordinary 9 centimeters warrior. Why would he need money? By the 10th, all that scheming was done. That day, Yu Xunge gathered Yu Xunge and Yi Qiuguo at the hotel where Yu Xunge was staying. She had wanted to bring Su Yitong too, but since the latter had lost an ear, she wasn't in the mood for her. Oh well, if the heroine didn't come, so be it. No trust points gained, but stirring conflict between the leads wasn't so bad either. In the room, Yu Xunge sat on the bed edge, eyes downcast, expression saying, "My mood stinks, but I'll obediently go along with whatever my sister wants." After double-checking the door was locked, Yu Xunge returned to the group, lowering her voice mysteriously. "I might have found a way to cure my brother." Upon hearing this, the two who appeared calm but were inwardly anxious, along with one who was openly impatient, all widened their eyes. Clearing her throat, Yu Xunge explained, "A few mornings ago, while bored waiting for someone, she downloaded a mobile game. 2 hours later, both the phone and game vanished. Most incredible of all, the items and skills from the game had come out with her. She immediately searched online but couldn't find any information about the game anywhere." Yu Xunge and Yu Xunge held their breath. Even the fiery Yi Qiuguo forced herself to stay calm. They all knew Yu Xunge's character. She didn't mess around with big matters. Lowering her voice further, Yu Xunge pulled out a tattered gray pouch from her pocket, the very 4-slot backpack she had stolen from the previous owner of the Wheel of Fate. The pouch was palm-sized, yet before everyone's eyes, she pulled out 3 sealed lunchboxes much larger than the bag itself, then took out a glass vial no longer than her pinky finger. The liquid inside was as red as a polished gem, thick and shimmering seductively in the light. She handed the potion to Yu Xunge's palm. "This is a healing potion from the game. Quick, drink it and see if it works." Yu Xunge's hands trembled slightly, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the vial. He looked at Yu Xunge, eyes swirling with disbelief, emotion, gratitude, and even a hint of jealousy. Yu Xunge urged him, "Try it now?" Yi Qiuguo was even more anxious than she was, constantly urging Yu Xunge along. Yu Xunge clenched his fists tightly, looking like he wanted to rush forward and force the medicine down Yu Xunge's throat. Yu Xunge tilted his head back and swallowed the entire bottle of medicine in one gulp. Then he looked up, silently waiting for a miracle to happen. Seconds passed. The silence was so complete they could hear the ticking of a clock. His expression gradually darkened. Stiffly, he lowered his head. His pant leg remained perfectly still, the 9 centimeters unchanged, not a hint of movement. "Damn it," he muttered in his mind, his face darker than the bottom of a pot. "I've never seen a male protagonist with single-digit size in any of those wish fulfillment novels. What's the difference between 9 centimeters and 0 anyway?" Yu Xunge caught the look on his face and decided to lighten the mood. She forced a professional smile and said, "Don't lose heart. If you miss out this time, there'll be other chances. If I get in, you definitely will too." Worried they might not believe her, she quickly added, "I originally wanted to get Su Yitong to come along and help sniff out some information. This game is so ridiculous, there's no way I'm the only exception. The Su family is powerful. They definitely have more intel than us ordinary folks." After Yu Xunge calmed down a bit, he asked, "So what skill did you actually get?" "Strictly speaking, it's not a skill, it's a talent," Yu Xunge said, shaking the card in her hand, her eyes lighting up. "I can adjust a person's luck, make them super fortunate or extremely unlucky. But I can only use it once a day." She couldn't help but chuckle a little. "Want to try? I can boost your luck value straight to 10, full bar." She made up her mind on a strategy. Externally call it the fate gear, which can be dialed up or down, and can be used discreetly, without leaving traces. Perfect for sneaky mischief that sets others up, or for openly doing good deeds, basically a crime weapon. Yu Xunge felt a mix of emotions upon hearing this. The talent wasn't world-shattering, but it was definitely scary enough. Instinctively, he wished for some healing power, but his jealousy flickered briefly before being overwhelmed by another feeling: gratitude. To think such a huge secret was shared with 0 reservations by Yu Xunge. At this thought, he quietly decided, he'd stop using Su Yitong as leverage against her. He'd find another way to give that young lady a little sense of crisis. Yu Xunge's feelings were complicated too. Why wasn't their son the one with the lucky break? But then his heart softened knowing his son's temperament. If Yu Xunge won the lottery, he'd probably only get a little bit of soup and never the whole pot. Ichiowa grumbled inwardly. Too bad it's not my son. But that silly girl really did have a pure heart, shouldering everything for the family. Thinking this, her heart warmed up. Yu Xunge laid several takeout boxes on the coffee table. Let's eat first and talk while we eat. The family gathered around, and she shyly put away her small bag, clearly signaling, this one's not shared. In the past, Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan knew she was financially well off, but only took a small allowance, always feeling she was holding back. Now that they had the biggest secret, they no longer cared about the money. Deep down, they thought, their daughter-sister was still her usual stingy self. Yu Xunge had no mind-reading skills and was just following her plan, but inside she was still tense. In the previous life, Yu Qingshan and Ichiowa only became players after the game's official invasion, and their talents were ordinary. But Yu Xunge resolved that if either of them ever won a talent lottery, she would immediately eliminate it. During meals, there was no need for Yu Xunge to speak up to their father Yu Qingshan, and Ichiowa would immediately send Yu Xuanhuan to get information from Su Yitong. Yu Xunge put down her chopsticks and cautioned her younger brother not to ask rash questions. Don't scare the snake before you catch it. If she's already involved with the game, and you probe too much, she might think you're testing her. That could hurt your relationship. Yu Xuanhuan nodded quickly, promising to remember. At the dinner table, Yu Qingshan pressed for more details about the game. Yu Xunge shared everything she knew. Making money in the game was extremely difficult. She had labored for 2 whole hours and barely earned 2 silver coins and a shabby cloth pouch. The healing potion was something she had gritted her teeth to buy before leaving the city to hunt monsters. But right after placing the order, she was forced offline, unable to even buy a weapon. This game will definitely appear again, Yu Xuanhuan whispered, analyzing quietly. But we still can't figure out the pattern of when or where. You can't find anything about it online. Yu Xunge spread her hands. I was just looking up World of Warcraft out of nostalgia and stumbled upon a link with a similar name, so I downloaded the client on a whim. There weren't even ads, and no one was discussing it on any forums. Yu Qingshan commented upon hearing this. That's more like it. When something like this happens, who wouldn't keep it secret? At most, you'd only tell family. Ichiowa frowned. Should we stock up on supplies just in case? I have a feeling things are going to get messy. After a long family discussion, they finally dispersed. Perhaps it was just in her head, but Yu Xunge clearly felt her father and brother's attitude toward her had grown warmer. They had been close before, but after rebirth, it always felt like there was a veil between them. Now their concern felt genuine, like they truly saw her as one of their own. A few days later, they gathered at the hotel once again. The moment Yu Xuanhuan stepped in, he brought explosive news. Su Yitong's ear had been cut off. Ichiowa immediately spoke for his daughter. Could this be connected to what you're tangled up in? Maybe enemies of the Su family couldn't get to her back then, so they targeted you to take their anger out. Yu Xunhuan's face was as dark as water, his lips pressed tight. Though he seemed suspicious of the same possibility, he was unwilling to jump to conclusions. Yu Xunge gently soothed him, whether it's true or not, you're about to enter the Su family's house. Staying by her side is safer than being outside. Even if it probably is them, just act like it's not, okay? Yu Xuanhuan nodded in a low voice, but still felt stifled inside. If it really was the Su family's enemies, would Su Yitong know about what happened to him that day? He suddenly recalled fainting inexplicably in the early morning of the 6th at the time. He thought it was just fatigue and low blood sugar. But if it was those enemies trying to stop him from logging into the game, no, that didn't make sense either. He hadn't even known about the game back, then had only planned to watch short videos. His thoughts tumbled over one another as he wearily slumped onto the sofa. As Yu Xunge had said, no matter what else could he do? Although everything seemed to be going smoothly now, Yu Xunge had new worries. The goldsmithing skill she had learned was marked as exclusive to goblinsons outside the game, the icon grayed out. She had to disguise herself as a green-skinned goblin first to activate it. But disguise was extremely rare, usable only 4 times a day. To avoid wasting it during the day, for several nights, she transformed into a green goblin just 10 minutes before sleep, quickly forged 3 gold coins while sitting on the bed, then went straight to rest. That way, when she woke in the morning, the cooldown would just be over. After turning into a goblin, she not only spent her days grinding gold coins, but also took advantage of her invisibility to teleport stealthily into Su Yitong and Liang Yuchuan's bedrooms to steal a little from each, just a tiny bit, and then head home, with about 60 of her health left to get some rest. After only 2 days of stealing, she noticed that the Su household was almost completely covered by fog spray device in the garden, living room, bedrooms, even the corridor ceilings. Fine mist was silently being sprayed outward. Just as she caught the scent of moisture in Su Yitong's room, she immediately teleported away, and when she got home, she found her invisibility potion had worn off, leaving her limbs clearly visible. Such heavy-duty visibility potions, how many did the Su family use in a day? And wouldn't their furniture get moldy? Despite her suspicions, she gulped down a fresh invisibility potion and sneaked back into the Su house. The second time, she landed right under Su Yitong's Bidan openly visible spot. That didn't matter. After stealing the attribute, she left at once. Peeking through the bed slats, she watched for a while. There was no panic inside, so no alarms had been triggered. The place probably had surveillance cameras, but she was very cautious each time. She disguised herself first, then drank an invisibility potion, always wearing a swim cap and mask before the disguise. Since relying on her goblin form to grind gold coins, she habitually operated in this shape. After the Su family upgraded their defenses, she shifted her focus to Liang Yuchuan. Intended to land under the bed as usual, but instead she blinked to the bed's edge. Liang had a new bed, and the space underneath was sealed off with wooden panels. Fortunately, the Liang household hadn't installed any visibility sprays yet, so she stole the attribute with ease, then made a quick detour through the walk-in closet to memorize the coordinates for future teleportation. Over the following month, she diligently checked in daily on both the Su and Liang residences, succeeding only twice. 1 point of intelligence from Su Yidong and 1 point of strength from Liang Yuchuan. Her current stats read: Strength 71, Constitution 7, Intelligence 101, Agility 18, Luck 10 max, Charisma 10 max. Her attributes had stabilized for now, but she worried more about her professional skills. She knew that many games with invasions involved mutated equipment of varying urgency and importance. That stuff couldn't be escaped. The immediate priority was boosting her alchemy and engineering levels. Lately, she had barely stepped outside. 1. Mornings spent gaining alchemy experience. 2. Afternoons practicing engineering. 3. All 3 meals included cooking practice, consistently preparing some meat dishes to leave by the cat nest near the door. Ever since placing cat toys, stray cats came every night to stay. 4. Nights training archery on the villa's 2nd floor. 5. Before bed, reviewing alchemy or engineering notes. 6. Weekends at the lake in the villa district, fishing. Since the invasion, fish in the lake had mutated. Catching high-quality fish required a high fishing level. Unfortunately, her alchemy progress stalled quickly at advanced 77100000. Beyond advanced level, the required herbs had no substitutes in the real world and could only be purchased at high prices using leftover stock from the game. Now, all those materials had been used up. In the game, once the progress bar for brewing a potion fills up, the potion is successfully made. But in real life, when she brewed potions, she had to follow the instructional video in her mind step by step. Sometimes a single batch of an advanced potion would take over an hour to brew. Knowing how to handle the ingredients, controlling the temperature, when to stir, when to add the next herb. Even though she was confident she followed every step exactly, it still said the brewing had failed. Occasionally, even when she failed, she gained an extra 1 or 2 experience points. She hadn't been this serious even before the college entrance exam. The situation was the same with engineering. The advanced and the beginner intermediate levels felt like 2 completely separate islands. The beginner and intermediate levels were more like Western medicine: clear data, 1 correct diagnosis, and as long as you mastered the knowledge points, the answer was always fixed. But the advanced level was like traditional Chinese medicine, where each doctor could offer completely different, yet equally effective treatments. The videos she watched were just as unpredictable. One time the instructor would sprinkle in 20 grams of demon spirit herb powder, next time only 18 grams. Then the next time switch to a different herb altogether just because last time their hand had shaken and they added a bit more of something else. The results were still perfect. At first, Yu Xunge's blood boiled watching this, cursing it as too sloppy. What nonsense. Yet she patiently repeated the formulas again and again. Eventually, she actually forgot about gaining experience and just stared for an entire day at the alchemy videos playing in her mind, too lazy even to work on engineering. The female undead instructor on the screen was like a conductor, directing the fire and herbs with her hands, playfully blending each ingredient into a symphony, where even slight mistakes became delightful high notes. When July arrived, Yu Xunge gave up on all attempts at advanced potions and decided to thoroughly review and remake all the beginner and intermediate formulas. She recalled an interview she had seen years ago. The player earnestly said that the professional skills learned in the closed beta were the real treasure. He could sew blue and even purple gear, relying not on talent, but on sewing knowledge taught by a teacher from another race. Yes, he will always be my teacher. Even if we meet on the battlefield with no surrender, and even if you call me a traitor, I have to say that teacher from another race is my mentor. On July 1st, Su Yidong suddenly announced that she was inviting the entire Yu family out to dinner. When the young lady said inviting, it really meant notifying. Yu Xunge simply packed a few things and went to the restaurant. Before leaving, she checked her character panel, stuffing all her equipment and items into her bag, folding 2 36-slot large backpacks into her magician's false teeth, and left only a small 4-slot pouch on her person just in case. By the time she arrived at the private room, she wasn't the first to get there. Yu Qingshan and Ichio Wo were already seated inside. Half an hour later, the room's door was pushed open by a bodyguard, and Su Yitong, wearing a monocle, entered first with an effortlessly elegant demeanor. Yu Xunge, Yu Xunge, and Ichio stood up smiling to greet her. Su Yitong had changed her hairstyle. What used to be long, straight black hair tucked behind her ears was now styled into a 20/80 side parted waves naturally. The heavier side was meant to cover the emptiness on her right scalp. Whether it was because of recent bad moods or not, her expression no longer carried the previous elegance and composure. Instead, it felt heavy and dull, echoing the gloom on Yu Xunge's face beside her. It was laughable after all. The male lead had become a 9-centimeter warrior, and the female lead turned into 1 ear. Who could say they weren't made for each other? Standing in the middle of the living room, Yu Xunge didn't rush to examine Su Yitong's new single-lens glasses. She knew very well it had to be a prop. For someone who had recently lost their right ear, any kind of ear hook design was psychologically unbearable. Every time it was put on or taken off felt like a reminder that the wound was still there. Even if it was just a single lens, she wouldn't casually wear it. The origin of these glasses was indeed unusual. Su Yitong knew in her heart they were the spoils from the Su family's third branch secretly withdrawing over a dozen members to participate in the first internal test. Upgrade reconnaissance device. Reconnaissance equipment itself was rare. Grade was already hard to come by. The real surprise was that during that test, she had also acquired an upgrade Soros mask, but every time she thought of that internal test, she would remember the painful loss of her right ear, and her brows would tighten. The moment she stepped inside, Su Yitong raised a hand to adjust the lens and activated reconnaissance targeting Yu Xunge. However, only a series of gray unable to scan messages appeared on the lens. Yu Xunge flawlessly shielded all key information, leaving only what she wanted Su Yitong to see. Character: Yu Xunge. Level 0. Experience: 0.001. Divine Gift Talent: unable to scan. Race: human. Race Talent: unable to scan. Health: 100,100. Mana: 100,100. Strength: 5. Constitution: 7. Intelligence: 7. Agility: 7. Luck. Charisma. Su Yitong stared at the 0.001 experience bar, already more than halfway convinced of what Yu Xunge had said the day before that Yu Xunge truly hadn't played much. Still, she showed no disappointment, just a change in expression from icy to warm. Yu Xunge caught this moment and gave Yu Xunge a wink. The latter found it nauseating. Her smooth and cool move seemed like a performance for someone blind. The probing had reached its limit last night. Since Yu Xunge couldn't pry out more, he decided to confess he had known about the game all along, the information coming directly from Yu Xunge herself. Originally, he hadn't planned to explain why he hadn't told Su Yitong immediately, but when she asked simply, "When did you find out?" he casually answered around the 9th or 10th. At that time, Su Yitong was overwhelmed by the loss of her ear and the family's missing gold, and had no interest in the meet at hotel message from Yu Xunge. Only now, hearing Yu Xunge explain, did she realize Yu Xunge had wanted to tell both of them the truth. Realizing she'd missed it, Su Yitong's mood completely softened. Yu Xunge seized the moment to add, "She only trusts us family. Yitong, we are family, right?" That word family shattered all of Su Yitong's prejudices against Yu Xunge. She silently thought how adorably foolish Yu Xunge was. If it were her, she would only confide in close relatives and loyal confidants. Yet Yu Xunge handed over secrets to someone not even formally married into her brother's familia. Pure act, like giving the keys to a stranger outside the door. Today's visit was simply to confirm whether Yu Xunge was truly, as Su Yitong had guessed, unfamiliar with the game and trustworthy. She had tested before, but lacked reconnaissance tools. Now the answer was clear: divine talent couldn't be detected, but that 0.001 experience proved everything. Of course, she didn't reveal to Yu Xunge that she had participated in the internal test. As long as she kept silent, it remained her trump card. If Yu Xunge ever heard it from someone else first, it would create distance, but so what? To Miss Su, she liked Yu Xunge's face, but nothing more than that. By the time dinner was over, Su Yitong still hadn't admitted she was a player. Instead, they agreed that she would definitely inform them if she got any news. And if Yu Xunge re-entered the game, she had to notify them too. Su Yitong said she was busy setting up the Su family's defense system. Recently, her attribute points had dropped by 1 again. Her brother said it was probably temporary, that the game was unstable, but she didn't think so. Otherwise, why hadn't the two brothers lost any attributes? As they saw her off at the car, dusk had just fallen. The headlights cut through the black asphalt road while Yu Xunge stood by the roadside, watching Su Yitong drive away, her lips pressed thin and expression cold. The private room door shut behind him, and Yu Xunge immediately noticed. She lowered her voice to ask, "What's wrong?" Yu Xunge shook his head, speaking so quietly only the three of them could hear. "She's definitely a player. She's hiding it from us." Yu Xunge raised an eyebrow. "Reason?" "Evidence. Her right ear." Yu Xunge traced the outline with his fingertip. "It was there on the 6th, but when we saw her on the 14th it was gone. The entire ear, and not a single bandage wrapped. Just changed hair and acted like nothing happened. 9 times out of 10, she must have used an in-game healing item." That potion you gave me, does it actually make wounds heal instantly after drinking? Yu Xunge shrugged. I only have one bottle, and I already used it all trying it on you. I've never taken it myself. Yu Xuanhuan sighed softly. Wish I'd bought more. Then caught himself really was starting to treat Yu Xunge like one of his own. Silently he muttered in his heart. Shameless. Yu Xunge kept up a fake smile on the surface, took a big gulp of ice-cold cola, and rolled her eyes under the cover of the gulping sound. They had more or less passed the test involving Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan. But the new pair of glasses Su Yitong got still set off alarm bells in Yu Xunge's mind. The Soros mask had once been her secret weapon, but now all detection tools below Shrank could be blocked by the mask, shaking her sense of security. What if someone got lucky and pulled out an Shrank detection item on the spot? Logic told her the probability was close to zero. The best detection item she'd seen in her previous life was only a rank, the same tier as the Soros glasses. But logic couldn't override intuition. Just thinking about her God-given talent being exposed with one glance made her palms sweat. Liang Yuchuan had snagged in a rank detection tool during the first internal test, and this was only Su Yitong's second time getting a pair of glasses, one with an unknown rank at that. Weren't detection tools supposed to be rare? If someone blinked and shrank tool at her next second, her personal panel would pop up overhead with rows of God-given talents, probably more than her attributes seen. Just thinking about it made her feel suffocated. Tossing and turning all night with no sleep, she finally got up and started packing. Her plan was forming. First thing tomorrow, try her luck with the third woman of the male lead. The Soros mask was in the hands of the official wife. The glasses had been taken by the second wife, so the last piece of the puzzle might be with the youngest one. She knew this mistress only appeared late in the story, but her family background was no small matter. The Han family controlled City B. In the game's second year of invasion, several prominent families had teamed up to oust the Han clan, forcing them to retreat to City S, where they had laid plans long ago. Thinking this, Yu Xunge couldn't help but mutter. Is City S some kind of junkyard? Everyone seems to be flocking there. Outside, the sky was still dark. Back at the villa, she hadn't had time to mint today's gold coins. So she transformed into a goblin, quickly forged 3 gold coins, then cloaked herself in invisibility and slipped into Su Yitong's bedroom. Under the bed was empty. After a short search, she gave up. Well, Su family's 2 brothers were also fair game. It's not like a thief leaves home empty-handed. Lately, she had been feeling quite bold. After realizing that the Su family's visible potion was only a beginner-level item, she started sneaking around the Su household from time to time, drinking advanced invisibility potions to roam freely. She carefully crept down the hallway and turned into the floor reserved exclusively for her second and third brothers. She had thought about sneaking their stuff before, but one brother was a busy CEO constantly flying around, and the other was an athlete always traveling with the national team. Neither was ever home, so she never got the chance. Tonight was different. Her second brother, Su Jinxian, was actually home, marking the first time she had encountered this legendary figure since the second internal test. In his past life, Su Jinxian had specialized in archery and was already a top-level archer before the game invasion. After just 1 month of gamification, he had secured the top spot as the strongest fighter in the Su family. If the main male protagonist wasn't being bullied, could he really still be called a Livian son-in-law? Su Jinxian was the perfect big brother-in-law that the Su family loved to keep underfoot, constantly tormenting the protagonist. Before the marriage, he acted all polite and pretentious. After the wedding, he unleashed scorn and sarcasm without mercy. But since the protagonist was backed by the heroine, Su Jinxian sometimes held back and took out his frustration on her instead. Yu Xunge silently thought, what does Yu Xunhuan's obsession with divine gold have to do with me? Yet Yu Xunhuan often used the excuse of repaying her sister to drag her into Su family team dungeons. In hindsight, it was clear she was being used as bait, drawing aggro and blocking attacks, or more precisely, blocking arrows. During raids, Su Jinxian always put her up front, while he stood back, drawing his bow. Those arrows would miraculously veer half a centimeter off, flying slow but true, forcing her to dodge. The moment she moved aside, monsters tore into her, clawing and drawing blood. After every group fight, she couldn't help but snap at Yu Xunhuan, vowing never to be a meat shield again. But the materials and gear awarded according to contribution points within the Su family were too tempting, so she couldn't bring herself to refuse completely. At such times, Yu Xunhuan would pile her share of loot into her hands with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, I just wanted to help my sister. I really wanted to fight alongside my family. Then she'd launch into a rant about Su Jinxian, critiquing his skills and personality, and giving advice on how to avoid his attacks next time. Yu Xunge felt both touched and helpless, but her anger persisted. If you're willing to suffer, fine, but why drag me down with you? Who's really the Livian son-in-law here? Now that she saw through Yu Xunhuan's true intentions, recalling those strange setups gave her chills. Was he trying to make her hate Su Jinxian so that she would take on, or even replace, his role? When she didn't follow the script, he stopped inviting her to Su family raids altogether. Was he also secretly stirring up trouble between her and the Liang and Han families? Damn it. If that's the plan, just say so. She wasn't the type to harm others actively, but if it benefited her, she could probably convince others with just a few words. Thinking this over, she stood by the bed, eyes fixed on the sleeping Su Jinxian, feeling a growing fire burn in her chest. The Olympics were over, and the next one was 80 years away. No more of that burden. Without hesitation, she lifted her wrist and activated Fate's gear, forcefully dropping Su Jingxuan's luck stat to 1. Then she triggered a chain of skills. I want this, and that, flashes of skill light bursting one after another. She hadn't planned to sleep tonight anyway. After handling Su Jinxian, she'd sneak over to Liang Yuchuan's place, then drive straight to the airport. After an hour of precise pickpocketing, she extracted 3 agility points and 1 intelligence point from Su Jinxian, satisfied. Intelligence, 11-1, agility, 18-3. With just these stats, she could already rival a level 2 player specializing entirely in agility. And she was only level 0. Yu Xunge had no intention of dealing a fatal blow to Su Jinxian, especially since Su Jinxian later died at the hands of the male protagonist. After all, he liked Liang Yuchuan. If that wasn't a death sentence, what was? Yu Xunge only casually stole 4 attribute points from Su Jinxian before rifling through his belongings. Soon she pulled a grayish-white cloth belt from his waist, greasy and layered with stains, like a butcher's decade-old work apron, dried stiff and repurposed as a belt. The equipment panel flashed Constitution 1 in dull light. She wrinkled her nose but still stowed the belt away. It was filthy, but it could still sell for dozens of silver coins. Leaving the Su residence, she made her way like a whirlwind into Liang Yuchuan's wardrobe. The Liang family had recently installed an active potion spray system, but like the Su family, they only used basic potion spraying the entire estate every day because they couldn't afford the consumption of advanced potions. Liang Yuchuan's situation was even worse. Modern medicine couldn't heal her severed arm, and she refused to accept a prosthetic. So she desperately hunted down players, even ordering Liang family insiders to join the game. You suspected all this was linked to Liang Hui. After all, the day her arm was severed, Liang Hui died too. And both were players. Saras Glasses had long given her this hint, though she hadn't confronted it. Yet no matter how she investigated Liang Hui's recent contacts, she found nothing. When the second beta test launched, her character was missing an arm as well, pushing Liang Yuchuan to the brink of madness. Now, except for her family, almost no one dared get close to the young lady. Yu Xunge lay in wait for over an hour until she snagged a Constitution 1. After getting it, she returned to her villa, downed a large cup of coffee, then prepared 3 big bowls of meat dishes and placed them in front of her cat's nest. She patted the 3 heads peeking out before closing the door and leaving. Though she could have used phantasmal travel straight to the airport, unless something needed secrecy, she always acted like an ordinary person to leave a trace for anyone trying to track her. Before getting in the car, she messaged Yu Xunge and the others in the group she was heading to Beijing because the forum had a lead on a possible player, and she needed to verify it herself. They didn't doubt her at all. Sitting in the airport lounge, eyes closed, she replayed the tutorial video of the undead female minter brewing basic potions in her mind. Suddenly, a hesitant voice came beside her. A young girl asked, "Excuse me, are you Yu Xunge?" Her thoughts paused, flashing through memories of enemies and comrades from a past life, but none matched. After a long silence, the girl became flustered and apologized repeatedly. "Sorry to bother you, I just haven't heard from you in so long." A pure, awkward kind of admiration, like an echo from long ago. Yu Xunge pulled down her mask and chatted with the girl for a few moments, even buying her a coffee. But having seen countless strange divine gifts and talents, she politely declined to give an autograph. Even after boarding the plane, Yu Xunge couldn't stop thinking about the whole situation. The cabin lights were soft, and she leaned back in her seat, but her mind kept replaying old dramas. Those messy scandals in the entertainment industry now seemed like some ancient farce. The way Lu Zhonglu shoved her into the bed of that so-called dead man felt childish now. The ruthless siblings Han Qianshan and Han Qianhai almost tricked her into the bed of outsiders. That was real cruelty in the human world. She reviewed the tactics of those women one by one. Su Yitong was vicious but straightforward. She used power to suppress opponents, stealing the materials you urgently needed, buying out the market, cutting off access to high-level missions. She never stooped to dirty tricks. Liang Yuchuan was the most ruthless. If she disliked someone, she attacked directly, believing in better physical pain than emotional torture, too lazy for subtlety. The Han siblings were both treacherous and cruel, pretending intimacy while secretly using underhanded methods, even trying to bind you contractually as a slave. Each one more twisted than the last. Yu Xunge silently thought, am I some kind of tri-family son-in-law? Or the heroine of a triple suffering novel? These 3 had time to fight among themselves, but chose to vent on me. Even the male friends around the male lead were no better. She suspected Yu Xunge was stirring trouble behind the scenes, but had no proof. The book she glimpsed in her final moments had faded from memory anyway. Besides, it sugar-coated everything. The book wasn't important, her own feelings were. The Han siblings, she made a mental note. She had to deal with them properly. When the plane landed, she stood in the chilly autumn night of City B and immediately called the Gun King. How do I find the secret passage in City B? His hoarse, low laugh came through. First go to XX Bank, then head north for XX kilometers. You'll see a McKing. Order the Crazy Wednesday combo. If they say it's not available, switch to asking for a 2 yuan ice cream cone, and then request to have the ice cream put in a cup. That's when they'll take you in. Yu Xunge paused, cursing silently. Why was it so easy to find the secret passage in City S? Just the right bar's back door was enough. That wasn't a real secret market, the Gun King said calmly. Meeting me there was a coincidence. I was just buying coffee. If you really want the City S secret passage, go to XX coffee shop, order a 2-liter black coffee. If they say they don't have it, say you brought your own beans. When they ask to see them, give them a gold bean weighing 1 gram. They'll let you in. Yu Xunge was silent for a long moment, then sighed softly. Capital city folks really are sincere. Yeah, I'm waiting for your call, the Gun King said, then hung up. Nothing ambiguous about it. She sneered, hanging up, but minutes later crouched on the curb, redialing. She really wanted a drink to calm her nerves. What's wrong? Didn't get in? The Gun King's voice held a teasing tone. Yu Xunge's eyes scanned past the traffic to the McKing across the street. He took me to a door, just stared at me. I got it. I pulled out a wad of cash on the spot, but he refused and kicked me out. They don't take cash, only gold, minimum 2 grams. Yu clenched her teeth. Why didn't you say so earlier? To let you experience the capital's sincerity. Yu Xunge. After getting news about the Han family, Yu Xunge headed straight to a massage parlor and booked a 3-hour package. She intended to catch up on sleep during the massage since she wasn't planning to sleep later that night. July 3 were just 3 months left until the third closed beta test on October 10th. She needed to push her alchemy skill level as high as possible. Technician number 88 lived up to their reputation: precise pressure and steady rhythm. Yu Xunge fell into a deep sleep on the massage table for the entire 3 hours, waking up feeling like she'd had a full night's rest. She glanced sideways at the technician, thinking, once the game officially launches, maybe this person's massage skills could be digitized directly into an in-game ability. It would be a waste of time to find a hotel now, since the massage parlor offered rooms for overnight stays. After confirming there were no cameras in her room, she swiped her card to extend the stay until 8 a.m. the next morning and asked the staff to wake her on time. Once the staff left, she double-checked corners, air vents, ceilings to ensure there was really no spy camera before locking the door. She tossed her bag onto the massage bed and slipped into the bathroom. In front of the misty mirror, she whispered the illusion body spell, causing her outline to blur instantly. The next moment, her phantom teleportation activated. The destination was at SF Express station near the dark market entrance. She used to have others run errands delivering packages to crime scenes, but that habit made her predictable. This time, she decided to go herself. Under the dim light in the SF station's guardroom, she pulled out the transport schedule. Every day around this time, a delivery truck stopped here, unloaded goods, then left. The 7th stop was closest to the Han estate, only 5 kilometers away. Although the process was complicated, Yu Xunge had never been to Han's estate and had no clear map in her mind. Recklessly teleporting there could mean landing right on Han Qianshan's face. Inside the truck, cardboard boxes stacked like walls. She curled up in the deepest corner. The doors shut, the horn blared, dragging the dusk heat toward the outskirts. Before complete darkness, the truck stopped outside the Han estate. A wide lawn, wrought iron gates, a fountain bearing the family crest. These days, no estate meant you couldn't quite claim the status of a son-in-law. Taking a deep breath, Yu Xunge climbed over the side wall in the dark. Drawing on years of experience in break-ins, she easily evaded patrol lights and infrared sensors, heading straight to Han Qianshan's bedroom. As for Han Qianhai, he was the male lead's close relative, sharing a similar situation with her. Han Qianshan and Han Qianhai's bond was ironclad. Even if Han Qianshan did fall genuinely for Yu Xunge later, she had never hurt Han Qianhai on her behalf in her past life. Yu Xunge had envied that deeply. Tonight's focus was the Soros set, not revenge. At the potion entrance, a slight distortion, and she ghosted through the door. She planned to hide under the bed, but it was solid wood and sealed shut, so she instead sat cross-legged on the foot of the bed. Luckily, the illusion body spell was still active. She lowered her gaze without looking at the sleeping Han Qianshan. Human eyes were extremely sensitive. Even in dreams, a stray glance could cause awakening. Step 1. Fate gear. Click. Han Qianshan's luck value was forcibly dropped to 1. Step 2. Fainting added as a precaution. Step 3. Continual infusion of basic healing potions, replenishing mana for the skill. I want this, this, and this. Blue light flickered. Intelligence 1. Intelligence 1. Soros hat 1. Knowing when to stop. She definitely remembered seeing this hat in her previous life. It turned out to be the last piece of the Soros set. Seriously, this thing really was a protagonist's must-have? She eagerly began inspecting the Soros hat. Soros set top hat 33, grade A. Even a fortune teller who can traverse the river of fate well I mean, if their skills and items are grade A or below, would be unable to track your whereabouts. It must be worn for the effect to activate. When Yu Xunge laid the Soros set's glasses, mask, and black top hat side by side, the dark glows from the three items intertwined and flickered, finally condensing into a small, exquisite silver pocket watch. Aras Time S. The delicate gears inside the dial turned gently, as if the hands of time could pry open the world at any moment. It seemed to say, "You don't need to know who I am, where I am, or what I'm doing. I'm running on a schedule." The pocket watch incorporates three core skills. 2. Scan. Just focus to find out what you want. Thorough scanning consumes 10 mana per second. Energy saving mode only shows basic info about people or objects and uses 1 mana per minute. 3. Conceal. Passive. No divination can lock onto you. If anyone tries, you instantly sense their presence. Set skill. In a hurry. Teleport instantly to the edge of your vision, up to 5 meters away. 10-second cooldown. Soros is the strongest. No matter how powerful an S rank tries to spy, they only see a veil of fog. I mean, jackpot. Yu Xunge calmed her breath and activated scan in energy-saving mode. In an instant, blue text strings appeared above every player's head in her vision, like a game interface. Name, level, health and mana percentages clearly displayed. Above Han Qianshan's head was Han Qianshan LV.0 100,100. She suppressed her excitement and scanned Han Qianshan repeatedly a few more times. Prompts popped up successively. Constitution 1. Got it. Then she slipped downstairs and sneaked into Han Qianhai's room. The fate gear was still cooling down, so she could only apply the Thief God package on the unconscious man. She worked until dawn, but managed to raise only 2 points of constitution. At dawn, she strolled out of the Han family mansion. Her status panel now showed HP 150,150, MP 300,300, Strength 8, Constitution 83, Intelligence 122, Agility 21, Luck 10 max, Charisma 10 max. Her Constitution finally broke 10, and health rose accordingly. According to system rules, after Constitution 10, each additional point adds 50 HP and boosts growth upon leveling up. Mana is boosted by intelligence and had already soared to 300. She hung the silver pocket watch around her neck, hidden inside her underwear. If possible, she wished she could sew a little locked pouch into her bra to weld the watch inside. After all, disguising information only requires putting it in a bag, but to fully resist divination and use instant teleport, the set must be worn on the body. Such a useful Soros set could never go to waste. Since she came by car, she had memorized the terrain along the route. Though it was more than 30 kilometers from here to the massage parlor, her 14 intelligence granted her phantom step, allowing teleport jumps up to 14 kilometers at once. After 3 jumps, she silently arrived inside the massage parlor's restroom. Hot water washed away the night's chill and stench. After changing clothes, she twisted the door lock softly, slipped into the room, and crashed immediately, avoiding the risk of death from exhaustion. At 8 in the morning, a waiter knocked to wake her. She casually booked 3 more hours and didn't get up until noon, ordering a hearty lunch. In the restaurant, chewing steak, she pondered. She had to leave some gifts for Han Qianshan and Han Qianhai. Otherwise, all the suffering behind that damn slave formation would be for nothing. If it weren't for Yu Xunge showing up just in time back then, she would have long been reduced to a plaything. But now that she thought about it, formation was already engraved. The spells were all cast. And only then did someone come, clearly reluctant to kill this curse with one stroke. She wanted to torment again, and only then personally end it. That was the only way to find peace. Otherwise, it would be like starving for 10 days just to enter a buffet, only to eat chicken breast, ensalada, gut-wrenching emptiness. If her enemy were killed in one blow, she might suddenly sit up in the dead of night and smack herself. Wait, you just killed him like that? Like what Yu Xunge did. Or maybe get some illegal stuff to frame the Han siblings. Didn't expect the tomato mechanism wouldn't allow it. Since she was here, Yu Xunge decided not to waste any time. Lately, whenever she stopped moving, her whole body itched unbearably, making her suspect she was sick. She even went to the underground black market's only makeshift clinic, a tin shack with a hand-painted red cross. Inside the smoky, dingy place, the doctor, cigar stub dangling from his mouth, glanced at her and said coldly, "This isn't an illness. It's contemptible behavior." Such a biting remark, no wonder he couldn't be a proper doctor. Unfortunately, that was the only clinic on the entire street, although they handled various cases. Gritting her teeth, Yu Xunge pulled out 2 strands of hair, one from after she used her disguise skill, the other from her true self, and asked for a DNA comparison. While waiting for the results, she slipped into a street-facing cafe, ordered a cappuccino, and sipped it as she recalled the mutated items rumored in City B from her previous life. She set a few criteria for herself. 1. The item can't be too bulky. 2. No mass-deploy battlefield tools. 3. Avoid rare treasures that owners value highly and won't sell. 4. Preferably, the owner should have a grudge against her. But even after finishing the coffee, she couldn't think of a suitable target. The well-known mutant items either had godlike power that changed the owner's fate or cursed them into ruin. She couldn't afford to provoke the former, and the latter rarely appeared in the current relatively stable order. Although darkness always existed, people were united against the alien threat, enforcing strict discipline even at the cost of bloodshed. The same force that once wiped out the pet hospital had paid a heavy price for it. After running through options repeatedly, only one name remained in her mind: Yidong, the male lead's brother. Before the game invasion, Yidong and Yu Xunge were in the same circle, both game streamers and somewhat friends. After the third closed beta, he went to City S to join the male lead and even started pursuing Yu Xunge. Back then, she couldn't understand why a man who had nothing acted so superior around her, sending message after message: "I like you, be my girlfriend," yet never bothering to show any genuine concern. She rejected him, and he thought she was ungrateful. That wasn't courtship, it was harassment. Yu Xunge neither defended nor stopped him back then. Looking back, maybe it was because both were gamers who looked down on ordinary people. Yidong's God-given talent ranked only a level. Among the male lead's level team in City S, he was insignificant. Even her owner ranked talent was better. But he had a small figure that mutated into a contract pet after the game invasion. It could enlarge into a puppet soldier, fight with skills, had stats always at 80 of the owners, and could be resurrected after death. More troublesome, contract pets were like bound equipment. You couldn't steal them, not even if the owner died. With that thing, Yidong could comfortably cling to the male lead's team. Yu Xunge had no intention of going after that figure. Yidong was foolish, but his offenses were limited to loose talk, bad attitude, lewd glances, stirring trouble by saying you're too lenient with your sister, and protecting everyone else but her with his puppet during fights. Hardly capital crimes. Yu Xunge considered herself tolerant. If wronged, she'd repay grievances, but she wasn't someone to go wiping out whole families over minor offenses. So she found Yidong's place and picked up that familiar little figurine, a flashy, sword-wielding miniature. She pulled out a dagger and chopped off its two tiny arms, shaved off its hair, then left Yidong's apartment carrying those scraps with her. As she stepped out onto the street, she passed the alley entrance and casually crushed those two cute little arms, the miniature sword, and the thin layer of scalp, shaking them into the trash bin like tossing away a scrap of paper. Her motion was sharp and decisive. Oh. Yu Xunge stood on the roadside, watching the sparse traffic, and sighed softly, a wry smile curling her lips. Maybe this is what they call being a living bodhisattva. Night deepened. With no real schedule, Yu Xunge appeared again outside Han Qianshan's room. The clock on the wall pointed to 2 a.m. He still hadn't gone to sleep. Although she had already cast a disguise spell, just to be safe, she guzzled a bottle of invisibility potion, then melted into the shadows. Han Qianshan was banging his desk furiously, hitting his phone and keyboard with a cracking sound. Soon Han Qinhai stormed in. Their faces were dark as a burnt pan bottom. Did you find anything? No, only that our attributes have plummeted. My top hat's gone too. Han Qinhai roared. Someone's definitely unlocked a stealing skill. If I catch that bastard, I swear I'll skin him alive. What if he comes back? We don't even know if our attribute points can recover. I checked both Yu family and Li family. No one's had this happen. Listening from the shadows, Yu Xunge felt pleased. These two getting angrier just meant she was doing the right thing. Hearing Yu family made her heart skip. Was that Yu Qingshan's clan? But the thought passed quickly. The dream of being a genuine heiress in her past life had shattered. After rebirth, she had already tested her DNA and confirmed she was indeed related to Yu Qingshan, Yi Qiugua, and Yu Xunhe. She leaned against the wall and closed her eyes to rest. After Han Qinhai left and Han Qianshan finally fell asleep, she slipped in one last sleep spell. After all, passing out in sleep makes it seem like you just slept deeply. Being knocked out while awake would raise suspicions the next day. Due to limitations of the tomato mechanism, she could only steal part of the attribute points and a few items again. She stayed in City B the following week. While waiting for DNA results, every night she stealthily infiltrated the Han household like clockwork. There was just too much valuable inventory. Finally, the report arrived. The hair she had cut off after disguising herself was only 99.5 similar in DNA to her actual hair, almost like a stranger. This meant in the future she no longer had to wear swimming caps to hide her hair when using disguise skills. During that week, besides borrowing attributes, she secretly vowed, once this mess was over, she'd be a good person. No more schemes or trouble, just focus on studying hard. Having sworn this, she packed up and headed to the airport. Just outside the gate, she saw Yu Xunhe holding a welcome sign, dark circles under his eyes, stubble on his chin, clutching an brand breakfast that had gone completely cold. His gaze was tired but still shining. Every detail screamed, I don't know what time you're arriving, but I've been waiting here long before you came. Yu Xunge felt a rush of mixed emotions. That kind of service, sometimes she really admired him. No wonder 3 women fought over him. But she had only casually said he'll be back tomorrow at lunchtime. Yesterday, was it really necessary to fuss this much? No, why didn't you just ask me what time I'd arrive? Yu Xunge was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes though she was desperately trying to stifle a yawn. She was really exhausted. Let's go home, she said, rubbing the corners of her sore, tired eyes, her voice thick with weariness. I think I've identified a possible player. We haven't met face to face yet, but maybe you know them. The night breeze brushed past as the two walked side by side on the way back. Lowering her voice, Yu Xunge shared all the intelligence she had quietly gathered over the past few days without holding anything back. This kind of thing's tricky to ask directly. Everyone in that circle is tight-lipped, so I've been fishing around subtly. The guy I met that day was just as wary, so we didn't really get a proper look at each other. Later I tried another angle, asking if anyone had noticed anything weird lately. That's when I heard a name, Shuai. Do you know that game streamer? Heard his skills suddenly shot through the roof. The streetlights cast long shadows beneath their feet. Suddenly alert, Yu Xunge's eyes lit up like lamps. Of course, we're old friends. The official group chat was just buzzing about how it's like he suddenly leveled up overnight and is unstoppable. Yeah, Yu Xunge nodded. When I casually talked to a player, he mentioned Yi Dong. That's your Yi Shui Dong. He suspects Yi Dong awakened a skill related to sound. I watched his stream replays. Every time he yelled, stand up, hold on, I believe in you. His teammates seemed instantly pumped up, their gameplay totally maxed out. Yu Xunge froze. What the heck? Remember when I told you about divine gifts? Yu Xunge patiently explained. There are all kinds. I can manipulate others' luck briefly, so maybe other players can use sound to influence teammates. After sharing all this intel, Yu Xunge handed over everything related to Yi Dong and stopped prying further. Yu Xunge was still just a regular person for now. The one who used to need her protection was now him. Let's see if he can upgrade their friendship to best brothers. She declined his offer to escort her back to the villa. That's my turf. Outsiders aren't allowed in. She had made up her mind to sell this villa in a while and buy a small apartment near future dungeon entrances, perfect for trading with officials or stocking up on runs herself. After a simple homemade meal at the Yu family's, she returned to the villa alone, closed the door behind her, and began her retreat into intense study. She hadn't been a top student before, she just picked the wrong major. In the days that followed, she devoured nearly 400 alchemy recipes, from beginner to intermediate levels, with almost religious dedication. Each recipe came with a potion-making video. She was hypnotized, memorizing every movement, timing, and stirring technique of the undead female mentor. After watching once, she'd immediately start over for a second time, catching occasional insightful comments from the mentor that she'd missed the first time. Teacher, aren't you practically helping the enemy? She muttered, but couldn't help feeling secretly delighted. Maybe to a true scholar, whether blue star humans, undead, or goblins were all just subjects of study. When mastery reaches legendary levels, preservation through teaching is the only thing that matters. Yu Xunge stopped worrying and treasured whatever knowledge she could get. Whenever she hit a dead end, she'd step into the yard to add a bowl of fresh meat cans and freshly cooked chicken breast for the neighborhood cats. The Meow Hostel truly lived up to its name. Cats came and went, but no one ever claimed permanent residence. This villa district wasn't without its regular feral cats, but they only stopped by to eat, never to settle down. Although Yu Xunge liked cats, she had no intention of keeping one. She was simply too busy, always rushing out to handle things, with no time to care for a pet that needed constant attention. Instead, she invented an open cat feeding method. Whenever she practiced cooking, she'd make extra portions of lightly seasoned, low-salt meats and set out a row of delicate ceramic dishes in the yard: cleaned pork tenderloin without any sinew, diced chicken breast, beef shank with just a hint of spices. Stray cats from around the block would come sniffing their way over and take turns sampling the treats. Though the ingredients looked ordinary, her otherworldly culinary techniques secretly infused them with special effects. Some made muscles swell and strength soar immediately after eating. Others made their movements light and swift as the wind. After their meal, the cats stretched their paws, rubbed against Yu Xunge's ankles, leaving behind fleeting affection. She would pet and hug them briefly, then turn to continue on her way, leaving nothing owed between them. The otherworldly culinary knowledge was like a brief flash of light directly embedded into her mind, bypassing the need for slow thought and automatically deepening her memory. In just 6 months, she evolved from a complete cooking novice into a chef capable of hundreds of dishes. Now, she could stir-fry without any recipe and still produce rich colors, aromas, and tastes, just missing that momentary boost. Her online food delivery apps gathered dust as her dining table turned into an experimental kitchen. Certain dishes, when swallowed, would raise her concentration remarkably for 3 minutes, enabling her to catch previously overlooked details while analyzing alchemy videos. One day, she simply switched off her phone and closed her door, spending half a day baking over 1,000 focus biscuits. The aroma filled her room as she ate bite after bite, eyes fixed on the floating alchemical imagery in her mind. Her thoughts felt like a freshly polished lens. Even her breathing tasted sweet. In August, she took some time to return to her company and submitted her resignation. Soon after, She posted a statement online about quitting the public eye. "I'm fine, I just want to rest and return to the life I truly want to live." She replied to speculations one by one. Her agency hadn't pressured her. The recent murder incident involved her former manager. She hadn't gotten rich overnight nor married into wealth, just had enough savings. The person selling bags in the photos was indeed her, but those luxury items had always been a professional necessity and were now all sold off. She emphasized repeatedly, no wealthy second-generation boyfriend, no plans for dating, no desire to marry. "I don't like spending other people's money. My money's only enough for me." Meanwhile, she noticed discussions on forums about Yi Dong's strange changes. Casual onlookers joked lightly, but gamers instinctively connected it to the game world. She guessed that Yi Dong's sudden move to City S to join Yu Xunge in his previous life was likely due to his identity being exposed and needing to band together for safety. Thinking this only strengthened her conviction that staying away from the spotlight was the safest choice for her. The online uproar died down after a few lively days. Yu Xunge put the heat behind her and, as usual, brought out freshly baked meat jerky to the yard, where the cats rushed over joyfully. She dusted the grease off her sleeves, glanced up at the clear sky, feeling perfectly justified as if she hadn't recently been the one who went to the Su family to snatch their gold. In less than 2 days, news about Yu Xunge was completely overshadowed by other events. Exactly as she had hoped. The entertainment industry was always turbulent, and a few colleagues she had worked with sent her polite private messages through their friend lists, gently asking if she was in trouble. Yu Xunge held her phone and replied to each one, quickly reassuring them with brief, courteous, but distant answers. What surprised her the most was that the most restless were Yu Xunge and Yi Qiugua. They had thought when she previously mentioned work not going well that it was just temporary frustration after all. The entertainment world was unpredictable. No projects meant fading away, and a good topic could bring a comeback. No one expected she would actually quit the industry. So that evening, the two of them arrived at her suburban villa with Yu Xunge, filled with urgency. The facial recognition lock on the front door glowed with a cold red light, indicating verification failed. They swiped twice, but still couldn't get in. Yu Xunge and Yi Qiugua exchanged a glance, both looking displeased but holding back their anger. When the door finally opened, they didn't ask questions right away. Instead, their first words were, "What are your plans moving forward?" Yu Xunge led them into the living room and poured each of them a glass of warm water, then took the initiative to explain why she had changed the fingerprint settings. "Earlier this year, I said I wanted to invest, but actually I bought a villa out here on a friend's suggestion. It's a bit remote, and there was talk the land might be demolished for redevelopment, but there's been no news. I'm tight on cash now and plan to sell it for some liquidity. An agent has been showing the house to buyers in the past few days. You know I've always been frugal with money. The savings I've built up, plus what I get from selling the house, will be enough for a while. I want to focus on finding players who can help Xunge with treatment." After she finished, the tension on the three of their faces visibly eased. Yu Xunge looked up, eyes flickering with relief her sister could be relied on in a crisis. Yu Xunge pressed for the villa's exact location, but Yu Xunge didn't hide it. She figured if she was going to share, there was no point in telling simple lies. The place was almost right by the sea, quite remote. Yu Xunge thought for a moment and said, "It's remote, but all the residents there are big shots. I always wanted to buy one, even the cheapest costs over 50 million yuan. Although it's modest compared to nearby estates worth over 100 million, more like a security booth, it has the advantage of being seaside. Even if I marry Su Yidong and move into the Su family, I want to keep a backup plan." At dusk, Yu Xunge headed to the kitchen to show off her skills. She simplified several Western dishes she had learned from games into homemade versions, preparing individual plates for each person, even portioning the soups separately so it wouldn't get mixed up with Yu Xunge's. No one should take food from someone else's plate, she joked as a reminder. At the dining table, chatting casually, she kept up her gentle persuasion, emphasizing she wasn't short on money for now and had clear future plans. Yu Xunge, who had come with a confrontational attitude, softened as she spoke and even transferred her 50,000 yuan pocket money before leaving. Yi Qiugua was also satisfied. Although often used by Yu Xunge as a messenger, over the years she had learned some tact, smiling as she added, "We're also helping your brother look at houses. Though he's marrying into the Su family, he needs to have his own place before the wedding. Having his own home will give him confidence and a place to relax and play games sometimes. Don't worry, your family has kept a room ready for you too. You can come back anytime. This home will always be yours." Night had grown deep when Yu Xunge saw the three to their car. She stood on the steps, maintaining a polite smile until their taillights disappeared completely, then turned and went inside. The door closed with a snap, and the smile on her face seemed left outside, vanishing instantly. Then she threw away the dishes they had used without hesitation. Today, she finally found a chance to drop the hint about owning another villa. Even if it comes out later, at least she wouldn't be hiding it from Yu Xunge. Investment is one thing, but she couldn't help wondering which area Yu Xunge would choose for a new property. Surely it wouldn't be near the Su family. That would be like living right under the enemy's nose. Where's the fallback plan in that? Since that day, whenever Yu Xunge went out carrying bags of meat, she'd been down to pat the cats crouching by the wall and quietly say, "Big sister's moving to a 50 million yuan villa on XX Road. Remember that, okay?" Whether those little furballs understood her or not, at least giving the reminder made her feel better. By mid-August, the small villa was sold smoothly. After all, it was 95% new, and the previous tenant had already absorbed the formaldehyde early on. Although the location was a bit out of the way, the interior was tastefully done, ready to move in without a hitch. Plus, with property prices skyrocketing, buyers eager to buy early, enjoy early made the decision on the spot. Once the house sold, Yu Xunge hired a truck to move all her belongings to the 50 million yuan villa, even relocating the entire meow meow and cat shelter to the backyard. Then she gritted her teeth and swiped her card for an over 10 million yuan small apartment downtown. After paying, she sighed deeply had it not been for guarding the game entry point. Who would want to live amidst the noisy city center? The hustle just gave her the creeps now. No sooner had the sale contract for the small villa been signed than Yu Xunge called, asking to borrow money. Yu Xunge, Yu Xunge rolled her eyes. Are you a bloodhound, or what? Do you have spy cameras in my house? Of course not. Her father hastily denied from the other end. I just saw your WeChat step count going crazy these past days and figured you were moving. That sentence woke her up like a slap. Yu Xunge smacked her thigh and immediately turned off her WeChat step tracker. She sent Lao Deng a casual 888 yuan with a half-hearted tone. "I'm busy looking for players, thanks for the tip." That was a major loophole. Yu Xunge wasn't satisfied. "I gave you tens or hundreds of thousands, and you only send me 800? Daughter, you're getting stingier. Not enough for my brother's house." She shot back. "Then why not sell the 2 floors we own downtown? That's our Yu family's old homite, can't be sold." Yu Xunge rolled her eyes again internally. Old home. They only moved in when she was 8. What's the sentimentality after just over a decade? The old man went on nagging about borrowing money and even dragged Yu Xunge into the call to persuade her. Yu Xunge didn't beat around the bush. "I don't have a cent of income right now. I'm anxious. What if we meet someone who can cure my brother later, and I've got no money?" Both Lao Deng and Yu Xunge were at a loss for words. Actually, Yu Qingshan's approach was strike while the iron's hot. If he couldn't lend her money, it didn't matter. They still had that vase worth at least 20 million, taken from the secret room, plus years of savings, more than enough to buy Yu Xunge a nice place. But what Yu Xunge really wanted was a villa close enough to Yu Xunge's own new villa. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Qingshan finally said, "How about selling the villa you invested into your brother?" "Fine," Yu Xunge agreed without hesitation. 70 million. She had checked the vase's market price while appraising treasures in the Harbor City, a conservative estimate of 20 million minimum. Adding up 7 million plus she'd put in over the years. Even after subtracting 30 million for the big villa, around 50 million was left. Besides, hadn't Yu Xunge, the useless little snack, been earning money all these years? With Yu Qingshan and Yu Xunge working, surely they weren't penniless. She refused to believe the old man would throw the entire family fortune just at his son. That neighborhood's cheapest is around 50 million. Yu Qingshan tried bargaining. "Didn't Su Yidong give you 20 million? That was pocket money from my sister-in-law." Yu Xunge immediately put on a sorrowful face. "Wait, Dad, you don't expect me to give it away for free, do you?" There was a few seconds of silence on the other end before her father hurried to deny. "No, no. How could Dad do that?" Once she laid it all out, his pretend schemes fell apart. Yu Qingshan hastily hung up, regretting. He never should have let Xunhuan buy her villa. He got no gain and ended up subsidizing half. Why had his daughter suddenly gotten so shrewd? Then he sighed again. It wasn't wisdom, just pure love of money. With no income coming in, she was getting stingier day by day. By the end of August, Yu Xunge had already watched the beginner to intermediate alchemy videos for the 7th time. That day, she realized she hadn't done anything else but watch hours of alchemy tutorials. Yet her alchemy experience had increased, albeit only by 1 point after several hours. It still counted. Without hesitation, she set about brewing a basic magic potion again. Unlike before, when she rigidly followed each step, now she boldly experimented with timing and order, as if suddenly freed from invisible chains. That sense of freedom felt incredibly real. Although the finished potion closely resembled the one in the video, she clearly felt she had finally stepped through the true gateway of alchemy. In the early hours, she transformed into a goblin and, as usual, molded 3 gold coins before turning out the light to sleep. Since her attributes were dropping steadily, and she hadn't gotten any good loot after spending a whole month playing with Su Yidong and Liang Yichuan's families, she had long given up on the idea of sneaking under the bed to drink potions and steal items. The basic healing potions at the early stage were hard currency in the game. There was no need to waste them so frivolously. Rather than staying up late, it was better to save time, get a good night's sleep, and study efficiently the next day. But her good mood abruptly ended at the start of September. Yu Xunhuan had moved into the same villa community, just 2 kilometers from her house. Yu Qingshan and Yu Xunge even invited her over to the new villa for a warming meal. The new security pavilion was bigger than hers by a fair margin, but the house was bare Incidino appliances, and meals were still ordered from the restaurant downstairs for delivery. They'll cover the appliances. Seeing her parents hesitate, she jumped in quickly, sounding genuinely happy for her younger brother. Want to sweeten the deal with some game items? Dream on. Even a plain white belt from Zai Jiu's collection was not something she would part with in advance. But a few million RMB in real life? By next year, she wouldn't even be able to afford a single uncommon blue item. Sooner or later, she'd get 10 times that back from Yu Xunge. She quietly observed Yu Xunge, unable to tell yet if he had fallen for it. When taking food, she didn't deliberately avoid the chopsticks he had touched. Small details were easiest to give her away, and she wasn't about to slip up in such a situation. Within a week, she hired a professional team to measure the place and select appliances, choosing to stay out of it herself to avoid the family putting on a show to make her buy the most expensive models. Naturally, the best and priciest items went into her own villa first, while all usable furniture and appliances from her original place were crammed into a small apartment and the rest sold off. After all this effort, her RMB account was nearly depleted, leaving only about $1,000,000 for working capital enough to last until the game officially launched. Anyway, she still had a full 800 million in her Hong Kong account. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. With so much money, Yu Xunge had played her for a fool with a mere 5 million. Realizing she couldn't possibly max out her advanced alchemy experience before the third closed beta, Yu Xunge decided not to push herself so hard anymore. She planned to spend as much of the 800 million Hong Kong dollars as possible in the near future. There was no need to worry about basic necessities like food, clothing, or housing, and she wasn't considering buying a property with a dungeon entrance for now. 2 entrances were already the limit she could protect. Dungeon entrances could refresh at any time, each varying in scale and governed by completely different rules. In small, low-level dungeons, if low-level alien species survived for more than 24 hours, they could escape into Blue Star. More complex dungeons extended that threshold to 3 days, 7 days, 30 days, or even years. The stronger the enemy, the stricter the requirements to exit. Many entrances remained hidden until aliens stepped on a Blue Star, exposing them only then. As for gold, she still had 1,473 gold bars in hand, over 10,000 pounds. Selling more would require waiting for the next beta test to try her luck in Blood Moon City, or simply waiting for the traveling goblin merchants to show up. Too much money was actually a headache. Stockpiling raw materials like potions, fabric, and furs was safe, but not profitable. She didn't want to profiteer during a crisis, nor do anything unethical that would hold everyone back. Since hoarding to raise prices wasn't an option, it was better to sell the gold bars directly to goblins across multiple cities. It was more straightforward and satisfying. After careful thought, Yu Xunge decided to make another trip to the port city, this time focusing on weapons. She wanted ancient bows and crossbows in excellent condition, or the highest grade guns on the market. After the game invasion, if any of these weapons mutated, she was guaranteed to profit. 800 million Hong Kong dollars converted to gold weighed less than 3,000 pounds. Based on 180 grams per gold coin, that was a bit over 8,000 gold coins, enough to buy a batch of famous bows and guns, easily dozens of pieces. She recalled that in her previous life, there was a legendary weapon owned by a certain collector. After the game's arrival, the old sword he polished daily mutated into an exquisite weapon with 3 rare affixes, and its equip conditions based purely on stats rather than level. Someone offered 3,000 gold coins, but he refused to sell considering it was only a level 20 legendary weapon. That price was astronomical. The Su family once tried to buy it forcibly, but was rejected. Not long after, she saw that sword in the hands of Su Beige. Leaving her family a convenient excuse to go find players in the port city, Yu Xunge flew there that very night and immediately contacted a local broker to help keep an eye out for famous swords, bows, crossbows, and top-grade firearms. She specifically used a pocket watch to verify that the broker was an ordinary middleman without any divine talents. Spending all 800 million on herbs, fabrics, and furs would have required renting warehouses for storage. But purchasing ancient weapons with legendary stories and high-tier guns made spending that kind of money feel as easy as throwing away a few thousand. She moved quickly and bought 3 famous bows and 5 sets of exquisite crossbow bolts, all in the first batch, burning through 100 million Hong Kong dollars. News spread that a big buyer specializing in bows and crossbows had arrived in the port city, and sellers came in droves. She stayed an extra week, gradually acquiring 15 more bows and 21 crossbows. In the end, she spent 500 million Hong Kong dollars on just bows and crossbows, 21 bows and 27 crossbows in total. Perhaps luck was on her side. She even found 2 legendary meteorite pistols, her most anticipated haul. Although she had never heard of pistols mutating into exquisite weapons before, she knew she couldn't have all the information, and smart people usually kept a few good things hidden. Moreover, many weapons developed level requirements after mutating, and this game's leveling speed was extremely slow. If a weapon couldn't be used immediately, no matter how valuable, it might be buried deep and go unnoticed for a long time. The real meteorite pistols were crafted by an American firearms manufacturer using meteorite estimated to be 4.5 billion years old. There are only 2 of them in the world, each priced at a staggering $4 million. Even wealthy collectors struggle to buy one because as soon as they're made, they're donated directly to American museums. But where there's demand, someone will supply. Meteorites might be rare, but they're not completely off the market. Through a middleman, Yu Xunge connected with a wealthy entrepreneur who shared her passion for guns. This buyer had spent a fortune acquiring meteorite and hired master craftsmen to make a pair of fully functional, real-gun meteorite pistols. He wasn't interested in models or replicas, he wanted battle-ready guns based on the Desert Eagle. They were chambered for the most powerful and visually impressive 0.50-inch AE rounds, though the magazine held only 7 bullets. The entire firearm was a cold, grayish silver with the meteorite's unique granular texture seamlessly blending with the rugged design of the Desert Eagle. At their first meeting, Yu Xunge couldn't take her eyes off them. But on the day of the deal, the buyer was extremely hesitant, even confused about why he suddenly wanted to sell. He insisted on one condition: the 2 pistols had to be sold together. The price was non-negotiable, 60 million each. You can't put a price on what your heart desires. Yu Xunge agreed without hesitation and paid on the spot. After receiving the metal case carrying the pistols, she flew back to the hotel and stored them directly in her private inventory space, her magician's false teeth. The buyer repeatedly assured her the meteorite's radiation was minimal, but thinking of his glaring bald head, she still decided to lock them away at a distance. Engineering upgrades might not be achievable before the 3rd closed beta test, but repairing firearms was no problem, and the bullet formulas were already stored in her database. From that point on, she indulged her shopping spree completely. For just crossbows alone, she spent 620 million. Then, with a recommendation, she added nearly 2 million more to custom-order 10,000 arrows of various types, 50,000 crossbow bolts, and 7,000 Desert Eagle bullets. The workshop firmly refused orders beyond that. With the remaining 100 million, she bought knives, swords, and shields, choosing only the ones that felt best in her hands. Excluding the meteorite Desert Eagles, she ended up with exactly 60 weapons. She had craftsmen make 60 matching weapon boxes and neatly pack them into her backpack space. As long as a few mutate, I won't lose out. Even if purple tire weapons might not fetch 3,000 gold, let alone the big price gaps between level 10 and 20 legendary gear, these things have always been highly valued, but rarely traded. Many can afford them, few are willing to sell. In September, she spent most of her time in Harbor City. All the trivial affairs were handled by her middleman. She just reviewed summaries of other parties' profiles, approved payments, and completed transactions. Whenever new weapons arrived, she would take a drive to test them out. By the time she returned, the weapon boxes had already been discreetly moved by the middleman who never asked questions. Stockpiling weapons became Yu Xunge's way to relax her mind, and as a result, her alchemy experience rose even faster, climbing from 5 points to 7 each day, though it still wasn't enough to catch up before the 3rd closed beta test. Speaking of the beta tests, the 3rd one was on October 10th, and by October 18th, Su Yitong and Yu Xunge held their wedding. She couldn't help but admire them, true to the main leads, engaged just days before the 2nd beta test, and married right after the 3rd one concluded. Yu Xunge secretly clicked his tongue. The game had basically become the witness of love for this perfect couple. If anyone wanted Yu Xunge to miss the 3rd beta, they'd have to try again. On October 1st, she hurried back to City S. The first thing she did after settling in was to add some extra food to the Meow Meow Inn. She had been rushing around lately with no time to cook, so she placed an automatic feeder beside the cat shelter. Though it wasn't as fragrant as freshly made broth, it was top-quality cat food, enough to keep the little one satisfied. No sooner had the bowl touched the ground than a calico and a tabby pounced on it, tussling back and forth. Yu Xunge sat on the backyard steps, elbows on her knees, watching the cat's movements while her mind raced with calculations. Feeding stray cats had long been her way to relieve stress. Whenever she faced a big decision, she liked to quietly zone out by watching cats. Now that Yu Xunge had moved into a heavily guarded villa complex, no outsiders could get in. His phone was encrypted by Su Yitong, and the sneaky methods they used during the 2nd beta were totally useless now. Very few knew about the move. Even her close friend Yi Dong came to City S. Yu Xunge only lent him his small apartment meant for work, no longer inviting him into the Yu family estate like before. There was no chance to shift blame. After much thought, Yu Xunge decided to prepare an ironclad alibi for herself. She had phantom shifts, beginner-level mana potions restoring 60 mana points each, and half-finished coffee could replenish another 500 points. Plus, her base mana grew by 200 points with her intelligence. As long as her body and mind held up, she could theoretically go anywhere she wanted. Whether the physical strain was bearable, though, remained uncertain. On the night of the 4th, she slipped into the Yu villa. Officially, it was Yu Xunge's territory, but Yu Qingshan and Yi Xiugua had already moved in. After some small talk, Yu Xunge mentioned her plan to visit Jiang City given her recent trips. It wasn't unusual for her family. But her real purpose was to drill the beta test dates into everyone's minds. Her tone unusually serious. She said, I heard the first beta was on February 2nd, the second on June 6th. We players suspect if a third test happens, the date will be special too. Nothing on September 9th, but October 10th, November 11 those days could launch the test anytime. Remember, on these special dates, keep your phones on 247. Don't slip up. Yu Xuanhuan felt a warmth in his chest. This was the first time in a long while he truly felt that rare sibling bond. Not just him. Even Yu Qingshan and Yi Xiugua were stunned by their daughter's generosity, normally so stingy, but at crucial moments, she held nothing back. Yu Xuanhuan nodded solemnly. I understand. He grasped Yu Xunge's hand, gratitude evident in his eyes. Su Yidong hadn't said a word, and he didn't believe the Su family lacked the same intel. Yet Yu Xunge came all the way to warn him personally. Yu Xunge gave the back of his hand a light tap. We're all players in this family. You're safer in the Su family. Don't rely on luck. It's only one day a month. Don't slack off. And don't get all sappy with me. I am off now. Yu Xuanhuan accompanied her all the way back to her villa before leaving. As soon as the person left, Yu Xunge immediately turned on every visibility potion humidifier in her room. She poured in a full container of high-grade visibility potion to ensure they could run continuously for a whole week. Only then did she lock the door, go downstairs, and drive away from City S. Her destination was Jiang City, more than 4,000 kilometers away. To avoid ending up in heavy traffic on the highway when teleporting later, she planned to avoid highways whenever possible and take back roads. Instead, she wanted to scout the route in person first, so she would have more safe landing spots for future phantom teleports. Having traveled to many cities over the years for filming, she was familiar with most places, but such an ultra-long road trip was still exhausting. Halfway through, she couldn't hold on and strapped on the Constitution 1 white belt gifted by Su Jinxian. She stopped every now and then by the roadside to cook a dish to restore energy and stave off hunger. On the morning of the 9th, she finally arrived in Jiang City. She immediately threw herself into a hotel shower, sleep, and nothing else. At 7 o'clock on the 10th, she video called Yi Xiugua and Yu Qingshan to show them the morning scenery of Jiang City, asked if they wanted any local specialties, and reminded them to make sure her younger brother kept his phone on and stayed put today. After chatting for over 10 minutes, she hung up, took a deep breath, and started the phantom teleportation back to City S. Over 4,000 kilometers in a straight line. With her current intelligence at 14 points, she could teleport a maximum of 14 kilometers each time. Avoiding highways made the trip longer and more difficult. She roughly estimated about 300 teleports would be needed, all while sustaining the illusion body spell continuously. By the 50th jump, the world went black before her eyes. At the 100th, her stomach churned violently. She hurriedly stopped to gulp down some coffee to replenish her mana, then ate some food to boost her mental strength. At 120, at 150 jumps. By the 200th, she was doubled over, vomiting all over the ground. It wasn't even 8 in the morning yet, but a cold dread crept into her heart. She had been out for a long time, even counting breaks, and things were still going wrong. Especially after passing the halfway point, every teleport subtly veered to the left. Instead of a straight 14 kilometers, she was forced into unnatural curves, as if trapped in a wicked maze. Yu Xunge clenched her back molars. Yu Xunhuan's fortune was no joke, and yet her own luck seemed cursed to the max. No matter what, she vowed to crawl all the way back to City S today. If she couldn't stop her younger brother from entering the game, she'd personally take care of him. By the 300th teleport, she was still over 500 kilometers from City S. At that moment, she coughed up blood, and her status bar flashed weak. For the next 24 hours, all attributes -20. She carefully scooped the blood off the ground, stuffed it into a bag, and slipped it into her backpack, then swallowed back the blood in her mouth with a mana-boosting coffee. At exactly 9 o'clock, she wiped her mouth hard, still in time. At 10:07, she stepped into the range of City S, her mana fully restored, with only one thought left in her mind: rush into Yu Xunhuan's villa and knock that brat unconscious immediately. At 10:10, blood and a faint metallic sweetness in her lips, she kicked open Yu Xunhuan's room door, only to find it completely empty. Yu Xunge's eyes burned with fury. The rage was fierce, yet she forced it deep down inside. The angrier and more urgent her feelings, the calmer she seemed. Her skin felt clammy with sweat, her heart clenched with fear and regret, yet her mind remained as clear and sharp as if washed with ice water. She took out her phone, switched on cellular data, and quickly downloaded the entire package of Cataclysm of the 10,000 Clans, Rift of Terror. Yu Xuanhuan would never let anyone know of his God-given talent, not even his parents, and she knew this better than anyone. So where would he hide such a secret? The Yu family, she concluded swiftly. At 10:11 p.m., cloaked by invisibility, Yu Xunge silently slipped into the Yu residence and headed straight to Yu Xunhuan's room. The bed was neat and empty. An apartment? She instantly dismissed the thought Yi Dong was there, and it wouldn't be safe. She retreated to the hallway, opened the study door, tilted her head back, and swallowed a dose of the phasing potion. Her body shimmered, and she passed straight through the wall. Behind it was a dimly lit secret chamber hidden behind a dark door. Yu Xunge sat cross-legged on a wooden crate, his face illuminated by his phone's screen, pure joy shining through. Yu Xunge stepped forward, and just then, a silver moon suddenly leapt from the screen. At that moment, it was as if her soul was sliced open by a sharp blade. Kill him. Now. Or hell soar beyond reach. The roar thundered in her ears, but reason gripped her like steel tongs, anchoring her in place. She suddenly realized she had coveted that God-given talent long ago, perhaps since her past life, or even from the moment she drew the thief god. How could such a power, capable of humbling 3 great clans into servitude, be merely because Yu Xunge was charming? A cold gleam flashed at her fingertips. She cast Wheel of Fate on Yu Xunge, silently lowering his luck stat. Then she summoned her shadow to merge into his shadow, quietly slipped away, and phased back through the wall into her bedroom. Just one wall apart, she sat before her computer and logged into the game. From the shadow's perspective, Yu Xunge's character screen opened in sync God-given talent, Food God, SS rank. Her mind felt cleaved in two, calculating coldly even as fear, greed, and madness tore at her. In the game, Yu Xunge's Blood Elf character had just landed in the capital, Silvermoon City. Yu Xunge logged in right after, dropping her disguise to reveal her long silver-white hair as a Blood Elf. Posters with the images of an undead and a goblin were plastered at the city gate's familiar faces she barely glanced at before teleporting inside. The third closed beta was packed, with online numbers thousands of times higher than previous tests. The narrow streets teemed with crowds. If the alien hordes had descended, the capital would have been overwhelmed. Yu Xunge's character looked around excitedly in the city center, passing inns, herbal shops, and weapon stores, then circling in front of the Elf King statue. Yu Xunge kept several steps behind, walking the same stone path and using scan whenever they brushed past. A panel popped up. Character, Xunge. God-given talent. Without hesitation, she activated the skill steal target's God-given talent. By the name of the thief god, you attempt to steal the talent of elf player Xunge. Steal success target's talent level 2 high theft interrupted. The alert sounded just as she turned on her heel and dashed through the bustling east gate. Outside the city, she pulled up her quest panel. 1. Thief god skill 2 steal. Forceful take was grayed out, unusable. 2. Under Immortal, a new entry, Food God SS rank incomplete, 5 skills total, only 2 lit up. She recalled stealing 3 skills at once from the Undead Lord. Now, despite Yu Xunge's luck being only 1, she only managed to seize 2. Ignoring the skill names, she locked onto the nearest cemetery to Silvermoon City. Upon arrival, she emptied her backpack of explosives and instantly deployed a dozen fire bombs at her feet. Countdown, 1, half a second. Boom. Blazing light engulfed her vision. The screen went black instantly. You have died. The screen lit up in the next second, and the ghostly blood elf appeared in the graveyard. Just a step away on the ground lay her own mangled, bloodied corpse. She walked over, and the screen showed weak resurrection. She clicked confirm. The phantom instantly solidified, and the word weak next to her character name changed to severely weakened. A countdown began ticking down from 47 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. All her attributes were reduced to 40 of their original values. Yu Xunge gritted her teeth, not even daring to glance again at that bleeding corpse, and dragged her translucent form back towards Silvermoon City. The city buildings remained bustling as ever. She used the shadows to peek and saw Yu Xunge talking with an NPC, having just started a chained advanced quest. A few minutes later, she silently crept closer to Yu Xunge again, comparing the street layout on the screen. By the name of the god of thieves, you attempt to steal the talent of the elf player Xunge. Stealing successful detected target divine talent level 2 high theft interrupted. The system's cold message popped up, but the timer showed only 10:57 remaining. If she died once more, no one could predict the consequences of the severe weakness state. She couldn't risk it. Besides, after hundreds of phantom transfers, her real body and mind were nearing collapse. She forced herself to control her avatar and enter the goblin district. Wealthy goblins were difficult to deal with. She persuaded each one in turn, exchange this a little, add a little more, managing to scrape together 10,000 gold though it cost precious time. With just 5 minutes of disguise left, the alarm-like numbers flickered at the corner of her vision. Yu Xunge sprinted to the nearest city gate. Then, after exiting the outer gate, stopped cautiously in the shadow between 2 walls, lowering even her footsteps. Satisfied it was safe, she decisively logged out. The moment she removed her helmet, the severe weakness nearly overwhelmed her, her limbs feeling like they were filled with lead. She had no time to gather the dropped packs, pocket watch, or dentures. Her first move was to open her character panel. Character, Yu Xunge. Level, 0.001. Status: severely weakened, 47 hours, 45 minutes, and 39 seconds. Divine talents: God of Thieves rank, Immortal S rank incomplete, God of Food S rank incomplete, Sharpshooter A rank. Race: human. Racial talent: undead while feeding. HP: 60,150. MP: 80,200. Strength: 8, 3.2. Constitution: 11, 4.4. Intelligence: 14, 5.6. Agility: 21, 8.4. Luck: 10 max. Charisma: 10 max. Her fingers trembled and kept accidentally touching buttons. Still, she opened God of Food. God of Food S rank. Even gods are just ingredients in your hands. Skill 1. What is God of Food? When any dish you make scores over 80 points, there is a 20 chance to trigger a critical hit. For each point above 80, the crit chance increases by 1. For self-created recipes scoring above 80, the eater always triggers a critical hit, doubling the effect of consumption. As the creator, when you eat it yourself, the effect is always tripled. Skill 2. Who is Hannibal? If you turn any target into 38 different delicious dishes, each scoring 90 points, and eat them all alone, you randomly learn one skill they had in life. Each target can only be triggered once. Skill 3 is correct. I am indeed a master chef, and any dishes you cook are considered delicacies. For any dish you create entirely by yourself that scores above 95 points, there is a 20 chance that a diner who tastes it will randomly gain 1 attribute point. However, this effect can only be triggered once per target each day. Skill 4. Hey, friend, look, hey, race a pot. The food god never gets bad reviews. You can mark one trusted person and transfer all negative emotions coming from diners onto the marked target. Skill 5. You want a free ride? Passive. No one can enjoy the food god's cooking for free. If you don't explicitly declare him treating, and a diner tastes your food without paying before or after, then for a while, you will seize their fortune until they begrudgingly pay that damn meal fee. There are 5 skills in total, like the undying skills of the undead lord. At this moment, skills 1 through 4 are all active, but skill 5 remains grayed out. Only now does Yu Xunge feel truly alive. Earlier, it felt like she was trapped underwater, unable to breathe or move. But now, she has finally broken the surface. She finally understands why Yu Xunge in her past life went to such lengths to win her over, why he sought to gain her trust with such care, and why his woman and brothers looked at her with hostility. So that's how it is. Exactly how it is. Just wonderful, Yu Xunge. Yet realizing the truth doesn't bring her peace. Those people bullied, trampled on, and schemed against her precisely because Yu Xunge transferred all the negative emotions targeting himself onto her. But the ones who actually took hostile actions against her were no one else but themselves. No matter what, she will never forgive those who hurt her. Anyone can betray her, but she must never betray herself, never betray the suffering she has endured. Trembling, Yu Xunge tilted her head back and downed a bottle of blood elixir, yet her HP remained stuck at 40 points. She estimates that until the countdown ends, her maximum health will only remain 40 of its original value. Even so, she feels unusually clear-headed, her condition better than ever before. She fastened the necklace that shortened skill cooldowns, crawled under the bed, and forced herself to rest. She was exhausted yet too afraid to fall into a deep sleep, so she merely closed her eyes to refresh herself while using her shadow to keep watch on Yu Xunge's movements. Earlier, she also saw Yu Xunge's original luck value just like hers. It was only 10. Because of the thief god talent, Yu Xunge hadn't paid attention to his divine blessings, but he remembered skill 5. You want a free ride? So he used his leftover money to buy a large amount of cheap ingredients and started cooking the most basic recipes. As a cooking novice, he wasn't worried about instantly becoming a food god. Most of his dishes were below passing grade. Eventually, he just threw the food on the ground, letting passers-by and players take it freely. At first, his luck remained ordinary. But as more and more people tried his dishes, it was as if he'd activated a cheat. Within less than 2 hours of running errands, he earned 3 gold coins and a small green item. After learning cooking, he found a pouch containing over 300 gold coins in the city sewer. Riding this unexpected fortune, he went on to learn jewelry crafting and alchemy. Yu Xunge quietly watched all this unfold. How Yu Xunge, by devouring others' fortune, forcibly offset the luck values she had adjusted earlier. The cooldown ended at 16:16. With only 54 minutes left before the third closed beta test server shut down, Yu Xunge immediately logged into the game. She disguised her character as a short goblin and teleported back to Silvermoon City. The bustling streets shimmered under the moonlight mixed with neon glow. She headed straight to the restaurant at the end of the main street and paid to learn every Silvermoon specialty recipe. After finishing this, she activated the teleportation circle again and returned to Bloodmoon City, where the streets were still brightly lit. The cold, damp night breeze swept across the square as she hurried along the cobblestone path toward the slums. There, a group of goblins decked out in gold and silver gathered. Using her sharp tongue, Yu Xunge bargained for a long time and finally exchanged one of the richest goblins' wealth for 10,000 gold coins. Glancing at the system time and noting she still had some margin, she then went to a few poorer fellows, collecting another 800 gold coins in total. At this point, she had gathered 1. 20,800 gold earned by trading in 2 main elf cities. 2. 378 gold accumulated from producing 3 gold daily between June 7th and October 10th. 3. After deducting teleportation fees and recipe purchases, a net 21,108 gold. 4. Plus 1,084 gold bricks from the Su family that hadn't been exchanged yet. With the numbers confirmed, she turned and entered a restaurant in Blood Moon City, learned all their specialty recipes, and only then felt satisfied enough to teleport again, this time aiming for the undead city where she first learned alchemy. Amid the black mist swirling through the alleys, she pushed open the wooden door of the alchemy shop. A pungent chemical smell hit her instantly. Behind the cauldron, the undead female, Minter Hecuba, was focused, busily working between test tubes and crucibles. Yu Xunge approached the counter, opened the input box, and simply typed 2 words, teacher. Though Hecuba's hands didn't stop moving, a quest notification suddenly popped up. Alchemist Master Hecuba requests you to produce 10 basic potions and 10 intermediate potions. The quest description didn't specify that they had to be the same formula, but Yu Xunge knew this was a test. Thinking for a moment, she picked out 20 bottles of various potions from her backpack, the ones she felt most skilled with and in the best condition. Teacher, these are my latest creations, she said, clicking submit. A few minutes later, the quest panel showed, completed. Reward, Hecuba's Alchemy Notes Grade A. Hecuba's Alchemy Notes Grade A. Insights and reflections from Alchemist Master Hecuba's promotion stage. The formulas can't be learned directly, but perhaps more precious knowledge can be gained. Yu Xunge silently read the intro, a warmth spreading in her chest. She whipped out 2,000 gold coins and handed them over, typing, I probably won't be able to come again. Before she could send the message, the gold had already been accepted by Hecuba, and the system alerts quickly filled the screen. Yu Xunge sighed silently. The next moment, a dark green cloth bag flew her way. Hecuba's potion bag S grade 08. A little gadget used by Hecuba to store ordered potions. Each slot can stack up to 999, and it doesn't take up inventory space. A potion bag? An actual equipment type bag. Yu Xunge's eyes shone with excitement. A pop-up appeared, bind the item? Without hesitation, she clicked yes. This time, she was clever. She quickly typed, teacher, this is just for buying you drinks. You don't need to give me anything else. I really enjoy alchemy. After sending it, she generously slipped another 1,000 gold to Hecuba. Seeing that Hecuba truly had no intention of giving her anything else, Yu Xunge smiled and turned to leave, still pressed for time to make it to the auction house. A few days away was the wedding of Su Yidong and Yu Xunge. Family was different from guests. While it was still acceptable to give cash at the engagement, for the wedding it was better to bring gifts. Yu Xunge twirled her fingers, recalling. Last time Su Yidong had thrown down 20 million, but she herself had harvested a ton of attribute points and in a great item from him, plus 1 year. Poor guy still hadn't figured out who his enemy was and had actually ended up subsidizing her spending. Not to mention Yu Xunge's divine gift talent was 80% crippled. This blow to morale had just been erased. There was no way she could appear stingy again. Real-world gifts? No matter how expensive, Su Yidong wouldn't care. Top-tier game gear? She couldn't bear to part with. Pondering hard, she suddenly remembered an obscure little item with potential to pleasure Imp's soft couch. A great item. A mattress with a flashy appearance but almost purely decorative function, priced at only 20 gold. Perfect. It would serve as a wedding gift for Yu Xunge. But what she valued more was the next auction listing. Binding Stone. A grade, when used, binds an item or equipment to the soul, cannot be dropped or stolen by anyone. Even the god of thieves is powerless. If the soul dissipates, the item turns to dust and returns to the void. Yu Xunge, you're targeting me, aren't you? She gritted her teeth, but knew well others might need this, but she needed it even more. At 100 gold each, she didn't hesitate and snapped up 5,000 gold gone in an instant. Her wallet instantly shriveled, so she threw caution to the wind and headed straight to the cooking section. Every recipe in the auction house she hadn't learned yet, she bought without hesitation. To avoid duplicates, she purchased and learned as she went, the screen flooding with continuous prompts. Low-level recipes might have limited effect, but the god of cooking talent relied on accumulation. Learning more recipes made creating her own dishes easier later. Cooking module sorted. Next up was sharpshooter. She scrolled through the auction list, snapping up a few skills in order. 1. Explosive arrow. Grade, explodes on impact, affecting a 2-meter radius around the target. Consumes 100 mana per shot. No cooldown, for 150 gold. 2. Repelling shot. Grade, shoots an arrow that detonates an energy wave, knocking enemies back. Consumes 30 mana per use. 3-minute cooldown, 130 gold. She had intended to pick one more offensive skill, but then got hooked by a dazzling golden entry. Soul Resistance S passive. permanently generates soul defense, grants immunity to mental control, and reduces mental damage by 30. Price, 12,000 gold. Now that's high-end, she thought, ignoring her balance and snapping it up decisively. A rough calculation. 450 gold for explosive arrow, 130 for repelling shot, 3,000 gold previously given to Master Hecuba, 5,000 gold for binding stones, 20 gold for the mattress, plus 485 gold spent learning and buying recipes. When she finally came to her senses, only a pitiful 23 gold remained in her bag. Yu Xunge felt completely satisfied. If you spend money, you might as well do it boldly. Passing the herb shop, she exchanged the last 23 gold for rare herbs needed to brew superior revealing potion and finally headed home, leaving Undead City behind. Before logging out, she casually removed the shadow left as surveillance in the treasure room. It was only 1703 at that moment. Yu Xunge packed up her gear and then ate a chocolate cream puff. She had made herself a simple frank dish. Since awakening her gourmet god talent, she noticed that food ratings now included a score, obviously part of the exclusive gourmet god evaluation system. Chocolate cream puff, F ranks 64 points. Description: restores 30 HP over 5 seconds. If savored slowly for 10 seconds, grants the well-fed status, boosting constitution by 3 points for 5 minutes. With the gourmet god bonus, all effects were tripled automatically. Yu Xunge chewed deliberately, the small puff melting instantly in her mouth, and the stats jumped immediately. Constitution 9. Her stats soared from a feeble 114.4 weakened state to a solid 208. Though her HP didn't rise simultaneously, the persistent hollow feeling inside had largely faded. With the aftertaste still lingering, she sipped a cup of milk that enhanced mental power. Unfortunately, because the gourmet god bonus was already triggered within the same time frame, the milk only received a triple boost and couldn't stack with the extra gourmet god saliva pouch effect. To an outside observer, this was just an ordinary snack, perfect for keeping a low profile. 2 minutes later, Yu Xunge disappeared with a flicker inside the Yu family mansion. After several phantom shifts, she arrived back at her own standalone villa. She didn't rush to contact Yu Xunge after the beta test ended. Everyone's phones and SIM cards turned to ashes, ensuring a period of disconnection. Yu Xunge simply locked her door and went back to sleep. Once her disguise skills cooldown ended, she changed into the appearance of an old man and used phantom shift again to slip into the airport restroom. After confirming a flight to Xinjiang, she cloaked herself with the phantom body spell inside a stall, blending in with the pets in the plane's aerobic zone. Then, with a quick, animagus transformation, she shrank into a tiny kitten crouching in a corner. Leaving a crack open for air, she hurriedly pulled out her binding stone, syncing her Soros pocket watch to itonly. Then did she feel truly at ease. The plane made a stopover, departing at 17:45 and landing in Jiang City early the next morning at 9 o'clock. Silently slipping out of the aerobic zone, she returned to human form in the airport restroom, then took a taxi to a hotel she had booked in advance. After freshening up, she left through the main entrance and stopped by a nearby store to get a new SIM card and phone. The moment she activated the new phone, she sent a message to the family group chat. Yu Xunge, did it succeed yesterday? Unfortunately, Yu Xunge was offline, and only Yu Xunge and Yi Xiaoguo were in the group. After exchanging brief greetings, Yu Xunge initiated a video call. On screen, her parents' faces glowed with red flushes as they praised her thoughtfulness and reminded her to take care of herself. Hearing their words, a pang of bitterness welled up inside Yu Xunge. In her past life, she had given nearly everything to these parents and her brother. The rare equipment that could fetch a high price if he'd say we need it, and she handed it over immediately. Powerful pets that could boost strength. Worried about her safety on missions, they took them. High-value mission items the market lacked when Su Yidong asked. They even conspired to knock her out. Despite knowing that Liang Yuchuan's uncle's divine gift drained partner attributes, her parents still encouraged her to marry him. These memories flashed before her eyes. Her eyes reddened, but she wiped away her tears and forced a smile at the screen, saying, "All right, as long as you're well, that's enough." Yu Qingshan and Yi Xiaoguo, seeing their daughter moved by their sweet words, hung up the phone with satisfaction. Yu Xunge sniffled and smiled as she put away her phone, then looked up to see a bowl of steaming clear mutton soup. She took a big bite. The fat melted between her teeth, and the savory aroma slid down her throat to her stomach. Since her rebirth, she had never tasted food so delicious. Meanwhile, Yu Xunge was trapped in a complete nightmare. Last night, he had wildly smashed things in the secret room until exhausted, then passed out on the chaotic floor. No matter how powerful the thief god's passive was, it couldn't calm the master's desperate heart. The moment the beta test ended, he repeatedly called out for his divine gifted talents. Finally one appeared, but only the last skill of the 5 remained glowing. The other 4 core skills had all gone gray. S rank. Now there's not even a scrap left. Realizing his hard-earned gifts were snatched away before he could enjoy them, he completely broke down. Jewelry? Thrown into the corner. Antiques? Shattered to pieces. paintings, torn to shreds, gold bars, dropped on the floor and stomped hard. Roaring and smashing echoed in the secret room. His bloodshot eyes looked like a maddened beast. If he had gotten A, or even rank at first, he might have endured it. But S rank disappearing instantly made his reason vanish with the ashes. After wrecking the treasure room, he ran to the study and living room, overturning and breaking anything he could, collapsing only when utterly drained and falling into despairful sleep amid the ruins. At dawn, Yu Xunge and Yu Xunge finished their call with their daughter and searched everywhere for their son before rushing back to the Yu residence. Opening the door, they faced a chaotic mess with Yu Xunge lying in the center. Yu Xunge rushed over, shaking him awake, but got no response. Yu Xunge followed the crime scene upstairs to the study and then the secret room, where shattered antiques and broken scrolls littered the floor, causing him to collapse on the spot with a groan. At this time, Yu Xunge was checking into a hotel, still in a weak state. She simply booked a room opposite the police station. The phone rang. It was Yu Xunge, voice urgent. Your father fainted. Do you still have medicine there? Is it serious? Please don't say it's nothing. Yu Xunge replied with concern, but thought privately, hopefully not mild. When she heard her father just fainted, she let out a relieved smile. I have medicine now. I've learned how to make it. Let me ask if Xunge has any left. He should take it first. We won't run out at home later. She knew Yu Xunge had also learned alchemy, and offering medicine now would earn her some goodwill. Since taking away his divine gifts, half the hate had subsided. Now she treated revenge as a game, but in reality the thief god was still a thief. She planned to keep an eye on Yu Xunge to prevent a comeback until his death. After hanging up, she locked the door, opened the curtains and window at any shout the police across the street could hear. She sat by the window, flipping through the Hecapa alchemy notes, ordering takeout 3 times, but not touching a bite, eating only the dried food she had stashed in her bag. The haze of it all took her back to the desperate days of her former life on the run. On the afternoon of the 12th, her severe weakness completely lifted. Her life, mana, and all stats reset to 0. Tossing her backpack onto her shoulder, Yu Xunge left the hotel without delay. The car had been arranged to drive back to S City, while she took a plane home. She arrived in City S on the morning of the 13th and headed straight to the hospital after leaving the airport. The old man was still lying there, but as for Yu Xunge, he wasn't in bed, was being dragged off by Su Yitong to rehearse for his wedding in a few days. The elevator doors dinged open on the ward floor, and the corridor smelled strongly of disinfectant. Yu Xunge pushed open the door, first slipping 2 clear bottles of basic treatment medicine beside the pillow, then casually pulled over a chair. Yu Xunge lay on the bed, his gaze vacant, staring blankly at the ceiling. Yu Xunge bent over to open her husband's mouth and poured in the medicine. When the bottle was pulled away, the old man's Adam's apple moved slightly, but his face remained expressionless. Yu Xunge glanced coldly to the side, thinking he must have become a vegetable. She pulled Yu Xunge to the door and whispered, "What's really going on?" I don't know either." Yu Xunge stammered for a long moment, but couldn't give an answer. She had kept this secret from their daughter all these years and couldn't bring herself to say it now. In truth, Yu Xunge wasn't too concerned about the old man's illness. Her main reason for coming was to investigate the two's God-given talents. In her previous life, without any detection tools, the information she had could only be gained through direct observation or being told outright. Back then, Yu Xunge said her mother's talent was related to cooking. The food she made had a 5 chance to boost the eater's attributes. Yu Xunge had thought it fitting that the mother and son shared God-given gifts tied to food. Now, checking their profiles again, it was clear Yu Xunge's true talent was fire-based. The more she talked, the higher the damage of her fire skills, resetting at midnight. Suddenly, Yu Xunge understood all those details from her last life. Why her mother always called her home for dinner. Why the dishes were always laid out before she arrived. Why the food tasted plain despite using only top-quality ingredients. Her mother's nature was always like this. If someone gave her 10 parts kindness, she'd repay 4 or 5. So every meal came with a hidden gift. It was all carefully arranged to complement Yu Xunge's food god talent. The high-quality ingredients guaranteed the dish's rating wouldn't be too low, while the mediocre flavor capped the score under 80, avoiding a critical hit. She was moved by it, but never gained any real benefit. Instead, unknowingly, she paid her luck as tribute to Yu Xunge. Looking back, after every meal at home, she'd have a run of bad luck, which she'd just chalked up to being jinxed by her hometown. As for Yu Xunge, he wasn't entirely lying. He claimed he could double the food's attribute-boosting effects, and when Yu Xunge ate his food, it did seem to double. Sometimes he even specially created dishes for her, promising 100% double. But in 2 years, she never actually gained a single stat point from it. Everything hovered on the edge of the rules, gaining her trust while secretly harvesting her benefits, while she didn't get a drop. Yu Xunge couldn't help but think, what a waste of learning. She wasn't surprised Yu Xunge coveted her luck. Her initial luck value was 8, higher than most people. It was just that she never understood why, despite such great fortune, She had missed the game's closed beta, huh? She missed the first in-game beta test because Lu Zhonglu had deceived her. But then she also missed the second and third tests in succession. What on earth had she been busy with on June 6th and October 10th in her previous life? Those dates were so far apart that she shouldn't have remembered them yet. They stood out sharply. Not only were they the exact days the beta test started, but they were right next to Yu Xunge's engagement and wedding dates. It was precisely this coincidence that stirred her buried memories. She couldn't recall every minute of those days, but could grasp the general outline of that period. 1. 3 or 4 days after Yu Xunge's engagement, he called her at 6 in the morning, saying he had pulled some strings through the Su family to get her a project and urged her to meet someone immediately. She was hurriedly picked up by the Su family driver, and the sky outside the car window was just beginning to lighten. 2. As Yu Xunge prepared for the wedding, the requests became even more frequent. He insisted that she be his rehearsal partner by name. For on-site setup, he called her every day to oversee the scene, only for her to arrive and find the place full of Su family members, leaving her completely sidelined. During that time, she was left waiting alone in corners, so bored she wanted to scroll on her phone, but kept being dragged away to critique floral arrangements and table carts, an annoyance beyond words. Right now, in the hospital bathroom, the sound of running water filled the room. Yu Xunge's veins stood out painfully as she realized they had been cutting off her chances since back then. The water splashed against the basin, scattering droplets that glittered in the sunlight. Her bitterness, which had somewhat eased after she stole Yu Xunge's gourmet god talent, flared up again. Why? Not only did they refuse to tell her the truth, but they kept letting her fall behind again and again. She switched off the faucet with a snap and pressed down her emotions in front of the mirror. It was pointless to ponder the enemy's motives. What she had to do was return everything in kind. Leaving the bathroom, she casually greeted Yu Xunge lying on the hospital bed, and then turned to leave. Yu Xunge's talent, liar, increased his attack power by 0.1 for each lie told, but reset at midnight. It also let him detect others' lies. This matched the information he had told her before he hadn't lied. Yet the most sophisticated lies often sounded like truths. He didn't have to fight himself, so how many lies he told, she could never verify. Truly a family. Stepping out of the hospital, the weak winter sun was glaring but could not chase away the chill creeping through her bones. Standing on the steps, Yu Xunge thought. After all, she was still one of them. How ironic. When it came to scheming, she was no less cunning. Yu Xunge was the old silver coin, Ichigo the dumb silver coin, Yu Xunge the small silver coin, and she herself the pretty silver coin, plus the ever-mocked fool Ichigo. Whatever, they were all stuck with each other, might as well get by together. On the 15th, Yu Xunge followed Yu Xunge to the hotel, where he and Su Yitong were rehearsing for the wedding. She watched the groom from afar, calm and gentle, his smile just right, betraying no hint of anger or sorrow. The more composed he seemed, the more excited Yu Xunge felt inside. The deeper the emotion was buried, the sweeter the vengeance when it finally exploded. Like herself, her smiles grew sweeter, just before her revenge grew harsher. She was waiting for that day. Having seen enough of his mask, she pulled Su Yitong into a corner and whispered mysteriously, "I've got a little wedding gift for you, something from the game. They'll give it to you in a private spot." Game items were still rare at the time. Curiosity flashed in Su Yitong's eyes as she hurried Yu Xunge into the makeup room. Yu Xunge beckoned Yu Xunge inside too, then pulled out an item from her backpack that made anyone's face turn pale just by looking at its bed. The item had no owner and could be inspected with a touch. Su Yitong thanked her calmly, but couldn't hide the light shining in her eyes. Yu Xunge also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Though the situation was awkward, this gift hit exactly what he needed. It was like a life raft in a storm. Under days of gloom, Yu Xunge was the bearer of the only good news. He looked at her gratefully. After wishing the newlyweds congratulations, Yu Xunge quickly excused herself. Su Yitong personally walked her to the door and even arranged for the family driver to take her home, clearly pleased with the wedding gift and appreciative of Yu Xunge's tact. The next morning, Su Yitong surprised everyone by sending a message inviting Yu Xunge to visit a brand new detached villa within the Su family estate. Yu Xunge had assumed it belonged to a distant branch of the family, but upon entering, she realized it was a specially prepared bridal home for Su Yitong and Yu Xunge. The moment she stepped into the entrance hall, the floor lit up with faint blue patterns that rippled like water following her footsteps. A faint, sharp scent of a revealing potion lingered in the air, but there was no mist or humidity anywhere, indicating that the Su family had upgraded their traditional security system to a holographic sensing technology. "Oh, don't worry, it's just pressure-sensitive and no harm done," Su Yitong casually explained. Yu Xunge mentally noted that she had spent all of September in Harbor City collecting weapons and hadn't been back to the Su estate for a while. By now, the main building probably had the same sensory system installed, and the Liang family must have figured out a way to counter it. With that in mind, she decided it was best to avoid visiting either family for the time being to prevent triggering any traps. After all, those sensors meant there would be nets ready to close in. After touring the entire bridal home, Yu Xunge was invited to stay for lunch. As she examined the exquisite French-style meal, the sparkle in Su Yitong's eyes confirmed the wedding gift had been perfectly chosen. Before leaving, Yu Xunge looked up and said, "On the day you came to pick up the bride, I used my talent to boost your luck to full. Don't worry." Su Yitong's smile froze for a moment. Her luck had originally been at the maximum value of 10, but had mysteriously dropped to 8. During that time, she had doubted everyone, and even gone to the Yu family to test if Yu Xunge was a player with a cursed divine gift. Despite these suspicions, she quickly composed herself, gestured for the driver to start the car, and called for a backup vehicle stuffed full of gifts for Yu Xunge. That evening, Yu Xunge returned to the Yu family villa for dinner and praised Su Yitong extravagantly. Normally, Yu Xunhuan would have interrupted to demand that she boost his luck too. Whether or not Su Yitong agreed with that was none of his business. But since Yu Xunhuan was still recovering from the blow of his S-rank divine gift falling to grade S, even managing to participate in the wedding rehearsal was a stretch. At the dining table, Yu Qingshan ate quietly with distant eyes, as if his spirit had drifted away. Beside him, Ichiogwa, although worried about her precious family, didn't fully grasp the implications and so was less affected. As long as her husband, son, and daughter were safe, she still considered life fortunate. Thus, only the two women laughed and chatted warmly, while the two men mechanically shoveled food into their mouths. On the 18th, the wedding day arrived. Yu Xunhuan sat beside the big bed in the villa's master bedroom, his sharp suit unable to hide the exhaustion etched between his brows, quietly waiting for Su Yitong and her entourage to come for the bride. Yu Xunge and Yu Qingshan had invited a branch of the Yu family to block the gate and support the Su family, making a noisy festive scene with gongs and drums, but it was brief and well-timed, allowing the bridal party to enter the house smoothly. After using the fake gear, you could choose whether to hide someone's luck value from them. For doing ill deeds, it was fine to conceal it, but if you were boosting someone's luck, you naturally wanted them to see it. Yu Xunge had no intention of causing trouble on a day like this. Su Yitong and Yu Xunhuan, as the male and female leads, even if their luck dropped to just 1, wouldn't suffer any real misfortune. Take Yu Xunhuan for example, her luck was down to 1. Yet when the assassin known as the Gun King fired 7 shots, every bullet miraculously missed, as if they had eyes. In the end, he only managed to cut off half of her earth odds. How absurd the storyline was. This wedding banquet was much livelier than the last one, with guests nearly filling the entire hall. Amid the crowd, Yu Xunge spotted Liang Yuchuan. The young woman wore a form-fitting evening gown, her right arm clad in a black glove extending halfway up her upper arm. The glove's sleeve bulged slightly, most likely covering a precise prosthetic limb. She stared coldly at Su Yitong, her gaze sharp and cutting, as if trying to dissect that handsome face. Liang Yuchuan had nearly lost her sanity because of the game. At first, she was convinced by her own eyes that the culprit was the youngest daughter of the Su family's 3rd branch. But the Liang family had been a noble house for generations and wouldn't just rush out on a whim. After several discussions, they found it suspicious there were occasional business conflicts between the Su and Liang families, but nothing close to a blood feud. Besides, even if Su Yitong wanted to target Liang Yuchuan, her status and background wouldn't require her to act personally. What was stranger was that the attacker didn't seem to know Liang Yuchuan's abilities, only severed one arm, intentionally spared her life, and then looked her straight in the eye afterward. Even a drunk person wouldn't accept that logic. Though rationality prevailed, the terrifying image of that intense eye contact remained firmly etched in Liang Yuchuan's mind. She couldn't forget it even with her eyes closed. In the end, the Liang family decided to attend the wedding banquet to keep up appearances, while secretly continuing their investigation. The Liang family head, who was Liang Yuchuan's great-uncle, decreed they would keep investigating for a while longer. If no evidence surfaced, formal negotiations with the Su family would be necessary. Yu Xunge only glanced at Liang Yuchuan from a distance, looking her over with casual curiosity as if she were any other guest. She then returned her attention to her meal. She smiled when appropriate and applauded when everyone else did. As a son-in-law relative, she remained inconspicuous. Despite maxing out her charm attribute and occasionally catching a few sideways glances, she stayed quiet and modest. Yet this seemingly ordinary son-in-law relative quietly used her pocket watch's detection skill to deftly rob 37 players at the banquet one by one. These people were all familiar faces from her past life, and the more she stole, the angrier she got. Almost all had prior grudges with her. She once suspected she was born to attract hatred, but now she realized it was Yu Xunhuan who'd used her as a tank to absorb aggro up front. By the end of the meal, Yu Xunge gained 2 constitution, 2 strength, 1 intelligence. When the banquet broke up, she politely took her leave with Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa. The Su family's lively wedding celebrations were a matter of familial warmth. The Yu family joining in would seem disrespectful. They preferred to keep their distance. After all, the Su family considered them in-laws and arranged a driver to take them home. In the car, with a smile forced for the entire day, Yu Qingshan finally relaxed, leaning back in the seat and staring moodily out at the neon lights. Yu Xunge asked him a couple of questions, but he gave only quiet replies, so she wisely dropped the subject. Back at their villa, Yu Xunge headed straight to the backyard Meow Meow Inn, where she added a few new dishes for the dozen or so stray cats. Ever since acquiring the chef god talent, she had developed a bit of an obsession. Uneven chopping made her uneasy, slightly off heat levels made her frown, and if the dish's rating was low, she felt she had failed herself. Yu Xunge doesn't resent the perfectionism that comes with the food god talent. After all, this gift only reveals its full potential through careful, dedicated cooking. Since the first beta test began, she had been on edge like a prey hunted by a wild beast, terrified that a single breath might tear her apart. Now, with the greatest threat firmly in hand, she could finally ease that taut tension if only enough to get a solid 6 hours of sleep each night, a luxury compared to before. Lying on her back, the soft mattress gently supporting her shoulders and back, she watched the faint blue mist from the humidifier by her bedside swirl like delicate silk in the light. She summoned her status panel and studied her attributes. Strength 8-2, Constitution 11-2, Intelligence 14-1, Agility 21. A healthy, moderately active ordinary person usually starts around 7 in these stats. Intelligence depends on innate smarts. Even fit men rarely exceed 10 in strength or constitution, and runners or parkour enthusiasts only slightly surpass 7 in agility. By these standards, her overall abilities rival that of a level 6 player, yet she remained level 0, with only a handful of small quests from the first beta and a mission from Hecuba filling her sparse experience bar. Next February, the game would officially invade reality. She couldn't bother sending the officials any warnings the plan was complete, and whether she played the hero or villain no longer mattered. Besides, there was no hiding it anyway. During the third beta test, hundreds of thousands flooded the game. Most hid out after encountering rare events, but some couldn't help themselves. Some wanted to show off, others to make up for lost chances. It was the same in her last life. By late 2078. Bizarre news stories had become constant even a month or two before the game's arrival. Rumors flew uncontrollably. Yu Xunge even suspected the officials knew everything long before. There must have been spies among those hundreds of thousands, otherwise no one could have reacted so quickly. She had stashed supplies, snapped up everything she could, and spent every penny needed. Next, she planned to systematically learn combat and shooting, using any leftover time for her profession and cooking. She wasn't weak in close quarters. During her desperate year on the run in her last life, she honed real skills: elbow strikes to the throat, eye gouges and rips, punches to the kidneys, sharp elbows aimed at the heart, each move targeting vital points. She didn't find these killing techniques crude. Rather, she craved more tools. No matter how high her stats, numbers were meaningless without skill. True martial arts with their own schools must have strengths, and she wanted to master them all. At range, she had relied on magic last time. Arcane missiles, ice spheres, fireballs, all instinctual. Her talents might truly be unique. Combined with the acting talent, which let her store 3 others from different schools, mixing various skills, she had managed to escape capture for an entire year. Now endowed with the divine sharpshooter gift, it would be a shame not to practice firearms seriously, doing justice to the gift and to her remarkable agility of 21. Yu Xunge still had money left from her tutoring fees. In the mornings, she trained in combat, learning how to better channel her strikes, which parts of her body could be used as weapons, and how to break free if restrained. In the afternoons, she practiced shooting, studying how to judge distances and calculate wind direction. Unlike last life, when she trained haphazardly through trial and error, this time her regimen was systematic and professional. Each morning, she stepped into the training hall through the mist, starting with warm-up runs and burpees to get her heart rate soaring. Then the coach carefully corrected her punching angles on the heavy bag, teaching her how elbows, knees, even collarbones could be weapons. After lunch, she fitted her finger guard and stood behind the archery line, feeling the bowstring's subtle vibrations, learning how wind speed and feather angles affected arrow trajectories. The once cold system stats now transformed into real strength in her muscles and sharpness beneath her skin, making her sense progress day by day. Her shooting coach was amazed by her talent. On the first day, her posture was awkward and rough, clearly learned from some underground guru, but less than a week later, she was hitting bullseyes at 30 meters every single time. The coach even considered recommending her to the national team, but after seeing her age 26 on her IDHE side regretfully. One odd thing remained. Every few shots, she would consistently miss one arrow. The coach suspected it was due to insufficient arm strength for a girl. Arm strength? Yu Xunge smirked inwardly. That was on Proposian the 7th arrow. She only pulled the bowstring 1 finger's width, letting the arrow drift slowly forward. Otherwise, her innate 7th shot must be a critical hit talent would give her away. She knew her limits perfectly. With plenty of time to aim, she could guarantee perfect scoring in rapid-fire mode, about a 60 hit rate. Moving targets were tougher, and shooting while running was basically a matter of luck. But this was just the beginning, and she felt no discouragement. Meanwhile, Yu Xunge finally shook off the shadow of the fragment incident, locking away those embarrassing remains deep in a drawer. Optimistically, he believed that despite his son losing half his manhood, the family was still intact, and with his daughter scouring for healing methods, maybe there really was a repair skill out there. Holding on to this hope for a miracle, he too began gathering player intel. The happiest one at home was Ichigua. With her son married into a wealthy family, everyone felt lucky, as if blessed by a koi fish charm. She could find no reason to be unhappy. Future grandchildren's surnames didn't bother her at all after all. They wouldn't be anyway, so what difference did it make? She considered herself one of those street-smart, clear-headed women people talk about online. The only flaw, her daughter refused to give her any allowance anymore. That day, a message popped up in the family group chat. Happy Chogwa. Yu Xunge daughter, mom's got her eyes on a handbag shy. Yu Xunge quickly quoted the message and fired back. Yu Xunge, Yu Xuanhuan brother, sis got her eyes on a gun shy. Then she added a note. Let this rich son-in-law spend some coins. Yu Xuanhuan replied with an ellipsis. Living off a sugar daddy was definitely sweet. Ever since marrying into the Su family, 5 million yuan hit his account quietly every month. Food and lodging all covered, clothes chosen or tailored for him, with those 5 million purely for spending as he wished. Not to mention the honeymoon night when Yu Xunge gifted him a cutting-edge high-tech bed that kept him going until dawn, completely erasing his previous psychological hang-ups. Su Yidong was pretty satisfied too, though sometimes she felt something was off, but never looked into it further. Thinking of this, Yu Xuanhuan waved his hand and transferred $500,000 to both his mother and sister. Once the money landed, he casually asked the two rich ladies to help check if anyone had obtained a divine-granted talent, but couldn't use it. They enthusiastically replied with multiple yes, yes, yes. Boss, rest assured, their attitude as warm as a hot pot restaurant. Seeing father and son showering money, Yu Xunge also chimed in, sending a transfer and asking them to keep an eye out for any skill or item that could repair objects. Mother and daughter once again responded with yes, yes, yes. Thank you, boss, and then promptly dropped the matter. A week later, Yu Xuanhuan and Yu Xunge asked in the chat, any news? The channel immediately fell silent, the two women collectively playing dead. Yu Xunge jabbed her phone's screen in frustration and cursed herself. Yu Xunge, if you're not a biological daughter, then who else could you be? Yu Xunge knew better than to push people too far, but in the end she still broke the silence and chimed in. She opened the family group chat and lightly tapped the desk with the butt of her pistol before casually replying. Yu Xuanhuan, just tell me how's that bed you're talking about? Not bad, her younger brother responded tersely. Right. Yu Xunge feigned ease. Good stuff and good news don't come around that often. Yu Xunge and Ichigua, who were just watching for fun, immediately joined in. Yu Xunge asked what bed? Ichigua asked what bed? Yu Xunge didn't hesitate to drop a screenshot of the bed into the chat. A wedding gift. From me. Happy Chogwa excitedly asked, are there more? Mom wants one, Dad needs one too. Sullen Xingshan replied with a string of question marks. Yu Xunge sent a rolling eyes emoji. Think it's some cheap thing? This bed's super expensive. Costs tens of gold coins. She then dropped a live exchange rate chart. Look at how much it takes to get one gold coin nowadays. Yu Qingshan, who had been gathering news, jumped in immediately. I heard silver coins are selling for 10,000 each. Gold coins are crazier. Depressed Qingshan piled on. They say it takes 1 million to exchange for one gold coin, but no one really gets one. Excited Shogo exclaimed, that means this bed costs tens of millions? That's insane. That money could buy a house. She muttered, you're stingy when you should be generous, but so generous when you shouldn't be. Yu Xuanhuan quickly tagged her sister. Yu Xunge thanks sis, if there's anything similar, buy it for me first, they'll pay you back. Yu Xunge casually replied, happy Chogwa for a rich lady. This is way more important than a house. Those who get it, get it. Ichigua fell silent. The group chat went quiet. Yu Xunge glanced at the chat window and sighed inwardly. If only ID stocked more of these back when I had the chance. Once the game invasion happens and the auction opens, flipping these could make a killing. She turned off her phone, her fingers still warm from the screen, feeling a sudden, fleeting wave of happiness. If she hadn't been nailed down and bled out in her past life, stubbornly waiting for Yu Xuanhuan. If that book hadn't suddenly invaded her mind as she neared death even with a second life, she would have kept believing in this illusion of a happy family. Memories surged. A mother quick-tempered but easily satisfied, innocent like a child. A father gentle and fair to all. They gave all their savings to their daughter. The daughter earned money and gave back to her parents and brother. The brother saved up to buy her a villa. After the world changed, the brother brought her into the elite team to grind dungeons. Even when the wife's family came looking to kill them, the brother risked himself to send warnings. It was this kind of lukewarm warmth that made her suppress herself in the last life. Now, staring at the fading black screen, she suddenly realized she could casually chat with these people so calmly. Revenge really does smooth out emotions. Right after rebirth, even if she told herself to bear it, her tone was always sharp as a blade. Tucking her phone into her game backpack, she stood and went to practice shooting. The training ground wind, tinged with earth, brushed her cheeks. Yu Xunge wore only a sports bra and a tight tank top on her upper body, delicate sweat gathering around her collarbones. Her legs were covered in fitted pants, with a small 4-slot pouch in her pocket containing 2 basic healing potions, a roll of bandages that gradually restored health, and the phone shed just put away. 2 large 36-slot backpacks, a dedicated potion bag, and a pile of miscellaneous items were all hidden inside the magician's false tooth, invisible to outsiders. The most important item, the bound Soros pocket watch, was worn openly around her neck and tucked securely into her tight shirt. Once bound, the pocket watch cannot be lost or stolen. Anyone who tries to touch it will feel nothing, but only its owner can truly hold it. To outsiders, the necklace at her chest looks like an ordinary silver chain. Even if someone accidentally brushes her chest, they would only touch fabric. At that moment, Yu Xunge was about to withdraw her move, but suddenly froze. The coach raised an eyebrow, and she smiled casually. Just a sudden thought. In that instant, she sensed someone attempting to divine her information, but the Soros pocket watch blocked it completely. A mist swirled in her mind as if she crossed through the galaxy of time and space, catching a glimpse of the divinary young man with a close-cropped haircut. After class, she walked to a nearby small restaurant. Perhaps it was her full charm, or the unique aura accumulated through experience, the mystique of the thief god, the immortal chill of the undead, the sharpness of the sharpshooter, the warmth of the food god, plus her innate restraint mixed with madness, all layered over that gentle, intellectual face. Whenever Yu Xunge appeared, it was as if she carried her own light source, drawing the gazes of passers-by without effort. This sensation was not new. At Su Yitong's wedding, she had deliberately kept a low profile, yet she still caught people stealing glances. That banquet was filled with guests who were either wealthy or powerful, confident in their status to avoid rash interactions during a wedding. After it ended, Yu Xunge nearly disappeared. Class, home, cooking became her entire life. She ignored unknown calls and friend requests. Even when dining out, she noticed people secretly raising their phones to snap photos, an unavoidable sign of the times. After retiring from the spotlight and losing contact with her family, only scattered bits about her appeared online, all from strangers, mostly positive. She neither responded nor stirred up attention, filling her days with fighting, shooting, and meals, and the heat soon faded into calm. Yet Lu Zhonglu showed up, proposing they team up again and storm back into the entertainment world. Yu Xunge had almost forgotten him completely. After confirming he wasn't playing games, she promptly kicked him out the door, casually tossing him a fate gear, resetting his luck to 1. Meanwhile, the police continued investigating those who had conflicts with Lu Hongxing. As the truth of the game surfaced, Lu Zhonglu was cleared of suspicion. People didn't turn their attention to Yu Xunge for 3 reasons. First, Lu Hongxing hadn't had time to harm her. Second, the two had no grudge. Third, Lu Zhonglu was still alive and well, so everyone assumed she was merely a scapegoat chosen by the real culprit. But if Lu Zhonglu died too, then no one could predict the outcome. She never apprenticed in cooking. In the past, she had no passion for it, and now, with the game's built-in cooking skills, occasional cooking was enough. She worried about triggering Yu Xunge's sensitive nerves, and didn't want to expose herself on that survival front. Besides, the skills accompanying videos were extremely detailed, with many techniques differing from reality, so she had no need for a teacher. Lately, more and more cats had been coming to crash and scrounge meals in the villa's backyard. Fortunately, it was autumn into winter, so the cats were quiet, and the villa was secluded, unnoticed by anyone. The weather was nice today, and for once, Yu Xunge didn't have to go out to handle official business. Instead, she asked a cleaning lady to come over for a thorough house cleaning. At the same time, she took it upon herself to wash the Wanmaozhan cat nest. During the cleaning, she not only tried to figure out if the cleaning lady was a player, but also cleverly hid her own shadow within the cleaner's shadow to keep an eye on her. Having been hunted countless times while escaping for her life, Yu Xunge's paranoia was deeply ingrained. Whenever a stranger stepped into her home, there was a chance they might install surveillance cameras in the living room corners. Unfortunately, she hadn't learned any cleaning skills yet, so she had no choice but to reluctantly invite someone in. Wanmaozhan was a strength tool she had devotedly developed in her past life, which had even expanded a pet hospital into a small power base. Yu Xunge figured that if the game were to invade or the cat nest mutation occurred, she could immediately pull out the binding stone, a mere 100 gold coins, guaranteed profit. After washing the cat nest and hanging it out to dry in the backyard, the warm sunshine shone down on 7 or 8 cats sprawled out like pancakes. She had originally only seen the backyard as a place for zoning out, but today she noticed 2 familiar faces, a chubby tabby with fur pure white paws and a round belly, and a fat black and white cat resembling a cow. She quietly imprinted their patterns and body shapes into her memory. She had definitely seen them in either August or the 30 million villa period. The cleaning lady worked alone from the living room all the way to the attic, even scrubbing the tiny gaps around the wall lamps until they gleamed. Yu Xunge offered a reward of 10,000, a big job that surpassed half a month's wages elsewhere, so naturally, it was in high demand. After verifying everything was spotless, she promptly paid and walked the cleaner to the door, but refused to add her on WeChat, and didn't even say let's keep in touch. Having the same cleaner come regularly was the easiest way to get compromised. The lessons she learned in her past life were her most valuable asset. No sooner had the cleaning lady left than the WeChat notification popped up. Su Yitong's message was brief. Got time to make some money? Every time you activate your God-given talent, the Su family will pay you 1 million. Yu Xunge had anticipated this message. She had deliberately made a positive impression at Su Yitong's wedding to pave the way for this day. The money could last her for at least half a year, so why not? Still, she didn't want to make enemies of the Su family or put herself directly in the hunter's crosshairs. So she replied, only taking jobs that boost luck to 10, won't accept ones that drop it to 1. She ignored the range 2 to 9. This skill was really just about either saving lives or causing harm. Su Yitong clearly understood the weight of Yu Xunge's terms. 1 million was too cheap to buy a shield. She immediately set a date and said, "I'll send someone to pick you up then." Yu Xunge wasn't too worried about Su Yitong's verbal promise when it came to money. The Su family was reliable. The more closely connected you were, the more willing they were to pay up promptly. Even if they planned to undermine someone later behind the scenes, that was a separate matter. But business was business. As long as you worked for the Su family, they would definitely reward you. They wouldn't be so petty as to make their own people feel like they gained nothing from the relationship. She had purposely kept that afternoon free. Exactly on time, a modest but expensive black business car pulled up steadily outside the villa district. When the door slid open, Yu Xunge saw Su Yitong sitting calmly in the back seat, her expression composed. After the car started moving, they exchanged a few casual words before Yu Xunge tactfully raised her hands in a preemptive disclaimer. All I can do is adjust your luck value, but luck isn't the same as fate. Many things can't be changed by luck alone. Su Yitong nodded. Don't worry. She was the best example herself. After dropping from luck level 10 to 8. Her life on the surface still ran smoothly, but it no longer felt effortless. Before, if she wanted 1, she'd get 1.5 or even 2. Now, wanting 1 meant only 1. This gap, quantified by data, couldn't be soothed by any psychological reassurance. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside a long-established restaurant in the city center. They took the elevator straight to a private room on the top floor. When Yu Xunge pushed open the door, her expression remained indifferent, as if no one inside was worth her interest. The room was softly lit. Sitting by the table was Liang Yuchuan, along with a young man sporting a sharp crew cute. In this life, she barely knew them, but in a past life, that woman had trampled her face countless times under the pretense of sparring. Su Yitong raised her hand, pointing to the young man next to Liang Yuchuan. Use fake gear on him. Yu Xunge didn't ask any questions. She raised her hand with fingers slightly spread, eyes lowered. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes. Done. The young man looked down at his data panel. His luck had jumped from 8 straight to 10. He gave Liang Yuchuan a slight nod. Yu Xunge returned a polite nod to the group and stood up to leave. Su Yitong didn't stop her, only seeing her safely to the door and having someone escort her back to the villa area. Just after getting in the car, her phone buzzed. She had received a transfer from the Su family. As the car drove off past 2 streets, Yu Xunge sensed someone else trying to divinate her information in a manner identical to that crewcut youth. She tugged the corner of her lips slightly. So the Liang and Su families really are working together. And the facts confirmed it. Not long after Su Yitong's wedding, the Liang and Su families held a secret meeting. The Su family was shocked to hear someone had infiltrated Liang's domain and brutally severed half of Liang Yuchuan's arm. The Liang family was even more stunned. Not only had Su's youngest daughter from the 3rd branch had 1 ear cut off, the vast majority of gold bricks stored in their treasury had been stolen. There was a tense awkwardness hanging in the conference room. No matter how rational the Liang family members were, they couldn't help but feel resentment. Perhaps the Su family had too many enemies, and some enemy was using Liang's hand to exact revenge by injuring Liang Yuchuan. But on the other side, the Su family was no saint either. The Su family's mood was equally complicated. Su Yitong had lost an ear, which affected her hearing but was easy enough to conceal from outsiders. Compared to that, Liang Yuchuan's lost half-arm was a much more serious disability. As for the gold bricks, the Su family was wealthy enough that they hadn't taken a fatal hit. Normally, family scandals like this would never leak out, but the Liang family came with the pretense of negotiation. If the Su family didn't provide an explanation, on Liang Yuchuan's word alone, I saw the culprit was Su Yitong's Liang family would have all the justification they needed to take action. Both sides looked at each other in silence, neither daring to speak first. Liang Yuchuan and Su Yitong both wore expressions as cold and dark as still water, their moods at rock bottom, sharing a profound sense of shame. It wasn't just because they had both been left maimed, it was that the murderer had crudely but deliberately set them face to face, like holding 2 monkeys on a leash, hitting exactly where it hurt the most. As the culprit forced the Su and Liang families to sit together and exchange stories of their suffering, they were probably hiding somewhere, savoring their twisted victory. Recently, the Liang family had put all their efforts into the gaming industry, with nearly every family member involved. After the first closed beta test ended, they immediately scoured player data, hoping to identify anyone with divine gifts or divination powers. Unfortunately, all leads vanished overnight, and the Liang clan had no choice but to turn to secretive forces. Only days ago, they finally found a player claiming to have divination abilities only to learn that person couldn't glimpse any outcomes at all. The elders of both families quickly convened and reached one conclusion. The murderer must have had grudges against both the Su and Liang clans at the same time. As for the driver Liang Hui, who had been killed, he was likely a mere pawn silenced by the killer after cooperating. The elders took on investigating all groups who held grudges against the two families, while the younger generation teamed up to use their divine talents to trace any clues. Because of this, Su Yitong contacted Yu Xunge, hoping to cast a luck buff on that divination player and see if it could crack through fate's veil. But the result was still a blank. The buzzcut youth divined nothing, yet his luck soared to an unprecedented peak within 6 hours. On his way home, he bought a lottery ticket on a whim and instantly won. This news was immediately reported to Liang Yuchuan, who casually mentioned it to Su Yitong, noticing her eagerness to learn more about Yu Xunge, since such practical talents could prove invaluable someday. In truth, Liang Yuchuan had long been aware of the luck talent. After the first beta test, she used Soros' eye to scan all the Liang family members, meanwhile uncovering driver Liang Hu's divine gift. She kept this quiet, reporting game intelligence only to the family head, quietly watching to see if Liang Hui might be tempted by some sudden opportunity. But before anything could unfold, Liang Hui was found dead in the street. So when she heard Yu Xunge possessed a level luck talent identical in name and effect to Liang Hu's, she felt no suspicion at all. To her, a brank was just common pull in the talent pool. Perhaps after the original owner's death, the wheel of fate reset, and the gift was drawn again by someone else. Or maybe such low-tier talents simply weren't unique. After all, not everyone was a heavenly prodigy like her. The entire Liang family had nearly 1,000 players, and only she held its level divine gift. Besides, the Liang family had already proven that killing a holder didn't transfer their divine talent. With that natural and proud certainty, Liang Yuchuan never linked the Yu Xunge shed never met with her family's bloody incident. Night fell, and Yu Xunge's terminal flashed a message from Su Yitong, looking forward to more cooperation. Yu Xunge was not surprised by Su Yitong's reaction. It was undeniably a bargain, spending $1 million for 6 hours of peak luck. The next day, she left with money in her pocket and rented a small yacht to head out to sea. The ocean was an ideal place to vanish and escape. Its safety and concealment rivaled a safe house. Not only did she not have to worry about being seen, but if she ever killed someone, she could simply sail out, erase the clues, and return. As soon as the yacht docked, Su Yitong started showing up regularly, asking her to adjust the luck values for her clients. Each time Yu Xunge used her skill, she did it openly, as if proudly announcing, "I've just set your luck to 10. The louder she proclaimed it, the faster her reputation spread. Soon enough, the wealthy circles all knew there was someone who only gave people good luck, never downgrading their fortune or increasing their misfortune. She could have claimed her skill only raised luck, making her seem harmless. But that was too safe. She still had to lower monsters' luck during raids, so she never planned to hide this fact from the beginning. Her only good luck policy cooled off much of the ill will toward her. Even when others offered to pay 20 million privately, she refused to make exceptions. Over time, everyone realized she was smart, tactful, and cautious. Plus, as a semi-member of the Su family, no one dared risk crossing her. The very skill that got her killed in her previous life became a money tree this time around. After the third internal test ended, she never had to worry about her player identity being exposed again. The Su family, and those she helped, would protect her. Her God-given gift wasn't highly destructive, but uniquely rare, like a fortune teller. Always on call when needed, but not anyone's scapegoat when things went wrong. Rather than target someone well connected to all the big clans, it was easier to go after ordinary players with no backing. Everyone understood that calculus. Money came much faster than when she was a rising star. She only accepted cash for transactions, no interest in whatever arsenal others hoarded. She understood clearly, if weapons ever mutated, people would blame her for stealing luck, causing needless trouble. It was simpler to just take money and buy slowly herself. Even if someone owed her 2 yuan worth of lottery tickets and then hit the jackpot, others would be furious, let alone an unimaginably valuable piece of equipment. Now she spent 2 to 3 hours a day taking jobs, using the rest of her time to save up. By the end of November, she planned to make another trip to the kingdom of Sawadika, where all sorts of strange things piled up, perfect for hoarding and gambling on mutations. But before she left, she wanted to buy back the costume from years ago. When she first debuted, she played a lovesick dark guard supporting role in a 36-episode low-budget costume drama, wearing black clothes and boots for 35 episodes. The show unexpectedly blew up, propelling her from a newbie to a third-tier actress. As usual, the production sold the lead actor's costumes to recoup costs, and a fan bought that dark guard outfit. In her previous life, beset by scandals, fans were disappointed and stopped supporting her, quickly reselling the outfit. After the game invasion, the costume in someone else's hands actually mutated into a rare, high-quality blue outfit. The reason Yu Xunge knew that so clearly was because that robe had passed through many hands and, 2 years later, ended up in her possession in a remarkably dramatic way. 2 years ago, when she fled for the first time and was hunted down, she personally took down one of the pursuers. While searching him, she was stunned to find that black robe. What really shook her was the fine black stitching on the back collar. Yu Xunge. That was the costume she first used when acting. To give the plain black robe a bit of personal meaning, she had embroidered her name on the collar. The costume was only passable quality after all. The leading actress had to wear it for months, but back then, she still held hope for the future and had stitched those letters with great care. Originally, she never planned to look for that robe again. She retired gracefully, and surely that longtime fan wouldn't be so heartbroken as to quit fandom and turn around to sell the costume, right? She wasn't the type to steal fans' chances either. But unexpectedly, that day she happened to scroll through her phone, and big data algorithms shoved the fans selling the costume video right in front of her. The video had only a few pictures. 1. An old photo of her wolfing down food at a restaurant after training. 24. Close-ups of that black robe. The caption was blunt: in dire financial straits. Want to sell Yu Xunge's costume? I spent 20,000 yuan on. Yu Xunge immediately messaged from her main account. Sis, though I retired, I really miss those days. Would you part with it? He'll offer 50,000. Whether out of guilt or nervousness at being caught by the star herself, the fan replied lightly, not selling anymore. Yu Xunge raised the offer to 100,000. The fan hesitated again, saying, sorry sis, I really need the money. 150,000. Darling, I truly want it. So at 6 a.m. sharp, Yu Xunge personally picked up the robe, cleaned it, disinfected it, dried it carefully, and respectfully hung it in her wardrobe. It was a modified hanfu, a pure black outer robe with a wide belt. You could wear your own clothes underneath, then throw on the robe and tie the belt to get to work. It was nicknamed Little Blue Outfit on set. Little Blue Outfit. My faithful little blue outfit that's followed me through a whole year on the run. After all that, it's still you. She stroked the hem, her mind swirling with memories. She had considered having a tailor embroider secret patterns on it. Maybe it would provide some edge during the apocalypse, but she feared ruining her cherished gear, so she never went through with it. Recently, returning to her old profession brought in $1 million per gig, making her family group chat positively sour with jealousy. Happy Cho was said, sis, can you spare some cash? Depressed Qingshan said, sis, me too. Yu Xunge tagged Yu Xunge. I make all my money from your wife. Can that divine skill of yours bring in some cash too? That almost pushed Yu Xunge deeper into depression. His divine talent, never mind. Why mention it? Yu Xunge continued. I've got big plans for this money to buy weapons. Happy Chiogua depressed Qingshan. Interested? Happy Chiogua. That bed seriously can't get one? Depressed Qingshan. What do you mean exactly? Happy Chiogua. Just asking. Depressed Qingshan tagged Yu Xunge. Got any game weapons? Yu Xunge. No, I haven't seen it before. Who sells something like that? Yu Xunge. Have you ever come across it at the Su family's place? Yu Xunge quickly typed on the screen. I've seen it, but it's not for me. Just like that, the conversation slipped into the world of gaming. A few days later, a new message popped up in the group. Yu Xunge. Su Yitong is away on a business trip. I'm going back to my parents' place for a few days. Then he tagged Yu Xunge. Come over to my place for dinner tonight. He followed it with a string of hee and added. So the little silver coin has arrived? Is this a meal or what? Without hesitation, Yu Xunge switched to the chat interface, opened a ticket booking app, and instantly purchased a flight to the Sawadika Kingdom. Less than 10 minutes later, a new message appeared in the group, a location screenshot showing she was standing at the airport boarding gate. Yu Xunge, location info. Another message came immediately after. You say it's late, but I've already planned to go to Sawadika Kingdom to see if there's anything interesting. I'll tell you more when I get back and bring you some gifts. Before finishing the sentence, she decisively shut off her phone and disappeared into the crowd at the terminal. At that very moment, Yu Xunge stood in his kitchen, his face gloomy. His knuckles were white from gripping his phone. He didn't want things to be this way, but he really couldn't figure out how to break the deadlock. After the third closed beta test ended, Su Yitong bluntly asked him, have you become a player? That question was like a knife. If he said no, the gap between their statuses would only become clearer, but if he lied, he risked sinking deeper and deeper. So he gritted his teeth and admitted to participating in the beta test. Sure enough, Su Yitong's next question was, what divine gift did you get? Everyone who had tested knew this divine gifts were personal trump cards. Unless cooperating, job hunting, or the person mentioned it themselves, no one asked. It was an unspoken rule at work and among friends. Even when Yu Xunge voluntarily disclosed it that day, Yu Xunge only touched on it lightly. He was too embarrassed even to ask. Besides changing others' luck, Do you have any other skills? One extra question showed closeness. More than that became prying. But Su Yitong didn't care. She never asked friends about such things, but Yu Xunge and her husband, her private property, she naturally demanded to know everything. After Su family employees joined the beta, they were all questioned about their gifts one by one. Su Yitong simply carried on the family tradition of being unapologetically bossy. Yu Xuanhuan understood perfectly. He was sure that even if Su Yitong looked down on the Yu family, she probably wouldn't ask Yu Xunge. But with him, she spoke without hesitation because she was certain she had the right to control everything about him. At the time, he didn't show any displeasure, only a bitter smile. I got a great gift, but it's sealed. Su Yitong pressed on, so he added, SS rank, but after coming out of the game, several skills have faded. He listed a few skills he could no longer use, vaguely covering up the truth. Su Yitong didn't say whether she believed him, but she was noticeably more serious than before, under the pressure of possibly angering her at any moment. Yu Xuanhuan still didn't mention the one core skill he could still use. Instead, he hurriedly changed the subject to talk about the professional skills had learned in the beta jewel crafting, potion making, and casually shifted the conversation to Yu Xunge's talents. So if it weren't for him, how else could Yu Xunge have the chance to make so much money? Such a pity she ran away so fast. Yu Xuanhuan sighed, thinking of how Yu Xunge had immediately alerted them upon discovering the game intrusion, and felt a slight relief. After all, her quick escape was for the best. In truth, he had been too impulsive himself. There were still many paths ahead, and there was no need to take ruthless action against Yu Xunge. In the game, he used to stack luck points by cooking for strangers. Now that the end of the year approached, the Su family hosted feast after feast, and if he could sneak a few dishes onto those banquets, wouldn't those born with a golden key bring him more luck than Yu Xunge could? But this had to be kept secret from Su Jia. He knew that if he revealed the skill's effect to Su Yitong, she would certainly help, but unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to keep this card to himself. The ingredients were already bought, so there was no point in wasting them. The faces of Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiugua flashed through his mind, followed by Yi Dong, who still lived in his apartment but hadn't paid rent for a long time. Chuckling softly, he rolled up his sleeves and started cooking. The oil sizzled loudly as the aroma slowly filled the room. After all, at least someone would be tasting the food for free. Yu Xunge still didn't know that her supposedly kind-hearted younger brother was not only unangered, but actually relieved that she escaped so quickly. Even if she found out, she wouldn't be moved. Any pity that an enemy occasionally shows only meant to her that she was seen as reserve supplies. After arriving in the country of Sawadika, she used her disguise skill to transform into a bald man, then hired a local female guide whose first words were, "Money's no problem, as long as it's something truly eerie, the older the better." The guide, seeing her generous spending, smiled broadly, assuming she was an easy mark. But to her surprise, in the next moment, Yu Xunge raised her hand, pressing a tiny handgun coldly against the guide's temple, while her other hand threw down a thick stack of US dollars. "Which do you want? Your life or the cash?" The guide turned pale, trembling as she confessed, "But those things, real ones, are rare. They can be items connected to deaths, with a long history, or strange stories behind them." Yu Xunge lowered the gun, her tone calm, but serious. "As long as you try your best to find them, I'll pay at least $500 for each piece. If I like it, the price will go up depending on my mood." Seeing her calm demeanor, not the type to lose control and resort to violence, the guide forced herself to steady her nerves and nodded in agreement. "I can promise to give you all the clues I find, but I can't guarantee authenticity." "Fine. They'll be here for a week. Let's see how much you can earn based on your skills." Yu Xunge shoved a few $100 bills into the guide's hand as a deposit. Before the game arrived, she had always scoffed at mysticism. But now, seeing how ancient temple incense ash and meditation cushions used by old monks in her country were officially repurposed into defense tools, it proved there was some truth to eerie things. The long history in her country bred many frauds, and she knew she couldn't outsmart that crowd. Fearing she'd be targeted after all, the half-covered protection from the Su family was like a double-edged sword, making people cautious, and her every move closely watched. She could only turn her gaze overseas, quietly preparing her trump cards in the shadows. The smaller families and forces all wanted to see how great clans like the Su and Liang families would respond. Most of the attention would be focused on the key figures of the Su family, but Yu Xunge, who recently had business dealings with wealthy people, was also worth observing. She knew she wouldn't be followed. 247, but if she kept collecting occult-related items for too long, she'd inevitably slip up. Once those ancient artifacts or those steeped in eerie legends truly exhibited supernatural changes, her actions would become clues under a magnifying glass. After arriving in the kingdom of Sawadika, the chance of being pursued still existed. However, she tucked away all the trivial matters beneath her disguise, acting as a regular tourist assigned to run errands for the guide, wandering through sightseeing spots and buying souvenirs like a harmless grain of sand in the scenery. Internally, she grumbled to herself. She was always cautious, but somehow never thought far enough. This was yet another mental battle against the air itself. At that moment, using disguise magic, she transformed into a bald man and sat cross-legged in a dimly lit private room, fingering a plain instant camera. Is this some kind of ghost movie camera? She raised an eyebrow. The guide, nervous as a fly rubbing its hands, awkwardly explained, they didn't finish taking photos. Those college students said it got creepier and didn't dare continue, so they stopped. Yu Xunge gently put down the camera and glanced at the table. A worn, blood-stained Buddhist amulet, said to have been brought home by a woman seeking love. After a quick marriage, she found her husband was a scoundrel and killed him in a fit of rage. A jet-black wolf's tooth, rumored to come from a wolf that had devoured many people. A gauzy veil, worn by a Thai queen centuries ago, and a small piece of durian shell. She controlled her expression and pointed at the durian shell. So what's the bittersweet story behind this? Leaning closer, she sniffed at it, still smelled fresh. The guide immediately launched into a dramatic act, waving his arms. Usually, when picking durians, one person cuts from the tree while another catches the fruit below. That day, the durian wasn't caught, it hit someone right on the forehead. Instant death. It hit so hard the shell didn't even pierce in. The skull shattered first. Everyone was crying and chanting prayers non-stop. Nobody cared about that durian. Later, a kid picked up what was left, ate all the flesh, and only this tiny shell remained. Yu Xunge squinted. The kid you're talking about isn't you, is it? The guide shook his head even faster. No, it's my kid. She sighed internally. At least domestic scammers respected your intelligence. Foreign ones not only were numerous, but treated her like a fool, and their tricks didn't even work. Fatigue washed over her. Yu Xunge waved him off, took out 2,500 in cash and slammed it on the table, then swept all the junk and the instant camera into her sleek black backpack. She decided to end this buying spree right then and there, and instead go buy a few latex mattresses before heading home. Better to save time leveling up than getting conned. Here, once the game launched, shed focus on the grind. In the end, less than a week after arriving abroad, Yu Xunge dragged her suitcase back to her home country's airport. There was still nearly 30 million on the books, but honestly, it was frustrating since she couldn't find a good place to invest it. She made a straightforward decision. She'd convert all that money into gold. When asked, it would be easy to explain. She believed the future belonged to gamers. Money would depreciate, so gold was the safer bet. Yu Xunge also took some time to visit the Yu family villa, leaving the latex mattress she brought for Ichigwa in the living room. Then she politely declined Ichigwa's invitation to have dinner and headed straight to the jewelry store. Back when Yu Xunge wasn't involved in the gaming world, she could of course eat at the Yu family home. But now, since Yu Xunge carried about 1/5 of a food god talent, Yu Xunge wouldn't even touch a single grain of Yu family rice just to avoid the system keeping score. From that day on, anyone who came asking her to use the Wheel of Fate skill was charged only in gold. 1 million yuan converted to gold by the day's price came to roughly 3 jin and 8 liang, so she just rounded it up to 4 jin. When Su Yidong heard this way of rounding up for the first time, she nearly choked. She had been nauseated by the word gold recently. But for wealthy people, an extra 2 liang was nothing. At first, many worried this luck-changing wouldn't be without cost. They wondered if it would overdraw the future, bringing misfortune after temporary good luck. So they watched cautiously. But over time, they found no side effects. The luck boost just turned headwinds into tailwinds. Effort was still required. It wasn't magic. For example, that buzzcut young man won 1 million yuan in his first lottery ticket, immediately bought 10 more, but didn't win again. The effect ended there. As the news spread, Yu Xunge's divine skill didn't falter in sales. It grew more popular. No one could use it daily, but spending some money for a smooth sailing experience before major events was far more direct than putting out fortune trees or feng shui charms. During this time, Yu Xunge, Yu Qingshan, and Ichigwa also wanted to cut in line, insisting on experiencing Luck 10 happiness. Yu Xunge readily agreed. The skill had a 6-hour cooldown and could be used up to 4 times a day, but most powerful clients unless rushing to deliver a baby at midnight came during the day. Yu Xunge usually took 1 client in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, earning gold without missing classes. The clients had chauffeurs who dropped her off at the school building after receiving the Wheel of Fate. The dead of night hours were reserved for the Yu family themselves. Yu Xunge lived far away and maintained the caring older sister image, so she couldn't ask her sister to go back late at night. But Yu Qingshan and Ichigwa, who lived in the same villa district, had no such qualms. During the first half of December, the two almost daily strolled to Yu Xunge's door, competing to get her to cast the skill on one of them. It was an easy favor to Yu Xunge, and she wasn't worried that a few hours of luck boost would make these two reverse heaven and change fate. Ichigwa would joke that Yu Xunge was distant with them, not even letting them record her fingerprints. Yu Xunge shrugged. She had retired from the scene to pursue romance, and it wouldn't be convenient if she brought a boyfriend home one day. Ichigwa laughed knowingly, and then nudged Yu Qingshan with his elbow. Why don't we go live near Zijin Road for a while? You always say you're worried the kids will disturb us. Yu Xunge, is that really an excuse I can buy? Yu Xunge frowned as she saw the person off outside the villa yard, pretending not to notice Yu Qingshan's bitter expression. Neither the young nor the old generation was any good. Through day after day of training, she not only learned to exert force more efficiently, but also gradually corrected many bad habits in close quarters combat, thanks to her coach's guidance. Her strength attribute had reached 10. Before, even at full effort, she could only manage a 6 or 7. But now with the newly learned techniques, she could reliably perform at 90% or more. Although her specialty was ranged attacks, she knew she couldn't be useless once someone got up close. So she practiced every kind of elbow strike: horizontal, jumping, covering, center pressing, striking, and the spinning butterfly elbow until she herself felt scarily powerful. Having absorbed nearly all the relevant theory, she switched to another instructor to focus on dagger techniques. Similarly, after mastering archery, she moved on to study crossbows and firearms shooting. That trip to the Sawadika kingdom had grounded her drifting heart. Rather than pinning hopes on a 9000 mutation, it was better to steadily improve herself. Even though she said that, she still loved to gamble. So every day after class and dinner, she made a habit of strolling through the antique street. Whatever junk caught her eye, she bought it, and ended up carrying a pile of rusty scrap she was too lazy to pack in her game inventory. Once when she had Ichiwa help tidy up, they shook their head looking at the treasures, joking she'd end up being conned into buying health supplements someday. The male lead failed. The third female lead turned toxic, so she placed her bet. Everyone else seemed to have a bright future, except for that one person who looked like they were about to fall apart. One day, she got a call from Yu Xunge. Are you free tonight? Help a friend tweak his luck stat. 5 gene of gold at once. A no-cost business and an opportunity to fleece money from her own brother. How could she say no? To prevent Yu Xunge from accidentally inviting her to dinner, she took the initiative. Business is business. Skills never come free. But if you treat, they'll open a good bottle of wine. She reserved a restaurant where the average per person was over 10,000 gold and added a bottle worth over 200,000. The total cost was still just 1 gene of gold. Before leaving, she smoothed out her hair in the rearview mirror and nodded at her reflection. You're really generous. Without hesitation, turning the steering wheel, she drove first to Yes Villa and picked up Yu Qingshan and Ichiwa as well. She could almost guess without thinking that the friend Yu Xunge mentioned was probably one of his brothers. If so, she wasn't about to attend the banquet alone. Whenever Yu Xunge made new friends, he behaved like bringing a girlfriend home to meet the parents, leading them to his house for a meal, then earnestly introducing, let me introduce you to my family. Counting holidays, each semester he'd bring home at least 2 different wealthy, handsome brothers. At first, Yu Xunge thought this little brother was either slow or crazy. Later she realized it was actually wisdom. The brothers he brought home were all deeply touched, and in turn gave Yu Xunge plenty of genuine help. She found Yu Xunge hard to figure out. His many benefactors might owe more than just luck. Forget about Yu Xunge, Ichiwa, and Yu Qingshan were used to it by now. Every time, Yu Qingshan would pull out a newly bought bottle of liquor and say, this is the good stuff Uncle never dared to drink. Since you're Zunhuan's friend, Uncle treats you like a son. Come on, the 3 of us, a toast. The cups and lines never changed. When the private room door slid open, sure enough, it was Yidong, the same guy Yu Xunge had unilaterally met up with in City B not long ago. But in just a few days, the spark had been sucked out of him. His face was pale, dark circles under bloodshot eyes, looking like he might fall apart at any moment. When he saw Yu Xunge, his eyes briefly lit up but quickly dulled again. The recent streak of bad luck had nearly broken his spirit. He lost games, even when winning seemed guaranteed, due to bizarre mistakes. His fan scams blew up and ruined his reputation when exposed. Enemies he had made in City B kept coming around demanding debts. Even staying home, he choked on his water and coughed nonstop. Misfortune wrapped around him like a dense fog. Everyone took their seats, but the one truly anxious was Yu Xunge. He practically shoved aside the decorative box and pressed a massive 5-pound gold ingot into Yu Xunge's hand. Sis, please help my friend, he's been unbelievably unlucky lately. Yu Xunge worried Yu Xunge might change his mind and take the gold back, so she deftly dodged Ichiwa's frequent elbow jabs and slipped the ingot into her bag. Then she looked up at Yidong and decisively activated her skill. Someone who could hang around the protagonist couldn't possibly be naturally cursed with bad luck. Yu Xunge knew the truth. Yidong probably had taken Yu Zunhuan's free meal deal, but never actually paid. Other people's free meals meant eating without settling the bill. Yu Zunhuan's version was sneaking you food and refusing to let you pay, then, once you hit rock bottom, handing over a life-saving gold to buy your loyalty. TSK, she had been burned by this very tactic in her past life. But seeing Yu Xunge use this strategy on a once-close brother stirred a sense of satisfaction in Yu Xunge. This dinner was definitely worth it, maybe even enough to enjoy a couple more bowls. She pulled Yidong's luck stat from rock bottom straight up to 10, and the feeling lucky again buff popped up instantly. Judging from Yu Zunhuan's posture, Yidong was sure to become a frequent customer of his business. That gold ingot was the down payment. Since a future invasion by game elements seemed inevitable, Earning money through this skill was a smart move. When fighting bosses or opening treasure chests, why not trigger feeling lucky again? After all, luck directly affects drop rates. Don't be fooled by Yu Xunge, or even Su Yitangal. 3 have maxed out luck stats. 2 are born protagonists, and the other artificially push their luck from 8 to 10. Most ordinary people get stuck around 5. Recently, Yu Xunge tweaked quite a few people and even checked top players' stats with the Soros pocket watch. Those legendary figures once only glimpsed on TV had luck ratings no higher than 7. Reaching that level depends on intellect, background, emotional intelligence, and effort. Luck is just a bonus. But in game loot box situations, none of those factors matter. It's all down to the raw numbers. In her previous life, the Liang family had hidden Liang Hu's divine gift so tightly, possibly even preparing a secret artifact for concealing it, which is why no one else ever found out. Even she had heard that the Liang family had a remarkably high chance of getting good loot after each dungeon run, unlike other families, even the Su family, where only Su Yidong consistently got good drops when opening chests. Once the dungeon battle started, outsiders couldn't enter, and no one could have the young lady run over to open chests right after clearing it. The Liang family's almost absurd drop rate had elevated their status to just below the Su family, though the real reason remained unknown. It wasn't until Liang Hui repeatedly used fake gears on Yu Xunge that she pieced together the divine blessings effect from her own experience. On the day Liang Hui caught her, she decided to confirm it face to face. Seeing that she had guessed about 70 to 80% of his secret, he simply nodded in admission. After all, this person was about to die soon. Thinking about how much the eldest Miss Liang had invested to capture Yu Xunge, only to be outmaneuvered by the Su family, her expression soured immediately. But Yu Xunge quietly resolved. This skill had to be put to use by players in City S. Fake gears could be triggered 4 times a day, enough to support a late-night business. Successful people didn't stay up working late, but gamers definitely stayed up playing. The tricky part was pricing. It couldn't be as cheap as now, but also couldn't be so expensive it drew too much envy and risked being targeted. Throughout the meal, she silently refined her profit scheme. At the table, she remained cold toward Yidong. He dared not speak much, though his luck value of 10 hadn't shown results yet. Yu Xunge was also a player, and might become indispensable with her divine blessing in the future. He could only grumble silently. This woman doesn't know what's good for her. Yu Xunge didn't care. Yidong asked her to do business, not the other way around, and she didn't lack clients. Yu Xuanhuan was even happier to see this. The colder their sister's attitude, the more considerate he appeared as a brother. Late at night, after returning home, Yu Xunge stayed in the kitchen for another hour preparing meals for the cats in the backyard. The weather was turning cold and more cats kept gathering, so she ordered a small wooden pet villa and included cat beds inside, lining the floor with heating pads. The strong could sleep inside, and the weak could squeeze in so no one would be left out in the cold. She also replaced the yard's water tap with a sensor one that turned on whenever a cat passed by. Besides that, there wasn't much else she could do for now anyway. Squatting by the floor-to-ceiling window, she watched a calico cat tap the glass with its paw, then wagged her finger at it. No way. Meow? Impossible. She rose coldly and walked away. In the following days, she kept adding more renovations to the cat's yard, climbing frames, teaser toys, and an automatic retractable canopy rain cover when needed, and retracts on sunny days to avoid blocking sunlight. She blamed it all on fearing the cat house might fail to evolve, never admitting she had already been conquered by the cats. While busy working, she kept pondering the pricing for fake gears. The more she thought, the more paranoid she felt. This skill's danger might be on par with role-playing. After all, it could alter luck values and swap attributes, yet was only rated grade for a reason. Although everyone tacitly agreed not to provoke her for now, and even Su Yidong hadn't declared her officially part of the Su family, it was mostly because this ability hadn't proven very useful yet. It was like some mystical master going around helping people make money, valued but not taken too seriously, more like a novelty. But she knew clearly that once the game invasion truly kicked off, everything would change. Imagine this. The same team entering a dungeon, she adds this skill once, and their loot value is on average 30 higher than any other group. Even if it's just 10, over time that gap would be huge, leaving any other faction far behind. Right now players weren't making much, and her price was low, but when players got stronger and rewards increased, her buff fees would inevitably rise too. The problem was demanding too much money would provoke attacks, but asking too little would betray her own greed. The only solution was to let multiple factions keep each other in check, so no one dared make the first move against her. She figured as long as her talent remained under wraps, she'd still have room to maneuver. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the phone at the villa's front desk rang. The guard reported with a strange tone. 2 people claiming to be friends who had played online games with her on October 10th wanted to visit. The guard clearly hadn't expected a resident of this place to meet up from a game, his voice full of skepticism. Yu Xunge immediately realized they were players. Since they dared to ring the doorbell openly and had the guard notify her in advance, It meant they were at least outwardly friendly for now. She instructed them to let them in. At the door stood a man and a woman. Both wore loose, casual clothes, but walked with a professional, restrained gait clearly trained as a team. She led the guests into the living room, poured 2 cups of warm water, and got straight to the point. What's your purpose? The woman with a ponytail introduced herself. Hello, my name is Zhao Shuang. We're from the government. At the word official, Yu Xunge felt relieved deep down her long-awaited balancer had finally arrived. If she had to keep powerful factions in check, why not find an even bigger ally? She nodded slightly and replied coolly with a hint of dry humor. What a coincidence, so am I. Zhao Shuang smiled, genuinely amused by the cold wit, clearly relaxing. She had worried Yu Xunge might be arrogant after an extraordinary experience, but she showed no hostility toward the government. You must understand what I mean. Yu Xunge smoothly took control of the conversation. You need my divine gift and want to cooperate with me? The word cooperate caused the man with the close-cropped hair to frown. What they truly wanted was to recruit her, but cooperation implied equality, profit-sharing, and paying every time they used the ability. Still, he knew moral pressure was a foolish tactic. Besides, the theory that the game was a precursor to an alien invasion was just speculation without proof. Unable to hold back, he blurted out, Miss Yu, have you never thought about serving the country? Yu Xunge looked up calmly and said, I pay my taxes. Zhao Shuang smiled again, and then cleared her throat to steady herself. Recently, she had interacted with nearly 1,000 players connected to Wu Qingbai, not 1,000, at least 800. Yu Xunge wasn't the friendliest nor the harshest, but she was definitely the most composed. Upon learning their identities, she neither got excited nor showed resistance. No sense of superiority, nor reverence, she was completely unfazed. So Zhao Shuang dropped the usual scripted lines and asked bluntly, Miss Yu, what kind of cooperation are you thinking of? Yu Xunge gently stirred her coffee spoon against the rim of the cup and replied in a calm voice, I can use Fate's gear 4 times a day to alter a person's luck value. I'm willing to sell you 3 of those uses. As for who you work with and how you use it, that's none of my business. Booty can't be here all the time. Tracking my whereabouts isn't hard. After retiring, I either attend classes and training or travel around. Zhao Shuang didn't rush to ask about the operational details, but focused on the price. How much per use? Yu Xunge looked up and gave a number, 3 gold coins each. As players level up and their earnings increase, they'll raise the price. 3 gold coins? Wu Qingbai frowned and counted on his fingers. That's high income, which means 45 taxi mean every time. Yu Xunge rolled her eyes silently. Zhao Shuang gave him a sharp look as well. Without a hint of softness, Yu Xunge picked up her coffee calmly and said bluntly, it's getting late. Now get out and stay out of my way. Zhao Shuang shoved the water glass back into Wu Qingbei's hand. Shut up. Then she resumed negotiations. That price is way too high. There are many people, but you've played that game, you know money isn't easy to make. God-given gifts come in all sorts. Yu Xunge shrugged. Not all can make money. I haven't met any. But there's a food god, a thief god, a water god, why not a money god too? Zhao Shuang kept a neutral expression but became wary inside. Among the official 520,000 players, some had money-related divine gifts, but only at a rank of far cry from a cash machine. 3 gold coins per use was still astronomical for them, and they weren't without players fortunate enough to have luck. 10. The total was just 2. So the two started playing along, Zhao Shuang alternating persuasion with firmness, while Wu Qingbai threw out occasional clueless remarks to ease the tension. They looked like well-rehearsed partners. Yu Xunge wasn't very interested at first, but their determination sparked her curiosity. Can you tell me why you need this gift so badly? Scientific research? International affairs? Both shook their heads firmly. We can't say. Yu Xunge caught no clues. In her previous life, though she occasionally teamed up with giants like the Su and Liang families for dungeon runs, she never knew more than average players' details like beta testing time, number of participants, or some odd items only came through news. The real inside story was beyond her grasp. So what urgent matter made the officials desperate for Fate's gear? Scientific research might need some luck, but mainly depends on genius and long-term no daily cooperation needed. International affairs? Even more absurd. That left only the game itself. Item crafting, dungeon strategies, or more boldly someone may have found a way to enter the game anytime they want. Who says beta testing has only 3 runs? Who says once it ends, you can't get in? In the previous life, the officials dominated powerful clans and financial factions. Was it really just moral righteousness and numbers? She didn't buy it. Just Su Beige and Liang Yichuan's uncles would probably dream of ruling everything. Thinking this, Yu Xunge's heart raced and her eyes shone brighter. She straightened up and stared intently at the two opposite her. Wu Qingbai and Zhao Shuang exchanged a nervous glance. Don't look at us like that. We're scared. Yu Xunge's attitude shifted completely. She took away the water cups in front of them and asked, coffee, juice, or tea? Zhao Shuang froze for a moment, a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Oh, I have a bad feeling about this. Wu Qingbai instinctively clenched his fist and cleared his throat nervously. Don't be like that. We're scared too. Before they could finish speaking, Yu Xunge had already swiped her card and skillfully ground and brewed 2 cups of fragrant, high-quality hand-filtered coffee. Then, she pulled several plates of her homemade pastries out of her game bag, although her highest rating never broke 80 points, and arranged them neatly in a fan shape on the table. Apologies for the earlier poor hospitality. Zhao Shuang traced the rim of her cup and said softly, just get straight to the point. Leaning in, Yu Xunge's voice was sharp. Then he'll say it straight, do you have a way to get inside the game? The question hit them like a punch. Both Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbei's expressions darkened. Clearly the thing they feared most had finally happened. Given Yu Xunge's unusually special talent and their earlier probing, it was no surprise she guessed right. After a brief moment of shock, they quickly straightened up, their faces serious. Wu Qingbai spoke first. If you want to know more, you have to join us. Don't worry, we offer good benefits and the greatest freedom possible within our rules. Benefits? Yu Xunge sneered inwardly. What you give is always more than what you get. Freedom within the rules? That's just a fancy way of saying no freedom. Having already seen through their act, she shook her head regretfully. Looks like we won't be cooperating. Her tone left no room for negotiation. Zhao Shuang took out her phone and raised it. Mind if I make a call? Yu Xunge gestured. Suit yourself. After Zhao Shuang left the room, silence fell. Wu Qingbai asked earnestly. May I ask why you don't want to join us? Is it disbelief or reluctance? Both, Yu Xunge said frankly, looking at him. I know this game is unusual. I know you're impressive. But wherever there are people, there are factions and competing interests. Can you honestly say that's not true? Even my old company was split into 3 factions. I didn't want any part of it. What about the Su family then? Wu Qingbai pressed. I never planned to join the Su family or any other group. Yu Xunge shook her head. I just want to be free. Sure, the risks are big, and the good stuff and insider info probably won't come my way. But it's better than wasting my time in endless scheming and power plays. Wu Qingbai was silent. Her words hit a sore spot. The more people there are, the more ideological conflicts arise. Even if everyone acts selflessly, factions form hardliners, moderates, radicals, and no one can escape selfish desires. Crisis means change, and inevitably some will try to reshuffle the deck. He and Zhao Shuang themselves were not truly aligned, just keeping each other in check and cooperating. Honestly, he was tired of it too. But if he went it alone, he'd end up like Yu Xunge, knowing nothing and never getting access to the good stuff. They sat silently, the bitter aroma of the coffee lingering in the air. After a moment, Zhao Shuang returned and closed her phone. She spoke plainly to Yu Xunge. Whether we end up cooperating or not, you have to pay 1 fate gear quota for this information. Only then will we tell you. Yu Xunge was never stingy about necessary expenses. She nodded, all right. Zhao Shuang took from her pocket a transparent crystal about the size of a blueberry and placed it in Yu Xunge's palm. It's a skill storage stone, one-time use. You can use a skill on the stone to store it for someone else. When they want to use it, they just need to crush the stone. The creator, Yu Xunge, hadn't never been unfamiliar with skill stones in her past life, but she never really understood them much. After all, she didn't like to spend money on things that could only be used once. Spending dozens of silver coins, or even a few gold coins on a single-use skill was too extravagant for her. This was the first time she had seen a blank skill stone with her own eyes. Holding the translucent crystal in her hand, she activated the skill, feeling happy again on a whim. In the blink of an eye, crimson mist rapidly spread inside the crystal like a blood-red cloud trapped within glass. Then, in her skill bar, feeling happy again went into cooldown. Obviously, the blank stone couldn't skip cooldown, but it could perfectly seal a one-time skill to avoid wasting it. How much for this thing? Yu Xunge stared at the red mist crystal in her hand. Zhao Shuang slowly put the stone back in her bag, a subtle, business champion smile curling on her lips. 3 gold apiece. Yu Xunge was speechless. Karma was swift. Zhao Shuang laughed and waved her hand. Just kidding. If you want to buy, friendship price 1 skill crystal for 5 blank crystals. Yu Xunge fell silent, thinking, should I try to figure out how to make these myself? Always buying from others was such a losing game. Zhao Shuang didn't mind her distraction and went on to the main point. We do have a way to enter the game. The body going inside is your own, unlike the beta where you could reload after death. This time, death is real. She paused, then added a condition. We can take you in and protect you, but everything is paid for using fake gear quotas. The dynamics of the deal instantly reversed. Yet Yu Xunge grew even more excited. Where exactly would we land? Undead City, Dark City, Zhao Shuang replied. One of our companions bought a small house there. His talent is opening portals that can send us straight inside Dark City. The headquarters of their Arcanimith news wasn't great, but it was expected. Zhao Shuang watched Yu Xunge's expression shift from excitement to calm. Not happy with that. I like it. Yu Xunge cleared her throat. Since her game avatar looked very different from real life, and she had disguise skills, she wasn't afraid of being identified. What about getting out? How do we retreat? She asked. Also a paid service, Zhao Shuang said, holding up a second finger. We can turn everyone into cute little animals, then have players who can disguise themselves as undead lead the team out the city gates. Yu Xunge had transformation and disguise skills herself, but if she wanted to stay hidden, she'd have to pay up. She rubbed her forehead, feeling like she'd signed up for a zero-cost tour only to be forced into shopping once at the sites. Zhao Shuang's smile grew even brighter, and Wu Qingbai next to her chuckled in agreement. Is there a time limit? After going in, can I stay as long as I want? Yes, Zhao Shuang said. But every time you use a portal to enter or exit, it costs 50 Fate Gear skill crystals. We provide the crystals, but you pay the fees. The price was outrageously high, but it was a monopoly. Refusing to join them would cost even more. Just getting into that world meant vast riches, so paying a bit for the ticket was worth it. She was happy again. The cooldown time for the skill was 6 hours, but she had a necklace that reduced cooldown by 15. That meant she could actually use it once every 306 minutes. In theory, if she timed each cooldown perfectly, she could trade less than 11 days worth of skill uses for one chance to travel to another world. That price was something Yu Xunge could easily accept. If she controlled the portal, she would give the same offer, neither charging an exorbitant fee nor selling out a favor. Leaning back on the sofa, she asked straightforwardly, I only need you to turn me into an animal and get me out of the city. How much will that cost? Zhao Shuang looked down at the files and replied evenly, 5 skill crystals. Yu Xunge paused, then asked one last question. What if that person dies? Can we still come back? That falls under a different fee category, Zhao Shuang said, closing the folder with the same official tone. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Yu Xunge raised an eyebrow. Maybe you should just leave. Let's pretend you never came today. All right. Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai said in unison, standing up to leave. Wait, let's talk. Yu Xunge raised her hand to stop them. Wu Qingbai shrugged. You don't really want to hear it anyway. I'm the fierce heroine reborn for revenge. How dare you treat me like this? Believe me, I'm really mad. Without changing his expression, Zhao Shuang pulled out a bag of pale blue crystals from his bag. We have teleportation skill crystals here. Crush one to return safely to the city. Each costs 52 crystals. Yu Xunge gritted her teeth. Do you accept gold coins? No. Only skill crystals. Can I take a loan? I go first and pay back later in installments. Of course. But because your case is special, you must pay at least 10 crystals every 3 days, plus 5 crystals interest each time. Yu Xunge frowned suspiciously. Are you really government people? Wu Qingbai raised an eyebrow. Absolutely. The more she listened, the more it sounded like a scam. Smuggling or rather, teleportation fee, 50 crystals. Animal transformation to get out of the city, 5 crystals. Return trip, 52 crystals. Loan interest, 5 crystals. Total 112 crystals. After they left, only Yu Xunge remained in the living room. She stared blankly at 112 blank skill crystals, the loan contract, and the confidentiality agreement. The confidentiality agreement was crystal clear. No disclosure of how to enter the game. No leaking player info even if caught in the other world. Informing on others would result in being muted for several days. Zhao Shuang called it a divine blessing talent. Yu Xunge had seen it in her last life and only signed after confirming there was no catch. She suddenly realized she had gone from a free lone wolf to a lone wolf carrying a massive debt. The skill she planned to use for 3 gold per use now had to be used 108 times to break even, equivalent to nearly 500 gold. Yu Xunge rubbed her forehead. This time she went over. She had to make a profit before coming back. She spent several days thoroughly investigating Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai, making sure they really were official. Then she posted a vague status update on her social feed. For those who know, you know Lucky 10 has been taken over by the authorities and will no longer be sold publicly. Finally, she went to the backyard to feed her cats, stuffing baked cat biscuits into 5 automatic feeders more fragrant and nutritious than cat food until every container was full. The feeders dispensed food every 3 hours, with enough stock for the cats to eat for a whole month. She ended up leaving a message in the family group chat once again. Only Yu Xunge, the most idle member, replied instantly, while the other 2 had clearly turned on Do Not Disturb. One message after another popped up in the chat window. Yu Xunge, my skills can only be used for the country lately. I'm going on a business trip for over a month, but I can't disclose the itinerary. Happy Xunge. Are they paying you? Yu Xunge, what do you think? Happy Xunge. I say they have to pay. Yu Xunge, they don't pay, and they even want me to pay taxes. Happy Xunge. How is that even allowed? Is there no law anymore? Yu Xunge, exactly. After casually venting a few truths, Yu Xunge went back to her room to change. She put on long sleeves, long pants, and soft-soled boots, lightweight clothes that wouldn't make a sound when she moved. She didn't care about wind or water resistance, just absolute silence during movement. Then she carefully checked her weapons, potions, and rations multiple times. Confirming everything was in order, she started the car and headed to the address Zhao Shuang had given her, where a portal would open tonight. Under the cover of night, the door on the library's rooftop was pushed open. Yu Xunge, wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap, cautiously scanned the surroundings. Hundreds of people similarly concealed their faces, mutually keeping their distance. In the corner was a buffet table piled with drinks and snacks, with staff periodically inviting people to help themselves. Yu Xunge didn't even glance their way. The shadows of her past had taught her never to touch any free food. At exactly 7 p.m., the iron gate clanged open. A sharply dressed man in a military uniform stepped forward and announced with authority, "Those following the team must obey orders. If you disobey 3 times or more, we have the right to execute on the spot. Independent players cooperating with us can move freely outside the city. If in danger, you may come to us for shelter. The cost is known to all. We're generous only to our own friends in debt. Remember to pay on time. If you want further cooperation, don't delay. The confidentiality contract is a divine gift of talent. Breach it and face consequences beyond imagination." Everyone clear. Clear. Yu Xunge echoed along with the crowd. In that moment, she had the surreal feeling she was back in military training. Meanwhile, Su Yidong only learned about Yu Xunge's situation after her company meeting ended. When she heard that the Wheel of Fate had been directly requisitioned by the government, she frowned slightly, feeling that irritation of having something personal snatched away. But the emotion only flickered briefly before reason took over. Why was the government suddenly so eager for the Luck 10 ability? That evening at home, as they sat at the dining table, she casually asked Yu Xunge if she knew anything. Yu Xunge simply handed over the group chat log. Su Yitong's eyes lingered on the line. "I'm going on a business trip for over a month, but the itinerary can't be disclosed," for several seconds. "No payment at all," she quietly confirmed. Yu Xunge shrugged. Probably true. She's stingy, but she wouldn't lie about something like that. Su Yidong nodded thoughtfully, then pushed the thought aside. She guessed that the government had likely sent Yu Xunge on some special assignments, just like she and Liang Yuchuan once borrowed official resources to enhance divination. Indeed, that skill was incredibly useful. She had actually been considering inviting Yu Xunge into the Su family, pondering which branch could marry into her. Too exceptional a match would be unworthy, and too mediocre would be embarrassing, since Yu Xunge was still her husband's own elder sister. But before she could act, the government had beaten her to it. A pity she was just a step too late. Well, after all, it was only a brink talent anyway. Yu Xunge didn't yet realize that Su Yidong had already started pushing for her to marry into the Su family and serve their interests. But even if she did know, it wouldn't change anything. She had already wasted enough anger on it in her past life. To her, the logic of the Su family was always ridiculous. If you're just working for them, the closer you get to the core, the better the treatment, and everyone is motivated to climb higher. But once you marry into the Su family as a wife or son-in-law, all benefits instantly vanish. We're family now, what's the point of pay? You're not marrying just for gold coins, are you? In her previous life, she had made a name for herself through her God-given talent, but Su Yitong was desperate to set her up with those several Su family scoundrels, each worse than the last. Whenever Yu Xunge thought of her cousin Yu Xunhuan's dire situation, she felt nothing but disgust for the Su family. If not for Liang Yuchuan and Han Qianshan stepping in, since the Liang and Han families were forces comparable to the Sus who knew how low Yu Xunhuan's standing might have fallen. Not to mention the kind of people Su Yidong introduced, Yu Xunge would never agree to any of them. She had refused multiple times, but Su Yitong insisted it was because she was protecting Yu Xunhuan in her heart. What a filthy imagination. At 8 in the evening, the teleportation portal lit up on schedule. Players queued one by one, each allowed through only after a 2-minute interval. Yu Xunge stepped into the deep blue portal, but her feet landed in a dimly lit little room where only a single candle burned. 2 people stood inside. A short-haired woman and the same military-clad man who had called out from outside earlier. He was now dressed in a gray robe. The woman beckoned to her. "Come over, let's turn you into a little animal." Yu Xunge cautiously stopped at the doorway. What happened to the group that went in before? Even if they were really turned into animals and sent out of the city, it shouldn't be this fast. The short-haired woman smiled and turned sideways, revealing a palm-sized glass box behind her. It was packed with cockroaches crawling over each other, layers stacked, everyone desperate not to be crushed at the bottom. "That's your little animals?" Yu Xunge's whole body stiffened as she recalled Zhao Shuaying's exact words, "We can turn everyone into cute little animals." She was completely stunned. Here she was, the proud, reincarnated female protagonist of a revenge story. The short-haired woman's tone remained gentle. "Come on." Yu Xunge took a sharp step back. "Wait. I have my own item that lets me turn into an animal, and a genuinely cute one, too." She had plenty of tricks up her sleeve. No one knew how many forms she could shift into. Those tricks existed to make her life better. "Can I transform myself instead?" She held up her hand to stop the woman from coming closer. The woman sighed softly and stopped moving. "Of course you can." Just as Yu Xunge was about to activate her item, she suddenly remembered the contract. "Then do I still have to pay the 5 crystal stones I owe for the transformation service in my loan contract?" The woman smiled faintly. Clearly Yu Xunge was indeed one of the players who had traded skills for entry. "The 5 crystal stones mainly cover your escort out of the city. Turning into an animal is just a complimentary benefit." All right. You're quite the schemers. Just you wait." Yu Xunge gritted her teeth inside. The next moment, she shifted into the form of a plump, fluffy calico cat, the last animal she had touched, and slipped into a corner. Only then did she notice a black dog already crouched there. The dog looked at her with eyes full of pity and understanding. Yu Xunge soon understood why it took so long to get inside. Nearly everyone who heard they would be temporarily transformed into a cockroach went through the full range of emotion: shock, doubt, struggle, resistance, and finally acceptance. Only a few, probably those who had been here multiple times, remained calm throughout. Yet even these regulars, when catching sight of the black dog and the milk-spotted cat in the corner, couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness and kept glancing back repeatedly. She was in no hurry, standing quietly as the crowd worked through their feelings, quietly absorbing the otherworldly atmosphere. The air here shimmered with a magical glint, like scattered diamond dust. Though she was already familiar with the flow of energy inside a player's body, the clarity now was unprecedented, as if a dusty mirror had been polished clean, letting her trace the exact path of magic flowing through the meridians. That sharpness gave her the illusion that with a single thought, the ice flower seal could be triggered instantly. Meanwhile, players passed by her one after another. She didn't use her God of Thieves skill. When she was first reborn, she had wanted to pet every dog she saw, but after stealing Yu Xunge's God of Food talent, most of her aggression had subsided. There were countless powerful beings from other stars no need to target her fellow humans, especially with enemies from the Su, Liang, and Han families waiting. Plenty of targets to spare. After a while, everyone finally gathered, and a chubby orange cat appeared to her right. That was the short-haired woman's transformation. The man in military uniform put away the box holding the cockroaches, used a device to turn himself into an undead, then led the two cats and the dog out together. The Twilight City was crowded with bizarre races: trolls, blood elves, dwarves, goblins. A few ordinary pets didn't draw any attention. Their captain moved expertly, steering clear of wolf and goblin territories. After an unknown length of time, they arrived at a towering ancient tree far from Twilight City. Looking back, only the spires of the undead palace were faintly visible. At that moment, Saras Watch's detection ability shone brightly in Yu Xunge's view. Words appeared outside the ancient tree: a remodeled magical dwelling. The captain knocked and quietly gave a password. Light flashed at their feet. Seconds later, the huge tree split open, a door wide enough for 3 people to embrace, and a bespectacled man leaned out to let them in. Inside, the tree's space had been magically expanded to roughly the size of a football field. Tents lined either side, nearly 100 in total at a glance. The orange cat was first to revert to human form, brushing off her clothes and saying to Yu Xunge and the black dog, who remained in animal shapes, "This is our base. You can come here to repay loans." Her tone was icy. Yu Xunge nodded, immediately realizing her pose looked awkward, so she transformed back into human form, adjusted her mask and hat, and looked up to ask, "Are other services offered here?" The short-haired woman pulled out the box of cockroaches, and one by one restored them to human shape while calmly explaining, "If you find you can't survive outside, you can continue working with us, but by then you must follow orders. For other services, check the bill." The man with glasses handed over a sheet of paper. Yu Xunge glanced over it. Densely packed list included healing, lodging, potions, disguises, emergency pickups if lost. What was most striking was that at least half the services listed only had 2 words next to them: "To be discussed." "How much does it cost to stay overnight here?" 2 silver coins. The receptionist with glasses replied without hesitation. He added, "It's cheaper if you pay with skill crystals." As he spoke, he flipped open a thick ledger, pushed up his glasses, and lowered his voice. "May I know your name?" "You can tell me quietly." Yu Xunge immediately understood. This was blatant differentiated pricing, a familiar old customer squeeze trick, even in a new world. Silently, she made a mental note to find a way to fight back and stop getting ripped off. The night was deep, and after a moment's consideration, she paid the 2 silver coins. Another group who volunteered for the official army was led away by a man in uniform, obviously to other accommodations. Yu Xunge was led into a simple tent. The coarse fabric roof let in moonlight, the ground was covered with straw, and a communal sleeping bag lay in the center looking unwashed. She frowned, dragged the sleeping bag to a corner, spread out her own clean sleeping bag, took out her tooth-cleaning water pouch, roughly washed up, and slipped inside. The first night in this strange world began amid damp earth and distant beast howls. In the middle of the night, an alarm went off. She opened her sleepy eyes and under faint light quickly crafted a fate gear skill crystal, then slid back into the sleeping bag. At dawn, Yu Xunge took a loan contract and sought out the glasses-wearing man. He was swift, handing her a fist-sized pale green stone. Teleport stone, one-time use. Crush within 1 second to instantly teleport holder to the teleportation array: city, XX district, XX road, number 51. Creator, Mingchen. She touched the runion-inscribed stone surface and looked up for confirmation. Once activated, am I taken away immediately, or does the portal open after a second for me to step through myself? Count down for 1 second. Then the array will directly send your entire body over, he explained. He also handed her a transparent, water ball-shaped device. If you can't find the rendezvous point, crush this, and we'll come to pick you up. But he glanced at the ledger and did some calculations. For your level, that's 3 skill crystals per use. Yu Xunge cursed what a ripoff in her mind, but politely accepted the device and thanked him. She then pulled up her hood, put on a mask, slung her crossbow on her back, and left the treehouse. The teleport stone was just a last resort life-saving card. Her real advantage was Phantom Shift, a spell that took only 0.1 seconds to cast, and would let her escape unless blocked by anti-magic. She decided to return to Shadow Dark City first, and then decide whether to grind monsters in the wild long-term or go into town to learn a profession and buy and sell goods for profit. On the way, she encountered a few wild wolves she couldn't avoid. She pulled the string, released the arrow with a sharp twang, and quickly took them down. The smell of blood spread on the wind, but she didn't slow, moving around a graveyard and spotting the jet-black walls of Shadow Dark City in the distance. To avoid being followed, she cast a transformation spell to become a small spotted cat with a milk cow pattern. Her tail flicked lightly as she pressed close to the grass and trotted swiftly. The journey in the real world was far longer than in the game. She ran for half an hour before reaching the city gate. The city walls still held her bounty notice fluttering in the wind. The guards leaning on crossed long spears ignored a harmless little cat. Yu Xunge seized the chance to slip past the checkpoint, flicked her tail, and nimbly slipped inside the gate. Yu Xunge successfully entered Shadow Dark City. The little cat looked incredibly tiny amid the vast alien main city, pacing closely along the city walls in circles after circles. During the closed beta, she was in such a rush that apart from the first few hours when she tried to scavenge some startup funds by drifting through the streets, she never really had the chance to explore the city properly. At the end of the last beta, she had spent all her gold coins, and now only had the one she had crafted herself. From October 11th to yesterday, December 16th, although she occasionally skived off classes, most of the time she stuck to being a goblin, focused on crafting gold coins. After deducting the silver spent on lodging yesterday, she was left with 200 gold and 70 silver coins, enough for everyday expenses, but far from wealthy. After all, the official outpost had an unusually solemn atmosphere, like a scarcely visited tourist spot. Then she realized that's exactly what it was. Ordinary players without strength or money simply wouldn't come here. Yu Xunge passed by an alchemy shop and glanced at the undead female Minter Hecuba, who was still stationed at her usual spot busily brewing potions. Then she headed toward the Goblin District. Suddenly, the alien language around her turned into a string of unfamiliar symbols she couldn't understand at all. The game interface usually provided automatic translation subtitles, and during her previous playthrough, everyone communicated using engineering-made translators, cheap, portable devices clipped to the collar that worked instantly. Over time, she had forgotten that language communication was such a big hurdle, even forgotten there was such a thing as a translator. She quietly slipped into the sewer, sprinkled some visibility potion, and once it activated, quickly transformed into a goblin and donned a robe that matched the alien aesthetic. First, she crafted the 3 gold coins she had saved up today, then she pulled out the official price list and flipped to the end. Sure enough, translators were on sale for 2 gold apiece. Ridiculous. Making a few gold a day and still charging so much. Yu Xunge grumbled silently as she climbed out of the sewer and made her way toward the Goblin District. This time she could understand the strange language, but when she whispered to speak, her words still came out in Mandarin. She didn't think much of it. She went straight into a goblin engineer's small shop, pulled out materials, and made a translator. This was an intermediate engineering recipe, and the materials cost only about 27 silver coins in total. After installing the translator, she could finally communicate smoothly with the goblins. Unfortunately, the goblins here were all impoverished, unwilling to trade gold bars for goods, so no chance for her to make a profit. Even old Bill, once the richest, was now too poor to afford wine. Yu Xunge still hadn't finished using her herbs, and had shifted her focus to practical combat training, thinking there might be no chance to learn skills from the game anymore. In the end, she turned to the auction house and spent 5 gold coins to buy a brand new level cleaning skill book, then invested 18 gold on a level water creation spell. Having finally completed the cleaning and water creation skills she had long wanted, Yu Xunge quickly slipped into the sewer again, transformed back into her cowcat form, and left the city. She was ready to level up. She firmly believed the officials were already ahead of her. Although her attribute points weren't lacking, she knew she needed to meet a threshold to join the official large-scale missions. Back at the graveyard, Yu Xunge reverted to human form. Thanks to 3 years combat experience in her previous life, she needed little mental adjustment to enter monster hunting mode, but since it had been a long time, she felt she should warm up a bit. She walked away from the treehouse base and the shadowy city, heading farther and farther until after more than 10 minutes, she finally encountered her first monster. A level 2 skeleton wolf with 200,200 HP. This was the product of a wild wolf drained of its flesh and blood by low-level undeaded skeleton resembled a wolf, moved quickly, but couldn't use magic and had low attack power. It was easy to handle, perfect for her to warm up. The skeletal wolves prowled through the dry leaves, their bones clicking crisply. Yu Xunge knelt on one knee, drew her bow, and loosed a normal arrow that could shave off 50 health points. A critical hit dealt 100. Then she raised her hand again and activated her skill explosive arrow. The arrow pierced through the first skeletal wolf before detonating, the flames also scorching nearby monsters for 50 to 60 damage. Though she was using just a common crossbow, she had attribute bonuses and a talent that guaranteed a critical every 7 hits, making her remarkably efficient at killing monsters. On top of that, she had eaten a ration that boosted her movement speed by 15 before the fight. When she triggered a triple critical hit, her speed surged to 1.5 times the base rate, allowing her to dodge and weave even when swarmed. After warming up, Yu Xunge intentionally pulled the skeletal wolves together, gathering a dozen or more before focusing her attacks. From 10 a.m. to noon, she maintained rapid fire almost non-stop. Once her mana ran low, she refilled it with coffee. 2 hours passed without a break. Her experience bar crept steadily from 0.001 up to 0.268. Seeing her mana temporarily replenished, she stopped to socket a skill gem called Wheel of Fate, then casually unpacked a rice bowl that added 15 attack speed for lunch. Though her XP gain seemed slow to outsiders, she knew better. This was the normal pacing for this game, and she had no shortage of weapons or potions to restore health and mana already ahead of the curve. If she got faster at dungeon runs where monsters gathered densely and bosses dropped bonus X, she could double her leveling speed. Typically, the most hardcore and lucky advanced players, with plenty of resources, still took over a month per level. Casual players took longer. Early game required little experience, but had limited attack options. Late game skills were diverse, but leveling demands rose accordingly. In her previous life, she had died near the end of the 3rd year after the game launch, and the top player on the leaderboard was only level 27. Players like Zai Jiu and Yu Xunge, who had both luck and influence, were just around level 25. The aliens used a game to connect to Blue Planet for a reason. This was basically a gigantic online battlefield. Monsters dropped loot when killed, but skeletal wolves rarely did. It took about 10 deaths on average before dropping anything, usually just a few copper coins. After grinding for 2 hours straight, she only got a 1 Constitution white bone bracer. If it weren't for her luck stat at 10, she wouldn't have gotten even that. Yu Xunge wasn't bothered by the meager haul. She picked up every copper coin and immediately equipped the bracer. In real life, she would complain about how dirty Zai Jiu's belt was. In battle, every piece of equipment mattered, no matter how ugly or worn. Occasionally, arrows fell alongside the copper coins, and she picked those up too. But arrows stuck in skeletons or dropped far away didn't even merit a glance. 1 silver coin in the shop bought a quiver of 99 arrows, and the blacksmith near the newbie village could custom make them for roughly 10 yuan each in the real world. She wholeheartedly agreed with the dwarf's comment saying, "Time is money." With a crunch underfoot, she looked down to find a solitary copper coin. Without hesitation, Yu Xunge bent to pick it up. Time is money. Well, might as well make the most of it. Real combat sharpens a person best. Yu Xunge had spent a long time practicing moving target shooting at the archery range before making any progress. But this afternoon her improvement accelerated rapidly. Once she got used to the rhythm of battle, she slung her quiver over her back, turned, and stepped into the dense forest where monsters were fiercer, even including some level 3 elites. Leaves rustled and beasts growled as her figure darted through the interplay of shadows and bloodshed, her experience and instinct rising in tandem. Night gradually fell. At exactly 9 p.m., Xing, who was on the night shift, had just finished handing over to his colleague when the agreed signal sounded outside the treetop base. He raised his hand and pressed a button on the desk. The mechanism clicked into action, and after the sensor confirmed the visitor was human, the heavy wooden door slid open. A cow-patterned cat dashed ahead into the lamplight, followed by a player known in the circle for her unique skills, Yu Xunge. "Good haul today?" Xing greeted as he pulled away the defense barrier at the door. Yu Xunge raised her hand to cast Clean Sweep, instantly vaporizing bloodstains and mud spots, revealing her neat gear. "Not bad." She leaned her bow against the wall and casually asked, "Do you accept translators here? You're intermediate in engineering now?" Xing raised an eyebrow. "Yeah." Her tone was calm. "Impressive, but we don't accept those," he shrugged. A sinking feeling hit Yu Xunge's place was strictly one way in. Silently, she took out 2 silver coins to pay for tonight's lodging. As a lone wolf, her daily loot income was only 2 silver 67 copper. But Xing wasn't done. You can also subscribe monthly. 1 skill crystal covers a full month's stay, 3 meals a day, plus 1 free healing session every day. 1 skill crystal cost 3 gold coins. On paper, it was a good deal, but to Yu Xunge, her fate gear skill was worth far more than gold. She shook her head and stuck to paying with silver. Reflecting on the day, from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., minus breaks, she had nearly 10 hours of monster grinding, dropping 3 pieces of gear that was the power of Luck 10. In her previous life with Luck 8, she often got just 1 piece the entire day, rarely 2 if she was lucky. Now, just 2 points higher luck felt like a whole new world. She had sold over 100 fake gear skill stones to the official system, both sides benefiting without loss. She was sure the officials wouldn't make such a valuable skill unlock only at level 10, or even later if you fall behind in pace. Good things just become burdens. Gear quality tiers ranged from poor, normal, fine, rare, legendary, to epic. Fine or above would glow, shifting color from green, blue, purple, to orange. Sets were separate from tiers. A full set might surpass epic, but scattered pieces rarely beat legendary, like her Soros rated S as a set, but only A individually. Tier didn't equal level either. Auction houses sometimes showed level 5 legendary gear. Gear below level 5 wasn't worth much. Even a level 5 purple set sold for just tens of gold. But more gear and rising power meant doubled grinding efficiency, creating a virtuous cycle. Having figured this out, she didn't hesitate and slapped the silver coins on the counter. Holding on to good things and used, saving for later, was the easiest way to never have that later come at all. She placed 2 silver coins on the table. Yu Xunge decided to set up her own tent to rest. With her extensive experience in wilderness survival and outdoor camping, she carried a variety of fully equipped camping gear in her bag. She lit some charcoal and set up a small pot, cooking herself a hearty bowl of meat noodle soup that restored energy and banished fatigue. In the night, the charcoal crackled as the delicious aroma of simmering broth quickly spread through the nearby tents. Other players nearby also showed off their cooking skills. Some grilled meat, others boiled soups, and some tossed spices into the air, filling the campsite with enticing scents. Knowing how to cook was a vital double insurance for survival and vitality in the wild. During the beta tests, culinary skills came at a steep cost, so not everyone invested in them. But by public release, this skill had become a profitable trade. Those who could cook waited to sell their expertise to those who couldn't. Once the noodles were done, she divided the meat noodle soup into 2 bowls and carried them to the camp's front area. There, a bespectacled man named Xing Lang was surrounded by 7 or 8 people, with piles of grilled wings, roasted potatoes, and canned beer on the table in front of them. Spotting Yu Xunge carrying the food, someone waved her over. Come, come, we're all here to exchange info. Sit with us. Yu Xunge took a vacant seat and placed 1 bowl of noodles among the food, then looked up and asked, "Do you charge for this?" The short-haired girl who greeted her was momentarily stunned, recognizing Yu Xunge's face from screens, then quickly smiled. "He wants to charge, but this is a chat circle." Xing Lang adjusted his glasses and shrugged helplessly. "That's the rule. If you want details, there's a fee. Most of what we earn goes back to helping regular folks." The young man sitting beside him stuffed a chicken chunk into Xing's mouth to stop him, adding, "We know. We're just here to talk." No one at the table managed to pry out real secret information. At most, they exchanged map coordinates. Even selfish players weren't crazy enough to cross certain lines. Take Yu Xunge, for example. If she had no scruples, she could have simply turned invisible and followed Zhao Shuang, or teamed up with a willing player to slip into a teleport portal. Changing into animals or hiding in pockets could exploit many loopholes. But she didn't choose that path. The conversation continued until midnight. Yu Xunge jotted down a list of high-risk areas. A canyon inhabited by level 5 poisonous bees, a northern cave with level 6 scavenger wolves, and a legendary boss on a mountain ridge. Meanwhile, the short-haired woman experimenting with cockroaches and the thick-browed soldier in uniform passed by carrying a box of cockroaches. The woman casually took a sip of wine before leaving. The atmosphere remained lively all night, but Yu Xunge barely touched her own bowl of noodles. Caution was a second life in the wild. At 6 a.m., she slipped away from the main group, venturing alone into the forest. She had gained only 1.473 experience yesterday and felt her progress was too slow. She planned to delve deeper to hunt level 4 to 6 monsters for faster leveling. She put away her crossbow and switched to a longbow. Though it took longer to draw, the bow dealt more damage. She combined this with her limited gear, a necklace that reduced skill cooldown, bracers and belt each adding 1 constitution, cloth boots with 1 intelligence, and a cloth vest with 1 agility. Character, Yu Xunge. Level 0, 1.473 HP, 350 mana, 400,400 strength, 10 constitution, 132 intelligence, 151 agility, 211 dexterity. Yesterday, while eating, she scanned the stats of all nearby players. All were level 0, with single attributes mostly between 5 and 10 points, and total attribute points ranging from 25 to 31. In contrast, her combined attributes added up to a staggering 59, about 30 points more, equivalent to a 6-level gap. So what would be the point of bullying low-level mobs now? Yesterday's actions were merely movement drills and warm-ups. Today, she planned to specifically train her ability to hit the vital spot. In the sharpshooter talent tree, there's a passive skill called You're Too Weak. Whenever entering combat, she can keenly detect 1 to 4 tiny red dots on enemies' bodies. These are the deadly weak points. But once the fight starts, the situation changes so rapidly that the weak points keep shifting, making precise shots much harder than they seem. Following faint spider webs hidden in the grass, she lightly brushed a finger across her bowstring, poised to strike at any moment. Soon, a gray-white web stretched across 2 tree branches came into view, with a fist-sized venomous spider curled atop it, its shell glistening with a slick, cold sheen. Yu Xunge raised her bow and arrow sliced through the air and embedded itself in the spider's swollen abdomen. Venomous spider level 4, HP, 270334 appeared above the target's head. Green venom sprayed from the spider's mouthparts. As its abdominal muscles twitched, Yu Xunge rolled to the side, spreading her fingers as 3 homing magic missiles burst forth in blue-white light, howling toward the prey. Landing firmly, she immediately ceased the magic and drew her bow again in one smooth, fluid motion without missing a beat. This seamless flow was a reflex honed through countless life-or-death battles in her previous life. Even if she had to roll, fall, or crash face first, her skills would still tear into her foes. She disliked so-called big moves that required lengthy chanting, long cooldowns, and were easily interrupted. If an opponent dodged, all that mana would be wasted like lighting fireworks in vain. By contrast, Magic Missile dealt only 5 damage per shot, but could fire 2 to 3 times per second, required no casting, and could be interrupted at any time, perfect for agile combat maneuvers. In her past life, pursuers often fell not to devastating big moves, but to neat rows of unnoticed missile scorch marks. 2 more arrows flew. The spider leapt angrily, and Yu Xunge raised her hand to cast Force Push, a crescent-shaped blast that knocked it back. She followed with 2 more arrows, mixed with several missiles, until the spider's HP bar hit 0. She stayed in bow-drawing stance and approached, kicking over the corpse. Beneath the shell lay a pair of cloth boots. Faintly glowing green equipment had indeed dropped. Spider silk cloth boots, fine quality. Stats, Intelligence 3. Bonus, Movement Speed 6. 2 decent buffs, not bad, she said, finding a relatively safe large stone in the forest and swapping out her old boots. Her experience bar flickered with the bonus for out-level kills. The progress rose by 0.01. To gain 1, she needed to slay 100 spiders of the same level. More efficient than skeleton wolves, yes, but still too slow. She decided to seek higher-level monsters next. The thief gods, I want this, and this ability came with a restriction. Do not target life forms weaker than yourself, meaning she couldn't steal items or stats from creatures below her level. But she had no intention of deliberately holding back her level just to obey this rule, nor had she ever thought about reducing her level for it. She kept struggling to make her life better, to always remain someone Yu Xunge looked up to. She wanted to keep him firmly under her control, and when she had vented all her anger, only then would she kill him. To achieve this, she had to firmly stand above Yu Xunge while also gaining the support of the Su, Liang, and Han families. On the surface, she held back from clashing with the male and female leads to minimize effort when the time came to overthrow these 3 powerful clans. Deep down, she knew there were different levels to hiding in the shadows. One could be a rat in the gutter, or a strong figure everyone admired. In her previous life, her attributes were average. She relied on combat skill to carve out a bloody path. Yu Xunge only occasionally brought her along to help clean up those who bore grudges against him. That approach wouldn't work this time. She could give Yu Xunge a bit of sweetness to earn trust, but she would never tolerate the slightest grievance again. She planned to package herself as a reliable external ally, so that whenever the Su, Han, or Liang clans faced a tough boss, they would immediately think of her, someone they had a good relationship with, giving her a chance to sneak in and stir things up. She would survive cautiously when necessary, but never back down when she needed to be strong. Moreover, her strength was impossible to hide. Attribute points and levels could be faked, but damage output couldn't be lied about. Just one arrow dealt far more damage than others, and anyone paying attention would notice something was off. Using the Soros pocket watch for reconnaissance, she carefully avoided every tree-marked magic transformation residence, surprised to find there were quite a few tree houses like that. She bypassed spider-infested webs, traversed level 5 monster territories, and only when she entered level 7 monster zones did the tree houses disappear entirely. From this, she inferred that the official team, using modern technology and coordination, had only reached this dividing line. When exactly they arrived, and how far they had leveled up, she didn't know. After moving deeper into the forest for a while, today's target finally appeared. Undead. Level 8. HP 890,890. This creature closely resembled zombies from films. She had spent a long time hunting them in her previous life and knew they were neither truly alive nor dead, nor conventional undead. They were more like real-world vegetative states. However, they only appeared in undead territories because they were failed resurrected undead. Various races included Blood Elf undead, Troll undead, Goblin undead, Tauren undead. Anyone willing to abandon their old faith after death and be truly resurrected by the undead using dark powers belonged to the undead faction. The undead before her had a face barely recognizable, twisted limbs, and bloodied flesh around its mouth. She steadied her breath and drew her longbow to full draw. Her level was suppressed, though her stats matched a level 6 character. Her normal attacks dealt only 10 damage, just enough to lightly scrape the monster. Fortunately, the undead moved slowly and, despite high attack, struggled to get close. She launched a snowflake sealed with ice blossoms, a skill that fired instantly but took 3 seconds to take effect. Snowflakes settled on the undead. 3 seconds later, the creature was frozen in place. Yu Xunge unleashed her shadow, commanding it to keep firing with the shadow bow in her hand. Once the ice cracks on the monster's body and it breaks free, she would have the shadow draw its attention, guiding the beast ahead while she stayed behind to target its weak points. Amid the swirling ice shards and mist, the heavy armor plates of the undead slowly caved under the barrage of arrows, chipping away bit by bit. Only after the 50th arrow pierced its skull did the reanimated corpse collapse with a thunderous crash. The experience bar barely flickered, increasing by a mere 0.1, but that was more than enough for Yu Xunge. This was 10 times the return she'd get from a normal spider. It took 10 times as long too, but she didn't care. Slaying low-level spiders was no challenge and taught her nothing new. The undead were an entirely different matter. Though for now she could barely hold them at bay, using her shadow to tank and frost magic to control. What if there were 2 or 3 more? In her past life, she had mostly spent her time running for her life, never letting herself get trapped in a deadly crossfire. Her personal best was taking on 3 enemies at once. She had once fought off 3 pursuers from the Liang family, forcing them to sever her arm to escape. Severely wounded and close to death, she had lain in the sewers for days before barely pulling through. Even a single level 8 undead dropped a hefty 4 copper coins, a drop rate leagues above spiders. Yu Xunge tucked the coins into her bag and made a decisive choice. This spot would be her base for leveling up from now on. At exactly 11 o'clock, she packed up and left. Holding a freshly cooked mana-stirring pork chop, she savored bite after juicy bite as she walked. After half a day of fierce battle, she confirmed she could now handle 3 undead at once without injury, but it was far from safe. She needed better gear and heavier arrow reserves. Passing through the last patch of snow in the forest, her figure flickered and shifted into a black and white spotted cow-cat. Slipping into the damp sewers beneath the gloomy city, she transformed back into her nimble goblin form. The 3 gold coins she'd earned today went straight into her pocket, and she headed to the changing room to strip off her bloodied, old leather armor, swap into clean clothes, and then made a beeline for the auction house. She clipped a translator device onto her ear as a blue magical screen sparked open, instantly translating all languages so product details were clear. Yu Xunge didn't expect to buy anything top-tier, too expensive and hard to resell. Instead, she focused on affordable green gear under level 5, cost-effective with decent resale value, each piece under 1 gold coin. Helmet, shoulder guards, chest armor, gloves, belt, pants, boots, 7 pieces, all with at least 5 constitution attributes. The total came to 7 gold and 21 silver. A smooth transaction. She thought back to her previous life. As a solo player grinding mobs all day, barely scraping together 3 silver daily, saving up 1 gold a month. Back then, it took 3 months before she could afford a full set of green gear, only to have it slyly traded away by Yu Xunge with a pair of worn-out green boots as bait. Those boots were more than simple gear. The soles concealed a secret letter linked to the hidden quest in the Liang family dungeon. The Liang clan had been searching for those boots in secret, afraid that drawing attention might invite others' greed. Yu Xunge knew the truth and used the excuse "you won't need these anyway" to swindle the boots away, currying favor with Liang Yuchuan. If it had ended there, Yu Xunge might not have harbored such hatred. She simply hadn't known the real value of the item, like buying antiques. If someone else knows the true worth and manages to walk away with it, then that's their skill and luck. To be fair, if she knew that Yu Xunge had a seemingly ordinary treasure that could bring her huge benefits, she might have tried to get her hands on it as well. The only difference would be that afterward, she would find a way to compensate Yu Xunge. But Yu Xunge was completely different, didn't give her a single cent in compensation, and instead threw all the blame onto her. After he sold those boots to the Liang family, their strength increased dramatically, while the Su and Han families vented their anger on her. Yu Xunge stood in front of her and delivered various benefits to the Su and Han families just to keep her safe. Later, he casually explained, "They're coming after you because the boots originally belonged to you." She was dumbfounded. She thought, "I clearly gave the boots to Yu Xunge. So why are the debt collectors coming after me?" Even more ridiculous, Yu Xunge added, "I explained it. But Su Yitong can't bring herself to harm me, and the Han family won't harm me out of respect for the Su family, so they have no choice but to go after you. They'll do everything I can to protect you." At that moment, she was genuinely moved. Looking back now, All she felt was the urge to curse him out if he hadn't told them the boots belonged to her in the first place. How would the Su and Han families have found her? Just thinking about those people instantly ruined her good mood. Yu Xunge's face was expressionless as she headed straight to the weapon shop and picked out a special quiver that could hold 999 arrows. Its stats were almost zero, but its capacity was enough. After restocking her arrows, she immediately left the city. As she stepped back into the land of the living dead, Yu Xunge had changed into black, clothing faintly shimmering with green light. 5 Constitution headband, 7 Constitution fine leather armor, 7 Constitution beast skin breeches, 5 Constitution white bone pauldrons, 3 Constitution fallen knight waistband, 6 Constitution wolfskin gloves, 5 Constitution wolfskin boots. This entire set pushed her stats to a new peak. Character: Yu Xunge, level 0, 1.583 experience. HP: 2150-2150. MP: 350,350. Strength: 10. Constitution: 1,338. Intelligence: 15. Agility: 21. Luck: 10. Charisma: 10. As long as her opponents weren't bosses above level 10, there was no way they could one-shot her. And if she wasn't killed instantly, she could escape unharmed. This time, she didn't summon any shadows. Instead, she held her crossbow with one hand and fired multiple bolts at 5 zombies, deliberately provoking them. The monsters sluggishly surrounded her, but all 5 attacking together made up for their slow reactions and instantly cut off her escape. 3 of them swung at her head, throat, and chest simultaneously, while the other 2 kicked at her lower body. Dodging was barely manageable, but counterattacking while caught in a pincer attack was even more difficult. Within 5 minutes, Yu Xunge was drenched in sweat. The crossbow bolt sliced through the air but only tore empty space. The next second, a huge axe slammed down on her head. She blocked with her left hand, planted her right on the ground, lowered her body, and spun just in time to narrowly avoid it. If a passerby saw her posture, they might have shouted, "Stop fighting. If you want to spar, go to the dance studio." Everyone on the battlefield was so busy they couldn't explain what they were actually doing. Yu Xunge could see red dots on the monsters on their foreheads, throats, and chests. Sometimes the dots shifted to their sides or other spots as the monsters swung their arms around. Although she could see the attacks coming and even react, she never had time to strike back. Each time she knocked a bolt and was about to aim, another attack would slam towards her, forcing her to dodge again. In less than half an hour, Yu Xunge's armor was slashed open with more than 20 fresh wounds by the monsters. If she had focused solely on evasion, she was confident she could have avoided all damage. But she didn't. Instead, she deliberately forced herself back into the memories of her past life, when she had been hunted down like a stray dog, humiliated and toyed with. She kept that sense of impending doom, the feeling of a sword hanging over her head, alive and biting. Snatching the god of food's revenge might mark the end? No, that was merely the prologue. A week later, the morning mist still lingered in the forest. A nimble figure weaved deftly through a circle formed by 7 monsters, slipping and sliding, then suddenly leaping onto a tree trunk. Using the tree's momentum to push off 3 steps, Yu Xunge vaulted over the monsters' heads. In midair, she drew back her bow and let loose 3 arrows slicing through the air, throat, heart, and eye socket, all landing critical hits without a miss. Landing with knees bent to absorb the shock, she quickly followed with 3 crossbow bolts in rapid succession. Before the arrows ceased humming, she had backed against a tree trunk and quickly switched to longbow, shooting volley after volley until all 7 monsters crashed down simultaneously under the relentless barrage of devastating hits. Only after confirming her experience bar had increased by 0.7 did she stoop to search the corpses. Copper coins spilled everywhere. She gathered them into a pile and watched as half of them fused instantly into a silver coin. She casually picked up the silver coin and the remaining dozen or so copper coins before shouldering her bow and standing up. It was the 10th day since she arrived in this strange world. Her experience bar stood at 47.21. From being overwhelmed and defenseless at the start, to learning to retaliate with rapid crossbow shots, and now wielding the longbow skillfully, the progress was unmistakable. The first few days after switching to the longbow were tough. Until one day at the treehouse base camp, while having a meal, she met a short-haired female player. Noticing the fine lines etched on Yu Xunge's bow arm, she struck up a casual conversation. Yu Xunge never boasted about having 4 divine gifts, but since the other clearly knew archery well, she opened up about her struggles, the stiffness when drawing the bow and her disrupted rhythm. The short-haired woman casually remarked, "Why do you have to always draw the bow to full draw?" A phrase that hit Yu Xunge like a lightning bolt. She had always assumed that maximum draw force was instinctive since she was strong, but she had overlooked the importance of shooting speed and rhythm. She immediately bought the woman a drink to show her gratitude. From then on, it was as if a veil had lifted. There was no need to seek the maximum draw every time. Exaggerated dodging moves were unnecessary. Maximizing damage and absolute safety rapidly drained stamina and actually lowered survival chances. She laughed to herself when practicing magic. She valued instant casts and guaranteed hits. But as soon as she switched to archery, she had forgotten that. Now, the pace of leveling by fighting 7 monsters suited her perfectly. She planned to increase the number to 8 tomorrow. Creature grinding and intense training by day, rushing back to the treehouse base before evening, eating, then retreating into her tent to watch alchemy tutorials. Her life had become busy but fulfilling once again. In the corner of the base was a flea market run by players who mostly traded goods amongst themselves. Although the official shop had everything, the prices were exorbitant, and even the administrators didn't forbid private deals. Using an intermediate engineering translated device she made, Yu Xunge traded for a pair of Agility 3 earrings crafted by a jewelry player. The earrings required only basic jewelry skills to make, but consumed costly gems. The seller was unwilling to drop the price too low, yet had trouble finding buyers at a high price, so they agreed on this trade. After all, very few people nowadays fully equipped all 7 gear slots. The 0003 outpost where Xing Minglang was stationed basically didn't exist now. To be precise, none of the outposts Yu Xunge had visited recently had anything like it. Only she wore a full set of 7 pieces of gear. She never took off that armor. After daily training, her health would often be down to just 1 or 200 points. Without the constitution bonus from her gear, her defense would plummet instantly. Even if she had 10 health left, it would only equal what others had at full health, which left her feeling completely exposed and uneasy. Basic healing potions restored only 60 health points at a time. Mid-level ones were better, but capped at 240 points, nowhere near as cost-effective as eating several meals that slowly restored her HP over time. Back at the nearest outpost, she didn't recognize a single receptionist. But the people sent here were clearly trained. Gentle manners, formulaic but polite attitudes, and the information between outposts was fully shared. Yu Xunge handed over a Fate Gear skill crystal. The clerk opened a workbook formatted identically to others and recorded a new repayment on her designated page. In 2 days, the debt would be fully paid off. In a good mood, she went straight to the resting area and quickly prepared a dish that triggered her god of food talent, restoring 600 HP per minute. With the bowl scraped clean, she wiped her mouth and headed toward the flea market tucked in the corner of the outpost. She had zero intention to sell any rare or better gear. Today she had just looted a hand crossbow. Tired Psi rare. Bonuses: Constitution 7, Intelligence 5. Magic attributes: 1 damage, 2 attack speed. Requirements: Level 3 Constitution 17. Needing Level 3 and high Constitution. Most good drops these days had tough requirements, either level restrictions or picky attributes. She'd hold on to it. She knew some players disguised themselves as ordinary folks to sneak into the main city, acting as proxy buyers for teammates who couldn't enter, auctioning off gear. The official service took a 1 commission, basically skinning people alive. Every player had their own way. She wasn't about to be a sucker. Gear below rare was her cash flow. She spread out a clean black cloth and laid out her loot for the day. Exquisite leather armor, fine. Bonuses: Intelligence 6. Magic attributes: 2 magic damage. Aside from Constitution, she wasn't short on other stats for now. A couple days ago, Shed found gloves with 7 Constitution, which she immediately swapped for her old 6 wolfskin gloves. All other gear Shed scrapped to sell. The Fate Gear business was bound to open eventually. Yu Xunge didn't bother hiding her luck. In fact, she flaunted it so everyone could see her good fortune. Players at the outpost were already used to it, came every day selling 1 or 2 pieces of gear. Even the official buyers lurked around waiting for her. In less than 10 minutes, the exquisite leather armor sold for 90 silver. She had already cleaned out the goblin merchant stock. Now her steady income came only from crafting around 3 gold and the 50 silver she gathered from killing monsters above her level. But the things she wanted kept piling up. She planned to head to another main city tomorrow to exchange money with the goblins, preferably turning all her gold bars into cash. After putting away the cloth, Yu Xunge saw several figures nearby, 3 men and 2 women. They crouched down and exchanged a few words before warmly inviting her to join their group. This didn't surprise Yu Xunge. For the past few days, nearly every day someone had asked her to team up, both envious of her luck and impressed by her skills. As usual, she declined. But this time, the group was unusually persistent. They followed her all the way back to her temporary tent and even tried to come inside to continue talking. Yu Xunge stopped in her tracks, turned around to size up the 5 of them, and bluntly asked, "If I can earn a piece of gear on my own, why should I share it with you?" The man in charge smiled politely. "If we team up, we can take on higher-level monsters." Yu Xunge was about to brush it off, but noticing several other parties nearby watching them, she offered a bit of explanation. "How do we split the high-level gear drops? By contribution? How do you even measure luck? What if I say all my rare drops come from my own luck, and I want the full share? Would you accept that?" The man's tone remained gentle. "In a team, fairness is key. Unfair teams don't last long. Your idea of fairness is an equal split, right? 6 people share 1 item, I only get 1/6. If I fight monsters alone, I get to keep the whole thing. So what exactly do I gain from teaming up with you? A dark shadow flickered in the man's eyes, but his smile stayed warm. Luck is hard to measure, after all. Yu Xunge scoffed. If it's so hard to measure, why did you even invite me? She didn't mince words and brusquely sent them away. Then she calmly recalled their faces, realizing something they wouldn't just drop it. At first, others were restrained, but now her daily gains far outpaced everyone else's in 3 days, and jealous people would inevitably make a move. At 6 the next morning, she had just stepped out of the base when she sensed someone trailing her. Turning around, sure enough, it was those same 5 from last night. They didn't seem awkward about being caught. Instead, they smiled and kept following step by step. After crossing the spider territory, the 5 stopped. Ahead was the level 5 spider's hunting ground. As 5 level 0 players, even fighting level 4 spiders would be a desperate struggle, let alone level 5. The tall, lean one frowned and asked their leader, "What now?" The leader whispered, "Let's try talking to them first." The group turned and left, unaware of a small, inconspicuous spider perched on a nearby big tree. Up in the treetop, Yu Xunge had transformed into a small bird and silently followed along, blending with the leaves. It had been 7 days since she had touched her milk cat, but thanks to her animagus talent, she had developed the habit of petting every little animal she sees in reality. She refreshed her forms every few days to keep her land, sea, and air shape-shifting ready at all times. The 5 slipped into a cave ahead. Yu Xunge landed and shifted into a dark, gray little spider, her 8 thin legs moving swiftly as she barely kept up. Inside, footsteps and murmured voices grew louder. She crawled along the rock wall and soon spotted a small wild base, about a dozen players waking, rubbing their eyes, and tidying their gear. Counting quickly, including the 5 she'd been tailing, there were 21 people in total. A burly man asked, "So what do you think?" Inside the cave, torchlight flickered as the tall, lean member of the 5-person team leaned against the stone wall and shook his head expressionlessly. The burly man grinned broadly and said in a rough voice, "I knew you wouldn't agree." But Suji insisted on trying to talk first. "Think that's going to work?" The tall, lean figure was Suji, the leader of the team. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and spoke with a calm and gentle tone. "We have to give them a chance." The burly man sneered and tapped the handle of his battle axe. "You're so hypocritical. You're the one who hits hardest, yet you want to talk first, as if that makes you the good guy." The other 3 players, clearly used to the two's bickering, kept their heads down, checking gear and minding their own business. Suji glanced at the system clock on his wrist and said coolly, "Fine. Let's get started. She'll be back before nightfall. Is everything ready?" The burly man nodded and patted the heavy iron cage beside him. "Don't worry, she won't die." "But what if the official watchers catch us?" Suji smiled politely, but his tone was cold. "So what if they do? Do you think they'd punish a dozen players for one useless player?" The burly man let out a low, strange laugh. "Then can we at least keep her legs? I want to have some fun before finishing her off. I've never played around with a female celebrity before." Suji raised a hand slightly. "Sure." 2 other players' eyes lit up. Boss. We 1 and 2. Suji distributed the rewards as if handing out daily loot. "Everyone can play. Chop her legs off after you're done." At that moment, Yu Xunge lay quietly above the cave entrance, pressed against the stone wall. Her black exoskeleton suit blended into the rock. She ran through their plan in her mind: chop off her legs, then heal her, keeping her like a chained pet that can be carried anytime, preferably disabling her hands too, so she couldn't use any skills. She took a deep breath, steadying her emotions, then suddenly started to climb out. Moonlight spilled outside as she deftly shed her full gear. Her max HP immediately dropped to 250. Then she swallowed a high-end dish that granted triple critical hits and healed 600 HP per minute. A faint red glow of regeneration appeared on her body. Ready? Yu Xunge transformed into a shadowy golden spider form and swiftly scaled back up the wall to the ledge less than 3 meters above the other team. The ceiling was low. If they stood, all of them would enter her skill range. "I want this one, and this one." Her familiar stealing skill activated, pumping a rush like drinking a strong coffee into her mind. Each steal cost 20 of her HP, about 50 points, but she recovered 10 HP every second, fully regaining in 25 seconds. The few players chatted idly as they laid out the gear to trap Yu Xunge, a cage big enough for an adult male lion, sharp chains, and paralyzing potions. Someone weighed the chains and muttered, "How much do you think her luck stat is? Not even 10, right? Maybe it's a divine gift, totally undetectable." Another slammed the cage door shut with a clang. "Their lips are so tight." "Tight is good," Suji said calmly. "If they can't detect her divine gift, then our gifts won't be leaked either." The burly man rested his axe on his knee. "But if we get caught, won't they punish us harshly?" Suji replied calmly. "Then we just keep her locked up here." The burly man slammed the axe again. "What a shame. Can't play with her more times." "Ha ha. Even without legs there's still fun." Another laughed weirdly. "Ha ha, that's right. Not every player was as diligent as Yu Xunge." After the game became reality, injuries hurt and death really meant disappearing. No matter how extraordinary one's power was, fear was inevitable, especially since players were limited in their options. What they could truly rely on were their own divine gifts. Yu Xunge had been stealing for a whole hour, yet the group hadn't left the cave. It had been an incredibly efficient hour. When she had previously stolen from Su Yidong and Liang Yuchuan, she didn't pause either, constantly sipping healing potions to replenish health. But potions had cooldowns. Even if she threw resources at it, drinking potions and eating meat to restore health simultaneously, her actual skill usage rate wasn't very high. This time was completely different. With her gourmet talent and improved cooking level, just standing hidden and chewing roasted meat restored 10 health points every second. Put another way, every 5 seconds, she could completely offset the 50 health cost of one skill, truly achieving seamless skill chaining. It was like an endless flow in and out of a health reservoir, cycling rapidly inside her body. She even caught herself daydreaming about how long it would take to empty the pool, almost losing focus on the stealing. Only when the players in the cave finally broke into several groups and began to leave one by one did Yu Xunge snap out of her daze and quietly stop. Checking her inventory, she had pilfered 5 extra items and stolen a full 17 attribute points. By probability, she should have gotten twice as many items as attribute points, but the players just didn't carry much gear, so her attributes soared as her biggest gain. She glanced at her updated character sheet. Health, 350,350. Mana, 650,650. Strength, 10,7. Constitution, 13,2. Intelligence, 15,6. Agility, 21,4. Luck, 10. Charisma, 10. 17 unassigned attribute points remaining. At this rate, her overall level was now approaching that of a level 9 player. Yu Xunge thought bitterly to herself. These aren't villains at all. They're just prime fat targets. Of course, this was nowhere near the point of revenge. The malicious words they had thrown around inside the cave hadn't left a shadow in her heart, but they had certainly ignited her anger. Yu Xunge had no doubt that if given the chance, these players would turn those words into actions. So she transformed into a small gray-feathered sparrow and silently followed the last departing group. Passing through dappled forest gaps, she tracked the gunshots and hushed shouts until she found her target. Several players hunting a venomous spider with silenced firearms. As an anima form, she couldn't use any skills aside from divine talents, so she stayed put, taking this chance to run an experiment. Using the Soros pocket watch, Yu Xunge quickly locked onto the man standing forefront, holding a tower shield, his attributes clearly visible. Strength, 7. Constitution, 4. Intelligence, 5. Agility, 5. Luck, 5. Charisma, 3. Just as the spider charged, venom splattering, ready to slam into the tower shield, the sparrow Yu Xunge decisively activated an untried skill from her arsenal. Skill 2. Your setup is wrong. I don't like it. Spin the fate wheel of the target, swapping their highest attribute with their lowest for 1 hour, cooldown 6 hours. On screen, the strength and constitution lines flickered like a faulty monitor. In the next moment, the man's strength plunged to 4, and his constitution shot up to 7. Yu Xunge was slightly disappointed the immutable charisma couldn't participate in the swap. But then she thought, if charisma could be swapped, Fate's Will wouldn't be a rank item. It would be at least in a rank legendary artifact. In the late game, most players maxed out their main attributes. Even extreme builds added points to secondary stats to meet gear requirements. When leveling up, all stats tended to reach double digits. But luck and charisma always capped at 10. The balance of the Fate Will was built around this rule. With the attribute swap, the shield bearer's arm weakened, and he couldn't withstand the impact. The venomous spider charged with overwhelming force, slamming him and his shield flying through the air. The man cursed loudly midair, completely baffled. Ed felt sluggish since the start of the fight, and now had been launched with a single blow. With the frontline collapse, the backline's firepower became chaotic. As the formation broke, the others scrambled into disorder too. Yu Xunge cancelled her animagus transformation and quickly used the armor spell to change into a goblin form, then cast an illusion on herself. In the blink of an eye, her figure shrank from a teenage girl to a green-skinned little creature no taller than her waist, with a faint shimmering distortion around her. The only player who noticed anything unusual caught a vague black shadow flickering between the tree branches from the corner of their eye, and in the next moment, that shadow vanished completely. She raised her hand, sending a silently formed ice flower of chilling cold toward the last frontline tank in the group, instantly freezing them within a thin layer of ice. Then, with a taut bowstring, she released an arrow imbued with a push effect, which transformed into a wave of white energy sweeping the entire group of 5 toward a lurking venomous spider nearby, jolting the players with a 3-second stun. 3 seconds was enough for the spider to lash out 2 of its long legs, thrust piercing through the 2 frontline players like razor-sharp blades. Before the remaining 3 could react, Yu Xunge split off a shadowy double of herself, which dove into the group and clamped onto the 2 players in the middle positions. Just as their stuns wore off, the shadow's grip handed them directly into the spider's mouth. Within moments, the 5-player team lay wiped out. Venom sprayed as the spider immediately bent down to feast on its spoils. Quietly, Yu Xunge retracted her shadow. The forest stood only 5 minutes away from the nearest treehouse outpost, so she wasn't in a hurry. Shifting into a small drab-colored bird, she flew to a nearby large tree, then shrank down to the size of a thumb-sized spider and slipped into a natural blind spot formed by tree cracks. Her animagus form blocked most detection methods, and her goblin disguise provided a second layer of protection, giving her a calm confidence deep inside. About 2 minutes later, a 7-person official squad followed the trail to the scene, methodically surrounding and overwhelming the venomous spider mid-meal. Within just a dozen seconds, they captured the elite monster. Yu Xunge glanced down at her watch. Only 7 minutes had passed since she cleared the area. Near the bodies, several investigators stopped. A short-haired man on guard scanned the surroundings and said solemnly, "No one here." A long-haired female teammate crouched down to check. One corpse's finger still rested on the bowstring. Frowning, she said, "Looks like a mistaken operation." Then she touched blood-stained fingertips to the ground and closed her eyes, concentrating to activate a detection skill. Hidden in the tree crack, Yu Xunge narrowed her eyes. Her mind quickly rehearsed escape plans. If they directly identified the culprit, how would she slip away? Could they replay the victim's final moments? Or read their memories? She prepared for every possibility. She didn't think she'd done wrong, but she couldn't yet gauge the officials' real stance on player-on-player violence. Right now the world wasn't in chaos. Would they crack down hard to prevent disorder? The reading lasted several seconds before the long-haired woman opened her eyes and shook her head. Someone stunned them with an energy blast from behind for a few seconds. This one was frozen. Those two were crushed by the shadow. The buzzcut man turned to ask the scout who first confirmed the area, "There really was no one when we arrived?" The scout nodded confidently. "Yeah. I swept the area while the spider was still attacking, but I didn't capture any player signals." The group exchanged further details, logging keywords like ice flower seal, push shot stun, and shadow binding into their device before heading back the way they came. Yu Xunge remained still and silent, lurking for a full half hour. The official squad passed by twice for inspections, but she didn't even glance at them. Only when they truly moved away did she shift back into bird form and flutter upward to the canopy. She confirmed no official tracking marks remained on her body. Years of running had made her intimately familiar with all kinds of tracking. She performed daily self-checks out of habit. But then, what allowed the officials to discover the deaths of those 5 players so quickly? Divine blessing, perhaps? She suddenly remembered the water balloon their outpost had handed out. Supposedly, if you got lost and crushed it, someone would come to guide you back. She had tossed it the next day, annoyed it took up inventory space. Looks like that probably caused some trouble, but she wasn't about to stop now. Deep in the woods, she cast an illusion spell, spreading several shadowy afterimages in a line, using the scattered light filtering through the trees to systematically scan every tree around. After a solid half hour, she finally pinpointed the location of another squad. This time she didn't use her bow. Instead, she pulled several grenades from her pack and hurled 3 in quick succession. Explosions sent out scorching shockwaves, sending leaves and branches flying in all directions. The crunching crack of metal and wood filled her ears. The target squad didn't even get a chance to call for help before they were wiped out completely. Yu Xunge felt instantly lucky again. Her mood light and clear. She almost blurted out, "Thoughts are clear." She casually stuffed the fragments of "Whining me too, boss, me too. Even if I lose a leg, I'll keep playing," back into her bag. The loot from both squads was neatly stacked, bags piled together, and coins clattering all over the ground. With the enemies taken care of, it was just about lunchtime. She performed a cleansing spell on herself, erasing all traces of blood and mud, then changed into lighter clothes. After sealing away all the coins she'd picked up today, she slung her longbow on her back and headed into the nearest official outpost's mess hall. She barely finished her bowl when a 5-person official squad she had met recently pushed open the door. She glanced up briefly and kept eating the last few grains of rice. When she finished, she carried her bowl over and squatted down beside them, casually but directly asking, "Looking to trade gear?" The 5 didn't seem surprised. Everyone knew Yu Xunge, famously lucky female player. Word from insider channels went further. They had even used her talent skill Lucky again in skillstone form. The long-haired woman asked curiously, "What gear?" Yu Xunge raised her hand and pulled from her bag a rare pair of boots dropped by the undead the last time she fought. Shadow rare. Bonus attributes: Intelligence 8, Constitution 4. Magical attributes: 2 magic damage, 1 critical damage. Equip requirements: Intelligence 19, Agility 12. Rare and above gear usually had 2 requirements: a level and an attribute condition. Sometimes there were dual attribute requirements, which basically implied an invisible level requirement, since starters typically max at 1012 attribute points and only had 5 to spend at level 1. To hit intelligence over 19 and agility over 12, you'd need to be around level 3 at least. But if other gear could boost these stats enough, you could equip better gear earlier. So gear that checked only attributes, Not level was often 20-30 pricier than gear with explicit level requirements. These boots were exactly what she planned to sell. She had been training recently and was low on constitution, but her future was still archery focused, so agility mattered more than intelligence. All five suddenly straightened up. Though the requirements were clear, they didn't look disappointed. They had leveled early and were already level 2, just a couple months shy of 3. I want to trade skill stones, Yu Xunge explained. The long-haired woman raised an eyebrow. Blank ones. You can just swap those at the exchange point. The exchange point only lets me trade skill stones produced by my own talent. I want to trade with you, probably get more that way. She shrugged. They exchanged glances. There was no rule forbidding private trades of blank skill stones. The buzzcut guy spoke up. How many are you asking for? 50 blank skill stones. The five immediately stood. 40. She barged in with a counteroffer. Without looking back, they started leaving. 30. She called after them, trying to drive the price down. They began chatting loudly. What are we having for lunch? We just ate, didn't we? What did we have again? I forgot. Forgot? Must be the price scaring you. Yu Xunge's temple twitched. Taking a deep breath, she snapped. Hey, come back. Let's talk seriously. If anyone isn't serious, they're a dog. They turned back promptly, moving with military precision. Clutching the boots, she suddenly thought about backing out. Should have picked some less sharp traders. But the words were out. She had to grit her teeth and play it through. These boots, as perfect as they looked, were low-level gear. She could toss them on the auction house for just over 3 gold. What she really wanted was information. The last few exchanges she attended were with free or loan players. These insiders had their own circle with official exchange points offering discounts, so they seldom dealt with lone wolves. She needed to squeeze more intel out of them while she could. Insiders had their own networks and got official exchange discounts, so they rarely traded with lone players. She asked the group, do you get a discount when exchanging blank skill crystals internally? She had checked at the official exchange point before and learned that the system only allowed stone for stone trades. They didn't accept any player currency at all. The others didn't hide the truth. To attract players, the officials gave internal staff 1 free blank skill crystal every 3 days. If they wanted to sell to outsiders privately, the fixed price was 60 silver per crystal. One of them patted the coin pouch at his waist and smiled, adding, the rules are strict, this is the set price. Yu Xunge quickly calculated in her mind. Zhao Shuang's quote was 1 skill crystal for 5 blank ones, exactly 3 gold. And she even called that a friendly price. Silently, Yu Xunge scolded herself, put away the boots she had just exchanged, and looked up to see the 5 people opposite all opening their mouths in unison, as if a cord was about to leap out. She wasn't in the mood to argue. With a flip of her hand, she displayed the skill crystal she had just crafted today, feeling happy again. Trade? 1 skill crystal for 7 blank ones. The 5 immediately went silent, swallowing back their words. The long-haired woman tentatively bargained. That's too expensive. The official exchange rate is 1 for 5. Why is it 7 here? Then go try the official exchange yourself and see what they ask for. Yu Xunge replied leisurely. The group glanced at each other and fell silent again. Clearly, even inside, things were complicated. Unhurried, Yu Xunge sharpened her offer. So trade or not? I have 2 crystals total. If you take both, those boots go for 3 gold. The long-haired woman frowned. Friend, this isn't how business is done. Before she could finish, Yu Xunge got up and started walking away. The woman grew anxious. Didn't you say whoever isn't sincere is a dog? Without turning her head, Yu Xunge gave a sharp woof. Trade or not? The 5 fell utterly silent. Minutes later, the deal was sealed. Yu Xunge swapped her 2 skill crystals for 14 blank ones and collected a full 3 gold, leaving thoroughly satisfied. Before leaving, she still had a question, so she sought out a staff member at the exchange point. Behind the counter sat a cute girl with a bob haircut. Yu Xunge got straight to the point. Do you have a channel to exchange coins with NPCs? The girl smiled sweetly. That's actually one of our paid services. What's Zhao Shuang's relation to you? Yu Xunge interrupted. The smile softened and became sincere. She's my sister. Zhao Xianin. Figures, Yu Xunge muttered. Go on. Zhao Xianin held up 3 fingers. There are 3 options. All require signing a contract. 1. We take a 10 cut of your exchanged coins. 2. 30 cut, but faster processing. 3. No cut, but you must join our team for 1 year, enjoying all internal benefits during that time. Yu Xunge didn't shout, that's a ripoff, like others might. Instead, she frowned, deep in thought. She knew well what it meant to exchange skill crystals directly for coins. The higher you climb, the more you see. The mysteries that puzzled her past life were now slowly surfacing this time around. The higher she rose this life, the more answers she found. Things that were once unclear were finally coming into focus. For example, why, despite Yu Xunge and Su Yitong being so fortunate and smooth sailing, are they still not the strongest in the country? Why do the Su, Han, and Liang families, though at their peak, still not dare openly break the law even when pursuing their own enemies? They first list charges against themselves. Why, in her 3rd year of fleeing, did she hear that the people of Blue Star were organizing a counterattack, dropping anchor points toward Zealand, start a fight back? Yu Xunge sat in the corner, twisting her sleeve, a series of whys sweeping through her mind like a cold wind. Suddenly, she realized how laughable her earlier thoughts were, the ideas that as long as I don't deal herbs or fight with the authorities for profit, if I can't be selfless, at least I won't be a burden to Blue Star, all utterly naive in the face of the bigger picture. After a long silence, she sighed deeply. She had ultimately been too aloft. What if the method I know for exchanging gold coins overlaps with the one you told me? She looked up, her gaze calm. Do I still have to share profits with you whenever I convert coins using my own method? Zhao Xianin, who had been taking notes beside her, put down her pen, turned, and explained. The contract will specify if before signing the contract you had already exchanged gold coins using the method we told you. The contract immediately becomes invalid. After that, you can exchange coins freely without sharing profits with us. Of course, you can also sell your method to us directly. Yu Xunge lightly tapped the table with her fingertips, thinking for a long time. She wasn't naive enough to face a national machinery alone. She needed another channel on her side, so she chose the first option. Zhao Xianin quickly found someone to cover her shift, then took Yu Xunge upstairs to the stronghold. The meeting room was small, with a rough wooden table and 4 stump chairs. By the window sat a young man, clearly Zhao's partner. After brief pleasantries, they all sat down and the contract was handed to Yu Xunge. She read every word carefully, confirmed there were no traps, then signed her name at the bottom. With the contract finalized, Zhao Xianin put away the documents and eagerly began explaining what they called the high-efficiency gold earning scheme. There's a small tavern in the southeast part of the city. Its basement hides a drunkard who buys all kinds of liquor. You can return to the real world to buy alcohol and sell it to him. A cask of Erguo sells for 50 silver. Better liquor fetches more, with the highest price at 1 gold per cask. But you have to act fast. That only buys up to 100 gold worth of goods per day. Yu Xunge listened expressionlessly, but inside she felt her mind soar again. This? Seriously? She had deals worth tens of thousands of gold coins every time and hadn't even complained. If she hadn't been propping her elbows on the table and pressing her thumb against her forehead, she might have floated away again. Zhao Xianin and her partner exchanged glances, trying to read something from the frozen expression on her face. Is it too exciting? Yu Xunge slowly looked up and adjusted her collar. At that moment, she looked every bit the cold-faced investor in some business drama. Do you accept gold coins? I can help purchase on your behalf 200 grams of gold for 1 coin. Her tone was steady, but it stunned the two across from her. After a moment, Zhao Xianin found her voice. This method of yours, would you sell it? No. Yu Xunge shook her head slightly, tapping the table with her fingertips. And at most, I can only exchange 100,000 gold coins for you. Quickly calculating in her mind. Creating 3 coins a day requires 360 grams of gold. She currently carried over 10,778 jin of gold. Monthly production of gold is 21 jin, which can be made into coins. She couldn't convert all her gold, at most about 10,000 jin, roughly 27,777 gold coins. Besides, she had just obtained a lot of previously unknown information about Zealand Star's 12 races and 36 main cities. At that scale, she could definitely absorb that amount of coins. If she switched to purchasing on behalf of the authorities, it was a different story. She could take a 20-gram gold commission per coin. So for 100,000 coins, that's 4,000 jin too much? Not at all. And that was just the exchange commission. Her actual compensation was yet to be discussed. I can give up the commission, but in return, my Fate Gear skill stones must be sold by you. You provide the blank crystals and don't charge handling fees. You must publicly announce that only 20 of the profit goes to me. That way, you won't lose out, right? Her tone was calm, but every word struck deep into the hearts of her listeners. Zhao Xianin and the other person fell silent. It was definitely worth it. The importance of 100,000 gold coins to them was obvious. To put it simply, if they spent it all on clever spells, they could assemble a solid squad of strong fighters. But beyond the 100,000 gold, the real trump card in Yu Xunge's hand was the skill stones, a unique sales channel that was like an invisible gold mine. Her condition was straightforward. The official organization would act as a protective umbrella without taking any profit share, only charging a nominal fee, and giving her 20 of the profits. This way, other powers wouldn't dare move against her nor covet this piece of the pie. On the flip side, if those factions wanted the skill crystals, they'd have to come to the official side first. More importantly, once the official started selling on her behalf, they would gain a natural right of first refusal. After hearing this, Zhao Xianin simply replied, I need approval from my superiors. Go ahead, no rush. Yu Xunge raised an eyebrow and pulled a steaming cup of coffee from her canvas bag, slowly peeling off the lid. Within less than half a cup of coffee, Zhao Xianin hurried back with Zhao Shuang. Yu Xunge. She set down her cup, straightened her back, and said, I have urgent matters. If you agree, just sign the contract quickly. I don't have time for detailed talks. Huh. Zhao Xianin was stunned. Didn't you say there was no rush just now? Zhao Shuang couldn't help laughing. Just a moment ago, she had seen this woman leisurely sipping coffee, and now she was rushing others to sign. She pushed a contract across the table, tapping her finger. 40% profit share is the bottom line. We only claim 20 publicly, because any less would damage the official reputation, and reputation is priceless. They will trust that. Yu Xunge's voice was calm but stubborn. Prices never stay the same. 3 gold now might only be the income of a small team for 3 days. When they can earn 10 gold in 3 days, will they still pay just 3? Skill stones have limited combat value, but infinite potential for crafting gear. I can't protect this alone, so I have to find you. Zhao Shuang nodded as if sighing, repeating, you can't protect it alone, so you have to come to us. Yu Xunge pursed her lips. A wear shed revealed a weakness. Compared to these seasoned negotiators, she was still a bit green. I could align with other forces. But you don't like factional fights, do you? Zhao Shuang leaned back with a sharp gaze. Joining any faction inevitably means internal strife. Once the true value of the skill stones is exposed, other factions will tear each other apart over you and the power behind you. The atmosphere chilled noticeably. Yu Xunge was silent a long moment before suddenly standing up. Forget it then. Zhao Shuang nearly spilled her coffee, startled. What's this about? She looked up to see Yu Xunge's frustrated expression, totally ignoring negotiation etiquette. Tired of talking, I'm done. Yu Xunge clicked her tongue. That's it, I'm leaving. It was like a player flipping the mahjong table right before winning a self-draw. Even more extreme. After flipping the table, Yu Xunge turned and walked away, but just as she took a step, Zhao Shuang grabbed her wrist with a fierce grip. One moment a negotiation pro, the next Zhao Shuang was holding her fast at the table edge. Sister. I'm only 26, Yu Xunge raised an eyebrow. Zhao Shuang immediately got up, laughing warmly as she threw an arm over Yu Xunge's shoulder. Little sister. Behind them, Zhao Xianin raised her hand. Hey, I'm here. Go away, Zhao Shuang said without turning around. Zhao Xianin stifled a laugh. All right, little sister, let's talk this through, Zhao Shuang coaxed softly. You won't like what I say anyway. Yu Xunge turned her face away. Zhao Shuang felt those words sounded very familiar. 40% is impossible. At most 10, Yu Xunge spoke rapidly. 10 is really not enough. Yu Xunge shrugged, trying to shake off the arm wrapped around her shoulder. Zhao Shuang held on tight. Back then, she never put this much effort into holding onto the campus heartthrob ex-boyfriend, not even close. 10%. That's the bottom line. I swear, this really is the absolute bottom line. What a coincidence. This just so happens to be Yu Xunge's bottom line too. No matter what, she has to make the payment. But her face remains icy cold. Then he'll take a 10% cut if we switch to gold, fair enough, right? Zhao Shuang pushed her away without any hesitation. Leave. Once you're gone, don't think about coming back. Yu Xunge lifted her foot to leave. Just as her toe stepped past the doorway, Zhao Shuang grabbed her shoulder. Then Zhao Shuang gave her a dazzling smile. Because I'm going to chase after you. Yu Xunge was speechless. There they were, embracing like that as they walked back toward the table. Zhao Shuang regained his calculating calm. If you only exchange 100,000 gold coins, your commission is 5 per mil. But if you manage 200,000, then it goes up to 1%. Yu Xunge held out her hand and spoke quick as lightning. Deal. They'll find a way to exchange 200,000 coins. The smile on Zhao Shuang's face froze instantly. Next to them, Zhao Xianin leaned over and whispered admiringly, Sis, those negotiation skills are ruthless. Zhao Shuang kicked him. Get lost. Yu Xunge didn't rush off to deal with Su Ji and the others just yet. After the contract was handed over, she meticulously checked every word and sentence. The contract confirmed exactly what they had agreed. 1. Player Yu Xunge exchanges gold at a rate of 200 grams of gold per coin for the Special Affairs Bureau's coin exchange from Zealand Star. If the total is below 100,000 coins, her commission is 0.5. If it reaches or exceeds 200,000 coins, her commission rises to 1. The Special Affairs Bureau will not investigate Yu Xunge's exchange methods by any means. 2. The feeling happy again skill crystals produced by Yu Xunge will be handed over entirely to the Special Affairs Bureau for external sale. The Bureau will provide blank skill crystals. It will claim Yu Xunge only makes a 20% profit and endeavor to offer full protection. The Bureau takes a 20% cut of the total profit from this skill crystal, settled every 15 days. The contract was quite generous. The crystals Yu Xunge supplies are strictly for external sale, and keeping or gifting them personally does not breach terms. If the Bureau breaks the contract, all its members randomly lose 1 attribute point each. If Yu Xunge breaks terms, she loses 10 attributes at once, and all her coins are confiscated. The collaboration lasts 2 years, after which terms will be renegotiated. Other clauses were clarified as well. Within the contract period, Yu Xunge shall not exchange coins for other factions. After 1 year, she must disclose her exchange process to the Special Affairs Bureau. If Yu Xunge encounters trouble within 2 years, the Bureau must use their divinely granted fate-related abilities to track down her assailants and avenge her. Both parties understood well. The level A and below fate gear talent isn't unique. If a second person appears later, power dynamics will shift. But if the Bureau finds no replacement, the advantage ultimately remains with Yu Xunge. As for revealing the exchange method after a year then, the goblins would probably have been completely picked clean by her. Once all terms were confirmed accurate, Yu Xunge signed her name with flair in the signature section. Zhao Shuang then signed on behalf of the Special Affairs Bureau and stamped it with the official seal. Yu Xunge asked curiously, do game contracts really recognize official seals? Zhao Shuang smiled and nodded. Of course they do. She regained her usual composure and elegance so smoothly that even Yu Xunge wondered if her earlier playful tone had just been a negotiation tactic. After signing the contract, Yu Xunge immediately checked the terms on her character panel and then carefully went through each one again before feeling assured. Zhao Shuang continued to explain, the gold will be delivered within 3 days. You just need to give your name at any outpost. Your information and level are already recorded. You're now the highest ranked non-staff member. Glancing at the time, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Yu Xunge thought, if I don't get out and kill someone soon, the grudge will only grow, and casually said, all right, before turning to leave. I won't go far these days, just focusing on business first. Zhao Shuang and Zhao Xianin escorted her to the outpost entrance on the first floor, drawing curious looks from other players. As soon as Yu Xunge stepped out of the treehouse, she sprinted into the forest, her black cloak hiding her figure except for a pair of sharp eyes. After confirming no one was around, she cast the illusion body spell and instantly teleported to the cave she had discovered while tailing Su Ji that morning, retreating into its darkest corner to remain concealed. While waiting, she played the alchemy tutorial video in her mind and sorted out her plan. There were 5 days until New Year's Day, so she would focus on leveling up first. Once the gold arrived, she'd exchange it for coins. The coin exchange required a God of Thieves disguise skill, which had a cooldown of 5 hours after applying reductions. During cooldown, she planned to practice her professional skills in the sewers to avoid aimlessly roaming different main cities to trigger monster spawns. As for safety, she could transform into animals or vanish with her teleportation spell, so escaping would be no problem. As dusk fell, harsh curses came from outside the cave. Su Ji led the way with a burly man beside him, followed by 6 others, 8 in total. Yu Xunge had counted earlier that morning. They originally had 21 members. She had killed 10. Now only 8 remained. Clearly some hadn't returned. Do you think she's suspicious of anything? No way, someone whispered. Other teams invited her before too, and she refused. She never seemed alert. Maybe she switched bases. She never had a fixed spot, right? We'll go again tomorrow, grind monsters, and keep an eye out. How dare she venture so deep alone? We only dare to fight level 4 monsters and a few died today. Don't you think the monsters suddenly got stronger? I really wasn't prepared, or Xiaoxi and the others wouldn't have died. Yu Xunge, hidden in the cave's corner, was tired of eavesdropping. She pulled out a string of grenades, pulling the rings, and tossing one after another, 5 in total. After the last grenade flew, she instantly used her teleport spell to vanish outside the cave. Her black-cloaked figure flickered once in the night before disappearing. Boom, boom, boom. The consecutive explosions tore through the cave's interior. She waited silently outside for 5 minutes, making sure no movement remained inside. Then, still invisible under the illusion body spell, she stepped over broken stones and re-entered the cave. At the blast's center lay 8 bodies, mangled and bloody. Yu Xunge didn't approach, but drew her pistol, aiming at Su Ji's head. Bang, bang, bang. Then the burly man. Bang, bang, bang. She finished off the remaining 6 with 3 shots each to the head. After the smoke cleared, she waited a bit longer to confirm no one survived, then drew her long knife. Blood dripped from the blade as she severed all 8 heads one by one and tossed them aside. Next, she pulled out a gasoline can, drenched the bodies thoroughly, and set them on fire. The flames leapt up while a choking stench quickly filled the cave. Throughout the entire process, she remained invisible, leaving no trace of her presence behind. Only after watching the bodies burn to charred husks did Yu Xunge wave her hand, satisfied, extinguishing the last flicker of flame. Without hesitation, she activated Phantom Shift, her figure blurring into a fleeting shadow that vanished instantly. The next moment, she had already arrived at Outpost 0003, located a full 2 hours travel from the original crime scene. Zhao Shuang had said 3 days was enough, and indeed, before New Year's Day even arrived, Yu Xunge had cleared all her owed skill crystals. Not only that, she had just received an extra 100 blank skill crystals on the spot, along with a staggering 40,000 gene of golden amount convertible to no less than 100,000 gold coins. To her personally, this was astronomical. To the Su, Liang, and Han families, it was immense wealth, but compared to the national reserves, it was just a string of numbers. Imagining the uproar within those families over this deal, Yu Xunge couldn't help but snort softly. After securing the gold, she slipped away from the outpost, diving into the nearby forest, heading straight towards the lair of an 8th tier monster. Confirming no one was trailing her, she relaxed her breath and transformed into a slyly grinning goblin, instantly reappearing near the Dark Moon City teleportation circle. Next on her agenda, she planned to pay visits to all her goblin friends she had made across the major metropolitan cities. 180 gold per coin? Are you kidding me? In Darkmoon City, billionaire Bill buys mine at 170 gold. Then go to him, the pudgy goblin replied in a high-pitched voice. I genuinely want to be your friend. Fine, 180 gold it is. Yu Xunge gritted her teeth and sealed the deal. Leaving the goblin district, she rubbed the stiffness in her neck. Seems like she'd have to brush up on her negotiation skills with Zhao Shuang. 200 gold per coin? Might as well rob someone. Her tone turned ice cold facing the next cunning goblin. Am not in a hurry to trade. You came knocking. You know Darkmoon's billionaire Bill, right? I do. Yu Xunge raised an eyebrow. What about him? He apparently threw all his savings into gold and nearly went broke afterwards. But for each coin forged, he nets 60 gold pure profit like getting it for free. 2 days of that yields 1 extra coin. That's 182 coins a year. 50 silver, the goblin cut in. Right, 182 gold and 50 silver. 10 years, that's 1825 gold. You gonna trade or not? 180 gold per coin, no one gives a better deal. Fine, I only have 1,000 coins on hand. Yu Xunge stated decisively. It turned out Bill was the only goblin willing to put down 20,000 gold coins at once. Goblins in other cities were either poor or stingy, each firmly sticking to the 180 gold limit. Try to haggle lower, and they'd blow their top. To work efficiently, Yu Xunge had to break down the 40,000 gene of gold into smaller chunks, chat with whoever she met, exchanging 800 or 1,000 gold at a time. With dozens or even hundreds of goblins in each city, she systematically swept through them all, leaving no one out. Her disguise skill could only be used twice daily for 1 hour each time, plus 5 hours cooldown. Initially, she thought 1 hour would suffice to complete a trade and casually explore the alien cities of Zealand Star, but reality was far more exhausting. Generous goblins like Bill were rare gems. She had to cut through each deal like a battlefield, splitting time into the tiniest fragments. Only 1 city per day, and that in 2 rounds. In leftover moments, she barely squeezed in some time to sneak into restaurant kitchens, picking up local recipes from chefs. Thus, she threw herself completely into a frenzy of work. Whenever skill cooldown hit, she'd sleep. The moment it ended, transform and rush into town. Time zones between cities added complexity, making her feel like a 24-hour gold merchant. Less than 4 hours of active work daily, yet she managed to extract 30 to 40,000 gold coins every day. In just a few days, she had met more goblins than colleagues in the entertainment industry. Back once again in Darkmoon City, Yu Xunge chose to carry a milky cat leather pouch she had conveniently picked up in the dwarven city Ironforget's pattern, an eye color resembling the one she had when she first arrived on Zealand Star. Wagging its tail, she reached Outpost 0003, nimbly jumping onto the table. Yu Xunge asked for Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang appeared almost immediately, as if waiting patiently. Seeing the sparkling 100,000 gold coins credited, he finally relaxed. Someone inside had indeed doubted Yu Xunge wouldn't abscond with the money. Yu Xunge was unaware, or perhaps she'd thought of it, but just didn't care. After collecting another 40,000 gene of gold from Zhao Shuang, she resumed her role as a gold coin middleman. On January 11th, Yu Xunge was so exhausted she felt like she had lost a layer of flesh. She suspected she had never spoken this much in her entire life. At this point, she was confident she could hold simple, everyday conversations with goblins without even needing a translator. The hard work had paid off handsomely. She first exchanged 10,000 gene of gold for 27,777 gold coins, then casually skimmed off a 222 coin kickback. After buying some cooking recipes, the 70 or so gold coins left pushed her net worth past 50,000 for the first time. With her money pouch bulging, she felt that she might never run out of money in her life. After handing over the 200,000 gold coins required for the mission, she received a 1 commission 2,000 gold coins. Her account now balanced perfectly like a ledger. 52,073 gold and 87 silver coins, plus 778 gene of unsold gold. Yu Xunge felt a bit embarrassed, but still grabbed the money pouch, even her dark circles seeming to fade a little. Pleasure doing business, she said with a smile and a nod. You're officially the richest player among us now, Zhao Shuang said with genuine admiration. Yu Xunge licked her chapped lips from all the talking. Maybe. Finally, I have enough money to buy skills. Just then, Zhao Shuang pulled out a thin booklet with slightly curled corners. Wanna buy this? It's an internal catalog of skill crystals. Yu Xunge's eyes lit up as she reached for it, but he stopped her hand. You know, this is also a paid item, Zhao Shuang said with a shy smile. Seeing all this info, you won't feel cheated. Many try to buy it, but can't. This is top secret. How much? 1 gold coin. Am I really that easy to fleece? This is a friend's price. Zhao Shuang patted the back of her hand. Yu Xunge forced a fake smile. Last time your friend's price was exactly the market price. We only met a day ago, then where's the true friendship? He said unabashed. 50 silver. Take it or leave it. Yu Xunge bargained bluntly. Zhao Shuang held out one hand for the money and stuffed the booklet into her arms with the other. You're not taking a kickback again, are you? She squinted suspiciously. Who doesn't these days? Don't you? Yu Xunge choked. She not only took kickbacks, but had done it twice. Flipping through the booklet, dense entries amazed her. In her previous life, after 3 years of experience, she thought she'd seen a lot of divine gifts, yet she hadn't heard of half the items here. Each entry only had a brief description, no cooldown, level, or origin info. Most cost under 1 gold coin. A few powerful or special skills had outrageously high prices, and some just said details negotiated. The first page even listed her own skill crystals. Feeling lucky again, used to modify target's luck value, lasts 6 hours. Price, to be negotiated. The secretive style of the Special Affairs Bureau came alive on paper. After hesitating, she picked 2 divination skill crystals. 1. Pen Fairy. Pen Fairy tell Muse to divine the answer to a question. The difficulty of the question affects the detail of the answer. Price, 3 gold. 2. Am I going to die? Use to divine the luck of your next action. Price, 3 gold. She didn't have high hopes when it came to the price, only 1 gold, because she herself possessed the ability to block divinations. Still, she bought it. It was a bit pricey, but for those in need, the cost was worth it. The price alone also gave a rough idea of how useful the skill might be. After bidding farewell to Zhao Shuang, she immediately held the skill crystal inscribed with Pen Fairy. Pen Fairy, tell me. Clasping it between her hands, she silently repeated, I want to know if Yu Xunge still has a chance to turn things around. A thick fog rose in her mind, clouding her vision. As the question echoed again and again, the crystal in her palm cracked with a sharp click, tearing the mist apart to reveal a clear scene. In the Su family's basement, on the familiar devouring talent formation, Yu Xunge stood at the center, his expression grim and fierce. Outside the formation was another layer of magic array, inside which lay a man covered in blood, collapsed and unconscious. The man wore an eye patch, his messy black hair covering half his face, and the lower half smeared with blood. His lips constantly moved, obviously cursing Yu Xunge's entire ancestry. She felt like she recognized the man, but couldn't recall exactly who he was at the moment. She knew the formation too well. In her past life, it was here that her talents had been stolen. The formation's core should have been flowing with the demon blood of a level 15 boss, but now it was replaced by ordinary dark red blood. The high-level jewels that were once embedded there were completely missing. Even if the formation had been simplified, they wouldn't have omitted the demon blood and gems that indicated this hadn't happened recently. After figuring out Yu Xunge's next move, she didn't feel uneasy at all. On the contrary, she felt lighter. Here was another chance to shatter his hopes with her own hands. Why wouldn't she take it? Returning to the first-floor dining room, she saw Zhao Shuang sitting with her sister. Yu Xunge casually flipped open a book and bought 2 more of the same skill crystals. Next, she decided it was time to return to the real world. 1. She had to keep a close eye on Yu Xunge's movements. 2. The litter of kittens in the backyard, who might mutate at any moment, made her uneasy. 3. The city of darkness was fraught with hidden dangers, and Zhao Shuang had already hinted she'd better stay off the base for a while. Su Ji and his gang were definitely not isolated cases. Anyone with divine-granted talents had become prey. She left the city of darkness and traveled most of Maislant Star. Instead of fewer, the people looking for her became only more frenzied. Luckily, the authorities announced in time that her divine talent quota would be sold exclusively through official channels, finally giving her some peace. But the real world was soon to face an official invasion of Maislant Star, and she had to rush back to guard those precious things that might mutate. Before leaving, she made a special stop at the auction house in the City of Darkness. She bought 1,000 quality-grade belts in one go since the styles varied and couldn't stack. She hauled out a huge box and stuffed them all inside before putting it into her game backpack. She also purchased all the materials needed for intermediate and advanced potions. Basic herbs for high-level alchemy were available in stores, but many other materials could only be found at auction, often rare byproducts produced only when other life skills reached high levels. Her stockpile from before had long since run out after countless practice sessions. The path to advanced alchemy was simple but tedious. Watch alchemy tutorials, spend money buying ingredients, and practice. Watch videos and review. Repeat endlessly. There were no shortcuts, only patience and perseverance. She had already set aside several years for this. For now, she still failed repeatedly at advanced formulas, barely seeing the experience bar move, only gaining a point or 2 before stalling. But she never intended to watch. Without practicing, she could afford to burn through the money. In addition, she purchased 3 more skills. Portal Grade A1, 526 gold. This skill allows setting anchor points anywhere, with up to 2 active anchors at once. The caster can instantly teleport to any anchor. She thought to herself, although the price is 10 times the official one-time teleport fee, the permanent effect and emergency escape utility make it more than worth it. Hunting Eye Grade A8, 17 gold. When activated, all living creatures within a 50-meter radius come into perception, costing 100 mana per minute. much more reliable than a revealing potion. Since she can transform into animals to evade official squads, others might do the same, making detection indispensable. It can't display names directly, but she considered that limitation normal for grade A. Rain of Hatred grade A1, 279 gold. For 5 seconds, it rains energy arrows indiscriminately over a specified area, consuming 250 mana, with a 3-minute cooldown. A standard group attack skill she knew would be essential for monster grinding later. She also casually grabbed 2 smaller skills. Beast Speech grade B3, 88 gold. Instantly learned 27 common animal languages. She had long wanted to understand what that cat in the backyard kept yowling about, and expected it would help for gathering intel. Spider Silk Trap, grade F, 17 gold. Deploy 3 bundles of spider silk each time to bind and paralyze targets. She planned to lay several webs around the villa and mix in some homemade poison for double effect. Spider silk was cheap, just a few copper coins a bundle, including 3,000 gold spent on advanced alchemy materials, 3,639 gold on skills, 1,000 gold on a belt, and 388 gold on entertainment. She had blown through 8,027 gold in the blink of an eye. Had she not earned so much last time, this kind of spending would have emptied her completely. This only reinforced her belief. Most advanced players on the old Blue Star server who developed high-level professions were likely government-sponsored agents. Without binding contracts, such great deals would never be allowed. Unfortunately, after scouring the auction house top to bottom, she couldn't find any skill books related to skill crystal crafting. She guessed that must be a divine talent. Fortunately, it wasn't lacking. Official contracts provided blank crystals, and since her personal use was small, she could easily trade with insiders for some. While flipping through the catalog, she spotted Bed of the Pleasure, which slashed to 19 gold from the original price. Giving it as a wedding gift to Zai Jiu and Yu Xunge was fine, but paying that for Zai Jiu or Yu Xunge? No way. She kept looking and found a cheaper alternative. Cuffs of the Pleasure Demon grade D, with a similar effect for only 2 gold deal made. After grabbing some bait for Yu Xunge, she left the auction house satisfied. Passing by a general store, she dumped all sorts of miscellaneous items she had lifted from Suji's crew onto the counter, exchanging them for over 90 silver coins. Then she wandered to the sewer, transformed into a cat to slip through winding tunnels, finally turning into a spider to slip into a restaurant's underground storage room. She quietly settled on the corner of the ceiling and set an anchor point there. Hanging upside down didn't faze her at all compared to the ground. The ceiling was truly safe, mostly outside the view of others. After finishing all that, Yu Xunge rushed to the sewer, deactivated her disguise skill, changed into modern clothes, and in the next second, crushed the teleportation stone given to her by the authorities. A flash of light from the Blue Star teleportation array flickered. She immediately closed her eyes to sense, resonating with the skills she carried, confirming she could reactivate teleportation at any moment before finally relaxing. Then, she headed straight to the safe room on the top floor of her family villa, where she set up a new anchor point in a hidden corner barely big enough to turn sideways, another escape route ready at any time. Yu Xunge had finally returned. Zai Jiu paused mid-tap on the desk when she heard that name in the study. Coming back to herself, she immediately instructed Xiao Huan, find a reason to invite Yu Xunge to dinner, then after a moment's thought added, bring your parents too. Why not make it a family dinner? He'll cook. Yu Xunge responded with her usual good-natured smile. You're the hostess, what cooking? Zai Jiu rejected casually, but showed rare signs of approval. Yu Xunge was pretty and knew how to cater to their tastes. His parents also knew their place. Except for the puzzling rule about close proximity communication requiring the lights off at night, there was nothing to complain about. Besides, according to the latest internal intelligence, luck is an extremely special and important attribute, and Yu Xunge was maxed out naturally. That earned her more patience and care. Yu Xunge's expression remained normal as she said okay. After leaving, she returned to her bedroom and finally wiped the smile from her face. The soft light cast a calm aura as he quietly sat on the edge of the bed, dazed for a moment before picking up his device to message Yu Xunge. Yu Xunge sis, I miss you. Let's have a family meal together. This wasn't just a polite reply, but one of his rare, honest words. Since marrying into the Su family, though Zai Jiu hadn't treated him badly, he was never told about any major gaming-related matters. He didn't even know the details or levels of Zai Jiu's divine, gifted talent. He knew less than the family's drivers and housekeepers. Lately, her attitude had improved somewhat, but only slightly. By contrast, he missed Yu Xunge all the more, who had once shared game secrets without hesitation. Yu Xunge, Sherwin? I even brought gifts for you all. Happy Chiogua. Hee, good daughter, mom really likes your gift. Depressed Qing Shan, it's alright. Yu Xunge, little face turning yellow. JPG. Yu Xunge, but no need to share everything with the kids. Happy Chiogua, a 30 gold gift. What's wrong with mom sharing how she feels using it? My daughter is so thoughtful. Depressed Qing Shan, that's enough. Yu Xunge, causing trouble for society. JPG. The group chat burst with overlapping emojis and messages like fireworks. Watching the screen, Yu Xuanhuan finally laughed out loud in relief. At that moment, Yu Xunge squatted in the backyard of the villa, feeding a crowd of cats. She left in mid-December, and now it was almost mid-January. The constant meow meow sounds in the yard acted like a dinner bell, urging her so fast she could barely keep up. Before, she didn't understand and thought the cats were just noisy, but after unlocking the beast language comprehension skill, she realized those little guys were scolding her for being slow with their meals. Should have never learned that skill. Expressionless, she flipped the grill, preparing a whole tray of golden, shiny spider legs, then made a big pot of fresh meat and lamb milk soup, along with piles of dried fish and chicken jerky, filling a dozen food bowls to the brim. After finishing, she summoned the spring of light and formed a clear well in the corner of the yard. The spring glowed faintly, carrying a subtle grassy scent, said to slowly restore life. Unsure if it worked for Kat's health, she only knew it tasted sweet. She had drunk some during battles. Just as expected, several clever Scottish fold cats went to the well to drink, enjoying themselves so much they forgot to eat, tails wagging as they lapped. Listening to the cats purr, chew, and drink joyfully, Yu Xunge lay back on the soft grass, hands behind her head, squinting at the clouds, savoring the rare peace. She was clear-headed. Su Yitong's dinner invitation wouldn't just be a meal. Though player access to Zealand Star was tightly sealed by contracts, nothing was absolutely secret. Someone always found a way into the official channels to leak the value of the getting happy again skill. If the Su family really had informants, she wouldn't be surprised. But it was too late. She had already been forcibly conscripted by the authorities. As for whether there really is a divine talent for lie detection, there absolutely is. Yu Qingshan's second skill can detect lies. Yu Xunge believed the authorities must have corresponding countermeasures. Otherwise, the 20% cut she gave up would have been a total loss. Thinking this, she reclined comfortably on the sofa and closed her eyes. Meanwhile, the little ones in the cat nest were chirping away through the mental network. Why do you think she's been gone so long? Maybe she went hunting for food. Meow meow meow. It must be delicious. Food that tasty must be hard to catch. Next time, let's bring her a gift. What kind of gift? Mice. She cooks so well. She probably wouldn't eat mice herself. I don't know. I just feel like bringing her something. Me too. Meow, I feel the same. How wonderful. Hearing this chat, Yu Xunge relaxed. It looked like the cat nest was really about to mutate successfully. She lounged around for a while longer before starting to search the villa for the cockroaches she had released earlier, but after turning over every corner, she couldn't find a single one. With no other choice, she went to the flower and bird market and picked out two tiny spiders, about the size of a fingertip. After paying, she snapped their necks on the spot, then activated her rarely used skill Only the Dead Obey, turning these small corpses into surveillance devices and hid them in secret corners of the safe house. Early the next morning, Yu Xuanhuan drove over to pick her up. Strangely, he didn't bring Yiqiogua or Yu Qingshan along. When the car pulled into the old Su family mansion, the living room was already full. Su Yitong, Su Beige, Su Jinxian, and several of Su Yitong's cousins. These cousins were small-time internet celebrities online, but had long been exposed for scandals. Yu Xunge knew they were trouble, but still kept a polite smile, sat down without messing her clothes, and appeared composed. After some polite chit-chat, the Su family started probing indirectly. Where had she been lately? What business was she doing? Yu Xunge gave a straightforward answer. I can't say. I signed a confidentiality agreement. If I leak anything, they'll be muted by the system immediately, and even my divine talent's first skill might be turned into a skill chip and handed over to the Special Affairs Bureau. Su Yitong and Su Beige exchanged glances, thinking she was so naive not to inform the family first about such an important matter. Yu Xunge didn't look up but could easily guess their thoughts once a player joined the Su family team in her past life. It was hard to walk away unscathed. If anyone tried to leave, but the Su family wanted to hold on to them, they put on a friendly front but used ruthless methods behind the scenes. Now, after just a few collaborations, she already sensed that the Su family was treating her talent as their own resource. Su Yitong sighed lightly with a tone between complaint and regret. If I'd known you had this path, I wouldn't have bothered introducing you to clients before. Though polite on the surface, this was a subtle jab. After the Su family kindly pulled in business for her, she turned around to cooperate with the authorities. Yu Xunge thought this logic didn't hold up. Were the Su family really helping her make money? Or were they trying to use her skills to network? Still, she smiled gently and pretended not to understand, replying only, I didn't want to either. I was counting on making big money from this, but the authorities found me first. I can't really work against them, and honestly, the 20/80 split is pretty fair. Su Yitong felt that Yu Xunge was being uncooperative. She tried to persuade her, saying, if you cooperate with our Su family, we can split everything 50-50. The Special Affairs Bureau had indeed planted people within the Su family. Although bound by contract and unable to disclose core secrets, they all understood how crucial the luck value was in the data. The informants had rated Yu Xunge's talent at a level 7 equivalent to an grade divine blessing talent. Yu Xunge shook her head calmly. I can't protect that much on my own. Su Yitong, always assertive, quickly responded, our Su family can protect you. She stared into Yu Xunge's eyes as if offering the only choice. You can cooperate with the Su family. This was clearly an attempt to make her reconsider the Special Affairs Bureau. Yu Xunge silently sighed at Su Yitong's domineering attitude, but was used to her aggressive push. She patiently explained, the Special Affairs Bureau approached me the same way. I couldn't refuse or leave. They held me back, even called me sister and threatened that if I ran, I would never be able to come back. She had even signed a contract stamped with the Special Affairs Bureau's official seal if violated. It would deduct 10 points from all attributes and confiscate all the gold on her. For her, it was tantamount to death. Yu Xunge recited the terms seriously and calmly. Throughout the conversation, the elderly butler standing behind Su Yitong did not refill Yu Xunge's cup. Su Yitong knew the elderly man was a man of strict etiquette, and his silence spoke volumes that Yu Xunge was telling the truth. Her anger subsided a bit, but she still complained. You should have come to us for cooperation earlier. Yu Xunge raised her eyes, a faint smile shaped by her entertainment industry experience appearing on her lips, subtle, yet carrying an unmistakable distance. This was hardly the tone of equal partnership. She didn't believe the Su family blamed others for not approaching them first when deals failed. Sitting here and explaining was already hard enough. She felt plenty wronged. Sensing her displeasure, Su Beige hurriedly raised his glass to ease the tension. Sorry, Yitong didn't mean to blame you. It's just regrettable we've always regarded you as family, yet failed to reach a partnership right away. Tapping into my identity again, Yu Xunge scoffed inwardly but maintained her polite smile. Maybe, but I still prefer being with the state. Though they take a cut of the profits, the contract promises protection. If I die, they'll use causality-related divine talents to find my killer and avenge me. That's much stronger than you. The atmosphere instantly grew cold. The three Su siblings frowned at Yu Xunge's lack of courtesy, but more so they were alarmed by that contract. It meant they couldn't use extreme tactics like if we can't get her, we'll destroy her. At the same time, the contract further proved how important Yu Xunge's talent was. The authorities wouldn't treat it with such weight otherwise. They were frustrated with themselves. Why hadn't they recruited her sooner? Meanwhile, Yu Xunge quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The Su family was usually disdainful, and he hadn't expected to envy Yu Xunge today. Although her talent was only grade with limited damage, it was practical and she had leverage. Yu Xunge's strength gradually brought calm to the Su family present. They realized one thing clearly. This young woman wouldn't give up her dignity to cling to power, nor compromise out of fear of the Su family. More importantly, she had the official backing. The young generation of the Su family were no fools. Their pride didn't mean they lacked intelligence. Once they grasped the situation, they immediately adjusted their stance. Even the most stubborn Su Yitong suppressed her anger deep inside. What they truly thought was another matter. For now, with one crucial cog in their fate yet to be understood, the Su family was willing to give Yu Xunge some goodwill. Yu Xunge watched the three siblings smiling as they skillfully shifted the topic and raised their glasses to toast her. She sighed inwardly. Before coming, she had planned to call in the official authorities in hopes of maintaining a facade of peace with them. But unexpectedly, she still lost her temper. She had overestimated herself. She raised her glass for a sip, her eyes scanning the table. The siblings wore bright smiles, but the forced stiffness beneath betrayed their true feelings. Their emotions were bottled up, ready to explode at any moment. It was precisely this restrained tension that gave her a secret sense of satisfaction. What pleased her even more was when she glanced sideways and caught sight of Yu Xunge sitting beside Su Yitong, pouring her another drink. In the previous life, whenever Su Yitong was unhappy, she often vented her anger on Yu Xunge. For a while, Yu Xunge even suspected that she was the spare son-in-law in the family. Knowing Yu Xunge's talent as a food god, who could absorb or deflect others' negative emotions, made her all the more convinced that most of her own grievances back then were actually transferred onto Yu Xunge. Since Su Yitong was visibly turning pale trying to hold back tonight, it was very likely that Yu Xunge would be the one paying the price later. The dinner scene now felt like a canvas that had just been torn and haphazardly patched back together. Cracks ran through it, yet it wasn't completely ruined. After brief silence, the mood was forcibly smoothed over. Everyone raised their glasses and chatted again. The noise felt lively, yet carried an unmistakable dryness underneath. The formalities of the banquet were clear. As a Quasi host, Yu Xunge couldn't be expected to cook personally, so Yu Xunge only nibbled a few symbolic bites of the ornamental dishes, turning her attention back to the conversation. When the meal ended, she offered the usual polite farewells and got up to leave. Before she reached the door, Su Yitong seemed eager to make up for the earlier awkwardness, sending escorts with her and generously loading her vehicle with a whole truckload of gifts. She hadn't lost face, but Yu Xunge still felt unsettled inside. When she was upset, she always wanted to stir up trouble for the Su family. If she wanted to make a move, she needed a partner. The fastest way to hit them was through the low-grade green equipment that would soon be phased out. She planned to take advantage of the market's uncertainty and use this batch to drain the Su family's gold reserves severely. Though she guessed the Su family likely had connections on Zealand Star, raising enough startup capital to upgrade gear was far more difficult. The reason she rushed back to reality was to seize this time gap. The secret that 200 grams of gold could exchange for 1 gold coin was known to only a few. If she moved fast enough, even a single green quality piece of gear worth less than 1 gold coin could fetch a full 1 gene, 500 grams of gold from the Su family. She chose to buy only belts. The reasoning was simply in February 22nd this year, when the game officially infiltrated the world, a belt factory near S City experienced a machine anomaly that gave every belt a 2 strength, 1 agility fine quality attribute. The officials quickly acquired the machine via profit sharing and started mass production, helping domestic players through the difficult level 02 stage. Within half a month, belt prices collapsed. At the time, green gear for other parts of the body at that level could sell up to 1 gold, but belts topped out at 40 silver. Official channels sold belts for as little as 15 silver. Players knew the supply was stable, so they bought other equipment first. Especially for S City players, who never lacked belts due to their proximity to the factory. Yu Xunge bought 1,000 belts in one go. Her goal was to exchange at least 1,000 gene, 500 kilograms of gold from the Su family. Thinking this, she couldn't help but sigh. Robbing it outright would have been faster. But reason told her it was best to avoid the Su family's underground treasury for now. She could think of countless ways to guard against invisible players, and the Su family would be even more ruthless. That treasure room was probably rigged with electric traps. Stepping in blindly would fry anyone on the spot. Actually, she knew that if she waited until the game officially launched its invasion and sold these items to the Su family a day or two later, she could earn even more. But by then, the Su family would definitely hear about the reality world item mutations faster than ordinary people. Who knew if they'd even learn that the belt factory's machines had mutated? Her mind raced. Selling 1,000 pieces of equipment and going through contact, negotiation, and transaction would take days. If the pace lagged even a little, these belts would turn to worthless scrap in her hands. She might even lose her chance to set a trap for Yu Xunge. As for worries about aiding the enemy, she wasn't concerned at all. By mid-March, most players grinding dungeons would have at least 1 green belt. Everyone would still be on equal footing. No matter how early the Su family acted, they wouldn't gain much of a lead. What truly mattered was she could use this deal to push the Su family into hoarding gold when those shrewd businessmen made their move. She could swoop in and cut them off. Once she figured this out, she made an immediate decision. First, Yu Xunge activated invisibility and phantom shift, slipping silently through surveillance blind spots at the airport to board a flight to Harbor City. To avoid crew checks, she squeezed into the cargo hold, transforming into a grayish kitten and napping in the shadows among the luggage. The moment the plane touched down, she triggered phantom shift again, instantly teleporting to a secluded alleyway she had visited before when buying weapons. The night air was humid and stifling, neon lights reflecting off the mottled wet pavement. Using disguise, she reshaped herself into a 2-meter-tall, broad-shouldered man with a heavy stubble and a dark red phoenix tattoo on his sleeve. Then she found a player from Aberdeen who dealt in shady business was leaning against a motorcycle, smoking, and when he saw this hulking big guy, a flicker of caution mixed with greed glinted in his eyes. Yu Xunge laid out the deal bluntly. He'll sell 1,000 green belts. You find a buyer and handle the sale. After it's done, 3 green belts are yours. The guy barely hesitated. Flicking his cigarette, he grinned. Deal. The transaction was settled. Yu Xunge pushed Yu Xunge's contact info into the man's phone. This is the buyer I found, a wealthy player. His wife's family can take all these goods at once. 1 belt for 1 pound of gold. Anything beyond that goes to you. Got it. Leave it to me. The man nodded, phone in hand, eyes gleaming with the thought of gamma coins and gold. After dinner with Yu Xunge that day, Yu Xunge's life took a nosedive. Su Yitong never raised her voice in anger or picked fights deliberately. She saw herself as a well-educated high society woman, and when tormenting others, she was as quiet and precise as a surgical blade. Since she was displeased with Yu Xunge, she made sure to extend that displeasure to Yu Xunge too. Within days, Yu Xunge found many of his private details exposed with ruthless accuracy. Even after marriage, he hadn't given up his streaming career not out of ambition, but because his virtual livestream room was one of the few stages where he could feel on top. Viewers eagerly analyzed the lavish decor behind him, praised his looks and gaming skills, and even researched the brand and price of a cup he casually held. No one mentioned his physical disability or mocked his flawed talents. That had been his safest refuge. But lately, the atmosphere changed strangely. He never revealed his real name on stream. He hadn't even tried to ride Yu Xunge's fame when she was a star, afraid someone would dig up the truth that she supported him financially and call her a sister who spoils her brother. Yet now, his real name appeared on major forums. Not only that, his sibling relationship with Yu Xunge and his status as a son-in-law married into a wealthy family were all uncovered thoroughly. The only thing left unknown was exactly which noble family he married into. With this information out, his popularity skyrocketed instantly. His follower count rose faster than his health bar on his stats screen, but this was not the kind of fame he wanted. Though times had changed and living off a wealthy spouse was joked about online, those who couldn't benefit from such arrangements only sneered and mocked anyone who actually managed to live well by it, withholding any kindness. No matter how much the world shouted soft rice is fragrant these days, those who couldn't taste that rice themselves only ridiculed the lucky ones who did. But honestly, none of this really fazed Yu Xunge. He knew exactly what he was after. Even before becoming a Livian's son-in-law, he had already steeled himself for the challenges ahead. What truly bothered him was the attitude of the Su family. Lately, their treatment of him was like a switch, flipping from warm to cold without warning. Just when they showed a hint of goodwill, it would suddenly plunge back to icy indifference. Sometimes, Yu Xunge felt like nothing more than a pet Su Yitong kept to cure her boredom, with less status than their purebred border collie. In fact, even the household servants preferred talking to the dog over him. At 10:30 p.m., Yu Xunge finished his live stream for the day. The chat was a chaotic swirl of insults, compliments, and gift notifications, but he didn't respond to a single message. He only smirked faintly as kill alerts and victory screens flashed by, then gave the camera a routine farewell wave. That's it for today. Meeting adjourned. After the stream ended and the room went dark, he was about to close the software when a new private message popped up in the background, catching his eye. 428-935-9285. Are you interested in some green game gear? At first glance, the number and message seemed perfectly ordinary, yet it struck a chord with Yu Xunge. After all, he usually got thousands of messages every day and most would slip by unnoticed, but this one caught his attention. Didn't believe in coincidences, considering himself pretty lucky. That luck had only grown more extraordinary since his marriage. Whether delivering meals or cooking for his studio brothers, he did it casually, but somehow always got mysterious divine assistance at critical moments. Riding that wave of fortune, he secretly poached considerable resources from the Su family, quietly building his own small factional while keeping the Su family completely in the dark. Before marriage, his plan had been straightforward. Work honestly with Su Yitong, use his good fortune to boost her career, and earn the Su family's trust in the process. But once Su Yitong started playing that new game, she never said a word to him. That change made Yu Xunge rethink his strategy immediately. At first, use the Su family's name as a shell to grow stronger on his own, then decide if he wanted to reach out to that so-called partner once he had more leverage. But things weren't going smoothly. Recently, he hadn't even been given a chance to speak around the Su family. At dinner tonight, the Su siblings had been chatting excitedly about game updates and business plans, and he couldn't get a single word in. If his sister-in-law Yu Xunge hadn't occasionally looked back to include him and toss a topic his way, he might have ended up as nothing but background scenery the entire time. With that thought, his finger hovered over the exit button, frozen midair. Yu Xunge stopped himself from shutting down the software. Cation, what game are you talking about? The message from 428-935-9285 instantly flooded the chat. Divine gift, Warcraft, patch 10.10. Cation asked again, which slot for the green gear? How much? The other side replied curtly, 428-935-9285, 1,000 pieces, belts. Can you handle that? Only accepting gold transactions. Yu Xunge, who originally just wanted to make a new acquaintance, was briefly stunned. Then his heart sank. This was no ordinary small deal. He immediately went on high alert, quickly weighing how much profit this sudden big business could bring. The first thought flashing through his mind was to sell the goods directly to Yu Xunge and then use her connections to get in touch with the officials. Right now, besides Yu Xunge and Yi Qiugua, Yu Xunge was the person he trusted most. But the thought barely formed before he rejected it. Getting connected with the officials meant opposing the Su family, which was absolutely not worthwhile. What about his own contacts? The players had barely gathered, numbered less than 10. This big piece of the pie was way beyond his reach. Cation pressed on. How much gold per piece? What stats? I want to see the actual items. The other side replied again with the ID, 428-935-9285. Each adds 3 to 4 attribute points, 2 taels of gold per piece. 2 taels of gold, roughly equivalent to 500,000, clearly a lion's share demand. Though Yu Xunge had only attended one internal test, had been to the auction house. He always looked far ahead, investing nearly every coin he earned into professional skills, materials, and books. While he couldn't recall the exact market prices for gear, he knew how to make things himself. Take jewelry crafting for example. Though only a beginner, he could already make earrings that added 5 attribute points. But those materials were rare and expensive. Even if you tried to find substitutes in the real world, costs would still run into the millions. Crafts like leatherworking, tailoring, and engineering created attribute-boosting gear at much lower cost, not tens of millions per piece. The problem was that not everyone was like him, able to earn hundreds of gold in a single test. Most newcomers barely made a few dozen silver, struggling just to buy materials, let alone learn skills. Keishin still refused to relent. I want to see the actual items. Meanwhile, on another side, Yu Xunge had been holed up in her villa's laboratory for days, day and night, refining alchemy. She had already produced 1,000 bottles of basic healing potions, planning to trade them for Su family gold. Healing potions were becoming obsolete, but for now, they were still hard currency. Each restored 60 out of 100 base health points, practically an extra life. Ordinary players would rather hide and wait for auto-regeneration, but wealthy ones couldn't tolerate their health dropping below 90. She wasn't sure if the Su family already had their own alchemists, but selling this batch first was a sure win. On the surface, it seemed she was giving the Su family a favor, but she knew well the truth. Even without her, the Su family could buy potions elsewhere. Better to strike first and shave a bit off the Su family's gold reserves while its value hadn't fully risen. Otherwise, they'd just spend paper money elsewhere without a care. Yu Xunge didn't plan to appear in person. After changing her disguise, she found the Gun King and pushed the entire deal onto him, explicitly instructing that the potions be sold only to the Su family 100 gold per bottle, and all the profits for him. Basic healing potions on Zealand Star sell for just 1 silver each in local shops, but we're going for 100 golden, astronomical 50-fold markup. Cross-border reselling always commanded a premium. Yu Xunge decided to hold on to the entire batch of potions, first exchanging them with the Gun King for a hefty 200 gene of gold. She had no fear he would renege. Both were savvy players. The rarity of her goods proved she had solid connections. As for her ties with the Su family, the Gun King understood well that if he failed to sell to them at her request, the next big deal wouldn't come his way. Meanwhile, with Zai Jiu, Yu Xunge wasn't nearly so confident. Though shrewd, Zai Jiu was farther away in Port City and cared less than the Gun King about his reputation on the streets. So she only gave him 3 sample belts, making it clear, if the deal closed, then they could talk further. Tempted by huge profits, both the Gun King and Zai Jiu grudgingly pushed prices to the limit. From then on, Yu Xunge packed her schedule tight as a drum. Every morning she'd take a teleportation circle to Zealand Star. Last time, disguised as a goblin, she had brought wine to an undead female minter, who accepted the gift and, in return, lectured her for 10 minutes on the latest potion crafting techniques. Since then, Yu Xunge always brought wine to the alchemy shop as a teaching bribe. A bottle of fine red or white wine earned 10 minutes of instruction. She brought 5 bottles each time, consistently securing 50 minutes. Factoring in walking and resetting her disguise, she squeezed every drop out of that 1-hour window. After morning lessons, she'd rush to the wilderness and grind monsters for 5 hours, then disguise herself again in the afternoon and return with wine to get another 50 minutes of coaching. Though her experienced bar didn't move, her understanding of potion properties and pharmacology steadily climbed. Videos taught the how, but the undead minter explained the why. A month flew by, and in early February Zai Jiu messaged her to bring the remaining belts for the Port City deal. Checking her calendar, she marveled at how fast time had passed. Following the same old routine, catching a free flight. Applying her disguise on arrival, she reached the agreed hotel suite right on time. Before opening the door, she scanned the area with hunting eye. All the nearby suites were occupied, but the numbers looked normal, no ambush in sight. Entering, she didn't even touch the tea on the table, cutting straight to the point. Is the deal done? Is it the person I introduced? Zai Jiu nodded without pressing for details. Yes. You can check anytime. He and his wife are next door. Where's the gold? Yu Xunge raised her hand. Zai Jiu lifted the heavy lid of the box on the table. Inside, neatly stacked gold bars gleamed warmly. The familiar shape brought her a comforting sense of home. She pushed over her box of belts pulled from her personal space. The dull thud of 2 boxes colliding echoed in the room. Both started counting immediately. Gold was easy. Yu Xunge took out her Soros pocket watch, scanned the purity with her probing skill, confirmed it met standards, then stored a sample in her inventory to check stacking and roughly estimated total weight. The 900+ equipment pieces were trickier, requiring item-by-item checks, but she patiently focused while keeping a sharp eye on Zai Jiu's every move. Half an hour later, Zai Jiu visibly relaxed. Initially worried about being cheated, now reassured of the genuine goods, he quickly stowed away the gear. Pleasure doing business. Next big order, we continue. No plans for double-crossing here. This was city center, surrounded by players. If things went south, no one could cover it up. Besides, had already banked a fortune on this deal. The Su family insisted on paying 1 gene of gold per belt only, but paid cash generously. After reserving a few for themselves, those 900+ pieces netted them over 9 million yuan, enough to live comfortably for a year. Yu Xunge glanced at the countdown on her pocket watch and promptly picked up her box. Her remaining disguise time was running short, and she refused to waste a second more. Between potions and belts, she'd converted the Su family's goods into 1,200 gene of gold. The next day, Yu Xunge was just about to head out to buy some liquor. The recent consumption had been excessive, so she planned to stock up a bit and also pick up some cocktail recipes to send to that mentor hoping to score something valuable. Less than 200 meters after leaving the villa complex, her neural interface pinged with a message from Yu Xunge. Sis, are you at the villa? Got something good for you. She hit the brakes and turned the car around. Within 10 minutes, Yu Xunge appeared at the door holding a black gift box. It was the very belt she had sold yesterday, the one whose attribute panel flashed 4 to all stats. Out of the 1,000 belts originally produced, only around 50 had the full 4 bonus, the rest capped at 3. It was so rare, even she hadn't kept one. Yu Xunge wasn't surprised. She understood the Su family and Yu Xunge's ways well. When they didn't see you as human, they were colder than beasts. But when they pretended to care, they acted with flawless sincerity. Playing along, she smiled and patted her brother's shoulder, then turned to grab 3 bottles of pale blue basic healing potions from the lab bench to hand over. After seeing him off, she casually shut the metal gate and watched Yu Xunge happily sway away with the potions. Yu Xunge was used to this mutual giving arrangement. Give the sister some small thing, and get something far more valuable in return. Each potion was worth at least 250 gold grams on the black market. No matter how you calculated, it was a good deal. Not only boosted Sis' favor, but also made a profit. He hummed happily as he got into the car, completely unfazed by the ambush from last night and the deaths of a few Su family members, none of his concern. With the gate locked, Yu Xunge immediately reset her spiderweb traps, each strand soaked in corrosive potion, a proud result of her intermediate alchemy skills. Any target touching the web would lose 10 health points per second for 3 minutes. She could take down a player in just 6 seconds. After finishing the defenses, she finally drove out. She visited 3 wineries and 2 chemical shops, returning to the villa only in the afternoon. Instead of heading straight to Zealand Star, she emptied her game backpack and neatly stacked half a year's worth of weapons, antiques, and oddities in the top-floor safe room. Worried the backpack's sealed space might be contaminated with some mutating substance, she even arranged the Polaroid and durian shell shed casually bought in Sawatica. Outside the safe room, spiderweb traps were planted nearly every half step. She made her daily inspection, just like always. Once everything was secured, she used camouflage skills to jump to Zealand Star, carrying 2 new boxes of liquor. The 50-minute class dragged on uneventfully. As usual, she slipped out a minute before the final bell and returned to the villa to prepare for tonight's operation. She had traded a useless belt for high-value gold and stoked the fire between Yu Xunge and Su Yitong. Plus, her recent major game-related deals only demanded payment in gold. She was sure the Su family would soon mobilize large amounts of precious metals. That was her chance to strike. A triple win, perfectly calculated. Yet, knowing the Su family now held a full 1,000 green-grade items kept her tossing and turning, determined to find a way to reclaim some chips. The Su family was large, with House 3's industries spanning many sectors, but their major businesses focused on real estate, pharmaceuticals, dining, and new energy batteries. Judging by how green the stocks in the first 2 sectors were, it was clear the Su family situation hadn't been very good these past few years. After the game invasion, something strange happened at the old Iron Wok in Su Yitong's restaurant, a wok that had been in use since the restaurant opened. The dishes cooked in it gained a level-up effect. At first, the Su family didn't notice. Their restaurant simply got busier, and their ordinary dishes performed, as well as player-cooked meals learned from alien factions. That's when other players started spreading rumors that the Su restaurant had a magical wok. Eventually, that wok ended up in Yu Xunge's hands. No one knew the true origin or rank of the mysterious iron wok, but since the male lead treated it as his main cooking tool, it was clearly quite valuable. Yu Xunge in her past life understood its importance, but never took it. After all, a wok isn't a cat bed that heals itself if left alone. Without the lively touch of daily cooking and someone carefully tending to it, the wok's spirit would fade quickly. But after her rebirth, Yu Xunge's schedule was as hectic as a top celebrity's. She barely had time to sleep, let alone care for a wok. Now it was already the 10th day. Delaying further would only increase risk, so she decided to bring the wok home. It was only 4 in the afternoon, but to sneak in tonight via phantom transit, precise timing was essential. First, she picked up her helper Yu Xunge and Yi Qiugua. The 3 rushed to the Su family restaurant. Business was booming even for the Yu family. Reservations had to be made days in advance. Once seated and having ordered, Yu Xunge casually invented an excuse about wanting to admire the paintings on the walls and slipped away down the hallway to carefully observe the server's route. She had visited in her past life, but never paid attention to the kitchen's exact location. After circumnavigating to confirm exits, number of cameras, and patrol patterns, she pushed open the door and returned to the private room. Just as she sat down, she noticed Yu Qingshan's face looked even paler than before. Not just pale, it was like the life had been drained from him. He had been suspiciously quiet since the car ride, and today was even worse. Why the long face? She asked casually, picking up her chopsticks. Yu Qingshan didn't answer. He ordered wine and drank cup after cup. It turned out he recently found a player who could restore antiques, but charged an astronomical fee. Despite the cost, he was tempted because Yu Xunge had sent him a large sum. Her son was wealthy after marrying into a rich family and often supported him without touching his savings. Once the items were repaired, he worried someone in the family might accidentally break them again. When Yu Xunge advised him last week to invest more in gold reserves, he picked a few pieces to sell. But yesterday, when he got to the appraisal shop, they said, fake. His legs went weak in that moment. He skipped his meal and ran around the city desperately trading the antiques at 3 shops. Every single one declared counterfeit. Items once worth billions were instantly worthless scrap. His world spun. Yu Xunge didn't even know about this pile of antiques, and he didn't dare to tell her, just drank in silence. After thinking it over, he suspected a player had mixed up the packages and asked Yu Xunge to investigate. According to responsibility, she would take 95 of the blame, and their son didn't refuse. But when Yu Xunge traced the matter using the Su family's connections, she found the other party was actually from the Liang family. To seek justice meant relying on the Su clan's power, but the Su and Liang families had a delicate cooperative relationship lately. Any move might cost everything, so they had to give up. Seeing him silent, Yu Xunge didn't press further. She ate her meal while watching Yu Xunge drown his sorrows in wine, quietly rehearsing tonight's plan in her mind. Meanwhile, Ichiguo was busy adjusting her phone angle and posting updates to her social media lighting, dishes, her husband's gloomy back, all material for her happy life feed. She actually knew the antiques worth billions were gone, but to her those things and the future grandchildren's surnames were not really her concern. Even if cashed out, she might get only tens or hundreds of millions, no big change from now on, so she didn't feel any real loss. In her mind, she was the clearest-eyed, most grounded woman in this family. It turned out that going with Yu Xunge and Ichiguo was the right call, because after taking a photo during dinner and posting it in the group chat, Yu Xunge was particularly savvy, immediately sent gold coins and transferred money in the group, saying he was treating everyone for the meal. Yu Xunge didn't spend a single cent and left right on time, taking the downcast Yu Xunge and the bubbling with happiness Ichiguo home along the way, then went to bed early herself. At 2 a.m., when the alarm rang, she rolled out of bed following the old routine. 1 layer of disguise skill, 1 layer of phantom body charm, then phantom shift straight to the Su family restaurant. The invisibility potion made her body mist-like and light as air, enabling her to float through walls into the kitchen. 8 iron pots, all the same size and gleaming with oil, were neatly lined up, their ages unidentifiable. In any case, the rusty bottoms had long been scraped clean by patrons. Without bothering to distinguish, she stuffed all 8 pots into a storage box, then stowed it in her game backpack. As for buying new ones to replace them, more effort, more trouble. She couldn't be bothered. Carrying the 8 black pots on her back, Yu Xunge left feeling very satisfied but a little regretful that the Su family wouldn't realize the loss anytime soon. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than she performed phantom shift again under the night sky, landing outside the Su family estate and transforming into a small gray-feathered bird to fly towards Su Yitong's villa. Landing on the windowsill, she shrank down into a black spider no bigger than a fingernail and slipped through a crack into the room. Weighing only a few grams, she barely triggered the Su family's pressure sensors. The only challenge was speed where others took 1 step. She had to sprint on the floor for over 10 seconds, and climbing stairs made her legs ache. Fortunately, Su Yitong had once shown her around the new house, so the route was crystal clear. She slipped straight through the master bedroom door crack and slid under the bed. Instantly wrapped in a long-missed sense of security, this place felt more like home than anywhere else. Tonight's target wasn't Su Yitong, but Yu Xunge. She gave her brother a "you're so happy again" jinx, forcibly dropping his luck value to 1, then launched a triple theft attempt, coming up empty-handed each time. No worries, she had time to waste. Yu Xunge crawled to the bathroom, jumped onto the toilet, and returned to human form, devouring a triple critical hit healing dish that restored 600 HP per minute. She then turned back into a spider and returned under the bed to keep stealing. When the healing effect ran out, she came back to eat again, repeating the cycle. While gnawing on the meat, she muttered softly, "Yu Xunge, next time don't be so sneaky." Her late-night persistence paid off handsomely. 3 pieces of equipment, 1 item, and 3 attribute points all came into her possession. As she left, she transformed back into a bird and looked back at her sleeping brother through the window, quietly deciding she'd continue tomorrow night. Loot summary. Yu Xunge truly lived up to his nickname as the Yu family's little silver coin. His highest attribute proved to be intelligence, as all 3 stolen points went to intelligence. Yu Xunge's character panel now read: HP, 350,350. MP, 800,800. Strength, 17. Constitution, 15. Intelligence, 21.3. Agility, 25. The 3 pieces of equipment were just low-level green gear, which she planned to sell directly for cash. The real prize was the item. Divine Chef's Magical Soup Spoon Grade B. A legendary soup spoon used by the god of food to taste saltiness. It had absorbed the deity's aura from long-term use. Eating with it allowed one to precisely identify flaws in dishes. It wasn't part of a set, but somehow it felt like it belonged to the same family as the god of food saliva pouch, not officially a set, but definitely from the same series. Yu Xunge decided that when she went to Zealand Star tomorrow, she would check the auction house again for other items in the Food God series. At dawn, she pushed open the door and entered the room. She raised her hand and drank down a large cup of homemade milk tea. The sweet aroma rolled down her throat, warming all the way to her stomach, instantly igniting her spirit. Then she grabbed some cat food and went out to the backyard. Several cats gathered at the sound. She quickly arranged several steaming bowls of food. The crisp clinking of the iron bowls against the ground excited the cats even more. After settling the cats, she hurried back to the kitchen. 8 large iron pots lined up side by side, flames crackling underneath. With practiced ease, she stir-fried, simmered, and thickened sauces, and soon 8 dishes capable of restoring health were ready, their colors rich and glossy. She planned to cook every day until the game invasion started, keeping these pots always in use and actively working. After snatching the heroine's opportunity, she tucked a jug of fine wine under her arm and boarded the spaceship to Zealand Star for class. The class lasted only 40 minutes. Seizing a chance when the teacher turned away, she slipped out and headed straight for the auction house. She typed the keyword Food God blank. Thief God still empty. With a might as well give up mindset, she typed Water God. The system list popped up, showing an item shaped like a ruby button. Water God is my rival, a rank Fire God's toy. When worn, if someone drains your health, if their drain fails, you will reverse drain one of their health. If their drain succeeds, they will suffer a burning effect, losing 1 health per minute for 5 minutes. Price: 998 gold. Yu Xunge's mind quickly ran through the skills she knew. In her previous life, she never learned detection magic and rarely encountered vampire-type abilities. The closest was Liang Yuchuan's Water God Talent Vampire, which only had about a 20 chance to steal 1 health. Compared to that, this button was outrageously cost-effective. Without hesitation, she clicked buy, then sealed the ownership with a binding stone. The button clicked solidly onto her pocket watch chain, the gem's red light flickering at her fingertips. While the disguise time remained, she continued searching for disguise skills. The results either had too many restrictions or obvious flaws. The so-called most practical Animagus still had many issues, and no skills comparable to the Thief God armor showed up at all. Glancing at the dwindling disguise timer on her watch, she simply used Phantom Walk and teleported to the outskirts to start today's leveling. In between leveling, she casually searched Zai Jiu Holy Light. Still nothing. As the auction house page refreshed, she carefully eyed Shrank, Emerald Feast. The description was blunt and simple. Instantly restores 50 of own health upon use, then recovers another 10 per minute for the next 3 minutes, with a 10-minute cooldown. Can extract and store life energy from plants, up to 500 of own health. When using stored life energy to heal, healing amount is freely controllable and does not trigger cooldown. A supreme single-target healing skill. Purely on total healing output, it rivaled Zai Jiu's strongest buff from her previous life. Even more astonishing was the 500 storage limit, meaning she could essentially steal 25 lives without taking a hit. Her craving for the Thief God surged instantly. Price: 12,999 gold, rounded, just about 10,000. She confidently clicked confirm purchase. She noticed lately the auction house felt strange. Prices used to vary with decimals and whole numbers. Now they were rigidly ending in 99, 999, or 99.99, like some big sale event designed to trick buyers into thinking they were getting a bargain. She strongly suspected this bad trend was brought by Zhao Shuang. No evidence, just a gut feeling. The next night, Yu Xunge went under Zai Jiu and Yu Xunhuan's bed again. By now, she felt as comfortable there as if she were in her own home. This time, no attribute points dropped, only a few pieces of shabby gear of questionable quality. Although she tried many times, her success rate wasn't high. Still, the attribute points she gained each time were always more than any equipment or items. Yu Xunge firmly believed this was thanks to her luck 10 skill in her eyes. Raw stats were far more valuable than any external item. She stayed there stealing until 3 a.m., not leaving her spot. She'd been busy with other matters until 2 days ago, and only then started having frequent contact with these two. The pocket watch's 24-hour detection ability was set on energy-saving mode. It worked fine the previous night. But tonight, as soon as she entered, she noticed Zai Jiu's health was stuck at 99.8 instead of full. When she casually went to the bathroom for a snack, she saw a discarded sanitary pad and immediately realized Zai Jiu's period had started. But hours later, Zai Jiu's health was still stuck at 99.8. Shouldn't it have recovered on its own? Could it mean excessive blood loss in bed? Yu Xunge had experienced those days herself and knew the numbers only fluctuated slightly. As long as the constitution stat was decent, even heavy flow gradually returned to 100. The undead race recovered instantly with meat, blood, potions, and skills. Ordinary players weren't that fast, but their health should never stagnate. A suspicion popped into her mind. The tiny night bat figure lightly jumped onto the bedside table. The moment it shifted back into human form, she cast an illusion body spell, then knocked both of them unconscious one by one. After confirming they were out cold, she carefully pulled out a syringe and silently drew 2 vials of blood. After finishing, she hurried to the Liang family's property, a private school. Under the cover of night, with no one around, she pried the statue in the playground center free from its foundation and slipped it into her game inventory. That statue was of the Liang family's ancestor, roughly the great-grandfather of Liang Yuchuan. If history was accurate, this man had been charitable his whole Lifia textbook, good person. But good people had nothing to do with Yu Xunge, never claimed to be one herself. After the game invasion, the statue mutated into a powerful artifact that granted group buffs to the team. Back then, the Liang family paraded around wielding the great-grandpa, drawing secret envy even from Su Yitong countless times. Yu Xunge decided to keep the great-grandpa statue for herself until the game's features fully unlocked, then listed on the auction house. As long as the Liang family didn't want their ancestor falling into outsiders' hands, they'd have to buy it back at a high price. After a busy all-nighter, she finally dragged her bag home at dawn. Having gone 2 days with no sleep, she was used to it. She grabbed some food and dozed briefly in a chair. Once her armor on skill cooled down, she disguised herself as a hunched old lady and went to the black market. There, at a shady clinic, she handed over the 2 blood vials and asked them to test for any diseases, arranging to pick up the results that night. After 2 hours of catch-up sleep at home, she logged on to Zealandstar for classes and training, filling her day as usual. At night, she received the test report. Both samples showed successful infection. Yu Xunge felt overjoyed. This day had been not only busy but perfectly complete. How wonderful. These two's health can no longer auto-recover? She wondered if there were any other side effects. I wonder if, on the day the game officially updates all players' interfaces, this disease will actually show up. Yu Xunge lay stretched out on the vine chair in the backyard, fingers absent-mindedly stroking a scruffy little orange cat that had come over, while her mind kept drifting to the bloodshed elsewhere. She hoped that when Su Yitong made a move on Yu Xunge, she wouldn't end up splattered with blood herself. What a pity at this critical moment. Yu Xunge and Liang Yuchuan surely still hadn't gotten into the same bed. If Yu Xunge really lost her talent as a food god, Yu Xunge wasn't sure if Liang Yuchuan would ever look at her again. To Yu Xunge, those 3 women were no fools. Su Yitong was clever and calm, but born with a haughty streak. Liang Yuchuan was ruthless in tactics and violent in temper. Han Xinshan was gentle on the surface, but inwardly poisonous, every word laced with venom. They all had polished reputations and sharp skills, holding significant power in their respective families. If men could produce good-for-nothings as heads, women climbing to positions of power were never to be underestimated. Every time Yu Xunge replayed her past life, she doubted whether those women truly loved Yu Xunge. Probably not. Love cannot be shared, but interests can. Sunlight filtered through the osmanthus leaves and dappled her face as the kitten let out a soft meow and jumped onto her lap. Yu Xunge rubbed her ears thoughtfully. Sooner or later, the Su and Liang families would need a trap dug for them. What was an incurable disease compared to that? But for now, the more urgent matter was that Yu Xunge had likely made a second close friend around this time. Lin Xingze. What a despicable piece of work. Nowadays, any stray dog or cat could be cast as a devoted simp. Lin Xingze's devotion, however, wasn't for the 3 female leads, but for Yu Xunge herself, at least on the surface. Compared to the talkative yet somewhat genuine Yi Dong, Lin Xingze's hypocrisy put Yi Dong's honesty to shame. The more he was rejected, the more obsessed he became. Everyone at the academy knew Lin Xingze liked Yu Xunge. But whenever the Su or Liang families came to drain her dry, he acted blind. Once the heat died down, he'd smile and reappear, claiming he still loved her. In modern dating, you'd at least bring flowers. After the game invasion, his version of a gift was casting a buff on her equipment, gold, skill books? Not a penny. The ultimate penny pincher genius. Yu Xunge pretended to scold her for being heartless, saying Lin Xingze was so sincere, and she gave no response. Yu Xunge thought, if I hadn't been hunted to death in my past life, this group would have suffocated me eventually anyway. Lin Xingze only became a player after the official game invasion, starting late, but was blessed with a divine-level talent that was simply unfair. Yu Xunge decided to follow Yu Xunhuan's lead and kick him out within the next few days. She wasn't bloodthirsty, and Lin Xingze hadn't broken any rules. After all, he just liked Harris liking someone a crime. He only comforted her when she was wronged and told her to endure it. Claimed to love her, but watched others call her cold-hearted without lifting a finger. Like Yu Xunge, but didn't dare confess, afraid she'd find out he was gay and kick him out. So he used Yu Xunge as a shield to perform his fake affection. When she saw through him, he fell to his knees begging, then immediately spread rumors that Yu Xunge had accepted his proposal on condition he pay 1,000 gold coins plus a full set of level 20 blue gear. This nonsense could go on forever. At worst, rip his eyes out and erase it all in the past life. He pretended to be blind when he wasn't, so in this life, he might as well be truly blind. He's been far too lucky. February 22nd was a very special day. In her previous life, many believed this would be the day when the fourth closed beta test of Star Domain would launch, though at the time, Yu Xunge knew nothing about the game. What she did know was that Yu Xunge was already plotting something big. Before the Lunar New Year, he had quietly recruited a handful of people to form a small studio. Veteran players and well-off ordinary folks alike, including Lin Xingze, a textbook wealthy second-generation heir. Just 2 days before the official invasion of the game, Yu Xunge had brought this group to his home for dinner. Around that time, Yu Xunge's career had been completely shattered. The resources Yu Xunge had obtained through the Su family weren't great, so she spent most of her time holed up at home. She was there for that meal too, along with Yi Dong, Lin Xingze, and several familiar faces she recognized, but didn't bother calling out by name. Counting the days, it was just under a week to Zealand Star's official invasion. At that moment, Yu Xunge's schedule was packed to the brim, and she had no interest in this reunion dinner. She used the Phantom Body spell Phantom Shift to instantly teleport near Yu Xunge's rented apartment, then transformed into a gray sparrow and fluttered to a window. Through the glass, she saw several people gathered around the computer: Yi Dong, Lin Xingze, and a few others whose names she faintly remembered but didn't care to recall. They weren't logged into the game. The screen showed dense chat windows or forum posts. It was clear Yu Xunge had already begun recruiting quietly behind the scenes. Not even waiting for nightfall, she squeezed through the bathroom window using the bird's narrow perspective, reverted to her human form, then activated a disguise skill to take on the appearance of a distant branch of the Liang family she had seen before. Wearing a disposable mask and thin gloves, she concealed every detail flawlessly. Pushing open the door, she strode calmly toward a bewildered Lin Xingze. In the next instant, her left hand clamped down on his Adam's apple, while her right hand flashed cold steel. Her dagger slid precisely into his eye socket. The blade plucked out the eyeball, severed delicate nerves cleanly, and the two eyes rolled onto the floor. Snap! She crushed them underfoot. The second stomp sent splatters of blood flying. Lin Xingze screamed in agony while she expressionlessly released him and sheathed her dagger. As she turned, her peripheral vision caught a familiar figurine inside a glass cabinet, the exact same model whose arm she had broken and whose scalp she had sliced off before. She wasn't sure if Yi Dong had repaired it or if they'd bought it new. She twisted on her heel, punched through the glass decisively, grabbed the figurine, pinched off both arms in one go, then roughly sliced off its exaggerated spiky hair with the dagger. The handsome model instantly transformed into a Baka samurai. Tossing the toy behind her, she strode out. From entering, gouging the eye, crushing the eyeballs, dismantling the figurine, to closing the door, it all took less than 30 seconds. Inside, everyone felt like their brains had been instantly wiped. They froze in shock. Who would have thought that in broad daylight, a stranger would break in so elegantly as if she were in her own home, then coldly rip out someone's eyes and vandalize the figurine? Where on earth did she come from? Yi Dong let out a sharp scream, snapping everyone back to reality. Chaos erupted. Some scrambled to pick up the broken figurine shards. Others rushed to chase after her. One group stuffed painkillers into Lin Xingze's mouth, while another frantically dialed emergency services. Yu Xunge was not surprised by their reactions. In her past life, she'd been battle-hardened. After her rebirth, she'd spent 10 months calmly leveling up. Even she needed half a day to get a feel for a new character by grinding low-level monsters, let alone these novices who hadn't even had real combat experience. They were just ordinary people suddenly handed a gun when faced with a crisis. They couldn't even remember, "I have a gun," much less pull the trigger. She strode out of the apartment building and in full view of the surveillance cameras tilted her head back to drink a bottle of pale blue invisibility potion. The moment the liquid slid down her jawline, her figure quietly faded from sight. Yu Xunge left the apartment and, right in front of the cameras, drank the invisibility potion. Right after that, she teleported to Zealand Planet, transformed into a cat, and left the city to find a spot for training. Along the way, she absorbed some plant life energy from Zealand Planet to fully replenish the life value of the Jade Feast. Anyone who could become friends with Yu Xunge was never an ordinary character. Although the Lin family wasn't as overwhelmingly powerful as the Su or Liang families, their foundation was still solid. Last lifetime, the Lin family had heavily bet on Yu Xunge. Yu Xunge already saw things clearly. Now, Yu Xunge held influence over the Su, Liang, and Han families, which was not only due to his own strength, but also because he skillfully maintained a delicate balance among them. The three families kept each other in check with him at the center, while he had several smaller powers backing him up, so no one dared make rash moves. Otherwise, why would the Su family have taken a roundabout way to revoke his talents? If they really wanted to remove him, they'd have done it directly. During her training, Yu Xunge often laughed aloud. She had deliberately visited the treetop hideout to trade away gear she didn't need. She planned to gather a full set of agility gear for high attack, high agility solo dungeon runs, while saving the full constitution set for team play. She didn't hide her ability to freely teleport between Blue Planet and Zealand Planet Zhao. Shuang knew her background, so buying a teleportation portal was nothing to her. Outsiders didn't need explanations anyway. True power never needs proof. Hiding one's tricks was just her personal habit, not fear. Once her disguise skill cooled down, she slipped away in the afternoon to take lessons from the undead female mentor. Following the mentor's recommendation, she spent gold coins on some old notebooks and specialized books. Yu Xunge suspected she was being taken advantage of, but couldn't prove it. Still, she had over 30,000 gold coins and more than 2,000 gene of gold on hand. She didn't mind spending money to improve her strength, a far better problem than having money but no way to spend it. Money could always be earned, but opportunities were rare. She had watched carefully. This female mentor's courses were only open to her. No matter how much others spent in the shop, they wouldn't get equal treatment. Also, a single master-level potion cost hundreds of gold coins. The real money burn was yet to come, which the mentor admitted when collecting fees. Yu Xunge didn't expect to forge master-level formulas, but being able to produce high-level potions worth dozens of gold coins at auction was enough. In fact, even basic and intermediate alchemy would net a profit. In her past life, alchemists were top talents fiercely competed over by all the major guilds. Back home that night, Yu Xunge found 3 missed calls from Ichio on her phone. There was no mention of anything unusual in the family group chat. She just put the call on speaker, started cooking, and asked what was going on. "Where have you been? We couldn't reach you. Your brother's colleague had their eye gouged out. Oh gosh. It was terrifying. Broad daylight. Your dad and I rushed over. I'm just leaving the hospital now to head home. That guy seems dangerous. Your dad says he might target your brother, but your brother wasn't even there. So why go after him?" Yu Xunge stifled a laugh and reassured her. Can anyone be as powerful as the Su family? It's okay, don't worry. Clearly agreeing on the other end. Ikigwo's tone was more gossip than anger or panic. True, but can anyone be stronger than his wife? Yu Xunge gave a few dismissive remarks before hanging up. Blind spots, sure enough. Yu Qingshan couldn't help but wonder if the Yu family's luck had taken a serious downturn lately. Their daughter had quit the spotlight, their son kept running into trouble, and the precious antique they had just restored was now swapped with a fake. Standing at the entrance of their collection room, staring at the shattered relics that had barely been repaired, confusion clouded his mind. Only Yu Xunge could get so furious as to tear up money and smash authentic antiques. But if it was just a loss of temper, something still didn't sit right with him. Could Xunge have smashed the counterfeit piece that was swapped years ago during one of his outbursts? Yet paralyzingly, he also recalled that they had hired experts to restore those worthless things to look brand new. Suspicious as he was, now that Yu Xunge had joined the Su family, any doubts he had to be swallowed back down. To make matters worse, after this mishap with the swapped treasure, Yu Xunge had somehow offended the Lin family. The incident itself wasn't really connected to him. Surveillance quickly identified the real culprit, someone from the Liang family. But when Lin Qingze, the Lin family's youngest son, ended up with one eye crushed by a stomp, the Lin family couldn't let it go. Neither the Liang family nor the Su family was easy to provoke, so they pointed the blame squarely at the Yu family's studio, the very place where it all happened. The place is yours, and your people were the ones involved. You owe us an explanation, the Lin family said with barbed words, clearly trying to pass the blame on. In terms of heritage, Yu Xunge and Yi Dong were no less than the Lins. As players, they had so many hidden advantages it made others wary. But no matter how strong their hand was, they dared not tear the ties with a traditional, powerful family lightly. Worse still, Yu Xunge was already overwhelmed by strange losses. 3 points mysteriously missing from his stats, a few pieces of equipment, and a key item all vanishing without a trace. While suspecting someone sabotaging him behind the scenes, Lin Qingze's injury became the last straw weighing heavily over him. On the 19th, Yu Xunge got a call from Yu Xunge inviting her to come home the next day for dinner. Wanted to introduce some friends to the family. The plot mirrored last lifetime exactly, so she immediately asked Ichio, who told her everything openly. It's all settled. Do you know about the demon eye? It turned out Yu Xunge had given Lin Qingze an grade demon eye he acquired himself. Though just one, it prevented Qingze from going blind and gave him an elite item most normal people couldn't buy with money. If there really was a 4th closed beta test coming, Lin Qingze would start ahead of most players by a huge margin thanks to that demon eye. The Lin family was very satisfied and shook hands for peace. Lin Qingze and his brothers became fiercely loyal to Yu Xunge. Yu Xunge almost rolled her eyes hearing this. She had been sneaking under the bed for days and only managed to snatch some junk gear and a few stats. But Yu Xunge just casually threw out an grade demon eye. In her last life, she never saw him possess something like that. And even if she put that aside, wasn't the Lin family worried someone else might come and extract the eye again? Yu Xunge was far from magnanimous. If the Lin family couldn't offer any support later, She was certain Yu Xunge would find a way to take back that demon eye. The next morning, while it was still gray and dim outside, Yu Xunge stepped into the Yu family villa carrying her bag. She would rather get up early than miss any developments, especially to avoid Yu Xunge getting home first and trapping her at the breakfast table. In the living room, only the TV was on. She flopped down on the soft sofa and casually pressed the remote. On the surface, she appeared to be watching financial news, but in reality, her mind was absorbed in alchemy tutorial videos playing in her head. 25 is actually the perfect age to learn something new, she muttered to herself. Back in school, she hadn't appreciated education. Only after being battered by reality did she realize, learn what makes money, that's the real deal. She recalled the first year when the game invaded her previous life. She never carried more than 10 gold coins. Gear and skills drained money, but potions were the real expense. Although some healing items could be mass-produced in the real world, they all had cooldowns. When fighting monsters, you had to heal roughly every minute, cycling through cooldowns, basic healing potions, bandages, modern mutant health pills, mutated red dates. For efficiency, there was no avoiding standard healing potions. A bottle of basic healing potion cost 1 silver coin on Zealand Star, but could be sold for 20 silver in reality. Thinking of the batch of potions she sold for 100 gold to the Su family, Yu Xunge couldn't help but laugh. Did the Su family not know the market? Of course they did. But they couldn't get to Zealand Star, and those who could were busy leveling up. No one had time to play middleman. Buying low and selling high, the travel costs would outweigh the gains. For the truly rich, 100 grams of gold was just 50,000 yuan. A bottle of cordyceps liquid normally cost more, not to mention these potions that directly restored health. Even non-players were happy to stockpile them. She debated whether to ask the Gun King for another batch today, but then remembered the approaching February 22nd. If the 4th closed beta really started, even the Su family wouldn't be fools. The 1,000 bottles from last time were enough for their clan's emergency needs. Most factions were just waiting for February 22nd. Once the server was live, they could buy potions directly in-game. Equipment varied almost 1,000 pieces to stockpile if they could via gold, but potions were much cheaper. The Su family could easily scrape together 5 gold coins. If truly out of stock, they could just buy a bottle for 1 silver on the market. Just as she was pondering this, Yu Xunge approached holding tea and sat beside her. After some caring, fatherly words, he got to the point. Daughter, do you still have any gold coins? Can you lend me a little? Yu Xunge looked up at him and pulled out a gold coin from her backpack's pouch, handing it over. The Special Affairs Bureau hasn't settled my pay this month yet. You take this to spend, don't worry about lending or repaying. Since Yu Xunge became a player and awakened a divine gift, she no longer dared to lie when talking face-to-face with her father. She had indeed just signed a contract at the end of last month, submitted a batch of skill crystals on the 15th, and wouldn't be paid until the end of February. Understanding how hard-earned these gold coins were, ordinary players considered dozens of silver coins a fortune. Yu Xunge solemnly patted his daughter's shoulder and offered many warm, encouraging words. Yu Xunge played along, exchanging tender lines in a brief scene of fatherly love and filial devotion. Before long, Yu Xunge arrived with her 5 friends. Yu Xunge immediately spotted Lin Qingze wearing an eye patch. The one visible eye was blue and surprisingly striking, so much so that it made her want to dig it out. Instantly, she activated her detection ability. Magic Eye Grade, the enchanted eyeball of Petri's magic, which accompanied its master on decades of adventures at sea. Skill One-Time Rewind. After casting on a target, allows viewing their experiences from the past 6 hours. Each use consumes 20 mana and has a 24-hour cooldown. Skill 2 Mind Reading. By locking eyes with the target, reads their thoughts continuously, consuming 10 mana per second while active. Note: must be embedded in the eye socket to function. Reading these attributes, Yu Xunge's heart skipped a beat, and a cold sweat quickly spread down her back. Luckily, she had Saras protection to block prying, and since Lin Qingze wasn't a player and had no mana inside, this magic eye was probably functioning only as a regular prosthetic eye. She guessed that the only reason it could still perceive visuals was because some healer player must have temporarily activated it. Such a treasure, whether or not she could use it now, she had to get her hands on it. As she silently strategized, Lin Qingze was studying her too. In an instant, a brilliant plan formed in his mind. How to openly stay close to Yu Xunge without raising suspicion from Su Yitong. He resolved to use Yu Xunge as a human shield. When dinner started, Lin Qingze immediately began acting attentively toward Yu Xunge. Although several other men were clearly captivated by her remarkable aura and looks, Lin outpaced them all. Just as he poured her a full glass of wine, he noticed her thoughtful gaze fixed on him. Suppressing his excitement, a shy smile curved his lips. Better to neutralize the threat before anyone else makes a move. The next moment, Yu Xunge casually said, I feel like I've seen you before. Did you ever work with Lan Cheng? The words struck like thunder, instantly silencing the entire table. Lan Cheng, the acclaimed, hard-working actor resident in Hengdian, was a household name even among figures like Yu Xunge and Yi Kiguo's generation. Lin Qingze froze for a few seconds, then slammed the table in anger. How dare you spread lies? Are you trying to frame me? Snapping back to reality, Yu Xunge quickly poured him another drink with an apology. Sorry, I didn't mean any offense. That was my mistake. She chastised herself by patting her own mouth, then pulled out a superior-grade belt and placed it in Lin Qingze's palm. My apology. Really, I spoke without thinking. She kept apologizing, but never admitted the accusation was false, almost as if ready to proclaim, I support comrades against discrimination. Lin Qingze accepted the item in surprise, wasn't even technically a player, so he couldn't wear the belt. But there was no time to ponder. His heart was fully focused on Yu Xunge. He stole glances at her nervously, worried she might distance herself if she learned he was gay. Noticing only surprise, not disgust, on her face, he finally breathed easier. In fact, Yu Xunge was daydreaming, his mind filled with the lost attribute points, and that a grade magic I temporarily kept in Lin Qingze's eye socket. His distraction didn't stall the situation. Lin Qingze still glared at Yu Xunge with contempt, but silently gave up using her as a scapegoat. He really had talked to Lan Cheng about this, and only a handful knew the details. But gossip in the entertainment industry spreads faster than light. Lin Qingze felt annoyed with himself for forgetting that Yu Xunge had once worked in showbiz. Outsiders didn't understand his complicated history with Lan Cheng, but the rumors inside the circle were lightning fast. No one knew if Yu Xunge might have overheard something and truly believed it. In the end, it wasn't entirely his fault. In their previous life, although Yu Xunge's career was mediocre, she was still active in the industry. Whenever Yu Xunge introduced his sister, he casually mentioned her breakthrough role. Back then, Lin Qingze tested the waters to make sure Yu Xunge hadn't heard about his feud with Lan Cheng before confidently pulling her out to take the blame. This time, since Yu Xunge retired early, he didn't even think twice about using a washed-up third-tier celebrity as a shield, just assumed she was familiar and could take the fall. As for that secret, Yu Xunge had figured it out in the past life herself. Lan Cheng was the last to join the male lead's core team, and his tangled history with Lin Qingze was a glaring sign something was off. From that, Yu Xunge suspected Lin Qingze was gay. Honestly, the author of this Livian son-in-law story threw every trendy element in without considering whether fans could handle a gay crush on the male heir as a spicy plot twist. The awkward atmosphere was easily diffused by Yu Xunge's light-hearted banter, and no one blamed Yu Xunge. After all, she was a gamer, Lin Qingze wasn't. Plus, she had compensated with a faintly glowing green belt, clearly a high-quality item, which showed sincerity. Right now, equipment and potions were as rare as pandas. Everyone knew their value would drop later, but at this moment, they were desperately needed. Even Lin Qingze held back his irritation at Yu Xunge's loose tongue. After the meal, Yu Xunge got up to leave, generously handing each person a basic healing potion, winning everyone's goodwill and receiving warm send-offs out of the Yu residence. Only then did she realize the knack Yu Qing and Yu Xunge had, offering a few small things that barely mattered to themselves, but couldn't change others' fate, was a very cost-effective way to build goodwill. Outside in the courtyard, she quietly placed a tiny, only the dead obey spider near Yu Xunge's car, and then sped away. Tonight, she planned to get that magic eye. Yu Xunge had definitely used it in their past life, either for himself or given it to a brother's wife, but Yu Xunge had never seen it once. Could he have hidden it where the sun doesn't shine? Forget it. She'd worry about that after she got it. The spider had already slipped into the car, hiding behind the back of the rear seat, its 8 slender legs clinging to the fabric like a statue. Its compound eyes acted as the surveillance camera, and as soon as Yu Xunge's screen lit up, she immediately saw Lin Qingze and the others just stepping out of the Yu mansion. Although the men had spent the day together at Yu Xunge's apartment working on plans and testing, they each returned to their own homes at night. Yu Xunge gave each a ride home, dropping them off one by one until only Yi Dong and Lin Qingze remained in the car. Yi Dong had been living at Yu Xunge since arriving in S City and was too used to it to move out, while Lin Qingze lately didn't want to go back to the Lin family, was afraid they might literally gouge out his eye to get the magic eye. At Yu Xunge's place, at least Yi Dong could watch his back. That was the brotherly bond of the main group. Lin Qingze trusted these friends had only known for a few months, but not the Lin family members, risking others' wrath to demand compensation on his behalf. At 2 a.m., this time was practically synced to Yu Xunge's internal clock. Lately, even on nights when she didn't stay up late, she would still wake up at this hour. The moment her eyes opened, she used her disguise skill to transform into a green-skinned, wrinkled goblin. In no time, she forged the 3 gold coins she needed for the day. After finishing, she put on black leather gloves and whispered a spell. With the phantom body charm Phantom Shift, she instantly appeared in that familiar apartment hallway. Her hunting eye activated first, marking any hidden heat sources with blood red circles. Nothing. No ambushes nearby. After confirming safety, she pushed open the next bedroom door and swiftly cast a knockout spell at Yi Dong. He collapsed like a doll with its power cut off. Without even glancing again, she walked through the living room and gave a quick look to a figurine on the shelf. Broken arm. missing scalp looking far better than the original. Next was Lin Xingze. She silently slipped into his room, and before he could even open his eyes, he took the same knockout spell. Yu Xunge pulled out a glinting dagger and roughly pried open his eyelid, the one with the magic eye embedded. With a quick stab and a slight lift, she forcibly removed the intact eyeball. The searing pain shattered his unconsciousness. He screamed while clutching his eye. But Yu Xunge had already clenched the magic eye in her hand and vanished using phantom shift, leaving behind a pool of blood and echoes. The sea breeze was salty and damp. She first teleported to a remote coastline and cleaned herself from head to toe. After confirming there was no trace of blood left, she sealed the magic eye inside the magician's false teeth. With a final spell cast, she vanished again by phantom shift, safely returning to her small apartment. What? Blind again? At noon on the 21st, Yu Qingshan's call came through. Without any small talk, he asked if she had any valuable treasures to offer as compensation on behalf of the Lin family. Yu Xunge immediately laughed, her tone dripping with sarcastic anger. Do they even know who the Lin family offended? Why do they always blame me for everything? We've already paid with an agreed item, still not enough? Do they even know how much that thing is worth? She deliberately raised her voice to make sure Yu Xunge, listening nearby, could hear every word, her voice mixing the frustration of being pushed too far with a hint of protectiveness. Secretly, she gave herself a mental score. If she entered an acting competition, her coach would definitely give her top marks. Even after quitting the limelight, she never stopped practicing her craft. Once the emotional venting was done, she switched to a serious tone. I've signed a contract with the Special Affairs Bureau. Don't even think about that divine gift of talent. The most I can do is help you buy gear and potions through internal channels. The Lin family has to pay with their own gold. That's my limit. The call ended. Yu Xunge, who had been eavesdropping nearby, finally breathed a long sigh of relief, gratitude swelling in his chest. He looked over at the Lin family members across the room and said firmly, "What my sister says is the official stance of the Yu family. You better check if you've really offended someone. You've seen the magic eyes attributes, it could easily fetch hundreds of millions on the market. Never mind hundreds of millions if you find me in a great item that can do time rewind and mind reading for 5 billion gold. I'll agree to anything. I've done all I can." The Lin family members outwardly seethed with rage, but inside they were uneasy. Could it really be that Lin Xingze offended someone? Otherwise, why is it only him who got into trouble while everyone else was fine? Of course, it was possible the other party was after the demon eye, but no matter how you looked at it, it wasn't Yu Xunge's fault. The opponent had returned to the Su family last night, and by this morning, they already used the Lin family's authority to check the surveillance footage. After Yu Xunge left his apartment, he never came back. This was clearly the work of a player. Thinking this, the Lin family members silently beat their chests in regret. If only they had forcefully brought Lin Xingze back last night, perhaps today's disaster could have been avoided. But now that it had come to this, all they could do was wrap things up hastily. Yu Xunge didn't offer any concrete compensation but promised that if any eyeball class items dropped again in the game, he would immediately get one for Lin Xingze to restore his sight. In the meantime, Lin Xingze could stay at his apartment, with someone assigned to take care of him. Combining firmness and goodwill, the Lin family reluctantly agreed to the truce but thought to themselves, this guy really values righteousness. However, while the Lin family side was settling down, the Su family was erupting in turmoil. Su Yitong, known for her strong need for control, hadn't planted spies directly around Yu Xunge, but still ordered people to check on his every move every few days. Studio openings, new friends made, everything had to be reported. To her, these were harmless small measures until this week's intelligence was laid bare before her. Yu Xunge had offended the Lin family, yet used an agreed demon eye to make peace. That's such a valuable item. Why didn't you give it back to the Su family? The usually composed and reserved Su Yitong surprisingly swore loudly and slammed the table. Damn it. The demon eye, a top-tier item that could track a person's recent movements and even read minds. If Yu Xunge had handed it over to the Su family, even if he offended the Liang family, the Su clan could cover for him. But this guy actually gave it to the Lin family as compensation? What kind of status did the Lin family have? Even if Lin Xingze lost an eye, what did that have to do with Yu Xunge? Maybe it was their own fault. Yu Xunge understood this logic, but he insisted on playing the saint. What angered her even more was that he apparently had channels to buy such equipment. Why didn't he speak up before? A barrage of accusations poured down like a storm. In the living room, Yu Xunge leaned his head on one hand against the sofa, staring at the floor silently as he listened to Su Yitong's rare outburst. Su Beige kept a serious expression throughout, his gaze fixed tightly on Yu Xunge. When Su Yitong finally ran out of breath, Su Beige spoke in a low, cold voice. You don't trust the Su family. That was a final statement, leaving Yu Xunge no room for argument. But he didn't intend to defend himself. Instead, he rubbed his brows impatiently, closed his eyes, leaned back in the chair, his voice heavy with fatigue. Have you ever included me in the core meetings related to the game? I brokered the purchase of nearly 1,000 pieces of equipment for you all, but when it matters most, you slammed the door in my face. How exactly do you expect me to trust the Su family this way? Su Yitong and Su Beige exchanged looks, falling into silence. The fact was undeniable. In the Su family's eyes, Yu Xuanhuan was always an outsider branch. His God-given talent seemed useless, his only merit full luck value. So they chose to raise him loosely, investing minimal resources, hoping for a lucky surprise someday. But when the surprise really came to a grade demon, it turned out he had already handed it off to someone else. This also made Su Yitong unexpectedly realize that Yu Xuanhuan was generous with those he trusted. If it had been her, she'd never have given such a precious treasure to any subordinate. In this light, Yu Xuanhuan still showed a certain sense of loyalty and fairness. Yu Xuanhuan didn't dare open his eyes. He was afraid that if he did, tears would start falling. He knew the demon had already been sent out, but that was just a shell-borrowing trick. Once the heat died down in a few days, he planned to quietly retrieve the eyeball himself. He had his timetable down to the minute. On February 22nd, if the game Otherworld really opened its 4th closed beta, he would use the small amount of money he'd saved to buy 2 skills from the shop, one for disguise and one for attack. As soon as the game ended, he would make his move and flawlessly reclaim the demon eye. But unexpectedly, a ruthless rival suddenly popped up midway and stole it, moving so fast that even this seasoned schemer was caught off guard. After entrusting the demon eye to Lin Xingze, he barely parted ways with those brothers. He hadn't even gone home those days. Last night was the first time they separated. Yu Xuanhuan figured the closed beta would start at 2 a.m. on the 22nd, so there was no way he could still be wandering outside on the 21st. If the Su family made a major move and he missed it while he was out, that would be a huge loss. But of all things, it was precisely in the early hours of the 21st that something happened to the demon. It was gone, completely lost. A real man doesn't shed tears lightly, he thought bitterly, but when he recalled that demon taken from him, grief welled up uncontrollably, choking his throat. He had worked on that thing for half a year. To avoid detection, he hadn't dared ask for any help and planned everything himself step by step. He had even killed 2 people with his own hands to secure the demon eye. His original plan was to bring it into the game and see if it could be implanted painlessly. If not, he would undergo surgery to remove it in a hospital, then install it at home while still under anesthesia. Now, all his plans lay in ruins. What crushed him even more was his God-given gift, now half disabled. When he first entered Otherworld, the main goal had been to cure this damaged talent. With the demon eye lost, healing was impossible. All the past year's struggles, fears, and killings turned into a burning ache inside him. He could no longer hold back. Covering his face with both hands, his shoulders trembled as tears slipped through his fingers. Su Beige, it just can't be, it's really not possible. He rasped. Su Yitong, are you really crying? The brother and sister exchanged looks, their eyes showing little guilt, more a helplessness like, maybe it's because we left him outside. They were always good at winning over outsiders, generous to their subordinates, exceptionally attentive to those they wanted to recruit. But once someone joined the family circle, they tended to relax, a flaw even their parents had criticized. Since Yu Xuanhuan had married in, he was naturally considered one of us, and should have received support, but that help hadn't come promptly. Seeing him cry like this, the siblings shared a glance. This guy's luck was strange. If he'd managed to get the demon eye, perhaps even greater opportunities awaited. If he fell into despair, it would be the Su family who suffered the loss. So they quietly sat down beside him and spoke softly to comfort him, even apologizing sincerely this time. It was their fault. From now on, they would treat him as a true member of the Su family and include him in all major decisions. Yet behind the hands shielding his face, Yu Xunhuan's gaze was cold and vicious. If Yu Xunge were here, she'd probably laugh out loud, because in their past lives, she had never been stingy with care for him, only for him to see her as selfish and hold a grudge simply because she hadn't given everything. That had led to endless scheming on his part. Now, treated like this by the Su siblings, how could he willingly stand with the Su family as before? Cooperation? Not a chance. In the past life, Yu Xuanhuan had become a player early and was a true match for Su Yitong. Even though at the very beginning of their marriage, Su Yitong's fondness for Yu Xuanhuan wasn't sincere, more a means to use him as a Livian son-in-law to avoid an arranged marriage, treating him like a cherished plaything rather than an equal, Yu Xunhuan's abilities were undeniable. He never fully revealed the extent of his divine gift, but Su Yitong knew his talent was no less impressive than her own. How could she possibly waste such a valuable asset? No matter the matter, big or small, the Su family always brought Yu Xuanhuan into their inner circle to strategize and plan. But in this lifetime, Yu Xuanhuan barely qualified as a player by the 3rd internal test, mocked on his stats page as S-class, but worse than class, a complete deadweight. If he were anyone else, Su Yitong would never consider him a pillar of support again. He lowered his hands, fingertips trembling slightly, eyes reddened as he shook his head. It's nothing. It's not your fault. It's my divine gift that's broken. I can't help, I understand. In a low voice, he said to Su Yitong. You've been asking about the one usable divine gift I have, right? I was embarrassed to tell you before. Whenever I cook for someone and they feel happiness from eating, I get lucky for a while afterward. His gaze was eager yet hoarse, filled with hope. My gift is still useful, isn't it? I can help you. My sister's gift is about luck too. If the Special Affairs Bureau values her, then luck must really matter, right? Su Yitong's eyes softened at once. She reached out and embraced him gently, soothing him softly. Of course it's useful. Why didn't you tell me sooner? It's incredibly valuable. On the other side, Su Beige met her gaze midair, and with one look between siblings, they silently agreed find someone to verify it. Got it. Yu Xunge stayed quietly in her arms, but his eyes coldly fixed on the curtains. He had expected Su Yitong's investigation would follow once he revealed this truth. Over the last 6 months, apart from working on the Demon Eye project, he was constantly searching for any item or skill that could disguise a divine gift. Eventually, he found the chameleon tea pet, grade A. This tea pet sheds its skin, which can conceal or falsify any information, character sheets, items, skills, you name it. The effect lasts for 7 real-world days, and during that period, no item or skill of grade A or lower can see through the disguise. The downside is it must be watered daily with good quality tea. When the tea pet is content, it sheds 1 skin per day, and each skin can alter 1 piece of information. Note, the quality of the tea may affect the shedding cycle. Even the finest teas in the real world are considered ordinary in terms of magical items. He watered it carefully for 3 months straight to collect 12 tea pet skins. Once he was sure the output was enough to support daily disguises, he waited for the right moment to confess everything to Su Yitong. Sure enough, Su Yitong and Su Beige arrived fiercely to confront him, but left calm, and even left him a full set of equipment. After the door shut, Yu Xunge immediately summoned his light blue personal screen, the character panel visible only to himself. He drew out a thin, almost translucent tea pet skin and carefully placed it over the only glowing divine gift. Skill 5. The cook who makes tasty food can't have bad luck passive. The food god's mission is to make every diner happy. Whenever someone eats your dish and feels happiness, you become lucky for some time afterward. The happier the diner, the greater your luck. Clinging to the hope that this might one day be restored, he also modified Skill 4. Skill 4. Hey, friend. Look, hey race a pot original. There's nothing a good meal can't fix. Effect. Marks a diner and converts their negative emotions into luck points. The amount of luck gained equals the number of food god dishes the diner has tasted today. Perhaps influenced by Yu Xunge, when Yu Xunge disguised his skill information, he subconsciously linked all their effects back to luck. Yu Xunge was still unaware of Yu Xunge's reckless maneuvers, but even if she didn't know, she would never underestimate her. She never turned down money-making opportunities. Agreeing to broker a deal for the Lin family was purely out of self-interest. It was just acting as a middleman. In her past life, she had gouged out Lin Cheng's eyes, settling the score once and for all. She had no interest in wiping out everyone. Her true grudges remained fixed on Yu Xunge, Su Yitong, Liang Yuchuan, Han Xianshan, Han Xianhai, as well as the Su, Liang, and Han families, plus those who had bullied her before. At this thought, she suddenly froze. Her list of enemies was so long it sounded like reading off a menu. The Lin family wasn't on her hit list. She had her own principle of repay anger with anger, repay enmity with enmity. She would never let Yu Xunge and the others die peacefully, but for those who didn't deserve death, she would make sure they lived a life worse than death. Thinking this, she instinctively touched her forehead, wondering if someday she might sprout a red mole like a bodhisattva or the Buddha himself. Sigh. She really was too kind. TSK. The backyard was open and spacious. A silver-white full moon hung high in the sky. Yu Xunge had expected to feel excited or exhilarated when this day truly arrived, but right now her mood was like the surface of a lake, perfectly calm, without a single ripple. Suddenly, ornate red patterns appeared in the center of the moon, rapidly spreading into a network of totems covering the entire lunar disk. She pulled out her phone and glanced at it too. 21. In a blink, the 1 flipped to a 2. She silently counted 22 seconds in her mind. Ding. The game Worlds at Calamity, Rift of Terror, is now live. Server Earth connected successfully. Server Zealand connected successfully. Welcome players. Each player may draw a divine talent. Detected existing divine talents for player: Thief God, Immortal, Food God, Divine Archer. Character panel functions unlocked. Chat channels, auction house, achievements, map, party, dungeon, and mail features enabled. Leaderboard unlocked due to player level ups. Ding player Yu Xunge has entered the top 10 in the wealth ranking. Choose whether to hide information. Yes, no. Yu Xunge swiftly skimmed through the long list of notifications and chose yes, without hesitation. The system rule was that everyone's ID defaulted to the socially recognized name, either the name on their ID card, or otherwise the name they were most often called. She opened the character panel again. The light blue interface showed the 4 primary attribute: strength, constitution, intelligence, and agility, and beneath these, the advanced magical attributes that had been gray were now fully lit up. Critical rate, critical damage, movement speed, hit rate, evasion rate, cooldown reduction, health regeneration, more than a dozen in total. These could not be manually assigned, but depended on magical bonuses granted by equipment. 3 small dots appeared in the lower right corner. She tapped to expand them, revealing functions like party, chat channels, auction house, leaderboard, achievements arranged neatly side by side. Opening the chat channel caused the character panel to automatically shrink and fade away, replaced by a new dazzling interface filling her entire view. The lower left corner held the channel switcher. She first selected the world channel, where multiple languages flashed by on the screen so fast that each message lingered less than a second. The dense text overlapped and even twisted slightly, creating a dizzying sensation akin to information overload. She quickly switched to the Huaxia channel. The messages still scrolled rapidly, though here she could barely make out those that were actually in Chinese. She switched to S-City, still couldn't get a clear view. All she could say was that there really were a lot of people in Huaxia. After a moment, she switched the channel to nearby. Xingfu Qiuguo, hi. Is anyone there? Is everyone asleep? Yu Xunge. Yu Xunge closed the chat panel indifferently, too lazy to respond. Satisfied that everything was quiet, she closed her eyes, and since the teleportation array she left on Zealand's Starret was still glowing, ready to use at any moment, which finally put her at ease. Looking down, her gaze fell on a cat bed abandoned on the floor. As soon as her fingertips touched its edge, a faint smile tugged at her lips. A soft red glow pulsed along the woven vines, a residual magic energy left behind during the interdimensional invasion, identical in color to the pattern of the Crescent Moon's secret realm. Meow Meow in S rank. Function: place outside the home door. It can randomly attract stray animals. If the owner treats them kindly, the animals will gift their most treasured recent possession before leaving as thanks. This only triggers when cats sleep in it, and after binding with a stone, it only responds to the binder. After weighing the options, Yu Xunge placed the cat bed deep in the cat villa, keeping the inn open while home, and easy to carry when she went out. Upstairs in the glass room, various odds and ends were piled nearly to the brim. An old longsword, a rusty iron pot, a thorny durian, even a toppled stone statuette were experimental materials she collected over time. Though she still couldn't understand the mechanism behind the object's mutations, she spread everything out in the air to let the magic energy cleanse them. If it works, great. If not, no big deal. Watching the sudden flash of otherworldly light flare briefly over the cat bed, Yu Xunge made her judgment. She immediately initiated scan, collecting any items with attribute panels into her game inventory. The rest, still common, she tossed into a nearby storage box to keep the space tidy. When finished, she pushed open the steel door inside the safe house. In the corner floated a roughly 2-meter-high, oval-shaped pale purple energy shield, quietly hovering, with a level not exceeding 10. The dungeons generated, too. Yu Xunge nodded with satisfaction. Once she confirmed everything was in order, she hummed an off-key tune as she went downstairs. Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuguo should be arriving soon. In this brief break, she eagerly took out the pair of meteor desert eagles that mattered most to her. Ember Legend. Bonus attributes: Agility 60, 7 Constitution, 21 Strength 14. Magic attributes: 18 critical damage, 15 skill damage. Legendary skill Ruthless Fury. When activated, bullets ignite with wrathful flames. Fire damage 55 for 1 minute. Cooldown 3 minutes. Equipment requirements: Agility 85, Strength 37. The second gun's stats were exactly the same, except the 15 skill damage was replaced with 15 movement speed. What truly delighted her wasn't the numbers, but the fine print. No level limit, only dual attribute requirements. Using a starting average of 7 points across the 7 stats, about level 21 would meet the requirement. With a few more attribute boosting items, she might wield them as early as level 10. For her, those attribute thresholds were no problem at all. With this resolve, she didn't hesitate to take out 2 binding stones, link the desert eagles to herself, then carefully stash them in the special magician's false tooth storage slother, most valuable trump card lately. Legendary weapons of similar grade requiring level 20 sold for thousands of gold coins at the auction house. Rather than wasting money on them, she preferred to invest her resources in skill books and professional recipes. After all, equipment purchased with real-world currency was basically like found treasure to her. After checking out her most anticipated weapon, she didn't rush to tally up just how many things had mutated. Instead, she oddly pulled out that durian shell she bought in the kingdom of Sawadika. The palm-sized durian shell lay quietly in her hand, with a label clearly marked Grade D, ominous item, produces 1 durian flesh piece automatically every day. Consuming it reduces luck by 2 points for 2 hours, and repeated consumption increases the duration linearly. At that moment, the shell's opening bulged with a plump, golden durian pulp, its rich aroma indistinguishable from the Muzang King. Yu Xunge took a deep breath, thinking, Yu Xuan is such a durian fanatic. If this thing really lowers luck, would her stats screen show a flat 2? Before she could try it, the doorbell rang. Yu Xunge quickly stuffed the durian shell into her spatial backpack, silently deciding, before I fully understand its effect, the Yu families too won't find out. There'll be plenty of chances later. She then hurried to the backyard, scooped up the outdoor cat house, packed it away too, and finally dashed back to the entrance to open the door. Outside were Yi Qiuhua and Yu Qingshan. On her way downstairs, Yu Xunge had already activated the pocket watch's scanning feature, sweeping all visible items indoors to confirm nothing had mutated further, allowing her to relax. The moment they entered, Yi Qiuhua couldn't stop babbling. Wow, is everyone becoming a player now? Will money become worthless soon? Should we just spend everything quickly? Yu Xunge said nothing, walking around to the bar to pour 2 glasses of iced drinks and a black coffee for herself, then carried them into the living room. Since Yu Qingshan's depression relapsed, he had become even more taciturn. Once a gentle and refined professor, he now carried a faint middle-aged melancholy aura. Even Yi Qiuhua joked, too handsome, can't let him out, or else all the girls outside will be swooning. He held his hot tea, sipping slowly without a word, but Yu Xunge noticed that as soon as he stepped inside, he quietly activated his lie detection skill, his mana bar steadily draining. After the three added each other as friends, Yu Xunge got straight to the point. If you still have cash, spend it all soon. I don't have much left, only about 10 million, which will be gone in a few days. Yi Qiuhua rubbed her head in worry. What's the safest thing to buy? Gear? Potions? Gold? Yu Xunge replied firmly. In the Special Affairs Bureau, I exchange gold for game coins. You should also ask Xuanhuansu family's information is more reliable. See what they recommend to keep value. Yu Qingshan frowned deeply, grabbing onto that keyword. At the Special Affairs Bureau, can you help us exchange for something more valuable? Like skills? Yu Xunge glanced at him without refusal. Possible, but they skim a cut and only take gold. Can you accept that? His mana was down to 13, but he pressed on eagerly. How much do the stronger skills cost in coins? Grade C ranges from 50 to 200 gold, Grade B from 300 to 500, there's wide fluctuation. Grade A is more expensive, can be tens of thousands. How do you exchange coins? Yu Qingshan asked again. According to their contract, Yu Xunge wasn't allowed to farm large amounts of coins for other factions. Selling her own stock was allowed, but she really didn't want to run errands for Yu Qingshan, just take advantage every time. She said, the Special Affairs Bureau has methods for exchanging, but they take there's a method that deducts 10 and another that takes 30. If you're willing, I can recommend you to join the Bureau, which might get you a better deal. The electric fan in the living room hummed softly. As soon as Yi Qiuhua heard this, he leaned forward eagerly like a moth drawn to a flame. Can I join? Yu Xunge held her teacup gently and smiled faintly. Of course. Although your talent isn't particularly rare, the Bureau is short on people right now. As long as you're willing to sign the contract, you'll be considered one of us. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingshan, who had been silent, suddenly shook his head, his brow furrowed so deeply it seemed like water could drip from it. No, Xuanhuan is already part of the Su family. It's one thing if you join alone, but if I join as well, then what would that mean? Yu Xunge was not surprised by this reaction. She just raised her eyes to show she understood, then asked, what about you? Can you exchange for gold coins? Yu Qingshan frowned. I could, but your channels are too expensive. It's not worth it. You know we don't have that much money. Are you sure you don't have enough? Yu Xunge toyed with her teacup before gently setting it back on the table. At that moment, Yu Qingshan's last trace of magical energy was exhausted. He had to withdraw his detection skill and shrugged helplessly. All these years, we've been saving the money you gave us carefully, never spending recklessly. We still have more than 30 million. Yu Xunge curved her lips into a slight smile, but did not say whether she believed him. She said calmly, then exchange it for gold first. I need 300 grams of gold to exchange for 1 coin here. You could also check with Xuanhuan and see if she has other options. Compare different channels before deciding. Holding gold can't hurt. After that, she went to the kitchen to cook a simple home-cooked meal and patiently chatted with the two for half an hour before sending them off. Once the door closed, silence settled in the room. Yu Xunge rubbed her hands and began to inventory the tools and equipment that had successfully undergone mutation. The first batch were 3 pieces of jewelry originally taken from the Yu family treasury, a jade hairpin, a sapphire ring, and a jade pendant. She had seen these items on Su Yitong, Liang Yuchuan, and Han Xianshan in her past life, and now they had all mutated into equipment rare jewelry classifications. All 3 were legendary grade, with a level 10 minimum requirement. Level 10 purple grade jewelry sold for around 800 gold coins each, so conservatively, they could fetch 2,400 gold coins in total. Unfortunately, although their stats were good, they lacked special effects, and wearing them herself would risk exposing her identity. She planned to transport them to Zerlin Star to sell, or simply sell them on Blue Star, which would earn a big profit and cause Yu Xuanhuan and Yu Qingshan emotional pain. But she wasn't willing to take that risk just yet. There were plenty of ways to hurt their feelings without this gamble. The second batch were 8 iron pots she had gotten from the Su family restaurant. One had successfully mutated. An old iron pot grade A. A pot that's witnessed the restaurant's century of ups and downs. Cooking with it gives a chance of sudden inspiration, unlocking the old chef's secret techniques, and a 20 chance to enhance the flavor of the dish. Yu Xunge stacked the remaining 7 ordinary iron pots in a corner, planning to destroy them another day to free up space. The third item was downright extraordinary, the statue of the Liang family's great-grandfather. An ancestor grade S. Touching the statue and praying devoutly boosts max HP and max mana by 10 each for 10 minutes. This effect can trigger once every 30 minutes. Note, if the player's surname is Liang, damage is additionally increased by 10 and duration is extended to 15 minutes. In her past life, during group battles, she had only seen the core Liang family members lining up to touch it, never getting close herself. Who would have guessed this time the statue would fall right into her hands? Thinking this, Yu Xunge smiled until her cheeks ached. The base was engraved with the ancestor's life story. If the Liang family didn't want to be ridiculed by their peers in S City, they'd definitely need to buy it back. But this item was top-tier support for any team, so it would surely attract sky-high bids. If the Liang family wanted it back, they'd have to pay dearly. She weighed the statue in her hand, then reluctantly placed it back in her spatial backpack. Too bad it's not the right time to sell. We have to give them some time to develop and save up, otherwise, we won't get a good price. She had spent a fortune in Port City collecting 60 historic and storied bows, crossbows, swords, and knives. At the time, the locals mocked her as a sucker after all. Even the best firearms only cost in the 7-figure range, and top-tier luxury items rarely reached 8 figures. Yet Yu Xunge was willing to pay prices comparable to the finest antiques for these cold weapons, acquiring each piece one by one into her warehouse. It turned out her gamble was correct. Out of the 60 items, a full 31 successfully evolved during the mutation surge. Overnight, her investment of hundreds of millions yielded 27 blue-grade and 4 purple-grade lottery tickets. All the blue-grade items ranged from level 5 to 19 and were all rare quality. Whether for personal use or resale, they promised huge profits. Yu Xunge spread the goods out across the living room floor, the lighting making each blade glint coldly, and inspected them carefully one by one. The first one that caught her eye was a longbow with dual attribute requirements. The nameplate read clearly: Rare Grade Slaughter Longbow. Base bonus: 21 Agility, 9 Constitution. Magic attributes: 7 attack speed, 5 critical damage. Equip requirements: Agility 30, Strength 25. According to the common formula, this was about a level 8 item. Without any equipment, her bare attributes were 25 Agility and 17 Strength, just 15 points short. With a few accessory pieces adding Agility and Strength, she could easily meet the requirements. Next came the 4 purple grade items. 3 of them explicitly stated they were level 20 and above, but one shield only mentioned dual attribute requirements met. Rare Grade Abyss Wall Shield. Detailed stats omitted. In a team, the most costly item isn't usually the weapon in hand, but the shield absorbing all the frontline damage and skills. For the same level 20 purple grade, weapons usually fluctuate between 1,000 to 2,000. Accessories can exceed 2,000, but shields start at 2,500, showing a clear price gap. Just from these 4 purple pieces alone, without counting the 27 blue items, Yu Xunge had already recouped her investment and made a hefty profit. She wasn't in a rush to convert money back to cash anyway. Liquidity wasn't an issue. As for the critical shield that could determine a dungeon's success rate, she would definitely hold on to it and sell it to the right buyer, cashing in a strategic premium. After inventorying everything, she placed all the weapons into a custom acrylic display case, closed the door, and stowed it into her game inventory. Empty-handed, she casually shoved a durian husk into the fridge. That thing would grow new fruit on its own, making it the most convenient seed. With those tasks done, Yu Xunge went upstairs, pulled open a sealed bag deep in her wardrobe, and took out the costume that had accompanied her through countless hardships over the last year. Rare grade, made money today? Costume. Base bonus, 32 agility. Magic properties, 17 movement speed, 15 stealth. Equip requirements, agility, 21 intelligence, 36. This was a highly specialized piece of gear. The rare 15 stealth attribute significantly reduced all noise she made. In her past life, it had saved her repeatedly from nightmare ambushes. Unfortunately, this mutation hadn't triggered the usual bonding that would level it up, but she was still satisfied in her current growth trajectory. She'd be able to wear it soon enough. Yu Xunge stood there contemplating for a long while, realizing she had indeed become rich, albeit that most of the mutation's best loot was still unusable to her. She made a direct trip to Zealand Star and bought several high-quality pieces of equipment for less than 1 gold each, boosting her agility to 30 and strength to 25, successfully equipping them all. At this point, fully armored, her attributes were Health 800,800, Mana 650650, Strength 178, Constitution 159, Intelligence 21, Agility 25-27. The Emerald Feast had long since ravaged the forests of Zealand Star, increasing its health reserves by 500. All commonly used potions were fully stocked, and her quiver was packed with 2 full bags of arrows. Ready and prepared, Yu Xunge closed the heavy alloy door of the safe house, took a deep breath of the metallic-scented air, and stepped into the faint purple teleportation light. Blue Star had studied the dungeon mechanics for years and concluded it was a kind of cultural invasion. Rather than a direct military assault, other worlds projected historical episodes onto the planet, selecting an ancient conflict from that world's past and forcing the projected race to reenact that war. If these aliens survived the dungeon without being killed by players, they could break free of the dungeon's restrictions and enter reality. Players hearing their language and witnessing their actions would passively absorb pieces of that history, whether they liked it or not. While trolls, orcs, and goblins posed little threat, more elegant races like blood elves, undead, or night elves easily garnered sympathy, causing many players' moral views to be subtly influenced by their appearance. Every race had glorious, touching, or inspirational chapters in their history, and the mental erosion accumulated quietly over time. Zealand Star invaded Blue Star under the pretext of resource depletion. They claimed a population of over 300 billion, mostly long-lived beings. The undead were even more troublesome since death did not end their existence. With magic nearly exhausted on Zealand Star, they eyed Blue Star's smaller but magically rich territory, proposing win-win cooperation and contract signing in a facade of friendliness. In reality, some players eventually defected to their side. At this moment, Yu Xunge was tackling a dungeon depicting a skirmish between trolls and undead level 3 overall rating. Most monsters level 3, highest leader level 4. The aliens had to survive 45 in-game days inside to qualify for invasion. By comparison, monsters in her city center apartment dungeon averaged level 10 and needed 150 days. These 2 dungeons were the perfect training and farming grounds she carefully balanced with her God-given talents, profitable, yet relatively safe. Dungeon mechanics were simple but harsh. Once the player struck the first monster, the entrance sealed and no others could enter. If the player left, the dungeon reset with dead aliens respawning and survivors' time carrying over. Without teammates to revive her, death was permanent. In a past life, Yu Xunge had entered 3 or 4 times, always accompanying Yu Xunge's team. An experience that stirred mixed feelings. It was her gift to Yu Xunge, and being here felt like salt in a wound, though she forced herself to say thank you. The light curtain swirled, and the scene shifted to a dense forest. Yu Xunge knew little of this history except that troll camps lay south, undead camps north, with scattered scouts between. She immediately activated Hunting Eye and cast Phantom Form to create a shadow clone to begin tracking. Minutes later, she locked on a target. A troll scout level 3, with 350,350 HP. Yu Xunge knocked her traditional bow, drew the string to full moon, activating piercing shot. The arrow sliced through the air and hit the back of the scout's head, who fell from the branches, stunned for 3 seconds. 3 seconds was just enough for another shot. Thanks to 51 agility, even a normal shot quickly dealt 180 damage. If she weren't worried about attracting other patrols, she wouldn't even bother using skills. Low-level mobs fell one after another along the way. When she encountered a troll patrol, she first launched an explosive arrow igniting dry leaves, then spread rain of hatred to crush the group. In under 30 seconds, only smoking limbs remained. The cost was steep. Explosive arrow consumed 100 mana per use, and rain of hatred 250. Afterwards, she slowed her pace, letting a shadow phantom summoned by shadow control draw aggro while she picked off enemies from behind with precise shots, occasionally tossing another explosive arrow. Her God-given talent guaranteeing a critical hit every 7th strike meant her solo farming efficiency rivaled the speed she had when farming with Yu Xunge's entire team. Yu Xunge's solo monster-killing efficiency was no less than when she had hunted with Yu Xunge and a whole squad in her previous life. Entering the dungeon at 3 a.m., Yu Xunge played non-stop until 6 a.m., finally wiping out 300 troll minions in the camp. Inside the camp, torches flickered while the ground was stained with blood and ash. The most intense moment came when she was cornered behind a wooden arrow tower by over 20 trolls. Her stamina bar was down to half, yet she forced herself to suppress the urge to escape using Phantom Shift. Instead, she drew her longbow and activated Sharpshooter. I'm scarily strong now. Magical energy crackled in the air as each arrow she shot instantly transformed into a blue and white magical bolt, the tips crackling with lightning so fierce it scorched the air with tiny sparks. Critical hit numbers flashed relentlessly, accompanied by guttural groans, as troll after troll fell. From the first shot to the final grunt, it took exactly 23 seconds to turn the entire squad into experience points. Unfortunately, the loot was stingy as always. Even with a luck stat of 10, after 300 level 34 trolls dropped, only scattered glimmers remained. 27 silver coins and a handful of copper coins worth next to nothing. After a quick sweep, She looked up and saw a level 5 troll chieftain and 5 level 4 guards patrolling deeper in the camp with giant axes. In theory, she could fight to clear them all, but exhaustion from the all-night battle wore down her eyelids and depleted her stamina. Forget it. He'll resupply first and come back later, she muttered, retreating toward the dungeon exit. Grinding levels and practicing movement skills was important, but she needed to keep herself alive to capitalize on opportunities. As soon as she stepped out, the system notification popped up immediately. Player Yu Xunge has sent you a friend request. The new version had unlocked a friend system, but to add someone accurately, you either had to compare avatars one by one or scan QR codes face-to-face. There weren't many players sharing the name Yu Xunge, but it still required going through dozens of avatars. Clearly, Yu Xunge had put in a lot of effort. She accepted the request, then glanced at her real-world phone. 17 missed calls were displayed, from both Yu Xunge and Su Itong. The day the game officially invaded reality caught many unprepared. Most players thought February 22nd was just the 4th beta test, but instead of seeing a login screen, they were suddenly transported inside the game. The Su family had planned to use gold to bulk buy equipment and potions from the game mall to arm their team, only to find the mall was completely gone. They were left with just over 900 belts and 1,000 basic healing potions they had stocked beforehand, which suddenly turned precious. Less than an hour after the game's arrival, the Su family discovered a dungeon entrance beneath their estate's underground. Most of the younger generation had played games before and immediately realized that if reality became a massive game, the dungeons were mobile treasure vaults. Preliminary exploration uncovered 12 dungeon entrances under their property. The first reconnaissance sent 2 people in. They died within 10 minutes. Then a team entered to recover bodies and confirmed death was permanent. This sobered the Su family's recklessness. Later, they located over 100 dungeons and settled on the safest one, a level 2 dungeon that could only hold 20 people. With monsters at level 2, 20 players focusing on one enemy should be enough. Besides, each Su family member was equipped with standard pistols and bulletproof vests, no match for actual in-game gear, but better than nothing. Still, monster attacks were strong. Even with armor, a couple of hits could quickly drain 40 health points and kill a player after just a few strikes. Even though the main goal for the Su family in this dungeon run wasn't leveling up, but gathering information, they still moved forward carefully, retreating whenever health was low to recover slowly. But as long as the subordinates felt that the Su family didn't value their lives, they had to be supplied with potions to keep them alive during critical moments. There were roughly 100 monsters in the dungeon. Starting from the ruined stone gate to the defeat of the last elite monster, it took a full 3 hours. The Su family's group essentially pressed forward step by step, trampling over the monsters' corpses. Yet the loot was pitiful, less than 10 silver coins, not a single decent piece of gear, and over 200 potions consumed. By any account, it was a huge loss. After exiting the dungeon, the team gathered around a makeshift campfire to review the run. Judging by the gains, to maximize experience points, it was best to limit the number of people entering each time to under 10. Any more would dilute the experience per person to a negligible amount. But fewer people meant relying more heavily on potions to provide a safety net. The Su family had long recruited several players specialized in alchemy. However, since the family's treasury was robbed, most of their focus shifted to visibility potions, leaving little stock of basic healing and mana potions. After some thought, Su Itong and Su Beige both remembered Yu Xunge. Because of Yu Xunge, they owed the Lin family a favor and now seemed the perfect opportunity to have her make an introduction. They wanted not just potions, but also information on equipment channels. At that moment, Yu Xunge was leaning on the couch armrest, phone on speaker, quietly listening as Yu Xunge relayed the conversation. She knew the situation well. There was no chance that the Su family could benefit from equipment deals anymore. The 900+ belts they'd procured were the biggest pocket they could find. Other gear slots had no openings. Shoes had similar problems: low output, and high prices meant slim profit. She put on a casual tone and replied deliberately. I asked about equipment last night. They don't have that many game coins. If you can provide game coins, I can try negotiating. As for basic healing potions, I can find someone to buy them. There's a guy stocked up who sells for gold. But prices will be steep in times like this. Are you sure you want them now? It might not be worth it. Yu Xunge glanced at Su Itong and Su Beige beside her. Both looked displeased, but nodded for her to continue asking about prices. What's the current price for basic healing and mana potions? They cost 5 silver coins per bottle if you pay in game coins. For gold, I previously bought at 100 grams of gold per bottle. It's probably more expensive now. How many do you need? If you're in a hurry, I can spare 3 bottles for now. Su Itong pressed her forehead, patience running thin, then took the phone. Her voice remained gentle. Xunge, this is Itong. At that moment, Yu Xunge stopped pretending to be clueless and grinned naturally. Oh, so it's the Su family? Must be a big order, right? How many do you want? I can negotiate for you, or give you the other party's number directly. Her straightforwardness stunned the siblings for half a second. They'd expected Yu Xunge to act as a middleman and take a hefty cut. Su Yitong was silently relieved at her tact and replied politely, "Thank you so much. We'll remember this favor." Yu Xunge gave them Zhao Shuang's number, reminding them, "She's from the Special Affairs Bureau. Doing business with her doesn't mean you have to join the officials are actually pretty reasonable." As soon as the call ended, Yu Xunge crossed her arms, staring at her screen with a faint, knowing smile. Zhao Shuang. Not exactly a legitimate merchant, she was in Myanmar, and just saying Wang would be an understatement. Yu Xunge was curious to see how the Su family would negotiate. Less than 5 minutes later, her phone lit up again. It was Su Yitong. Through the receiver came a sweet and slightly clingy voice. "Hey sis, have you eaten?" Yu Xunge rolled her eyes, staring at the caller ID. That turnaround was fast. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Su Yitong ever called her sis. It felt weirdly awkward. Su Yitong had no choice. After hanging up the phone, she immediately dialed the number given by Yu Xunge. The call was quickly answered, and Zhao Shuang's voice came through, clear but with a hint of nonchalance. "Basic healing potion, 300 grams of gold per bottle." Su Yitong's fingers stiffened slightly. This price was double again from the previous quote. Yu Xunge had mentioned one bottle priced at 1 silver coin, equivalent to 100 grams of gold, now 50 times the market value. Before she could recover from the shock, Zhao Shuang added with a cutting tone, "As for equipment, ordinary goods sold for 1 gold at the auction house start at 2 pounds of gold here." 2 pounds of gold was about 500,000 renminbi. At first glance, it didn't seem outrageous. Su Yitong's own jewelry easily exceeded that price. But these supplies were for thousands of people under her command. Even if each person only got one item, that would require 2,000 pounds of gold. Moreover, basic equipment became outdated quickly, upgrading faster than Apple's latest releases. Soon no one would bother to pick it up off the ground. Spending $500,000 just to add a few attribute points was far less practical than enjoying a buff-granting meal. By comparison, the channel Yu Xunge found originally sold a belt for just 1 pound of gold, a painful but somewhat manageable cost to maintain morale. Unable to hold back, Su Yitong blurted out, "Are you really from the Huaxia Special Affairs Bureau? Or is this the Myanmar Special Affairs Bureau?" Clearly Zhao Shuang heard this a lot and replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, you can check on the Special Affairs Bureau's official website." After hanging up, Su Yitong finally realized that Yu Xunge's quote of 100 grams of gold was actually quite reasonable. Just as she put down the phone, Yu Xunge, who had been called sister, didn't look particularly pleased but asked directly, "Did the negotiations fall through?" Su Yitong evaded the question. "What price did they offer you?" "I just sent a message," Yu Xunge said, glancing at her screen. "They can supply only 500 bottles of basic healing potions and 500 bottles of basic mana potions, each at 150 grams of gold, non-negotiable. But they're willing to throw in 50 extra basic bandages. Bandages don't work instantly like potions, but once wrapped on a wound, they restore 1 HP per second for 60 seconds, enough for emergency rescue." She paused, lowering her voice. "If I broker this deal for you, then you and your family will have to handle the trouble my brother and the Lin family caused. I owe quite a few favors to get this shipment. It was originally intended for the Lin family." Su Yitong looked up, glanced at Yu Xunge staring blankly at her phone, and nodded firmly, "No problem." Meanwhile, inside the Su family, anxiety was running high. In 3 hours, they had barely raised a few dozen silver coins, which completely broke the morale of the clan, especially when compared to Zhao Shuang's astronomical prices. 150 grams of gold per bottle felt almost sincere, like an official gesture of cooperation. Prices were volatile right now. If they had time and effort to spare, it was indeed possible to buy potions cheaply with cash from some short-sighted sellers, or simply wait a few days for the market to stabilize and buy with cash. But that would be a few days later. Equipment could wait, but life-saving potions on the battlefield could not afford a moment's delay. If someone was willing to accept gold for potions now, even at a high price, it was better than waiting for a chance. Problems that could be solved with money were never really problems, especially since they couldn't enter the game at the moment and couldn't buy resources directly from the in-game store. This path of trading gold for resources was rare and precious. They owed Yu Xunge their gratitude. "Is there really no way for you to get the equipment? The price is negotiable." Su Yitong still wouldn't give up. Over the phone, she tried bargaining with Yu Xunge, hoping to secure more critical gear. Meanwhile, Su Beige had already dispatched people to stockpile gold. Ever since they found out the seller only accepted gold for the belts, the Su family began considering hoarding gold in bulk. It was clear now that gold had its own value, far safer than the fragile legal tender that could crash at any moment. Yu Xunge had no intention of selling the equipment to the Su family. She threw out an impossible condition. "I want to buy too, but I only accept in-game currency. No cash, no gold." After a pause, she added, "There is another way, but it's a raw deal." Su Yitong hurriedly asked, "Tell me." "If you don't have game currency, you can trade items. One great item can only be exchanged for 1,000 pieces of the current wearable green gear." Su Yitong sucked in a breath and grumbled, "How is that any different from robbery?" Yu Xunge shrugged. "There's a difference. It's just robbery. Isn't this cruel?" Su Yitong suddenly whispered nervously, Did you cross him, or something? After much persuasion, Su Yitong finally got Yu Xunge to relent. She would manage to get 2,000 bottles of potions, 1,500 basic healing potions, and 500 basic mana potions at a fixed price of 150 grams of gold each. Yu Xunge seemed sincere when she said, "That price is ridiculous. Wait a bit longer, maybe ITLL get cheaper. In-game they only cost 1 silver coin per bottle." Su Yitong replied dryly, "Only 600 caddies of gold, after all." When she said that, Yu Xunge fell silent. She suddenly realized she had underestimated things. 2,000 bottles for 600 caddies of gold. Her cost was no more than 20 gold coins. Plus, she sold cheap medical bandages Shed collected practicing first aid. Such low-level items didn't even carry a maker ID. Selling to anyone was safe. This way of making money was much faster than trading gold for goblin coins. She was not surprised that Su Yitong was scouring the market for potions and equipment. With a little reasoning, Yu Xunge figured out the truth. In the last life, Yu Xunge's nearly free food attribute buff was the biggest lure attracting players to join the Su family. Maybe since the first closed beta ended, they had been recruiting and strengthening their core team's attributes, so when the game officially invaded, even without enough gear or potions, they could quickly clear dungeons and rise fast. But this time, to keep top players, the Su family would have to offer equally good perks. Otherwise, the Special Affairs Bureau was just as good. So who would sell their loyalty to Su? Feeling upbeat, Yu Xunge accepted friend requests from Yu Xunge, Su Yitong, and others. When she came across a request from Zhao Shuang, she accepted it as well. Zhao Shuang messaged first. "Hey." Yu Xunge simply replied with a question mark. "So cold." Zhao Shuang deliberately dragged out the tone. Yu Xunge was too lazy to chat and got straight to the point. "How much are you selling basic healing potions for?" 300 grams of gold each. Don't you fear getting beaten for quoting that price? Of course, face-to-face we negotiate different prices. We're just chatting online now. Yu Xunge was speechless. But she didn't regret it. 150 grams was just right. She wasn't looking to make a fortune on this deal, only to let the Su family know she had connections and maintain a surface-level peace. With over 1 billion players all scrambling for the scant basic healing potions on the market, 150 grams of gold, she barely made any real profit at all. In her previous life, although the situation quickly stabilized, the alchemy beta testers began selling their self-made basic healing potions, and the official channels ramped up supply to help all players get through the early stages. At the same time, modern technology also allowed for the production of healing medicine as injectables, tablets, capsules, all in various forms. The problem was that even with a super marketplace of over 1 billion players, no matter how fast the supply moved, there had to be some turnover time. Healing items weren't like belts. No matter how cheap, a person would only buy 1 belt, but potions were consumables. The moment they hit the shelves, they were bought out immediately, and the demand would stay high for at least half a month. Yu Xunge had long since made up her mind over these next few days. No matter what, she had to find a way to sell another batch to Su Yitong. She didn't believe the Su family was truly at rock bottom. That clan had been hoarding supplies since the first closed beta ended. Not enough alchemy potions. They had emergency bandages. Bandages ran low. They had cooked meals, always something to hold them up. The current situation was perfect for her. She could make money, solve the trouble with the Lin family on behalf of Yu Xunge, and at the same time, earn gratitude from both Yu Xunge and Su Yitong. Plus, it left the Su family with the impression that she had connections and consistently looked out for their interests in conversation. You can hardly find a thoughtful relative like that, even if you searched with a lantern. Thinking about how she had already secretly taken many benefits from them, yet they still appreciated her deeply, Yu Xunge felt a soothing clarity sweep over her. The wounds and resentment in her heart were gradually easing. She didn't deliberately tell Yu Xunge that she had handled the Lin family issue. He would figure it out sooner or later, and if she bragged about it, it would only seem unnecessary. After breakfast, she stuffed her cat bed into the game inventory and drove out. She first shook off several tailing followers, then quietly parked the car near the entrance of the black market. After confirming no one was around, she activated her disguise skill and immersed herself into Zealand Star. Usually she brewed potions regularly and wasn't short on stock, but to make the Su family believe the potions were rare and valuable, she deliberately took a 50-minute class with the undead female mentor first. Afterward, she packed the prepared potions into 2 storage boxes and returned to Blue Star. After an arduous journey, 2,000 bottles of basic healing potions were finally delivered to the Su family, and she smoothly exchanged them for 600 pounds of gold. She could have sent the gold directly to Su Yitong via the game mail, but she preferred an in-person transaction. Plus, she wanted to see if the Su family had added any new equipment lately. Once inside the house, she, as usual, checked Yu Xunge's divine blessing talents. In the skill list, she found skills 4 and 5 immaculate and pristine, benefiting both self and others, yet they appeared in an illusory state. Then, a black line swiftly struck through 2 lines of description, and a small line of solid text appeared below. That was the real information. Yu Xunge pretended not to notice the disguise layer evidently wasn't meant to hide from her. More likely the Su family had other plans. It was too early to expose it now. What truly caught her attention were the red blood drop symbols that appeared behind both Yu Xunge's and Su Yitong's names. Yu Xunge's blood drop floated faintly and ephemerally, while Su Yitong's was solid and profound. Her focus sharpened on that blood drop. With a gentle thought, she activated detailed information scanning. Unknown curse level 1. Reduces all healing effects by 5. Health cannot regenerate automatically. Contagious. Ah, what a curse, this is just like that. It's AI. This really is AI. Yu Xunge barely held back a laugh as she exchanged a few polite words with Su Yitong, Yu Xuanhuan, and the others. Using the excuse that she still needed to pay the remaining balance, she gently declined the Su family's warm invitation to lunch and quickly took her leave. If she stayed any longer, she feared she might burst out laughing right then and there. Level 1. I wonder if the condition will continue to worsen over time? The thought popped into her mind, but then she recalled the words contagious. An alarm immediately rang in her heart for both herself and those around her. From now on, she'd better keep her distance from these two. If they found out the curse could spread and took it out on society, that would be trouble. She was also curious if Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong had noticed anything abnormal. If they had, well, that would be interesting. Especially since the blood drop and the 4th and 5th skills of the food god talent were in a shadowy, illusory state. Those details made her suspect Yu Xuanhuan had probably already discovered the issue and deliberately covered up the truth. She tied that thread tightly in her heart, secretly deciding to closely monitor these people's future reactions. Then she drove away from the Su residence, deliberately detouring through the black market where she wandered casually for 10 minutes before heading home. The backyard had long been cleared, so she set up the cat bed she had just purchased. After a shower, she buried herself in the soft bedding and forced herself to sleep for a few hours. The previous night she had stayed up with the game invasion, and then last night she had gone to dig for the demon, adding up to 2 full days and nights without any sleep. Even a digitized body still accumulates all sorts of negative states. Otherwise, why would both Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong have fallen ill? She herself had fallen into severe weakness from frequently using phantom displacement. So now, she absolutely had to rest. But just 5 minutes after closing her eyes, that strange curse description suddenly flashed in her mind again. She held it in for a long time, but finally couldn't help bursting into laughter awake. Meanwhile, at the Su residence. As expected, Yu Xuanhuan was the first to sense something wrong. The moment the game officially invaded, he immediately pulled up his divine gift talent panel, hoping for a miracle. Instead, he saw nothing good. Instead, an inexplicable unknown curse. Just those 4 words, contagious, were enough to send a chill down his spine. At that moment, Su Yitong rushed off to consult Su Beige and the others about a countermeasure. As soon as the door closed, Yu Xuanhuan used the shed skin of his chameleon tea pet to hide the entire curse information. By dawn, Su Yitong busied herself leading the team through the dungeon, leaving him alone in the kitchen practicing his cooking skills. The rhythm of the wooden spoon stirring the pot reflected his shifting thoughts. She wanted to get a full checkup at the hospital, but feared that Su Yitong was covertly watching. He was unwilling to go to the brothers' hospital either, since if they did find anything, it would be like handing himself over. After much consideration, he trusted only Yu Xunge. Earlier when Yu Xunge visited, he had planned to secretly hand her a blood sample to take back for his father's testing. But she was in such a hurry she didn't even stop for a sip of water, let alone speak privately. At his wit's end, he opened a private game chat. Yu Xuanhuan. Dad, what are you doing? Yu Xunge. Looking for a dungeon. Yu Xuanhuan. Can you come to the Su residence? Yu Xunge, what's wrong? Did something happen? No sooner had he sent the message than Su Yitong entered with a stranger, introducing her as a friend wanting to get acquainted. Yu Xuanhuan immediately understood Su Yitong had probably brought someone to probe his divine gift talent. The so-called friend was just a cover to avoid a hostile confrontation. In reality, Yu Xuanhuan knew exactly what was going on. Su Yitong had brought someone to investigate his talent, and friend was merely a polite facade to keep feelings intact. Yu Sun smiled as he entertained the guest, but inside, his heart was sinking. He could only hope that the visitor's level of detection wasn't sharp enough to see through the chameleon tea pet's color-changing trick. This item changed hues according to its owner's mood, yet it couldn't fool high-level scans. In the past, Yu Sun had been confident in his maxed-out luck at level 10, feeling invincible no matter what fate threw at him. But the string of bad luck over the past year had nearly shredded him. Now, even though his luck bar still glowed a full bright green, he dared not be so sure. After 10 minutes of dull polite exchanges, Su Yitong personally saw the guest out to the courtyard gate, then returned to sit beside him with a carefully measured smile. Only then did Yu Sun exhale the heavy breath had been holding in. That player was in fact a pricey external expert Su Yitong had hired. She wielded rare A-level detection skills. The Su family had tried repeatedly to recruit her permanently, but she declined each time, agreeing only to a one-time engagement. Thanks to her abilities, Su Yitong finally obtained Yu Xunge's complete divine talent report, which explained why he had been so tense lately like a tautly drawn bowstring. Anyone else would have broken down immediately upon seeing those 4 unusable counterfeit talents. Yu Xunge was merely somewhat more sensitive than most, and still emotionally stable. When Yu Xunge first mentioned the sealed talents, Su Yitong thought he was exaggerating. Confirming their truth today stirred complex feelings, but once calm, she was secretly relieved. If those 4 talents really were usable, the Su family might never have kept this son-in-law under control. They might have ended up as his stepping stone. Skill number 5 alone was enough. She pulled Yu Xunge into her arms and softly reassured him, also sincerely apologizing for doubting him before. After they shared an honest heart-to-heart, the cracks caused by pressure quickly smoothed over with warmth. Su Yitong then suggested that Yu Xunge focus entirely on cooking practice. The newly arrived Su family gear would be prioritized to equip him, and once his attributes were stacked up, she would bring him into the dungeon runs. Starting at midnight, the Su family had run several consecutive dungeon sessions, learning many of the mechanics. The key to monster drop rates wasn't whether the team had a lucky champion, but the luck stat of the player delivering the killing blow. She could have ordered everyone to save the monster's last hit for Yu Xunge, but that meant extra experience rewards. She didn't want to make enemies among her trusted team for his sake. The best approach was to let Yu Xunge rely on his own stats to clear stages. When teammates saw with their own eyes how ridiculously good his drop rate was on kills, they'd willingly hand over the finishing blow. Yu Xunge embraced her, half joking, half serious. Then I'll just enjoy living off you, playing support for the Su family, giving my all to back the boss lady. He never pretended to be proud in front of Su Yitong. If she liked him well-behaved, he was well-behaved. If she liked him occasionally moody, he played along. After all, he was Olivian's son-in-law. Putting on a stubborn act would only make him lose his edge by morning. Meanwhile, Yu Xunge slept straight through until evening. The moment she opened her eyes, she rushed toward the backyard cat shelter. Too anxious about the treasured item being stolen, she had endured staying up to cook 2 pots of meat broth as a late-night snack next to the cats, then sent a private message to Zhao Shuang. Yu Xunge, is there any item that can bind equipment to a user? Zhao Shuang, binding stone a level. My friend's price, 100 gold each. Yu Xunge, if I remember correctly, they go for 99 gold, 99 silver, 99 copper at the auction house. Zhao Shuang, I'm just charging you 1 copper coin. Honestly, I'm giving you this price because I consider you a friend. What do you say, Yu Xunge? I want a kind of prop that stays bound, but others can still touch it. Is that a legit prop? Zhao Shuang asked. Yes. So, do you still want to earn a commission? Yu Xunge replied. Tattoo ink, rated B, Zhao Shuang explained calmly. It turns a prop or piece of equipment into a tattoo sticker. Once tattooed on your wrist, it binds to you. You're on Zealand Star, your stuff drops to Earth, and you can summon it instantly. Even if someone puts it in their game backpack, you can still retrieve it. Any downsides? Yu Xunge raised an eyebrow. Waterproof, but not skill-proof. If the tattooed area is damaged, the binding breaks and the prop drops on the spot. Zhao Shuang shrugged. 38 gold coins, and that's a fair price. That's way cheaper than binding stones. Yu Xunge pondered a moment. But the drawbacks are significant. Just tattoo it on your butt. Zhao Shuang joked half seriously. Thanks for that. Yu Xunge rubbed her forehead. Talking with you always brings unexpected surprises. You're welcome. Zhao Shuang smiled. If you find a good deal, remember to come to me. Afterwards, Yu Xunge transferred 38 gold coins via email, attaching a skill gem labeled Feeling Happy Again. Soon, a small box of black ink arrived. Late at night, under the dim light of the backyard, she first drove the cats to their food bowls. Piles of fresh cat food crunched as they ate. Then she opened the ink bottle and dripped a few milliliters onto the cat bed. Like ink bleeding on rice paper, it instantly spread, covering the entire plush bed. In seconds, the bed rapidly compressed and thinned until only a coin-sized sticker remained, preserving all the original texture details. She picked up the sticker and couldn't help but recall Zhao Shuang's tattoo advice with a shake of her head. It was terrifying. After some thought, she lifted her collar and pressed the sticker onto her chest. The coin-sized tattoo instantly melded with her skin. The dense black faded to a faint gray shadow. A subtle pulling sensation emerged. She recited the command, and the location of the cat bed appeared in the void. Gently pressing the tattoo, the cat bed materialized as if pulled by an invisible hand, landing back on the ground. She placed one of the tabby cats inside. The cat rolled around, glanced toward the food, and hurriedly jumped out, leaving a trail of paw prints. Satisfied it worked properly, she recalled the bed back into tattoo form and tucked it into the quietest corner of the cat villa, covering it with cushions for concealment. Even if the tattoo were destroyed in a worst-case scenario death-defying situation, she still had a chance to retrieve the bed. If all else failed, she wasted no attachments on it. As for the A-grade magic eye, she set it aside for now. Like magician's dentures, the magic eye had to occupy a body part. Using it meant losing an eyeball. She wasn't reluctant to part with her natural eye, but the magic eye's origins were shady. At this stage, she couldn't openly wear it. Glancing at her wristwatch, it was 2 a.m. outside. Night breezes rustled the tree branches. The cats yawned after eating. Yet Yu Xunge was wide awake, as if an unnamed energy surged within her strangely. Every time it reached this hour, she felt invigorated, restless if she didn't do something meaningful. Yu Xunge first went to the Yu family villa. Perhaps because she had revealed the game to them in this lifetime. Her fingerprint was recorded in the villa's security system, and she even had the key to the iron gate outside, allowing her to come and go freely. More than that, a room had been reserved for her on the second floor, unlike in her previous life, when even though she paid for the villa, the front door didn't recognize her fingerprint. Stepping into the foyer, she went straight to the liquor cabinet and picked out 2 bottles of fairly new foreign whiskey. Then her eyes landed on a freshly opened pack of fine cigarettes nearby. According to her memory, each cigarette cost over 10 yuan. She casually took a pack, silently blaming the thief god talent for her bad habit, attributing it to a side effect of that skill. Carrying the cigarettes and liquor back to her small house, she used her hunting eye ability to scan the surroundings and confirmed there were no living beings on the street or alley. Only then did she head to the safe room behind the reinforced steel door on the top floor. Her plan was to enter the dungeon again to level up. At this moment, her experience bar was stuck at level 0, 89.46. The 300 level 3 trolls she defeated earlier that morning had boosted her experience by a full 6. The advantage of soloing dungeons was clear. The same 300 monsters grouped in a team of 5 would mean only 1.2 experience each, and it might take 3 hours to clear, but she could absorb the entire dungeon's rewards in one go. After skillfully wiping out the outer scouts, she charged straight into the troll camp. To hone her combat skills, she refused to eat any attack-boosting food and deliberately lured 3 squads at once, 15 trolls total each round. She wouldn't unleash her ultimate skill unless in actual danger. Unlike zombies, trolls were agile and retained their senses, able to cooperate in battle, which gave her enough pressure to practice without resorting to her ultimate. At 5 in the morning, Yu Xunge finished her training. Sweating lightly, she went downstairs to wash up, then cooked meat dishes for herself and the tabby cat in the backyard. No salt was added to the cat's food, but hers was seasoned with salt and herbs. After eating, she cooked 2 portable meals using the same recipe, intending them as breakfast for Zealand Star. Confirming safety around her again with her hunting eye, she returned to her bedroom, activated a transformation scroll to become a green-skinned little goblin with pointed ears, and entered the teleportation circle bound for Zealand Star. Just like Earth, Zealand Star had time zone differences, but the Undercity and Huaxia were on the same meridian, so she needed no reset to her biological clock. When she arrived at the alchemy shop in the Undercity, the wooden door had just been pushed open. The skinny skeletal worker recognized her and silently stepped aside to let her in. Yu Xunge handed over a breakfast, then brought another inside herself. At the stairway, the skeletal female mentor appeared groggy, combing her messy hair with one hand as she descended. Yu Xunge placed the steaming breakfast on the table and added a bottle of foreign whiskey she had brought along. Her respect for this mentor stemmed from a recent discovery. She usually kept her self-made basic healing potions neatly packed inside the potion bag given by Hecuba, aiming to save up to 999 bottles before feeling comfortable. But that day, when the count stopped at 998, the last bottle refused to fit. Upon closer examination, the potion's name hadn't changed, but the description now read, restores 61 health upon drinking, 1 point more than usual. Though a tiny number, its significance far exceeded any advanced potion she had ever brewed. She had immediately taken that bottle to consult Hecuba, who, for the first time, asked her name that day. Yu Xunge glanced at the 2 wanted posters posted by the city gate, but still didn't dare to openly trust Hecuba. Instead, she said, "My name is Ravenclaw." After giving the false name, she clearly caught a fleeting, strange look in Hecuba's eyes, but the other party didn't press further, and the class naturally continued. For a long time, Hecuba only taught principles, never the formulas. Yu Xunge knew her mastery of advanced alchemy was stuck at basic level like a chef who knows the steps, but lacks the knife skills and control of heat, so she wasn't in a hurry. Yet today she unexpectedly received a big gift package, which made her both happy and surprised. She never thought about switching sides. As that beta tester said, future battlefields would still be a fight to the death, but Hecuba would always be her teacher. That would never change. At breakfast, Hecuba sipped her wine in small mouthfuls while casually picking up a cigarette from the table. She wasn't dumb. She smelled the smoke, examined the packaging, then lit it with a small flick of fire magic, the pale blue flame flickering over the tip. The next second, the undead mage's dull eyes instantly brightened. Even the dark circles seemed to lighten. She tapped the cigarette pack with her finger, and, her hoarse voice firm, said, "From now on, tuition will be paid with these." In Yu Xunge's mind, a quick thought jumped out. So she secretly indulges in both smoking and drinking. Cautiously, she asked, "Do you still want wine too?" "Both. All of it." "All right." Yu Xunge quietly thought. Using cigarettes and alcohol to corrode the minds of top-tier aliens, how is this not a commendable contribution to the guild? The class ran overtime of 55 minutes had passed, and the key points still hadn't come. Yet the content was crucial, and Yu Xunge was reluctant to leave. In desperation, she transformed into the fat orange and white cat she had recently seen in the backyard, curling into a fluffy ball and settling by Xingxin's feet. Xingxin glanced down, raised an eyebrow, but simply continued teaching. Grind the lionfish bones into fine powder, then warm them slightly with residual heat from the fire. Only 3 drops of armadillo bile are needed. What if you add too many? Answer. Yu Xunge shouted the answer loudly in her head, but all the cat's mouth could utter was meow. Neutralize the poison with moon spirit flower juice. She scratched at the floor anxiously, only able to meow. Unexpectedly, Xingxin seemed to understand, nodded, and said approvingly as she grabbed a cigarette, not bad. Perhaps it was the cigarette putting Xingxin in an unusually good mood, or maybe the fat cat was just irresistibly cute. But from then on, her explanation of the alchemy steps became unprecedentedly detailed. Techniques, principles, common mistakes, all covered one by one. The little undead attendant in the shop finished serving guests and was tacitly allowed to squat nearby and listen in too. Before lunch, Yu Xunge quickly slipped out of the shop and headed straight for Blue Star. It would be a waste not to take full advantage of the teacher's good mood. She sped out of the house, drove to the Yu family villa, and grabbed all 5 of Yu Qingshan's rare cigarettes. There was only Ichioguo at home, who watched her leave hurriedly and curiously asked, "What's going on?" "Networking to buy medicine. Just helped the Su family get 2,000 bottles of medicine yesterday, and settled the Lin family mess for Xunhuan too. These cigarettes are urgently needed." Ichioguo didn't press further and pointed to another cabinet. "There are 2 more packs there." Yu Xunge sighed in admiration. Mom really has a big vision. She pocketed those as well. Back on Zealand Star, she took out 2 packs and placed them on the lectern. With just those 2 packs of cigarettes, she studied all day long, drowning in waves of knowledge until dizzy. When the alchemy shop closed, Xingxin grabbed the fat cat by the scruff with one hand and tossed her outside, signaling the end of today's lesson. Yu Xunge arrived back on Blue Star at 9 p.m. exhausted and covered in dust. She first went to the backyard and warmed up some steaming meat broth for the few stray cats waiting eagerly using supplies stored in her game backpack. After handling this small task, she quickly washed up and crashed into bed. According to her, studying was 100 times more tiring than slaying monsters. When she woke the next day, she was still a bit dazed. The disrupted sleep schedule left her mind foggy, like stuffed with cotton. Checking her terminal, she saw the date had already jumped to the 24th. She opened her friends list, ignored stranger requests, and clicked on Zhao Shuang's private message. This person sometimes acted erratically, but their information was always important. Missing it could lead to setbacks. Zhao Shuang, can you still exchange for gold coins? We still need coins. We'll still give you a 1 commission. Yu Xunge, no, I can't exchange anymore. At first, she had thought completing all 36 main cities and gathering 200,000 gold coins would be more than enough. But the reality proved that goblins' coffers were not bottomless. That bill was already the richest among all the goblins. Goblins could mint coins themselves, but like the alchemy of gold she had learned, there were strict limits. If the exchange ratio she offered didn't give them a profitable margin, they wouldn't even open the door. That 200,000 gold coins were the hard-earned result of her trudging through 25 main cities and bargaining with almost 1,000 goblins one by one. Including Shadowdark City and Bloodmoon City, she had now squeezed goblins in 27 main cities dry, with only 7 left uncontacted. Visiting each one now would waste time, and she still had to keep an eye on the Su family. The undead little spider hidden in the Su family's shadows overheard last night that they had been buying gold on a large scale recently, exactly what she wanted to stir up. Besides, when she eventually had a larger gold reserve, she would need goblins to exchange coins for her. If even her last stash was emptied by the Special Affairs Bureau, who else could she turn to? A 1 commission was already the limit. Pushing it higher would easily cause trouble. Yu Xunge was greedy but knew how to restrain herself. Yu Xunge, that's the limit. Even if you let me take 10 or 20, I still can't exchange recently. According to the contract, I will share the method to exchange gold coins with you after a year, then you can do it yourselves. But right now, it's truly impossible. In the Special Affairs Bureau meeting room, Zhao Shuang read Yu Xunge's reply aloud. Looks like she really has hit her limit. She closed her terminal. A middle-aged man across the table frowned. Could it be that she doesn't want to exchange for us anymore? That she finds it more profitable to keep it herself? Zhao Shuang shrugged. Can't rule that out. Before cooperating with us, she did earn some gold from her divine talents, but the amount wasn't large. It was later that she massively started reclaiming gold. Another person nearby interjected, could she be that #1 player on the wealth ranking? The top spot is ridiculously high, over 30,000 gold coins alone, more than our financial department holds. To him, that player likely came from some top-tier faction. This was just a hunch. Zhao Shuang thought of Yu Xunge's stingy demeanor and shook her head. Unlikely. The middle-aged man knocked on the table. Ask again. Will she sell the 200,000 gold coins she has? An individual could never spend that in a lifetime, but for all of Huaxia, it's just a drop in the bucket. Zhao Shuang sent a new message. Will you sell the gold coins you have? A few seconds later, her terminal vibrated. Yu Xunge, do you have anything more valuable than gold coins? Zhao Shuang's messages kept popping up in the private chat, revealing how tense the Special Affairs Bureau was at this moment. Holding the terminal, Yu Xunge raised an eyebrow. Looks like the official pressure after the game's launch was even heavier than she expected. She opened her small portable storage box and dumped all the finished items she had used to level up her engineering skills onto the floor. The parts clinked crisply. 400 refined hunting rifles, 383 packs of explosives, 500 scopes, 700 crude hunting rifles, 1,000 landmines. Refined hunting rifles required level 2 to use, while the crude ones could be handled right away at level 0. The scopes could be directly installed on guns to improve accuracy. Explosives and landmines were one-time area effect consumables. In the game, grinding out these materials happened 1 unit per second, but in reality, even the simplest crude rifle would take half an hour to craft by hand. Want them? He'll sell you the lot in a bundle. Yu Xunge typed, then added, for the country's trust, he'll waive the gold fee. Why are the other quantities all whole numbers, but explosives aren't? Zhao Shuang couldn't help but complain. Mind your own business. Yu Xunge shot back bluntly. Fine, so how much for the lot? The other party clearly gave in. For the Special Affairs Bureau, getting these low-tier weapons without using gold was an extremely good deal. Yu Xunge didn't give a clear price, you name it. Her words were both a test and a warning. If the Bureau took the goods for free, she'd have to reconsider cooperating with the officials in the future, no matter what opportunities she found. If they played fair, she'd be happy to keep trading. After sending the message, she teleported several large storage boxes at once. If auctioned off, this batch would fetch 600 to 700 gold. No matter how many treasures Zhao Shuang handled, she wouldn't refuse this kind of real-world usable weaponry. In the conference room, colleagues received the weapon crates and quickly settled on the compensation method. 5 dragon-shaped coins the size of fingernail plates. Huaxia contribution points. The coins had an ancient metallic texture with embossed coiling dragons. Light in weight, but impossible to fake. For bidding on legendary-level equipment and items within the officials, only contribution points were accepted. Never gold, and trading points privately was strictly forbidden. In her previous life, Yu Xunge had only heard of this hard currency, but never seen it. The Su family once tried buying official legendary drops with gold but failed, and Yu Xunge complained that the Special Affairs Bureau lacked vision. In Yu Xunge's eyes, organizations those like Yu Xunge disliked were usually the truly decent ones. She carefully pocketed the 5 coins, then brought out several boxes filled with proficiency-boosting meals. Most dishes rated around 65 points, with no attribute bonuses or double consumption effects, so they wouldn't sell for much at auction. Zaylon Star's capital city was packed with restaurants, and in the real world no one would pay for ordinary food. Yu Xunge picked out a few portions she and her little black cat liked, then gave the rest to Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang had just arrived at the Special Affairs Bureau's underground warehouse when she saw 7 large storage boxes, each about a meter tall, neatly lined up against the wall. The staff quickly scanned the barcode devices and announced the count, a total of 1,258 dishes, all with different attributes. Inspection complete. She took off her gloves, her gaze shifting between the boxes and the inventory list, then fell silent for a long moment. I'm a senior special agent at the Bureau, not a general store. Far away, Yu Xunge was completely unfazed. He casually dropped a comment through the communicator. What? Don't want them? Just return the order then. Though no return request came through, the courier soon delivered 3 dragon-shaped coins, each gleaming with the official metallic engraving. Strategic resources received without spending game currency were never refused by the Special Affairs Bureau. The Bureau was cultivating professionals capable of mass-producing equipment. Even small fragmented trades were counted toward costs altogether, saving tens of thousands of gold coins. For small channels like Yu Xunge's, the Bureau had dozens of contacts, leatherworkers, tailors. One place might supply over 1,000 units, another also over 1,000. Added together, the numbers became quite substantial. More importantly, the Bureau never fooled suppliers. The dragon coins symbolized official endorsement, not empty promises. If internal perks arose in the future, beyond the Bureau's official employees, this circle of old friends would definitely get priority. Ever since selling 1,000 belts from the Su family, Yu Xunge had his eyes firmly set on them. Inside the Su residence, in Yu Xunge's private studio, and even inside their cars, he had planted tiny undead spiders. How advanced the Su family surveillance was, Yu Xunge didn't know. But the spiders were no bigger than a fingernail, hanging quietly in corners. The information displayed above them was barely visible, the size of the smallest letter E on an eye chart, almost impossible to read. Besides, the Soros pocket watch he held could alter personal profile information, effective even on puppets under his control. So all the undead spiders appeared in the Su family interface as corrupt little spider. HP 11. Controller Yu Xunge. Best if they went unnoticed. If caught, it would at least be a surprise gift for Yu Xunge. On February 24th, the third day since the game's launch, the entire Blue Star had been turned upside down. People hurried along the streets, every conversation revolving around the game. God-given talents, superpowers, equipment. Even the fried dough sticks at morning stalls seemed buffed. The new era meant a complete reset. A head start could lead to meteoric rise, while falling behind, even half a step meant possibly never catching up. In fact, since the second closed beta test, many families besides the Sioux had quietly started preparing, frantically acquiring game materials. But back then, player numbers were too low, and most kept a low profile. The Sioux family had managed to find only a few hundred players, and willing traders were extremely rare. After the third beta ended, these families upped their game, recruiting players with high salaries, gathering intelligence everywhere. But a large ship is hard to turn. Just disposing of old industries alone would take months. The irony was, anyone capable of taking over those businesses was always well informed, fully aware the world was changing. As for ordinary people, clueless and cut off from such news, what could they possibly do with the huge, complicated mess left behind by the Sioux family? It was awkward, to say the least. The Sioux family has deep roots. Even after losing more than 4,000 gold bricks to thieves initially, it was still less than half of their total reserves, enough to sustain their development for a long time. However, whether it was transactions involving belts and potions, or dealings between Yu Xunge and the Special Affairs Bureau, cash was no longer accepted, only gold was used. This made the Sioux family painfully aware of gold's importance. In the past 2 weeks, they poured a large amount of liquid capital into the gold market and even sold off parts of their business at a discount, only accepting gold or equipment in return. Nowadays, one could exchange 100 pieces of green-grade gear for a property owned by the Sioux family right in City S. Thanks to the eavesdropping skills of her undead little spider, Yu Xunge intercepted an order from Su Langfeng. You personally deliver this batch of gold. There are many enemies lurking in the shadows. Bring an extra 20 men and divide the gold among them. Don't cluster together, or they could wipe you out in one go. Hearing this, she raised an eyebrow and smiled quietly. How cautious. Too bad, that was precisely her plan, to wipe them out in one go. Even if the target was Su Beige, she was confident she could kill him with a single strike. After receiving the intel, she canceled all her appointments and stayed home to brew potions while focusing intently through the spider's eyes. Once confirmed Su Langfeng's arrangements, she retracted the spider's web control line and guided it to slip out from the Su family's main hall into the nearby grass. One advantage of the Su family was their meticulous butler-style service. Whenever the young master was about to go out, the driver would have the car parked at the door early, never leaving Su Beige awkwardly waiting by the curb like an app-based ride. The convoy lined up in a single file, shiny and black. The spider controlled by Yu Xunge nimbly hopped onto the center vehicle. At the same time, another spider hidden inside Yu Xunge's car emerged and slipped casually into the vehicle beside it. She wasn't sure which car Su Beige was actually in, but since the gold was split among cars, it didn't matter which one she chose. A transaction that needed to stay under the radar would be held late at night in a remote place. But the Su family deliberately scheduled it for noon on the 24th at their own Su family restaurant in the city center. The busier, the better. That afternoon, Yu Xunge sneaked into a safe house on time, took out a wooden bow, and shot 6 arrows at a corner to activate a mechanism. Then she used her disguise skill, the skin tightening, spine curving, instantly transforming into a thin, wrinkled old woman. Using the Soros pocket watch, she changed her ID to Wang Air. Finished, she whispered a phantasmal transformation incantation. Her figure dissipated into mist and reappeared in the kitchen behind the Su family restaurant. She didn't rush upstairs but turned into the underground parking lot, standing next to the reserved space for Su Beige's group. The transformation spell continuously drained her mana, so she sipped a mana potion occasionally or downed 2 quick gulps of coffee to stay alert, patiently waiting. Half an hour later, the elevator doors opened and footsteps echoed out. Yu Xunge looked up, frozen. A sea of black-clad figures filled the space. Over 100 people, as if a concert had just ended. She remembered there were only 17 players when they left, but Su Beige had multiplied his forces several times over. How much gold are they really prepared to move? She cursed silently. The crowd dispersed through the parking lot, 4 people per vehicle, seemingly forming a massive convoy of cars lined up like a dragon ready to slither away. Although spread out, if any one car ran into trouble, others could come to its aid immediately, and outsiders would have almost no chance to figure out who was carrying the gold. Su Beige's smokescreen was impressive. Even so, Yu Xunge's lifetime-honed eyes spotted 2 familiar faces in the crowd. Su Beige's most trusted confidants, who had been among the original 17 who traveled to the manor. Now, the 2 of them walked on the convoy's outer edge, each heading to adjacent vehicles. Just as they were about to part ways, Yu Xunge stepped up beside the 2 men and suddenly pulled out a finely crafted pistol, firing a shot directly into one man's temple. Before taking action, she had already stacked 6 normal attacks in the safe house. This was the 7th shot, triggering the sharpshooter talent's guaranteed critical effect. Coupled with her extraordinary attributes, the bullet instantly tore through the skull. Blood exploded outward as the man's head literally blew apart. Almost simultaneously, she raised her hand to target the other man, firing bullets that hit his head and heart in quick succession. Flames and splashes of blood intermingled the opponent's health bar, drained in an instant. Before the gunfire had even faded, Yu Xunge didn't even glance up. With her left hand, she tossed 2 grenades toward the area in the garage where the most people were hiding, the metallic clinks sounding as they dropped. Taking advantage of the explosion's countdown, she crouched down to search the first corpse. Players rarely use more than a few common backpack styles, and their hiding spots are usually limited. Quickly, she found a game backpack inside the man's clothes, pulled it out, and stuffed it into the sling bag across her chest. At the same time, the second target staggered to the ground from excessive blood loss. The players in the garage heard the grenades clatter down and all scrambled for cover. But after a few seconds passed with no explosion, they realized they'd been tricked and shouted curses as they rushed forward again. Yu Xunge finished looting the first corpse and lunged at the second. This time she didn't throw grenades, but instead grabbed a stack of silver coins. With a flick of her right hand, silver coins scattered in all directions once, twice, thrice. In the game instance, dozens of silver coins is considered a big haul, yet she seemed to throw them away as if they were worthless. The players still loyal to the Su family immediately split into factions. Roughly 30% dropped to the ground to grab coins. Another 30% hesitated, while the rest had their assault delayed by 2 full seconds. Those precious 2 seconds allowed Yu Xunge to precisely retrieve a second game backpack and stash it in her bag before springing up and dashing outside. With 52 points of agility, she moved like the wind. Her foes couldn't even get close enough to land a hit. The only attack that grazed her was a wide-range sonic burst that shattered her phantom body charm, but only cost her a little over 20 health points. Su Beige watched helplessly as this person appeared and disappeared in an instant, killing 2 of his closest men with ease and leaving behind only a swift figure with streaks of gray hair. The clumsy disguise felt like a slap to his face, even more so because none of his men were able to leave even a shadow of themselves. Rage churned in his chest. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, but dared not lash out with old-fashioned curses now that everyone was a player, without absolute power to crush them. Insults would only undermine morale. Soon, the 2 bodies were brought before him. From their clothes and build, he recognized them as his most trusted confidants. His eyes read their game backpacks were packed with the Su family's hard-stocked gold. But this was no time to mourn. The mysterious old lady who had stolen their bags could turn back at any moment. Su Beige forced down his roar and ordered in a low voice, "Move out." With a wave of his hand, he led everyone in speeding back to the Su family estate, rushing to store all remaining gold in the vault immediately. Now the Su family treasury was the only place they truly felt secure. Sacrificing development speed was precisely to safeguard this very spot. This place not only housed reconnaissance tools, alarm devices, markers, and trackers, but its underground floors were wired with electric grids. Only a select few from the Su family had clearance to enter. It was not just their treasure vault, but also their safe house. Yu Xunge burst out of the back entrance of the Su family restaurant in one swift move. She raised a hand and downed a bottle of invisibility potion, then pushed through the crowd like the wind beneath her feet. Taking advantage of the chaotic scene, she immediately phased through space and leapt into the nearby sea. Her disguise skill was on cooldown at the moment. Otherwise, she would have flown straight to Zealand Star. Occasionally, NPC patrols roamed the underground storerooms of the Dark City, and if those Blue Star natives were ever caught freely coming and going on Zealand Star, even one seat would ruin all her plans. The seawater was icy cold, so she took the chance to thoroughly wash herself, clothes, hair, and skin to scrub off any lingering scent. Afterwards, she came ashore, changed into clean clothes, and used purified water to cleanse herself inside and out until spotless. Then she phased again, reappearing among the bustling city center. The next moment, a beautifully colored calico cat slipped out of the shadows and wove into the crowd, tail flicking. Just now, while scouting Su Beige's team, Shed spotted several tracking-type divine gifts. Some could locate targets by blood, others would relentlessly pursue someone by a single sniff of their scent. To be cautious, she needed to completely erase her trail. Based on the skill descriptions, she couldn't return to the safe house for at least 6 hours. With some time to spare, she slipped to the official library's stronghold's entrance, curled up in a corner in cat form, and watched a cat fight for a solid 5 minutes. The 2 fighting tomcats were actually vying over her. Thinking of her current coat pattern, she flicked her tail in delight. Calico, huh? So charming after all. The feeling of being fought over was strangely satisfying. As soon as her disguise cooldown ended, Yu Xunge transformed into goblin form and flashed back to the dark city's sewers on Zealand Star. The dim yellow light and misty air put her at ease enough to bring out the two packages. They were small, one with 6 slots, one with 4. Inside were layered metal cases fitted with a bunch of modern devices. Both positioning tools and cameras were useless on Zealand Star without any network. Sniffing closer, she detected the scent of tracking potion. She pried open a latch on a case, and the instant the lid popped up, the flash of gold made her squint. Lifting a gold bar, wow, it was also soaked in tracking potion. Truly devious. She moved them out one after another, each equally coated, far too risky to stash directly in her bag. Counting them all, there were 10 cases, each weighing 1,000 gene, totaling 10,000 gene of gold. Along with the 2,000 gene she already had, her total was now over 12,000 gene. Thanks for Su family's generous gift, she laughed to herself. Money was never her problem, what she lacked was virtue. Just picturing Su Baig's furious yet incredulous expression made her grin. And this was only the first wave of heartbreak. Gold was valuable because later goblins could help exchange it for coins, but that was last lifetime's economy. This lifetime, the goblins' coin supply was nearly drained by her. Whether she'd even return to Blue Star in the future remained uncertain. In other words, this much gold might not be more profitable than Su family's original assets. For that reason, she preferred to take a loss here in order to lure Su family to convert all their gold out with equipment and potions. She didn't have any ready-made antidote for tracking potion, but she had the mid-level alchemy recipe memorized. She stuffed all the gold bars back into the 2 bags and slung them on her back to head to the alchemy shop. Handing Hecuba half a pack of cigarettes as a workspace fee, she used his crucible to brew dozens of bottles of anti-tracking potion in one go. Then she bought an old iron pot from a tavern, carried it back to the sewer, and carefully washed each gold bar in the potion. She always had plenty of storage boxes. After cleaning, she stacked the gold bars neatly. As for the metal cases, she hauled them out to a wild area, shot several explosive arrows, blowing the boxes to bits. Then she shoveled the fragments into a barrel, mixed them with fresh flesh and blood, and brought the concoction to the spider territory as a special treat for the spiders. After all that was done, Yu Xunge lightly applied a layer of pungent potion on herself before finally returning to the safe house. That day, Yu Xunge was busy with non-stop work, while Yu Xuanhuan wasn't feeling well at all. Clearly, the Su family was planning another major move. Su Yitong was called away to help, so no one at home could take care of Yu Xuanhuan for the time being. Taking advantage of the free moment, he slipped out and headed straight to his private lab. The studio was lit with cold white lights, the scent of chemicals thick in the air. Yu Qingshan was already waiting by the microscope. Yu Xuanhuan rolled up his sleeve and let him draw a blood sample, but deliberately spoke vaguely. Lately, there's a guy at the lab acting weird, avoiding everyone, and his vital signs are off. Can you check it out? He sounded casual, but inside he was anxious because the blood he handed over was his own. When Yu Xunge returned home from Zealand Star, Yu Xuanhuan already had the test results and finally understood what the unknown curse weighs it was HIV. Yu Xuanhuan slumped onto the spacious leather sofa in the Yu family villa, clutching the report tightly. His first reaction was relief. Luckily, he hadn't told Yu Qingshan the blood was his. If Yu Qingshan knew, he might have just given up on treatment. Holding back his terror, he put on a casual face. To be safe, he insisted on a second test at a different hospital. When the results came back, he nearly fainted on the spot. Damn, it was still HIV. He reviewed his private life, there was no chaos. Handsome and rich, he had no intention of casually allowing girls to take advantage of him. Su Yitong was his first woman. Before their engagement, they had the most thorough premarital checkup, especially him, undergoing nearly every available test. Otherwise, Su Yitong wouldn't have let him touch her. Thinking it over, the only breach could have been when he was stabbed and secretly went to a black market clinic to stitch the wound. If he caught the virus then, the consequences were terrifying. If he had carried the virus from then on, could Su Yitong have been infected by him too? The thought sent cold sweat pouring down Yu Xunhuan's forehead, his fingertips trembling, his breath unsteady. He dared not think further. If the Su family found out Su Yitong had caught this disease from him, his fate would be worse than death. Meanwhile, the Su family was furious over losing 10,000 pounds of gold for the second time. The buyers weren't fools. The world was clearly becoming unstable, and the gold was being robbed in transit. Who would take responsibility? Moreover, these powerful families trusted no official authority. If they handed over the gold under a requisition order, they'd lose everything. The Su family's transportation and tracking methods were already highly covert. They couldn't just carry a few hundred pounds home like small traders. Su Langfeng listened to the whole report, but didn't lash out at Su Beige. Instead, he said quietly, "There's a mole at home. Find them." Of course, investigating meant starting with the outsiders. Who were outsiders? Branch family members were outsiders, those without blood ties were outsiders, and women married out were outsiders. To avoid being dubbed an outsider, Su Yitong had voluntarily chosen to marry in. So naturally, Yu Xuanhuan, who married into the Su family, became the outsider himself. He had a motive, but he was quickly ruled out because he hadn't been involved in any major Su family affairs recently. Besides, he had been overwhelmed dealing with matters for the Lin family. And in the past few days, Su Yitong's people had been watching him closely, worried he might lose a great item. As for Yu Xunge, his whereabouts were clear that day was at his studio when it happened. Then he went straight back to the Yu residence. The Su family launched a full-scale investigation. As soon as the news spread, Yu Xunge promptly released a tiny mechanical spider, no bigger than a thumb, which crawled along the edge of the pool and slipped down the drain. Carried away by the water, this clean, trace-free method was one she planned to use more often to stay hidden whenever possible. That evening, she returned to her small house and prepared dinner for herself and the cats in the backyard. Just as she set the dishes on the table, the doorbell rang. She pressed her hand to the tattoo on her chest, tidied up the cat beds, and then went to open the door. Standing outside were three Jinx characters: Old Yin, who was more senior than Yu Xunge, Xiao Yin, a bit younger than Ichiogue, and the slowpoke Yu Xunge. Yu Xunge still furrowed his brows. Ichiogue smiled brightly, carrying a designer bag over her shoulder. Yu Xunge looked as fragile and injured as ever, unchanged even after losing those 9 centimeters. Yu Xunge stepped aside to let them in. Have you eaten? There aren't many dishes over 80 points on the table. Soon, I'm going to Ceylon Star to visit a chef. Dad, why the long face lately? Sit down first, I'll add more food. Saying that, she turned back toward the kitchen, treating the three not as guests but as regular visitors. Once inside, Yu Xunge immediately complained that his daughter had stolen some good cigarettes while he was away. Ichiogue kicked off her shoes and headed straight to the backyard, snapping photos of the cats while murmuring, "Perfect material." Yu Xunge tried to help in the kitchen but was promptly shooed out. When did you learn to cook? He peeked in. From games. I was bored, so I went to clean up after the cats out back. Since all the groceries were her own, it wasn't a total loss even if he helped himself. Lately, he hadn't planned to make a move against his sister, so he begrudgingly accepted picking up the cat mess. During dinner, Yu Xunge seemed distracted, but Yu Xunge ate normally, never avoiding the dishes he had touched. Mid-meal, Ichiogue choked on a spicy pepper and coughed, her drink running dry. She quickly looked for water. Yu Xunge offered his glass of dry red wine. She glanced at it, found the smell too strong, and instinctively pushed it away. At that moment, Yu Xunge's expression darkened menacingly. Yu Xunge watched everything. Their mother didn't drink dry red wine, so that refusal was understandable. But her brother's reaction was the one that really stung. She filed away the scene immediately, then pulled a cup of juice from her game inventory and handed it to Ichiogue. By the time Ichiogue recovered, Yu Xunge's gentle demeanor had returned. Yu Xunge was fairly certain he had figured out his curse. Feeling reassured, she ate with even more appetite and cheer. After the meal, she brought out 9 bottles of basic healing potions, distributing 3 to each of them. I recently gathered some materials and brewed these myself. They're for you. Wow, you can't even buy these with money these days. Ichiogue exclaimed, snapping photos to share with her friends online. Yu Xunge finally relaxed, giving his daughter a fond look. Yu Xunge then produced 2 more bottles and placed them in front of Yu Xunge. Don't say I'm biased. Even though the Su family hoards potions, they wouldn't necessarily prioritize you. You never know when you might get pulled into a dungeon again, and you all know how dangerous those places are. Exactly, the 2 elders quickly agreed. We don't go out much, so we don't need them. Yu Xunge held the 5 potions carefully in his palms, looked up at his sister with sincere thanks, but inside, his mind was calm. Since Yu Xunge wasn't lacking any of these things and was lucky enough to always come away with valuable items even when using all his energy to strategize around the demon eye, he had a complete set of equipment for himself. Had also crafted rings and necklaces from jewels, and stocked over 100 potions. Unlike Su Yitong, who maintained nearly 1,000 people, Yu Xunge only had a few people in his studio working under him. Yu Xunge's reminder suddenly made him realize that he himself specialized in alchemy. There were countless formulas in alchemy, and even though Head only studied the basics, there might be a potion that could dispel curses. As this thought took hold, he pulled up the formula list and quickly scrolled through the screen with his fingers. Soon, he found Basic Vitality Potion. The description clearly stated it could remove various mild negative states. Sis, do you have any Basic Vitality Potions? He looked up and asked. Yu Xunge naturally had them in stock, but she wasn't sure if such potions would really counter Yu Xunge's unknown curse, so she shook her head lightly. No, I've been focusing my energy on gathering materials for healing potions. Yu Xunge grew a bit anxious. Sis, could you help me find the ingredients for the Vitality Potion? Sure, no problem. Yu Xunge readily agreed and theatrically pulled up the formula in front of him, quickly scanning the ingredient list. Vital Root Herb, Tranquility Flower, Lionbone Fish, Squid Heart, right? They'll help you find them. Only then did Yu Xunge breathe a sigh of relief, not even realizing how much he trusted Yu Xunge at this moment, not just in her ability, but that if she agreed to something, she would definitely follow through. He pulled out a finely crafted ring made from blue jade-tailed gemstone from his backpack and handed it to her. Sis, hey race a late New Year's gift, and I made it myself. To keep things fair, he also gave identical rings to Yu Xunge and Yu Xunge. The rings were high quality and provided an extra 4 attribute points. The one Yu Xunge received added 2 points each to constitution and agility. Without hesitation, she slipped it onto her finger, silently thinking it was worth it. She also noticed their dynamic seemed to have shifted subtly. She always gave just a little, but somehow always gained more in return. The whole family was warm and joyful. After seeing everyone off, Yu Xunge activated invisibility and used phantom shift to instantly reach the home of the patient, whose corrupted blood they had previously extracted. She struck the back of his neck with a knockout move, and the patient collapsed immediately. Using her detection skill, she saw 2 bright red blood drop icons next to the patient's ID. Unknown curse 2. All healing effects reduced by 10. HP cannot auto-regenerate, and maximum HP permanently reduced by 5. Contagious. Expressionless, Yu Xunge drew a blood sample, thinking that her tutor Hecuba on Zealand Star would be very pleased tomorrow. As a thank you, she fed the patient a bottle of basic healing potion, fully restoring his health, then tossed a piece of green equipment dropped by a troll onto the bedside before silently departing. On the 25th, the 4th day since the game intrusion, Yu Xunge for once went to bed and woke up early. She first rushed to Zealand Star to deliver the blood sample to Hecuba, explaining the curse effects in detail and emphasizing its contagious nature. Hecuba, as if discovering a new world, clutched the sample and dashed into his lab. Before leaving, he casually tossed her a thin alchemy notes booklet. Looks like there won't be any class today. Yu Xunge wisely returned to Blue Star and spent the entire morning grinding in a dungeon, successfully leveling up to level 1. When she reached level 1, a prompt appeared. Player detected entering the top 100 on the leaderboard. Would you like to hide your name? Without hesitation, she chose no. In the next moment, 2 bright characters appeared at the bottom of the leaderboard Yu Xunge. Right next to it, level 1, 0.016. The player at the top was also level 1 but had progressed over 80, obviously from the Special Affairs Bureau. Their avatars had a small golden dragon badge in the upper right corner, subtle but unmistakable Special Affairs Bureau members. She would have to farm equipment in the Su family dungeon sooner or later, so hiding her level didn't matter much. As for whether others would guess she was leveling up too fast, she could always blame the Special Affairs Bureau. Last life, Yu Xunge's rapid rise baffled her, and even then the others stayed tight-lipped. Now it was her turn to be fast. Let others speculate. Just as she thought about the Su family, a private message popped up from Su Yidong. Su Yidong, still want to buy some basic healing potions? Yu Xunge, those are tough to come by. Last time, I ended up exhausting all my favors. Su Yidong, price is negotiable. Yu Xunge, I heard the major hospitals started selling pills and injections that increase max HP, and the prices are reasonable. Su Yidong, but those are limited purchase. Yu Xunge silently praised the Special Affairs Bureau's thoughtfulness. The purchase limits even keep wealthy and powerful people from snapping up affordable life-saving meds. Last life, she survived the hardest times thanks to those 50 HP injections. Though they can't restore full health like basic healing potions, they still bought her half a life. Yet if she kept selling, she'd become an asset to the enemy. So far, she'd supplied the Su family with 3,000 potions and 1,000 belts, profiting and deepening their resentment. Selling more? Sorry. She needed to save up to prepare for next month's parts compensation from Su Yidong or Yu Xunge. Yu Xunge, I really don't have any left. There's a contract restriction. I can't say more. You might want to ask the Special Affairs Bureau. Su Yidong, I heard from Xunge that you can brew your own medicine? Yu Xunge, as long as I have the materials, 11 parts yield 10 bottles. Su Yidong, equipment? Any left? Yu Xunge, a few, but only slightly cheaper than the auction house. Maybe I can help pick out 3 or 4. Su Yidong didn't reply after that. The auction house had a wide variety of items, but the prices were a chaotic mess. The currency was unified gold, silver, and copper coins from the Zealand Star. Yu Xunge had learned during the closed beta that 1 gold coin was equivalent to 1 million cash units. Now, everyone was wildly overpricing, hoping to catch some rich sucker. Even a green item that only added 3 to 5 attributes was listed at 50 gold coins. Those who knew the true value couldn't afford it, and those who didn't understand the pricing were unwilling to spend. Thinking of this, she tossed the newly acquired Frank skill book Martian technique into the auction house, setting the price at 199 gold coins. Suddenly, she understood why some people made outrageous demands. What if there really was a big spender? Anyway, she wasn't using it for now. As soon as the skill book went up, her private chat window flooded with messages. Strangers bombarded her nonstop. Even more absurdly, her phone in real life wouldn't stop ringing. Old contacts from the entertainment industry, actors she'd worked with, and several talent agencies, all reaching out. Yu Xunge slapped her thigh sharply. She almost forgot Lu Zhonglu. Her previous identity restrictions had stopped her from taking action, but now it was different. Every day in this world had D-offs. What difference would one more make? Alchemy has its perks. There are all kinds of potions available. She pulled out a bottle of poison brewed with intermediate alchemy, which drained 10 health points per minute for 10 minutes. Smearing a layer onto her dagger, she then drank an invisibility potion and silently phased through to Lu Zhenglia's house. At that moment, he was on a phone call, and she caught a snippet about buying basic healing potions. Carefully sneaking behind his desk, she waited until Lu Zhonglu was fully focused on the call. Then, bending low, she slashed the sharp dagger across the back of his neck, leaving a thin trail of blood. Immediately, she stepped back 2 paces, fading into the shadows. The cold metal and the sudden sting jolted Lu Zhonglu violently. Rubbing the back of his neck, he noticed the blood on his fingers quickly oxidizing into a dark purple-black. Poisoned. Lose 10 HP per minute for 10 minutes. The moment he opened his character panel, those bright red words stabbed at his eyes. As a new player with only 100 HP, the poison was deadly. Panic overwhelmed reason. Shaking, he grabbed the phone and scrambled out a frantic, nonsensical plea for basic healing potions at a high price. Then he staggered into the kitchen, grabbing a cleaver and wildly swinging, trying to flush out the hidden assassin. Yu Xunge crouched quietly in the corner of the living room, calmly watching the one-man show. Her revenge had just begun. Time thickened with the countdown of the toxin. Lu Zhonglu shifted from fear to desperation, then to anger and curses. But after receiving a no-stock available reply, hopelessness swallowed him. He hacked around madly with the cleaver, nearly destroying the whole room. Then he noticed his health was regenerating at 5 HP per minute. The faintest flicker of hope reignited like a windblown candle. If he could just hold on, he might survive. 10 minutes passed, and the poison faded. Panting and drenched in sweat, he collapsed to the floor and laughed, tears mixing with the sweat rolling down his face. But the next moment, an invisible blade sliced through his arm again, his blood instantly turning purple-black. His gut-wrenching scream echoed through the whole building. Yu Xunge almost laughed out loud. Now she understood why her past self, Yu Xunge, had appeared at the last moment. The thrill of controlling life and death from the shadows was maddening, but she had held back, cautious not to risk the possibility that Lu Zhonglu had also reborn. No need to gamble. Ultimately, Lu Zhonglu succumbed to the poison. Yu Xunge appeared, efficiently stuffed the corpse into a wooden box, and stored it in her game inventory, leaving no trace of blood. She arrived at the seaside dungeon entrance and saw several players gathering from afar, but ignored them and went straight in. After a few minutes, she casually tossed the box with the corpse into a group of level 8 monsters, listening to the sounds of the wooden planks being shredded as she turned and left. On the way back, she stopped by Yu Zunwen's workshop. Pushing open the door, she found Yi Dong clutching his Baka samurai figurine, weeping bitterly, tears pattering down onto his shiny bald head. A smirk tugged at Yu Zunge's lips as she raised her hand to cast a scan on the armless figurine. Otaku's divine contract item. Created incomplete but fueled by the owner's love and faith, willing to fight for its master. Owner, Yi Dong. Level 0. Strength, 1. Constitution, 6. Intelligence, 8. Agility, 9. Seeing those stats, she barely held back a laugh once in strength combo with Yi Dong's call-out talent, now reduced to a mere damaged fragment. She glanced around again and entered the bedroom. Lin Qingze lay quietly on the bed, his eyes tightly covered with gauze, eye sockets sunken and empty. Yu Xunge leaned closer, watching the faint rise and fall beneath the bandages, wondering silently. Now that he's blind, can he still see his own talent? Frostbite Breath S-Rank Skill. Skill 1. You are the winter passive. All your abilities automatically deal additional frost damage, with a 10 chance to freeze the enemy. Skill 2. Winter's Feast passive. The first time each day you consume and shrank ice element dish, you have a 4 chance to awaken an ice element skill. Skill 3. Frostbite Breath active after a 2-second chant, consumes 10 mana and has a 30-minute cooldown. You can freeze any targets within a 10-meter radius centered on yourself. Skill 4. Winter's End. Spring's arrival active. Absorb frost energy to restore health. For every 10 health restored, 1 mana is consumed. Yu Xunge wasn't learning about Lin Qingze's divine talent for the first time. After all, in her past life, Lin Qingze's gift had already been exposed, and she had even been frozen by frostbite breath before. Lin Qingze explained it away by saying he was always thinking about her, causing mistakes during skill use. Lines of skill descriptions flickered before Yu Xunge's eyes. She instinctively straightened her back, almost feeling the biting cold seeping from the text. Skill 1. You are the winter passive. All skills automatically add frost damage, 10 chance to freeze enemies. Skill 2. Winter's Feast passive. The first time each day you eat and shrank ice dish, there's a 4 chance to learn ice element skills. Skill 3. Frostbite Breath active. Channel for 2 seconds, consumes 10 mana, 30-minute cooldown, can freeze chosen targets within a 10-meter radius centered on yourself. Skill 4. Winter's End. Spring's arrival active. Absorb frost energy to restore health, consumes 1 mana per 10 health restored. She grew increasingly envious. The freeze duration varied depending on the target's level, attributes, and resistances. The highest-tier warriors might only be frozen for a second, but in a critical moment, even 1 second was enough to determine life or death. Moreover, these skills disregarded level difference. If the caster willed it, the target would be frozen. Yu Xunge silently compared her own strength thief god skill set, which was no less formidable, but she could not deny the terrifying nature of Lin Cheng's talent. Some of his skill names even sounded more elegant than thief god, which unsettled her in an unusual way. Her gaze passed over Lin Cheng's eyes swathed in bandages, and she thought, restoring sight with an ordinary prosthetic eye would be the work of intermediate engineering, but the true rarity was in a rank magic eye with skill effects. Regardless, Lin Cheng's could regain his sight at any time. With his divine talent and battle intuition, his rise would only be a matter of time once he healed. Is it easier to just kill him now? She wondered silently. Her thoughts wavered, then suddenly froze as if paused by an invisible hand. All her schemes halted for a moment. Yu Xunge stared at the quiet figure lying in bed, stepped back instinctively, and changed her angle to look again, bandaged eyes, gaunt but sharp. This image matched the future she glimpsed through her divining stone. In the center of the formation, the person stripped of their divine talent by Yu Xunge was Lin Cheng's himself. Absurdity washed over her. Had she not gouged out Lin Cheng's eyes, he would never have ended up stripped of his gift. In other words, she had pushed fate with her own hands. If I kill him now, would Yu Xunge choose a different target? The apartment door opened, and the dim hallway light spilled in. Fate seemed to smirk behind her back, mocking that feeling of being toyed with. Yu Xunge even felt an urge to rush back and finish them all off. Forget it, that's exactly how Voldemort died, she muttered, taking a deep breath to suppress the impulse. Afterward, she casually checked the divine talents of the other 3 people in the apartment. All were mediocre at best, likely to be eliminated by Yu Xunge soon. In her previous life, she hadn't even met them. After dealing with Lin Cheng's, Yu Xunge realized that the tobacco and alcohol at home were all used up recently, so she decided not to go back home and headed straight to the mall instead. Along the way, she casually took her phone out of her gaming backpack because it wouldn't stop. Vibrating messages kept pouring in from all directions. Her screen was flooded with private messages, and some people even offered to trade an entire collection of film and TV resources for her skill book, Mars Technique. That's when Yu Xunge realized she had been too careless not to select the anonymous option at first. To her, it was just in Frank's skill book with no reason to hide. She decided to take it down temporarily and relist it with a sincere price, starting bid at 18 gold, buyout at 19 gold. Similar books in the Zealandstar auction house typically struggled to sell for 2 to 5 gold. After all, Mars Technique could only summon a palm-sized fireball, its damage comparable to firing a gun. Still, to ordinary people, even a small flame counted as magic. And since most people's divine gifts only boosted stats rather than provided attacks, skill books were like lifelines. 19 gold was pricey, but reasonable compared to green-tier gear asking for 50 gold or more. Plus, skill prices tended to inflate faster than equipment, doubling for rarer abilities. After relisting, Yu Xunge went aisle by aisle in the supermarket, clearing out all kinds of liquor and dozens of cigarette packs until her cart was full. At checkout, a passerby recognized her and asked for an autograph, but she politely declined. Moments after stepping out the mall entrance, a system notification popped up. Mars Technique sold successfully. The instant the gold coins hit her account, she smiled with her eyes curved in joy. This money came far too easily. She immediately decided that from now on, she would sell any rare skills she found right away, taking advantage while buyers were still inexperienced. As for buying low on Zealandstar and flipping for high prices on Lonstar, she didn't even consider it. Although auctions allowed anonymity, profiteering from price differences felt like exploiting disasters, and her conscience wouldn't allow it. Besides, if she really needed money, she could always ask the Su family directly. Making gold, while keeping peace of mind, how perfect was that? With the tobacco and liquor prepared for Hichipa, she stepped onto the teleportation platform and returned to Zealandstar to continue her lessons. Zealandstar had over 3,000 common alchemy ingredients. Hichipa's usual style was to cover only 10 per class, from handling techniques to performance caveats, never repeating topics. Fortunately, Yu Xunge had a phenomenal memory and took meticulous notes, jotting down every word and even casual comments. Her dedication earned rare praise from Hichipa, who, despite the slow pace, was happy to offer more detailed guidance. The deeper she learned, the more she appreciated the profundity of master-level alchemy. But precisely because of that, she cherished immersing herself in otherworldly lessons. The teachings from Hichipa were her precious leisure time outside of revenge and leveling grind. Her routine became unusually disciplined: lessons in the morning, dungeon practice in afternoons and evenings. After just a few days of intense training, she had fully internalized the combat techniques her coach taught and integrated the life-or-death experience from her past life. Now, When 30 trolls attacked at once, she could skillfully dodge and outmaneuver them all without taking a scratch. She was ready to clear this dungeon and try her luck in the copy of her downtown apartment. It wasn't just her confidence, her attributes had really improved. Reaching level 3 as a troll was great, but it could no longer serve as her personal sparring partner. Early on the 28th, Yu Xunge received a message from Zhao Xiang. It was the day to settle the skill crystal earnings from the past 2 weeks. Zhao Xiang, we've bought quite a few internally. You can choose to settle in contribution points or gold coins. Yu Xunge, how do contribution points work? Zhao Xiang, every 30 crystals convert to 1 contribution point. That number matched her rough calculation. Last time she got contribution points, she had secretly figured 1 point was worth less than 100 gold, maybe around 80 or 90 gold. It seemed like a loss, but contribution points weren't just currency, they were also a status symbol and a gatekeeper. Yu Xunge, what can contribution points buy? Zhao Xiang, some extremely rare skill crystals can only be paid for with contribution points. Yu Xunge, mine aren't rare enough? Zhao Xiang, there's a difference between renting a room by the hour and leasing it for a year. That one sentence revealed the truth. Some skills durations could be measured in years. Yu Xunge cut straight to the chase. Can you show me what costs how many contribution points? Zhao Xiang, once you've accumulated 100 points, they'll personally come sell you stuff. Yu Xunge, fine, then I want contribution points. Zhao Xiang, sent. Please check. The cooldown for although I'm happy again was just 5 hours and 4 minutes, but Yu Xunge couldn't hit the timer exactly every time. She usually made 4 skill crystals a day, occasionally 5 if she was diligent, and sometimes she missed a cycle went off. On average, that was 60 crystals every half month. With her character's average luck, and needing some for herself, turning overall would be unrealistic, so she kept 15 for herself and settled accounts with 45, not exactly breaking her deal. Opening her mailbox, 2 dragon-shaped coins lay at the top, 1 gold, 1 silver plus 1.5 contribution points. Yu Xunge, you've also bought quite a few internally. Does that mean you've kept them all to yourselves? Zhao Xiang, salute. You're our Special Affairs Bureau's most important friend. Yu Xunge sneered. Not even a forever added? Zhao Xiang instantly replied. Forever salute. You're our Special Affairs Bureau's most important friend. Yu Xunge. She was resigned. What impressed her even more was that right after collecting her share, Yu Xunge and Yi Xunge showed up with groceries, saying, let's eat. The whole meal circled around her work for the Special Affairs Bureau. Halfway through, Yi Xunge couldn't hold back and blurted, how much did you really make? That Mars art book, you don't even use it. Why not keep it for your family? Yu Xunge put down her chopsticks, shrugging helplessly. The potions I give you, I pay for materials out of my own pocket, and I also buy equipment and maintain connections. That all costs money. I'm grateful, but I'm not a pig to be slaughtered. Yi Xunge mumbled a couple things and went quiet. She knew those potions were scarce, even with money. Yu Xunge, seizing the moment, switched to the leaderboard. Smiling as he served his daughter vegetables, his voice betrayed pride. Top 100. Out of billions, you're in the top 100. Daughter, how did you do it? Yu Xunge glimpsed the manometer above his head slowly dropping. Old man was running a lie detector again and replied calmly, running dungeons. Didn't Yu Xunge run them with the Su family too? The Special Affairs Bureau has quite a few copies. Every word was true, but all glossed over the crucial details. Yu Xunge sensed she was dodging but didn't press. In their previous lives, he and Yu Xunge could weave Yu Xunge around their fingers, but he never rushed. Dungeons and copies were just superficial bait. The real goal was to get Yu Xunge to willingly take them along to share the spoils. She responded to softness, not force. The more he wanted it, the clearer he became. That meant he had to be patient. Yu Xunge enjoyed a peaceful meal. On the other side of the table, Yu Xunge abandoned his usual cold demeanor. Whenever he wanted, he could easily be the world's best father, his voice gentle, his attitude thoughtful. Even the way he poured water was generous and respectful. He listened patiently to every word his daughter said, as if she were his precious treasure. Yi Xunge, always carefree, put down her chopsticks and asked bluntly, Xunge, can you take me to check out a dungeon run? Yu Xunge scooped some soup without looking up. Do you even know how much it costs to enter a dungeon right now? I heard a ticket costs hundreds of thousands. Is that true? Yi Xunge's eyes lit up. Every day, dungeon news trended on social media. The current popularity rankings put God-given talents in the top tier, with dungeons coming in second. Skills, equipment, and potions trailing behind. When the game officially arrived, everyone around the world overnight became players. Though initial chaos lasted only a few hours, the authorities swiftly used force to quell riots, then immediately announced the existence of dungeons to divert public attention. Got energy to cause trouble? Better go to dungeons and cause it there. At least you might earn money and gear. In public, dungeon portals had special security agents, and the system worked like a restaurant waitlist. Scan your ID and queue up to enter. Teams needed to queue together, and no matter how long you stayed, you had to queue again to enter. Small dungeons hosted up to 20 players, 19 spots for ordinary people. one reserved for officials to deter abuse and prevent people from hogging the dungeon. Because IDs were checked individually, scalpers had no chance. Private dungeons were a different story. Some owners hid them away for friends and family, some rented them out officially, and some ran their own dungeon businesses. Want in? Buy a ticket first. Tickets were sold at prices hotter than top concerts, but not tens of thousands. It cost either 3 bottles of basic healing potions or 3 silver coins on average. Yu Xunge glanced up. It costs 3 bottles of basic healing potions or 3 silver coins to enter. Do you have that? If so, I can take you around, but don't expect to fight monsters. I can't protect you. That can take 40 or 50 points of health away with just a swipe. Ichiwa immediately lost interest. Forget it. She knew her daughter's little trick. She'd have to pay herself, and her daughter was even stingier than she was. After the meal, Yu Xunge was too lazy for small talk and simply escorted the two out the door. So annoying. Why do they live so close? She muttered, secretly wondering whether she should deal with them. With the game's arrival, quietly eliminating a couple of people without anyone noticing was no big deal. Her gaze fell on Yu Xunge and his wife's backs as she pondered. What's the best way to make a move? Could she take a hit at Yu Xunge at the same time? Or use their deaths to sow discord between Zai Jiu and Yu Xunge? Was there a skill to curse a target through the life of a family member? Sensing such a gaze, Ichiwa felt a chill down her spine. She glanced around nervously and whispered to her husband, "You don't think anyone knows we have potions and might try to steal them, do you?" Yu Xunge frowned, thinking it was entirely possible. The two quickened their pace toward home. On the way, Yu Xunge was reflecting on his recent actions. Whether it was giving out potions or helping Yu Xunge resolve matters with the Lin family, it seemed that Yu Xunge had been the one making all the sacrifices lately. Still not enough. Yu Xunge was actually quite easy to fool. If you touched her heart, her passion would burst forth, and she would lay herself bare. But if no one cared for a long time, she'd immediately shut down. Thinking this over, Yu Xunge resolved to have a serious talk with his son once he got home. When Yu Xunge received his father's call, he was standing in the spacious kitchen of the Zai family mansion. The induction stove hissed as steaks sizzled on the iron plate, releasing fragrant oil. After hearing his father's analysis, he didn't take it too seriously. Having encountered countless obstacles at the Zai residence, he had grown all the more grateful to Yu Xunge and genuinely stood up for his sister. "Dad, it's not necessary. That's just how she is stingy in some ways. But she'd never forget us if it were something serious. Probably the price is just too high. That's why she didn't say anything earlier." Yu Xunge was momentarily stunned by this. He thought about the gaming situation and how his daughter was actually the first to alert him. His heart softened. She was indeed thoughtful and useful. Still, he warned cautiously. The top 10 on the rankings are all from the Special Affairs Bureau. Your sister's talent is in high demand. Odds are she's been pulled into dungeon runs for leveling up, and we can't interfere. Fine, as long as you know, Yu Xunge replied, then lowered his voice. By the way, has your studio kicked out that guy yet? Why keep someone with a contagious disease? What if he infects you all? Yu Xunge pressed his fingers tightly, nearly crushing his phone. He muttered a couple of monosyllabic replies before hanging up, afraid he couldn't control his emotions and even more afraid that Zai Jiu might come pushing the door open at any moment. These past few days had keenly sensed that Zai Jiu's mood was off. Disbelief, despair, anger, panic, all too familiar, almost frightening. The night before, she barely slept. He could feel her burning gaze fixed on his back. Even more chilling, Zai Jiu had lifted his sleep pants to inspect, then let out a low, cold laugh, mocking, tinged with fury over betrayal that was almost sharp enough to make him jump reflexively. But he forced himself to endure. In the early morning, the player who had tested his God-given talent came by again, this time to check if an unknown curse had appeared beside his name. After they left, Zai Jiu sat vacant on the living room sofa for a long time. Using cooking practice as an excuse, Yu Xunge slipped into the kitchen just as his father's call came through. He hung up, took a deep breath, and forced a light, cheerful hum. As he flipped the steaks and brushed on a layer of honey glaze, the sweet aroma filled the air. The gleaming pot lid reflected a nearby shadow. Zai Jiu, quietly watching him. Suppressing the chill at his core, Yu Xunge continued feigning the innocent young man. Night fell, and the lights were dim. Suddenly, Zai Jiu embraced him from behind, her voice soft as a feather. "Owen, I want to have a child." At that moment, Yu Xunge's heart turned to ice water. Yet bizarrely, he felt as if they were made for each other, a perfect match. He clearly understood Zai Jiu's schemes. She passed the disease to him first, then blamed him for spreading it. She had tied him to her, then gripped him with guilt, so had served her. When the time came, his luck combined with her power and influence would be enough to slowly pry open the whole Zai family just as he had originally planned. This illness, would she dare let the Zai family know? No way. Just as he wouldn't let the Yu family find out. Yu Xunge reached back to hold her, surprised and passionate, and bowed his head to kiss her soft hair. It felt good. On the morning of March 1st, Yu Xunge drove away from the villa and took a long detour before slipping into an office building. Activating her hunting eye, she shook off the red dot trailing closely behind her. After reaching the 26th floor, she found a corner and left Blue Star. This office building belonged to the Liang family, with a concealed and inconspicuous level 1 dungeon hidden deep within the top floor, the 27th. In her previous life, the Liang family only discovered it a whole month later, during which several companies in the building secretly raided the dungeon together, but internal conflicts erupted over uneven loot distribution, turning into chaos until the Liang family intervened. The Liang family then cracked down ruthlessly to make an example and warned everyone not to touch their assets. Yu Xunge hoped that the Su family spy tailing her would follow the clues back to this dungeon. As for whether the Su family would sell her out to the Liang family to split the profits, she thought it unlikely. The dungeon could be monetized right away, so they wouldn't miss out on such a lucrative opportunity. Moreover, even if the Su family did betray her, without catching her in the act, the Liang family wouldn't act rashly due to her cooperation with the Special Affairs Bureau. Though she had only left Blue Star for a few days, Hecuba had already made significant progress by studying that vial of blood, especially regarding the poison. What about a cure? He shook his head. The data was insufficient and more experiments were needed. Lately, he had bought a large number of white monkeys as test subjects. The good news was that among all the formulas he had, none could fully cure this unknown curse. Upon hearing this, Yu Xunge felt somewhat relieved and busied herself tidying up in the lab as he instructed. Seeing Hecuba in good spirits, Yu Xunge pulled out a brand new pack of cigarettes from her pocket and handed it over, then lowered her voice. Mentor, I want to ask something unrelated to alchemy, if that's all right. Hecuba took a cigarette and sniffed it near his nose. The unfamiliar scent made him raise an eyebrow. Go ahead. Someone wants to use a magic array to steal my divine-granted talent. How can I stop them? Yu Xunge sketched the array she remembered onto scrap paper and slid it across to him. Hecuba glanced at it, a contemptuous smirk curling on his lips. Who says this has nothing to do with alchemy? There's nothing alchemy can't solve. Yu Xunge's eyes lit up, recalling the so-called 6-hour hourly room nickname for the Wheel of Fate. She eagerly asked, can alchemy enhance the level of a divine-granted talent? Hecuba picked up a cigarette, sparked a flame, and took a long drag, squinting as he countered. What was your original question? Startled, Yu Xunge pushed the diagram back with her gaunt goblin hand. Someone is trying to use a magic array to snatch my divine talent away. Is there any way I can stop it? Listen carefully. Hecuba tapped the paper. This array involves a demon contract and equivalent exchange. The higher the talent level, the greater the price the thief must pay. This shows a triple sacrifice of magic power, blood, and soul. The 3 symbols in the lower right indicate the quantities based on this scale. It's designed for at least nth-level talent. Where did you see this? In a divination. Yu Xunge answered truthfully. The target indeed has nth-level divine talent. She then took out 2,000 gold coins and placed them in front of Hecuba. Hecuba accepted the payment without so much as a blink. Her knobby fingers toyed absently with the 2,000 gold coins, as if handling a familiar magical artifact. What she admired most was Yu Xunge's decisiveness, her clear understanding that every piece of knowledge came at a price. Usually, Yu Xunge paid for lessons with gifts of tobacco and alcohol, trinkets that Hecuba considered barely worth a fraction of their cost, but appreciated for their novelty. Plus, the girl had previously handed over a decent sum of gold and was clever enough, so Hecuba was happy to entertain her with lessons and keep boredom at bay. But this time, since they discussed sensitive secrets, Yu Xunge didn't even try to exploit any student-teacher goodwill. She straightforwardly pulled out the money. 2,000 gold in one gouage only deepened Hecuba's goodwill. Compared to Yu Xunge, the odd apprentices who had come recently looked downright shabby. Horned ones, winged ones, half-shadows, all of them calling her teacher with exaggerated respect, eager to polish her shoes and serve her meals, yet never willing to offer anything meaningful in return. As if they expected to get something for nothing. Satisfied, Hecuba cut to the chase and laid out all 3 methods for preventing one's divine gifts from being stripped away. First method, strike a deal with a demon before anyone else can interfere, pawning your divine gift as collateral. The advantage is getting whatever you desire in exchange, and more importantly, anyone who dares seize your divine gift will be provoking the demon, who will tear them apart first. Second method, brew a potion to infuse holy light into your soul. The elixir enhances affinity with light magic and makes your soul untouchable by demons, adding an extra layer of protection. Third method, still related to alchemy. At this, Hecuba rapped the table, prompting Yu Xunge to recite with her. Alchemy can do anything. Yu Xunge whispered the phrase, causing Hecuba to frown and signal for her to speak louder. Gripping the floor with her toes, Yu Xunge strained to shout it again, earning a nod of approval before Hecuba continued. The Heart of the Undying, a master-level alchemical creation, a cursed jewel. Its crafting demands sacrificing part of one's divine gift to obtain the undying curse. Legend says the first undead were born this way. Though their bloodlines have since thinned, today's undead lack true immortality, making this gem highly sought after. Most feared death more than power. The sacrificed divine gift can still be taken away, but because it's bound with the curse, a portion is permanently imprinted on the soul. The taker at best gains a half-finished product and never gets a second chance. Demons won't dare challenge the gods on the same person twice. What's more troublesome is that even taking a fraction counts as completing the contract. The taker must fulfill their promise to the demon or face punishment. The 2,000 gold, of course, was far from enough to just gain a rough overview. Even on Zealand Star, it was a hefty sum. So Hijifa generously shared the detailed procedures, essential materials, and key incantations for all three methods. Ding. Hijifa taught you demonic knowledge. Dark bargains. Hijifa taught you a master-level alchemical recipe. Redeemer's word. Hijifa taught you a master-level alchemical recipe. Heart of the Undying. Seeing the words master-level alchemical recipe, Yu Xunge immediately abandoned any thought of doing it herself and looked up at Hijifa. Do you sell these ready-made? Hijifa pulled out a bottle of golden potion without hesitation. Redeemer's word, for 199 gold. Then she revealed a pitch-black gem, pulsing like a beating heart. Heart of the Undying, 1,999 gold. Yu Xunge silently counted her remaining coins and sighed. Spoiled now. Once a proper Zealand native, now spoiled rotten. Bought it. After all, the wool comes from the sheep. She had just mined a full 10,000 gene of gold from the Su family, so this expense was nothing for her. Besides, the Undying heart fit all her needs perfectly if it could make Yu Xunge suffer utterly. What were 2,000 gold pieces in comparison? Yu Xunge's motion to pay was swift, almost brisk. Then she remembered many alchemy recipes required gold and casually asked, "Do you accept gold?" Hecuba didn't even bother to lift his head, shaking it faintly. No shortage. With that answer, Yu Xunge readily counted out 2,500 gold coins, clinking them into Hecuba's palm. That was her way. Whoever treated her well, she'd repay doubly. Even after being reborn, her nature hadn't changed. Back in the day, she sent half her earnings to the Yu family. Some praised her generosity. Others called her foolish. People like Yu Xunge and Yu Qingshan never seemed satisfied. She was no different with Hecuba. To her, having a master-level alchemist personally teach her was a rare fortune not to be measured by money. She paid whatever price without hesitation and never bothered comparing at other shops. Hecuba's mood seemed good. A rare smile tugged at the corner of his mouth while receiving the coins. He handed over a bottle of golden liquid called Redemptive Words and tossed a dark gray crystal stone casually. Here, have some fun with this. The stone was flat and round like a burger patty, about 2 centimeters thick, heavy in Yu Xunge's palm. Alchemy scrap artifact, a leftover product from a failed alchemy brew created by a master. Toss it into cooking fire with a chance to cause unknown mutations in the dish, effects unpredictable. Such artifacts have no fixed level and can be either potent or weak, but anything made by Hecuba was a rare treasure even in its trash form. Seeing the description, Yu Xunge's eyes lit up instantly, and she stowed the stone carefully. She thanked him and watched Hecuba leave, then took out the golden potion and heart-shaped gem to examine closely. Redemptive Words, bestows the soul with the power of holy light. The description was pitifully short, but without Hecuba's explanation, no one would realize its value. High-level alchemy often had formulas with just a brief note. Without enough background knowledge, even if you made it, you wouldn't know how to use it. Without hesitation, Yu Xunge pulled out the cork and swallowed the potion in one gulp. In an instant, a warm yet mysterious power surged from deep within her soul, like sound waves vibrating through her whole body before quickly fading. She immediately pulled up her character panel. Beside her ID appeared a small golden shield. Light of Ida, you are protected by holy light. Whenever others became riddlers, she wanted to roll her eyes, but now that she was one herself, the feeling was exhilarating. Yu Xunge nodded with satisfaction, then suddenly remembered a question she hadn't asked. Could alchemy actually enhance God-given talents? Hecuba had cleverly dodged that. Wasn't it said, there's no problem alchemy can't solve? Maybe if there was, she just hadn't heard it. Forget it. Just looking at her expression told her it was unrealistic. Even if it were possible, the cost would be enormous otherwise. Strength divine gifts on the Zealand Star wouldn't be so rare. In the entire Dark City, including the city lord Yu Xunge, only 3 people had ever held strength divine gifts. Hecuba was one of them. She fixed her gaze on the black gemstone resting in her palm, about the size of a baby's fist. The Undying heart. The gem's surface rippled like deep ocean currents, faintly shimmering as if breathing. If implanted into the heart, inscribed with a curse, and a portion of divine power sacrificed, it could grant near immortality with the effect that HP will never drop below 1. At the thought, all kinds of unscrupulous ideas flashed through her mind like lightning. Yu Xunge gently closed her palm, tucking away the Undying heart with satisfaction. After listening to Hecuba's 3 proposals, she immediately ruled out the words of redemption. The dark deal was also impossible. What if Lin Xingzi used it to recover his strength and turn things around, or hired demons to assassinate and gouge out her eyes? That would be like paying for a knife to cut herself. Thinking it through, the cursed gem was by far the best option. Whether Lin Xingze would benefit and barely survive from it was compensation for gouging out his eyes. Well, just another day playing the living bodhisattva. With a huge weight lifted from her heart, Yu Xunge continued wandering around the auction house. Thinking of the replica light screen on the villa roof, she considered buying a blocking device, but after scanning the price list, her scalp tingled. Even the cheapest cost several hundred gold coins. The replica would only be useful for another half year at most before becoming useless. She decided to hold off for 2 months and then trade it with the Special Affairs Bureau for a favor. Meanwhile, she'd have to guard against Yu Xunge and Ichio would dropping by for free meals, especially the troublesome cats in the backyard. After some thought, she turned around and went back to the alchemy shop, describing the portable immortal manor she'd read about in Xianxia novels to Hecuba, asking if there was anything like it. Hecuba glanced at her sideways, appraising her like a fat sheep walking into a trap. Their Issa legendary engineering creation called the Magic House. You can set the rules so no one can find it, not even ghosts. One by one, Yu Xunge clenched her meager ledger of just over 27,000 gold coins and asked confidently, "How much?" A legendary engineer takes 2 full years to make one. I've seen one at auction. The starting bid was 50,000 gold, with a buy it now price of 100,000 gold. She was silent for a few seconds, then shook her head earnestly. "Forget it. I don't really have any secrets worth hiding. The place I live now is fine." Hecuba narrowed his eyes, half smiling. "Didn't you study engineering? A senior engineer can make a mini version. Perfect for when you turn into a fat cat." At first, Yu Xunge thought he was joking and gave a casual reply. But after returning to Blue Star and thinking about it more, it sounded quite feasible. If the mini magic house could also be set so only real cats can see and enter, putting one in the backyard with a cat's nest, wouldn't her freeloading cat troubles be solved? The only question was this cat hotel worth the investment? She had poured a lot of resources in over time, but felt it like buying a trash fund that only fell, with no payoff in sight. With this in mind, Yu Xunge gave up hunting monsters for now. She cleared the nearby monsters, exited the replica, and headed straight to the backyard. Under the moonlight, the wooden cat manor lay quietly on the grass. She stuck her bottom out and crawled inside, squatting by the mutated cat's nest, carefully feeling around. Since the cat nest's mutation, she had come to check it every few days, but always left empty-handed. Yet, whether because she had just silently complained about the nest only letting cats in but never out, her fingertips suddenly touched something. She took that hard little object out of the cat's nest and saw it was a piece of golden amber, inside which a scorpion with a fierce posture was perfectly preserved. It was the legendary golden amber scorpion, a rare item said to instantly enhance the richness of any liquor when soaked together. If left for more than 7 days, the drink would develop a slight poison, fiery and spicy, numbing the mouth instantly, as if tiny electric shocks struck the heart, leaving a lingering, addictive aftertaste. Nice find. Yu Xunge's eyes lit up. She had been worrying about how to raise tuition money for Hecuba. Cigarettes and cocktails could only last so long, but Hecuba was a novelty seeker who would eventually grow tired of them. Now with this piece of golden amber, she planned to brew a big batch of liquor right away and meanwhile upgrade the cat nest offerings. Holding the amber, she stood up and turned around, only to find the backyard covered with cats. More than a dozen sleek, glossy cats were lying on their white bellies, wriggling in the sunlight. One near her foot squinted at her for a moment, then lazily rolled onto its side, making a narrow path for her. Yu Xunge suddenly felt a strange sense of being captured. Could she really be won over by these little creatures so easily? Her smile froze on her face as her mind drifted away briefly before coming back. Meanwhile, over at the Su family, several henchmen had followed Yu Xunge all the way to the Liang family's office building. Maintaining their distance to avoid detection, they waited for her to enter before quietly drinking invisibility potions and sneaking inside. Although they soon lost sight of her, knowing for sure that a dungeon was hidden in the building, they began a thorough search and eventually found a faintly shimmering light barrier behind the rooftop water tower. They immediately reported back to Su Itong. Just as Yu Xunge had guessed, her first reaction wasn't to confront the Liangs, but to send a team to investigate the dungeon at night. After confirming the monsters inside were only level 1 or 2, Su Itong decisively declared that this matter must be kept under wraps. The cooperation with the Liangs was only to jointly deal with their common enemy, far from a real alliance. As for Yu Xunge herself, Su Itong hesitated only briefly, not out of fear, but concern about the Special Affairs Bureau. However, recalling the Bureau's rules that they only oversee public light barriers, never private areas, so long as no one dies, she relaxed instantly. None of them were the owners of the light barrier. Whoever grabbed it first owned it. So, the order came down: seize the dungeon. The method was simple. After clearing the monsters, keep one person inside to lock the dungeon entrance, while the rest popped out and waited to re-enter once the light barrier refreshed. This cycle eliminated the need for a dedicated gatekeeper. Early the next morning, Yu Xunge noticed no one was trailing her and was slightly surprised. She quickly guessed that the Su family had likely found the office building dungeon. To confirm, She made a detour to visit the rooftop of the building herself. Although the rooftop was empty, under the scrutiny of the hunting eye, 5 bright red dots shimmered around her. She tried to enter the dungeon, but failed. It was time to put on an act. She faintly furrowed her brows to show displeasure and irritation, then sprayed the area around the dungeon with a potion that reveals hidden presences, carefully avoiding those red dots otherwise. Exposing someone would be utterly embarrassing. After confirming there were no ambushes, she pretended to open a light screen as if sending a private message to some mysterious contact, then calmly left. In a corner, she left behind a thumb-sized undead spider as a surveillance device conflict was brewing between the Liang and Su families, and once it erupted, she planned to intervene. Back at her residence, she shut the door decisively and set about using engineering skills to make a new feeding bowl for the backyard cat. 10 kilograms capacity, with a built-in freshness preservation module capable of maintaining food at optimal condition for 7 days. She used to find it tedious and settled for mass-produced automatic feeders, but now that she saw the benefit, she was determined to do it right. Sparks flew as she polished metal plates. The focus brought by alchemy and engineering made the room's time feel stretched out. While testing the preservation rune, she rehearsed in her mind the steps for tonight's heart surgery on Lin Qingze. At 2 in the morning, she left as usual. Step 1, full body disguise. Step 2, head to the apartment. Step 3, activate the hunting eye. Step 4, confirm no ambushes. Each step executed with perfect timing. Inside the target room, Lin Qingze slept peacefully. She administered a knockout potion to subdue him, then slipped a bottle of invisibility potion into his hand. Next, she carried him to a quiet corridor on the rooftop. She bound his hands and feet tightly with 5 knots of hemp rope, then gave him a dose of basic silence potion wouldn't make a sound for 5 minutes. Finishing these tasks, she drew a razor-sharp dagger emitting a chilling gleam, and without hesitation, cut open his chest. The pain jolted Lin Qingze awake instantly. Not again. Last time they took out one of his eyes while he was asleep. Now they were going for his heart. In the darkness, he could see nothing, only feel his flesh torn open, hot blood flowing down his spine. A medicinal-tasting liquid was forced into his mouth. He tried to scream, but no sound escaped. A voice neither male nor female whispered by his ear, "Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. I'm just doing a job for money. Someone paid me to take your eye, but my divine gift won't let me owe any debts. This undying heart I bought for a fortune. Though it will weaken your gift, it grants you immortality. Your HP will never drop below 1. Got it? The kind of treatment only protagonists get. Want to see again? Engineering has mechanical eyeballs, a few dozen gold each. The magic eye I took from you was worth 1,000 gold. This undying heart is also worth 1,000. We're square. Cold metal pressed against his heart, the piercing chill spreading through his body. Beep, you will curse your divine gift, sacrificing part of your granted power to gain immortality. Use the undying heart? Yes or no? Blood flowed from his chest, but he didn't feel his life fading fast. She hadn't given any healing potion. He understood he still had time to choose. Since the game invasion began, he never knew what his divine gift truly was. With this unknown power versus the immortality before him, hesitation was almost non-existent. Who isn't afraid of death? If he could avoid dying, everything else would still be possible. At that moment, Lin Qingze actually began to believe, even if just a little, that the person who had gouged out his eyes was somehow making amends. He felt quick, practiced hands pressing his sternum back into place. A fiery warmth from the medicine flowed from his palm, down his throat, into his stomach, bottle after bottle. As the potion settled inside him, the burning pain turned into a fine itch, his flesh twitching and stitching itself, the new warmth slowly driving out the coldness. If you don't want anyone to steal this heart from you, it's best not to let a soul know about this. As for whether it's true or not, wait until you regain your sight, and check your character panel yourself. That voice was low and edged with mockery, and with that, it vanished without a trace. Lin Qingze lost consciousness completely, sinking like a stone to the bottom of a pool. When he opened his eyes again, he reached out, feeling around the soft mattress, the old wooden bedside table. All familiar textures, telling him he had been returned to his own room. When Yu Xunge replaced Lin Qingze's heart, her greatest fear was that the immortal heart curse would reveal itself during scans. But no one expected that the moment the gem touched the bright red heart, it turned into a wisp of black mist and vanished into the flesh seconds later. The only change on the character panel was a small black cross quietly added beside the ID. Immortal curse. HP can never drop below 1. Beyond that, not a single word more about the curse was found. Shortly afterward, his divine blessing talent rank dropped from S to S, and his skill descriptions refreshed. Winter's Breath S rank. Skill 1, you are winter passive. All skills deal frost damage, with a 7 chance to freeze the enemy. Skill 2, drink winter passive. When eating in Shrank Ice Dish for the first time, there is a 3 chance to learn an ice skill. Skill 3, Winter's Breath. Cast time 2 seconds. Releases a cold wave, freezing targets within an 8-meter radius centered on self. Consumes 10 mana. Cooldown 45 minutes. Skill 4 Winter passes, spring comes. Absorbs frost energy to restore health. For every 8 health restored, consumes 1 mana. Every stat was slightly nerfed. Basic attack freeze chance dropped from 10 to 7. Skill learning chance from 5 to 3. Area of effect shrank. And healing efficiency declined to 80. Still, it's somewhat worth it. Yu Xunge stared at the panel, briefly tempted. But she quickly regained her composure. Power was what truly mattered. Without enough strength, even if you couldn't die, you could become a living target with only 1 HP left. Stuck at 1 HP but with limbs hacked off, unable to die, doomed to endless torment. That was the true meaning of the word curse. No wonder He Chi Pa called the immortal heart a cursed gem. She had even considered implanting it into Yu Xunge's body, but then she thought better of it. It was safest if that guy stayed truly dead. She was even afraid he might fake his death if he were left whole, let alone made immortal. In the following days, Yu Xunge visited the Liang family's office building several times, but was kept out each time, so she stopped trying. If she was going to put on a show, she'd do it all the way. To avoid being framed by the Su family, and to secretly snatch one of Yu Xunge's opportunities, she decided to make a trip out of town. She could always phantom shift back to the family's dungeon runs anytime. Though it was far away, multiple short-range teleports with rest intervals were easier than flying. She simply announced this in the family chat group. Yu Xunge typed out the message and hit send. I'm heading to JL soon, probably back next month. If anything comes up, call me or ping me in game. Right after, the family chat lit up before her departure. Yu Xunge. Sis, why the sudden trip to the next city? Yu Xunge. Our dungeon here was discovered by another faction. No choice, planning to check out the neighboring city. Yu Xunge. Once you hit level 3, we'll take you somewhere great. Yu Xunge. Oh, happy autumn fruit. Are you bringing mom? Yu Xunge. Of course he'll bring you too when you reach level 3. You and dad have plenty to eat and drink already, but I think you both should try to level up. Stronger bodies are healthier people. After typing this reassurance, she rubbed her shoulders. Things she couldn't say easily face-to-face felt easier to express through text. Happy autumn fruit. Want me to help take care of the cats in the backyard? Yu Xunge. No need thar strays. They can survive on their own even if I'm not here. Happy autumn fruit. Cats may fend for themselves, but mom can't. Yu Xunge. Yu Xunge. Yu Xunge. Hey, raise some gold coins as a loot bonus. Yu Xunge. Mom, I just sent them to you. Yu Xunge. Yu Xunge. I found materials for the basic vitality potions, but they're rare. Managed to get just 5 sending them your way. Yu Xunge. Thanks, sis. Hey, raise some pocket money for you. Closing the chat window, Yu Xunge finished packing her bags. Just as she was about to lock the door, her phone Pinja delivery arrived. She opened the package to find a gold coin plus 100 nutrient-rich dishes with various buffs, accompanied by a note. Thanks, sis. Dinner on me. She snorted coldly. All that effort to get loot hadn't been for nothing. Not only did she get gold, but also a mountain of food. Would this move her? Of course not. Her emotions weren't so cheap. Even though Yu Xunge insisted on treating, she didn't bother to pick up a chopstick. The psychological scar was still there. As she drove out of the City Villa district, she spotted the Liang family's convoy heading toward the foot of the mountain, probably going to the dungeon again. She'd seen this scene many times since the closed beta. The Liangs came and went with a lot of noise, but generally kept their distance from neighbors. No one took advantage of being a player to cause trouble, and no one did something crazy like hiding under others' beds. At least on the surface, things seemed civilized. After just a few minutes on the road, a private message popped up. Liang Yuchuan. Selling skill crystals? Yu Xunge. Sorry, I've already signed a contract with the Special Affairs Bureau. All again, happiness. Skill crystals have to be sold through them. Liang Yuchuan. They'll pay top price. She raised an eyebrow. Did these guys not understand plain language? Or did they think she wouldn't dare refuse and pull the lame excuse? Yu Xunge. I really don't have any. The penalty for breaking contract is about the same as getting killed. I can't even sell to the Su family. No way I can protect these myself. I've handed everything over to the Special Affairs Bureau. This time there was no reply from Liang Yuchuan. By contrast, Su Yitong was much smoother. After the awkwardness at the Su family banquet following her return from Zealand Star, Su Yitong quickly recognized her value and made amends, sending her a whole shipment of goods and never again talking down to her. What puzzled Yu Xunge was Liang Yuchuan's uncharacteristic silence. Given his temper, he should have already threatened to come knocking by now. Instead, he just went quiet, not answering a single word. Just as she was thinking, a private message from Zhao Shuang arrived. In the message, Zhao Shuang left a brief reminder. Check the Special Affairs Bureau's official website when you have time. We've already taken the blame for all their dirty work. If anyone wants to buy skills, just have them deal directly with the Bureau. Yu Xunge immediately opened the official site. Right at the top of the homepage was a bold new announcement. Special Affairs Bureau reaches cooperation with players. All 8 special skill crystals were listed. The announcement didn't reveal any player identities or describe the skills, only their names, including hers. Feeling happy again. Just by the name alone, outsiders would find it nearly impossible to guess the skill's effect. Next, the announcement detailed the revenue split between the Bureau and the skill owners, and declared with a firm tone that the 8 crystals had been fully entrusted to the Bureau by their original owners. Interested buyers should contact the Bureau directly. Furthermore, the Bureau promised comprehensive protection for skill holders even if someone died. They would use divine talents to investigate to the end and avenge the player. Finally, the announcement openly recruited other players with special divine gifts, promising top-tier treatment. The efficiency was astounding. Yu Xunge gave the Special Affairs Bureau 100 satisfied points. She could almost picture that at this very moment, Liang Yuchuan, Su Yitong, Yu Xuanhuan, and the others were all refreshing this news. Indeed, Liang Yuchuan saw the announcement immediately. She had been having people dig into Yu Xunge's background, but stopped wasting effort after seeing the notice. Instead, she complained to Su Yitong, "If I'd known sooner, I would have taken Yu Xunge into the Su family myself." As a result, Su Yitong also saw the announcement. Only now did Su Yitong truly believe what Yu Xunge had said that day. Although the old housekeeper had confirmed Yu Xunge's honesty back then, there were countless ways to lie if you wanted so, she hadn't been fully convinced. But with the announcement before her, she finally trusted it. Looks like luck really is important. Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan exchanged glances and sighed in agreement. Yu Xuanhuan had always trusted Yu Xunge and simply nodded affirmatively. Recently, to train Yu Xunhuan's jewelry crafting skills, Su Yitong had been buying gemstones everywhere. It turned out that when the same jewelry formula was in Yu Xunhuan's hands, the attributes always maxed out. Take her blue jay stone earrings as an example. The recipe stated randomly increase intelligence by 23, constitution by 12, but earrings crafted by Yu Xuanhuan always had 3 intelligence and 2 constitution. By contrast, a professional jeweler with over 10 years experience whom Su Yitong introduced during the second, closed bait, even though their pieces were intricately carved and 10 times more exquisite in appearance, the attributes still strictly followed the random rule. The difference was clear. Su Yitong straightforwardly redirected all jewelry-related resources towards Yu Xuanhuan, putting alchemy and other material-intensive, luck-independent projects on hold. This shift in resource allocation stirred up discussion within the Su family. Before the game's official arrival, Yu Xuanhuan had brokered a deal for the Su family to purchase 1,000 green-grade belts at Onsia, a bargain that was initially seen as a smart buy. But after the game's release, component prices stabilized except belt prices, which plummeted sharply. Some speculated privately that Yu Xunhuan's earlier good luck was just an early draw on future fortunes, and now the debt was coming due. Even Su Beige and Su Langfeng were influenced by these opinions. They felt that Su Yitong could shift resources to Yu Xuanhuan, but only by reallocating her own share. This made Su Yitong's feelings toward the Su family grow colder and colder, too pragmatic, and far too harsh on her. Yu Xuanhuan belonged to her, so even if she had to beat the dog, she had to respect the owner. Being strict with Yu Xuanhuan was being strict with her. The chill in Su Yitong's heart deepened little by little, yet Yu Xuanhuan remained like a flexible shield, standing unconditionally before her. Wherever she wanted him to go, he silently obeyed. When she was too busy to care, he would quietly cook meals for those Su family members waiting in line to enter the dungeon. Every time he brought out a steaming dish, he would quietly mutter, just loud enough for himself, "It's on me," deliberately keeping it unpredictable so no one could catch on. With his luck maxed out, plus the meal money he casually gathered from Su family subordinates, Yu Xuanhuan had been having almost entirely smooth sailing lately. He sensed that his smooth passage through Su Yitong's gatekeeper stage was closely tied to this streak of fortune. If it were someone else who found their husband half missing, at minimum, they'd have argued over where that missing half went, right? Su Yitong wasn't without experience of the full package. Not only that, every time he browsed the auction house, he mysteriously snagged materials needed for jewelry crafting at bargain prices. Most of these sellers were ordinary people who didn't understand the goods, casually listing scrap. Yu Xuanhuan would acquire them, do minor processing, and resell at a high price, always finding some sucker to buy. On average, his earnings exceeded even those of Su family dungeon raiders. The studio's initially restless atmosphere gradually settled with Yu Xunhuan's luck, the group now behaving as obedient as a pack of dogs. Developing a taste for this fortune, he downed a bottle of basic vitality potion and fixed his gaze on the lone crimson drop on his character Panel. No reaction. He propped himself on the table, fringe shadowing his eyes. What now? This was only level I. If the condition worsened, would the curse upgrade too? He could only pin his hopes on Su Yitong, praying she would leverage the Su family's influence to find a cure. But humph, she'd been busy lately gathering tools to disguise her own information, and probably distracted dealing with the person who came to the Su family investigating his curse. Thinking of this, Yu Xuanhuan chuckled with a bit of schadenfreude. Packing up his tools, he left the workshop and, as usual, went to visit Lin Xingze. After chatting about everyday matters, just as he was about to leave, Lin suddenly said, "I know of something that can restore my sight, and it's not expensive. Xiaoyu, can you help me get it? They'll definitely repay you." Yu Xuanhuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What is it?" Lin's eyes were blind. Where had he heard this? Did Yi Dong and the others help look it up? Intermediate engineering can make Ida mechanical eyeball. Lin Xingze straightened his back with effort, his tone full of hope. I heard it only costs a few dozen gold. Yu Xuanhuan immediately logged into the auction house to search. It was extremely obscure, no one was selling it. He replied, no luck. But wait, I'll ask my sister, she studied engineering. Yu Xuanhuan. Sis, did you study engineering? Yu Xunge. Yeah, why? Yu Xuanhuan. Can you make something called a mechanical eyeball? Yu Xunge. Let me check, there's a recipe. It needs 10 mechanical parts, 1 electronic core, 5 clockwork springs, and 2 magical crystals. Gather the materials, and I can make it anytime. The auction house was still empty. He couldn't even find a single clockwork spring. Yu Xuanhuan took out his phone and called Yu Xunge with speakerphone on, deliberately letting Lin Xingze hear. Sis, do you know where to get these materials? He'll pay double. Yu Xunge was shrewd. As soon as she answered, she heard 2 breaths on the other end and realized this call was intentionally made for Lin's benefit. She chuckled and said, you're helping that friend of the Lin family, right? Okay, I'll ask the Special Affairs Bureau. You probably won't get double price, but definitely not cheap. When you're bringing goods, they have to make a cut, you know how it is. Okay, no problem. Sis, is 80 gold enough? Should cover 2 units. If we're short, they'll make up the difference. Yu Xuanhuan paused, then asked, last time I got medicine through the Su family connection, didn't they say they'd help with the Lin family situation? Did they compensate the Lin family? They did, but Yu Xunge's voice slowed down. Oh, Yu Xuanhuan sighed softly. Guilty conscience. I understand. Don't worry, I'll get back to you soon. After a moment, Yu Xunge added, by the way, do you still want materials for the basic vitality potion? No thanks. All right. Yu Xunge hung up the phone and went to Zealand Star to attend Hekeepa's class. Lately, Hekeepa had been overwhelmed by research on an unknown curse, barely managing to spare 2 hours a day for teaching while simultaneously brewing potion orders and lecturing on the side. Despite this, Yu Xunge treasured those precious 2 hours. Whenever the teacher stirred the cauldron, she would curl up like a tiny gray cat in the corner of the desk, imprinting every key point in her mind. After class, she would sneak off to the kitchen, pressing close to the counter to watch the chef's every move, chopping, flipping, tossing, lifting the wok. She was eager to improve her cooking skills, because any dish scoring above 95 had a 20 chance to grant 1 attribute point upon tasting, which was far more efficient than grinding dungeons. She calculated that her 3 to 4 hours of dungeon grinding yielded the same gains others earned in 3 days of hard fighting. So she checked the rankings regularly to make sure she remained firmly within the top 100. In early March, she settled down in Province J, only occasionally flying back to City S to run a few dungeons, cook for her cats, and check for new drops in the cat's den. During this period, the market price of healing potions plummeted from once gold was hard to come by down to 2 silver and 50 copper per bottle, and it looked set to drop further. Even without potions, players could get prescriptions filled at hospitals, use injections, bandages, or food therapies to endure battles. In the worst case, they could just rest at home for a few days to slowly recover health. No one was truly forced into a dead end. Meanwhile, Yu Xuanhuan pressed Yu Xunge several times about the mechanical eyeballs. Yu Xunge took the 80 gold he gave her straight to the auction house, spent 12 gold on materials, rushed back to the workshop, and in no time forged 2 mechanical eyeballs, then sent them by mail. She crafted them as rapidly as if she were scratching her own cat's itch. Holding the 2 jet black mechanical eyeballs, Yu Xuanhuan stared deeply at Lin Xingze's divine talent on the display panel. How could these scraps have in strength talent? A few days ago, he finally obtained a tool that could probe other players' information and immediately aimed it at Su Yidong. Holy Light S rank. Skill 1 Retribution passive. Each attack has a 50 chance to restore 10 HP to the caster. Skill 2 Hope. Recite the Hymn of Hope, giving listeners a 15 chance to gain 1 attribute point. Each target can only trigger this once every 30 days. Skill 3 Prayer. Channels holy light to attack enemies while randomly reflecting 20 of the damage as healing to allies, consuming 10 mana per use, without cooldown. Skill 4 Asceticism. Set a personal vow at the start of each month. Strict adherence grants attribute points, up to 5. Yu Xunhuan's eyes reddened after reading this kind of talent would be the absolute core of any team. Yet he held back his feelings since, for now, he and Su Yidong were still in alliance and interests. Despite being married so long, he had never once heard her sing the Hymn of Hope. Not even once. When he arrived at the studio, he found that the highest talent in their team, Yi Dong, was only a rank, and the others seemed more like decorative pieces, which somewhat eased his mood. Instinctively, he pushed Lin Xingze out of his mind until the mechanical eyeball reminder brought him back. Why the hell is this blind guy also Srank? Are Srank so common now? He clenched his fists in frustration, and the mechanical eyeball in his palm clicked as tiny metal parts shifted and collided. Xiaoyu? Lin Xingze's heart jumped. Footsteps sounded outside the door. Yu Xuanhuan pushing it open along with the faint scrape of metal. Instantly, he sensed something was off inside, but couldn't figure out why, so he spoke first. Yu Xuanhuan took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions that had just arisen. Behind him, Yidong followed closely, already noticing Yu Xuanhuan pulling out that mechanical eyeball. Unable to hide his excitement, he shouted, "Lindsay, you're gonna see again. This is the mechanical eyeball you talked about. It's so cool." Yu Xuanhuan smiled and slipped the eyeball into Lin Cheng's hand. "Here, hurry up. I was going to install it while you were asleep, so you'd wake up to a surprise." Ignoring the strange tension from moments ago, Lin Chengze removed his eye patch and used both hands to press the icy mechanical eyeball into his empty eye socket. Sharp pain surged twice as he once again experienced the miracle of the magic eye light, flooding his world instantly. Normally, sudden sight after long blindness would be excruciating, but these eyeballs were no different from natural ones. He blinked only twice before fully adjusting, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. After a few seconds, he steadied himself and immediately pulled up his character panel to check his divine gift. The glaring S in front brought a heavy feeling to his chest, followed by the word undying capturing all his attention. He couldn't help feeling a strange gratitude thanking the mysterious figure who took his eyes but gave him a heart in return. Yu Xuanhuan glanced up and also saw the curse mark next to Lin Cheng's name. He really wanted to curse out loud. Others are cursed with undying? That's not a curse, that's a blessing. He was dying to find out where to get such a good curse, but asking would reveal his secret ability to read character panels, so he held back. Yidong, straightforward as always, asked, "What's your talent?" Lin Chengze shared openly. The news exploded through the studio. Such a powerful divine gift guaranteed his place in the top tier, even with a 2-week delay. Their future was bright. Yu Xuanhuan swallowed the bitterness and celebrated with everyone all afternoon. That night, Lin Chengze returned to the Lin family and was welcomed with another round of festivities. Although he had more trust in Yu Xunhuan's group during his blindness, he appreciated his family's support and knew better than to go solo without backing. Hearing he had in strength divine gift, the Lins immediately allocated resources and assigned people to help him grind levels and raids, determined to make up for lost time. They also showered him with gear, potions, and gold. When they learned the eyeballs came from Yu Xunge that she was not only intermediate in engineering, but also had connections in the Special Affairs Bureau, the Lin family felt obliged to reciprocate. Despite Lin Chengze repeatedly insisting it was Yu Xuanhuan who funded and pulled strings, the family still sent a gift, a brand new sports car. When Lin Chengze heard the gift was a sports car, he simply nodded quietly. It reminded him of when Yu Xunge gave Su Yidong and Yu Xuanhuan a fancy, but ultimately useless bed, equally impractical, but undeniably classy. Still, it was something to be proud of. Yu Xunge had been at JL for half a month, occasionally returning to clear out a monster camp. One day, wiping the undead camp, the next day the troll camp, killing monsters above her level and gaining exclusive experience. Even though she was busy and couldn't always get back every day, each run still granted 56 experience. Her level quickly shot up to 190, placing her in the top 30 on the leaderboard, where the names of the 29 players ahead of her could be found on the Special Affairs Bureau's official website. Her record-breaking leveling speed amazed Zhao Shuang, who was also at JL. That evening, she hurried into the camp, stormed over to Yu Xunge's table, slammed her hand down, and asked bluntly, "What's your secret to leveling up? Is it for sale? What kind of relationship do we have?" Yu Xunge raised an eyebrow, leaning back lazily. "Talking money is so mundane. Go ahead. I don't think we need to discuss money. I'm at least part of the state. You keep bringing up cash, it's kind of insulting," she said, shrugging, but there was a teasing tone beneath her words. Without wasting time, Zhao Shuang tapped her virtual interface. "Check your mail." As the mail alert sounded, Yu Xunge casually pulled a few silver coins from her pouch and tossed them in the air. The ding-ding noises masked the pop-up from the wealth ranking. Then she opened the mail and accepted the 1 silver coin Zhao Shuang sent just so the sudden change in wealth wouldn't raise suspicions on the leaderboard. "Spend some on the auction house to buy an area attack skill," Yu Xunge said, nodding. "Then run dungeons solo, feel free to try it yourself. Return my 1 silver coin." Zhao Shuang's gaze sharpened. "I'm not lying." Yu Xunge spread her hands. "Doesn't your Special Affairs Bureau have hot weapons like rocket launchers ready to go? Their monster clearing efficiency can't be worse than a crank area attack, right?" "I tried." Zhao Shuang frowned. "But the results are similar to crank skills." Yu Xunge counted off on her fingers deliberately. Alchemy potion, short bursts of big stat boosts, buffed cooking recipes, fully optimized gear and weapons, traps rigged with directional mines, plus 1 area skill. Find a choke point for the monsters. Isn't that fast enough? To her, these were all old tricks far beyond the Bureau's playbook. She relied on her stats to overpower with skill and strength. The Bureau had no shortage of guns and explosives. They simply didn't mass single farm because they couldn't pile every resource on one person. Among the top 100 on the rankings, at least 90 were Bureau members. If each monopolized 1 dungeon, leveling would be lightning fast. However, that would waste the many dungeons meant for 1,800 or so players, dedicating all that capacity to less than 100 people. That wasn't their style. Besides, although dungeon light screens were popping up nationwide, truly low-level dungeons remained rare and couldn't support a huge population base. After a pause, Zhao Shuang stared at her. You mean you want to sell your dungeon spot? I could if it weren't my personal territory. Yu Xunge tapped the table. Not selling, just renting. I keep 6 hours a day to run it myself, the rest is yours. It's a level 3 dungeon, take it or leave it. She had long planned to rent out her free time to the Bureau. Acting under the guise of being an external dispatch for the Bureau, she couldn't spend 247 in the dungeon. Leaving it idle was wasteful. Before, in Jie Province, she couldn't negotiate directly, and she wasn't willing to reveal her phantom shift ability. Also, she didn't want to offer favors too eagerly. The more proactive she was, the cheaper she'd seem, which risked losing bargaining power and being accused of lacking patriotism if she later withheld better opportunities from the Bureau. Zhao Shuang nodded decisively. Fine. How much? Yu Xunge set a price. The level 3 instance had 702 monsters from various races. Clearing it would yield about 2 gold and drop 2 to 3 pieces of equipment. Of course, this estimate factored in the luck she secretly boosted for herself. This dungeon was hers every day from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., while the rest of the time it was open for others. I don't want gold, Yu Xunge said, casually setting her teacup on the table, her voice dripping with lazy indifference. I want 10 special ops skill crystals per month after tax. Zhao Shuang pushed up her glasses and replied coolly. Yu Xunge, do you know how many years you'd get for robbery? Don't try to scare me. Yu Xunge lifted her eyes. By the way, you'll have to dig a private, direct passage yourselves. I don't want a bunch of strangers dirtying my floor. Zhao Shuang stifled a laugh and shook her head. Yu Xunge added, fine, for old time's sake, they'll leave you one as a kickback. In her heart, Yu Xunge already saw herself as an outrageously cunning merchant. Zhao Shuang countered methodically, 3 crystals of your choice, or pick from 10 crystals that are grade B or lower. Yu Xunge raised an eyebrow, tapping the table with her fingertips. 7 a.m. to noon is mine, the rest is yours. 7 skill crystals, all mine to choose. Deal? Zhao Shuang nodded without hesitation. Their negotiation flowed smoothly like a tango. Eye contact, probing, advancing, retreating, then a synchronized nod sealing the agreement. Yu Xunge arranged for Zhao to meet her at her villa on the 18th to hash out the details. With 2 days left before returning to S City, Yu Xunge decided to do a favor, help the Liang family realize their office building's dungeon had quietly been farmed by the Su family for over half a month. To play it safe, she visited the black market first. There was an informant she once knew in her former life while on the run, a fugitive friend. This guy survived by playing both sides, always chased or chasing, but his knack for gathering secrets let him stay free. Yu Xunge admired this shameless survival skill. She sold the information that there's a hidden dungeon on the top floor of the XX Road office building for 50 silver coins. Knowing how shrewd the buyer was, he wouldn't keep quiet, sell it both to the building's owner and rival factions, making a killing. The more people knew, the less obvious the culprit. Even if the Liang and Su families hunted him down, they'd just see it as an accidental leak after learning his talent. Nothing is absolute, but Yu Xunge had done all she could. The info was time-sensitive. She guessed he wouldn't delay, lest the Liang family discover the dungeon themselves and drop the intel's value. 2 days later, she drove back to S City. She set off at midnight on the 18th, arriving at her villa late at night. Under dim moonlight, she climbed to the roof and blasted apart the safe room disguised as a storage closet. She leveled it and blocked the hole with a row of heavy wooden cabinets. Then, crouching under her bedroom bed, she carved a teleportation array to Zealand Star, its glowing blue light flickering in the darkness. With all that done, she stayed up and sorted through the spoils from JL City in the living room. She wasn't running just to avoid trouble, although that did prevent the Su family from forcing the office building's dungeon back onto her, and the Special Ops Bureau, claiming you farmed it before. Now we helped the Liang family clear the monsters. Her real mission was to buy a certain herb. After the game's arrival, many believed the world had changed. They frantically farmed gear and skills, dumping previous assets. A health product factory, seeing its products had no mutation potential, was clearing inventory. The owner wanted to liquidate funds to hoard gear. Yu Xunge had her eye on a batch of Changbai Mountain Red ginseng in their stock. It hadn't mutated, but every 100 grams of ginseng combined with half a bottle of basic healing potion and cooked using culinary skills turned into a special food ginseng essence. Ginseng extract is technically a cooking product, but it's really something between alchemy and cooking. A small vial melts instantly on the tongue and immediately restores 80 health points, then gradually recovers 1 point per second over the next 10 minutes. The numbers don't seem huge at first glance, but that adds up to a full 680 points over 10 minutes, enough to snatch someone back from the brink of death in an emergency. Its effect outright outperforms any basic healing potion and far surpasses all early-stage dishes made with blue star ingredients. Yu Xunge didn't want to compete with the state for business, but never promised to go easy on Yu Xunge. In the previous life, at the end of March, Yu Xunge suddenly took Su Yidong on a trip to Jie province right when the game invasion had begun, yet the two still had leisure to travel. By chance, they ran into a herbalist who was lamenting on the street, desperate because he was stuck with 20,000 pounds of red ginseng slices that wouldn't sell. Yu Xunge casually snapped them up for a bargain, hitting a massive gold mine. On the market, ginseng extract is priced at 5 silver coins, a little more than twice the cost of a Blue Star basic healing potion. But its production cost? Just half a bottle of basic healing potion plus 100 grams of red ginseng, the latter being near free at the time. Compared to gulp it down in one go basic healing potions, ginseng extract's higher price was justified, and it was snapped up immediately upon release. Thanks to early beta access, Yu Xunge and the Su family never lacked basic healing potions. Every potion passed to Yu Xunge yielded more than quadruple profits. Tens of thousands of vials sold like wildfire, earning them ample seed capital and quickly attracting a large number of independent players. The Special Affairs Bureau responded swiftly, but took half a month to replicate the formula. During that time, Yu Xunge nearly cleared the market of all available red ginseng, raking in huge earnings. A simple calculation: 10,000 pounds of red ginseng could yield 50,000 portions of ginseng extract, requiring 25,000 bottles of basic healing potions. Even buying potions on Zealand Star only cost 250 gold. Selling 50,000 doses at 5 silver each brings in a total revenue of 2,500 gold. Deducting costs, the net profit was at least 2,250 gold. For context, Yu Xunge only had barely 25,000 gold coins on hand. Just 10,000 pounds of red ginseng added 2,250 gold for free. Why wouldn't she want to profit? Not only did she want to profit, she planned to do exactly as Yu Xunge had done, sweeping up all available red ginseng into her warehouse. She had no intention of cooperating with the Special Affairs Bureau on this business. Relying on them is worse than just registering with them, and she owed them no favors. So in every disguised period at jail over those 2 weeks, she was constantly at the herbal markets, negotiating with the owners, only buying genuine goods, paying in gold, and leaving no trace. Trial runs convinced her even more. The older the red ginseng used, the stronger the extract. Top-grade ginseng older than 30 years instantly restored 120 health points, and then healed 1 of maximum health per second over 15 minutes, an ideal lifesaver alongside the thief god's powers. The best quality was rare and expensive, but she bought it all in one sweep after all. With her culinary god talent boost, ginseng extract had triple critical hits, and she wouldn't skimp on herself. For the raw materials used to make money, she chose the most suitable mid-range stock, the kind that sold for about 400 yuan per pound before the game invasion. Large quantities, stable prices, effective enough, and since everyone was too preoccupied with survival, no one was paying attention to health supplements anymore, making this batch a bargain. Yu Xunge wanted a lot, and wanted it fast. She stocked up as much as she could. Red ginseng simply couldn't be sold. Yu Xunge exchanged 1 pound of gold for 1,000 pounds of red ginseng. In just half a month, she had accumulated 70,000 pounds of ordinary red ginseng and managed to acquire 15 pounds of rare roots over 30 years old. After roughly deducting the auction house's 1 commission, if she refined all the ordinary ginseng into extract and sold it, she could net 15,600 gold coins, a tempting amount even when rounded. To develop new formulas, she had tested various expensive medicinal herbs on herself dozens of times, and even sent samples in batches to Hecapa's lab, but no breakthroughs emerged. Yu Xunge gave up, thinking, if I can't come up with anything, then if Yu Xunge manages to invent something good, I'll come cut off that kid's hands myself. The mountain of red ginseng was packed into large wooden crates and stacked neatly in her game backpack. As for the basic healing potions, she never intended to craft them herself. Even if she could finish 1 potion in a minute, what did more than 30,000 bottles even mean? It might take forever. She decided instead to spend the next half-month at home focusing on brewing ginseng extract, planning to launch everything for sale once players had enough funds next month. Just as she finished planning to check on the Liang and Su family status, the doorbell rang abruptly. The surveillance at the door signaled who was there, so she invited Zhao Shuang in and was surprised to find Wu Qingbai with him. Zhao Shuang hadn't come empty-handed. He brought skill crystal exchange books and a contract to finalize details about renting dungeons and direct access channels. The Special Affairs Bureau always took care to open dungeon portals without disturbing homeowners, which was their specialty. After some small talk, Yu Xunge handed out 2 cups of iced drinks. The 3 of them sipped while going upstairs to inspect the layout of the 2nd floor. On the stairs, Zhao Shuang immediately spotted the light screen half hidden behind a plant shelf and started mentally drawing a diagram for a teleportation channel. She gestured at the wooden frame. The door could open right behind this. How about that? That works, Yu Xunge replied without hesitation. Just make sure no one comes downstairs. After a moment's thought, she added, don't move that half. I want to put a food cabinet there with the dishes I make. No way. Wu Qingbai frowned and interrupted. We can't take even a single thread or needle from the common people. Zhao Shuang looked at him in surprise. Yu Xunge's expression was more complicated. Was this guy deliberately making things difficult? But she swallowed her frustration and said, if anyone wants to eat, they can't pay for it. Wu Qingbai was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly nodded, not bad. Zhao Shuang nearly laughed, but quickly lowered his eyes to pretend he was reading the documents. Yu Xunge then pointed to another corner. They'll put tables and chairs there for you to rest free of charge. They'll provide whatever facilities I can. But there are 2 rules. No going downstairs, and no using any skills to invade my privacy. When the dungeon level was confirmed to be only level 3, Zhao Shuang pulled a deep blue crystal from his pocket and handed it to Yu Xunge. Here, this is for you. Anyone who rents a dungeon to the Special Affairs Bureau gets one of these free every month. Water Screen Shield. Effect. Designates an area and covers it with a water screen, preventing any form of spying inside the zone. Unauthorized intruders are marked, and their location remains visible on the user's game map for 24 hours. Cost. 10 of current mana. Duration. 30 calendar days. Yu Xunge read the water screen's description with an unchanged expression, but inside she felt heavy. In her previous life, she never saw such a thing at the Su family. Now, with repeated burglaries plaguing the Su household and the heiress ears suffered a bite taken out of it, it was likely they had set up similar protections. From now on, she would have to be extra careful around both the Su and Liang families. After Zhao Shuang explained how to use it, she immediately crushed the skill crystal. Soon, she could clearly sense in her mind the entire villa and a 2-meter radius around it. A light blue water curtain covered this area, and she could adjust its height and width at will. She didn't let the water curtain stretch too far, just enclosing the 1st and 2nd floors plus the backyard. From the front, it looked like a rectangular shape, with a quarter circle connected at the back. After setting the boundaries, she input 10 of her magic power. The next moment, she heard the soft sound of rain. Opening her eyes, it looked like it was raining outside, but each raindrop vanished the instant it touched the ground, leaving no wet spots. The rain sound acted like gentle white noise, calming her heart steadily. The Special Affairs Bureau always acted efficiently. As soon as the contract was signed, Yu Xunge was allowed to choose her first month's rental payment. Originally, she wanted to pick divination or disguise skills, but when she saw the skill stone named, Hello, I am a student, she grabbed 5 of them without hesitation. This skill gave her a 10 discount on all purchases everywhere, no matter what currency was used. With her daily cash flow easily reaching tens of thousands of gold coins, she desperately needed such a money-saving advantage. Then she chose 2 more stones called Why Overweight Again. These allowed additional inventory slots for game backpacks, but each backpack could only use this once. Yu Xunge already owned a Zai Lon Star backpack with the largest capacity of 36 slots, which only divine talent level skills could expand further. After finalizing the rental for the instance, she invited Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai to have a meal in the villa. Once the guests left, she used her intermediate engineering skills to build a vending machine in a corner of the hall. The materials cost 21 gold coins, but the instance upstairs would be busy for at least 6 months, so this small investment would pay off in time. Inside the vending machine, besides prepared dishes, she stocked some green equipment she had farmed, along with a variety of niche but practical alchemy potions and engineering gadget silence potions, berserk potions, invisibility potions, reveal potions, agility potions, plus mechanical eyeballs and pathfinding robots. Having learned 2 major professions, she had always wanted to showcase her handcrafted works. Now, with the foot traffic from the instance, she could test the market's reaction. Although these items were rare, they were not expensive enough to attract robbers. The rest area was simply arranged: a few tables and chairs, a coffee machine, a water dispenser, and a stack of disposable cups for players to take a short break from their dungeon runs. With these preparations done, she went to Zai Lon Star to wholesale a large box of basic healing potions, then returned home to start brewing ginseng elixir. Unlike alchemy potions, the ginseng elixir was less delicate. She just had to follow the correct proportions, boil it all at once, then bottle it after cooling. She used small glass bottles meant for alchemy, which could be bought in packs of 100 for 1 copper coin. Although engineering could produce bottles too, she didn't want to waste time and preferred spending money to save effort. At her speed, she could produce 2,000 bottles an hour, most of which was spent on bottling. Unfortunately, this job wasn't something Yu Xunge could outsource. She had to handle it herself. 70,000 jin of red ginseng and 350,000 empty bottles meant 6 hours of non-stop work every day for a whole month before it would be finished. She scribbled the projected earnings tightly on a thick piece of cardboard, propping it up on her desk. Only by staring at that long string of numbers could she force herself to keep going. That night, on the contract day, Zhao Shuang and her colleagues ascended to the rooftop of the Yu family's building and directly opened a cross-dimensional portal on the terrace. Beside the freight elevator, 2 brand-new self-service vending machines were already powered on, their transparent windows packed with food, potions, and various goods. Zhao Shuang glanced at the prices and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Prices were fair, and with no auction house fees. This girl was practically pulling coins out of thin air. While her co-workers set up the portal, Zhao Shuang pulled Yu Xunge into a corner. If I wanted to set up a vending machine too, how much would it cost? Just buy a machine, Yu Xunge replied without looking up. Friendship price 14 gold and 99 silver. All right. Zhao Shuang sighed inwardly. The boomerang always came back around. While Yu Xunge was busy making money, the Liang family suddenly received a tip that an undiscovered dungeon lay hidden within the Su family's assets delivered by someone who even showed up in person to sell the information. The seller's innate talent was called Baixiaoshu, clearly tied to information networks. The Liang family readily paid 3 gold coins for it. This intel dealer, nicknamed Baozi, had a habit of selling the same piece of news multiple times, but was reasonably cautious. She first sold a clue about a new dungeon appearing on the Liang family office rooftop to the Liang family for 1 gold, personally verified it, tracked who was farming it, then packaged the full details and sold them for 3 gold. The Liang family happily paid and even added her as a contact, inviting her to sell any future Liang family updates. Once she left, Liang Yuchuan asked his uncle, Liang Jing, why not just recruit her directly? Liang Jing waved him off. Save it. People like that have messy networks. Once you offend someone, sooner or later it causes trouble. Better to just buy their info when needed. And the Su family. Verify first. Block them if possible. Soon, the Liang family caught the Su family red-handed and blocked their team at the dungeon entrance. Let's settle compensation. Liang Jing handed the negotiation to younger members. It wouldn't do for the Liang elders to get involved. If the Liang family didn't act, it would be like letting the Su family walk all over them. The Su family was stronger before the game invasion, but times had changed, and their progress gaps were now minimal. News of the Liang family blocking the Su family reached Yu Xunge through an undead spider messenger. Instantly lifting her spirit, she had been waiting for this moment. This kind of showdown wasn't for the heads of the families to handle. The Su family sent Su Yitong to represent them. She was on equal footing with Liang Yuchuan. No need to mobilize over a level 1 minor dungeon. While Su Yitong was still en route, Liang Yuchuan had already set up a chair at the dungeon entrance, calmly waiting. Meanwhile, Yu Xunge hurried to the scene. Not daring to use the easily detected illusion body spell, she first employed Phantom Shift to reach near the office building, donned full gear, activated Thief God's disguise skill, then instantly teleported into a dead zone in the surveillance on the 26th floor. Transforming into a gecko, she silently climbed the outside wall to the rooftop. After some effort, she found a safe corner to lie in wait, exactly in time to see Su Yitong arrive. Su Yitong didn't do what Yu Xunge feared. She didn't pin the blame on her outright. After all, Yu Xunge was Yu Zunhuan's sister, closely involved with the Special Matters Bureau and with her own channels to get good deals. There was no need to make enemies right now. The Su family accepted the situation, but asked them to pay 200 gold coins? That was out of the question. In just half a month, with only a level 1 dungeon to clear, even if the Su family members worked round the clock in shifts, after deducting the cost of potions and food, the profit would still be less than 10 gold, not counting equipment and experience gained. The 2 young ladies sat facing each other, the area around them already cleared out. The lingering smell of the visibility potion hadn't fully faded, and the only detection skill had just finished its sweep. That player from the Liang family relied solely on the airflow perception talent to catch air fluctuations, barely passable as a detection spell. At this moment, Yu Xunge was pressed against a crack in the wall, transformed into a small gecko. Her disturbance to the airflow was minuscule, lighter than any random movement by the players present, let alone the occasional passing smell of flatulence. The negotiation quickly reached a deadlock, with Su Yitong and Liang Yuchuan's tempers rising inch by inch. Seizing the chaos, Yu Xunge slid down to the floor, crouched into the shadows of the machinery room, and watched as the airflow detector's mana dropped again. The next second, she resumed human form and gulped down a bottle of invisibility potion. The effect of the visibility potion had just worn off, and the airflow detection entered cooldown, leaving the entire area in a rare detection vacuum. Taking advantage of the gap, Yu Xunge sneaked to the rear of the Su family's team, lowered her voice, and muttered almost at ground level in a disguised male tone. Even a cripple dares to be so arrogant. The word cripple exploded like thunder in Liang Yuchuan's ears. She had finally reached level 1 and invested her attribute points into Constitution. Nothing angered her more than reminders of her injured leg. Her fury instantly reached its peak as she raised her hand and unleashed a water cannon attack, splashing water everywhere among the Su family members. Su Yitong was equally sensitive to the word cripple. Although she knew it was her own ally venting anger on her behalf and wanted to keep the peace, before she could stop the attack, the water cannon was already crashing toward her. The Su family, all tense and battle-weary from the dungeon, instinctively dodged first and then counterattacked, igniting a full-blown brawl. Magic and gunfire intertwined, steam and firelight swirling chaotically. Yu Xunge quietly retreated to the edge of the fight, patiently waiting for prey. She caught sight of the Liang family's ranged gunner in the back row knocked to the ground, his chest rising and falling slightly, still breathing. She moved quickly, squatting behind him, pressing the gun's muzzle to the back of his head and grabbing his shooting hand. The captured player's eyes widened, but before he could shout, she clamped his chin tightly with her other hand. Through the sniper's scope, Su Yitong's right eye was especially clear amid the firelight. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and the trigger was squeezed. A chill crawled up Su Yitong's spine to the back of her neck as she caught the hateful glare of the fallen player. Almost simultaneously, he raised his gun. And then, both guns fired at the same time. Su Yitong's bullet struck the player who was barely clinging to life. The moment the bullet hit his head, his hand and head slumped limply. At that moment, the bullet he had just fired flew straight towards Su Yitong. She jerked her head sharply to the side just as the metallic whistle of the bullet grazed her cheek. Nobody expected that the bullet, which seemed to have missed, would suddenly curve through the air as if pulled by an invisible string, turning back toward her. She only had time to narrow her eyes, then a burst of excruciating pain exploded as the spinning bullet instantly shredded her only remaining ear. Her agonized scream pierced the rooftop, causing Liang Yuchuan to freeze in shock. In her heart, only one thought remained. This is over. The Su family and the Liang family are now mortal enemies. The healing potion's glow poured down her throat, accompanied by the light of her healing skill. The bloody wound at her ear quickly scabbed over, but the ear, shattered into flesh and pulp, could never be restored. Amidst the chaos, Yu Xunge did not leave the scene. Wearing gloves, she crouched beside the fallen player's body and pulled out a tiny engineering device no bigger than a fingernail miniature guidance module. She pressed twice on the still warm finger to capture the fingerprint, then clipped the module onto the gun rail tightly clenched in the corpse's palm. Mini guidance module. When activated, it guides bullets to accurately hit the target. Remaining uses, 23. With the device installed, she vanished like a phantom, slipping away while leaving behind a small, undead spider hidden in the shadows to monitor further developments. The office building's rooftop was left in disarray. Seeing this, the Liang family's people immediately lowered their guns. The team's healers hurriedly tried to stop Su Yitong's bleeding, repeatedly bowing their heads in apology, though their gestures felt feeble and hollow. Su Yitong's face was deathly pale, but her eyes were like shards of ice, and her ear was engulfed in absolute silence. She was completely deaf now, a person with no ears. This grudge, I've noted it down, she said through clenched teeth. People expected her to resume fighting, but she lifted her gun, circled past the Liang family's members, and emptied the magazine into the corpse behind them before allowing a guard to help her leave. Liang Yuchuan did not pursue her. Such a deep hatred was no longer something a few apologies could mend. He sat down on a stool, massaging his forehead, and quietly asked, "Who made the move? Did anyone see what happened?" The team's healer hesitated before speaking. He had originally planned to heal that player but hesitated because he needed to conserve mana for Liang Yuchuan. As a result, he witnessed the entire incident firsthand. The eyewitness testimony was right there. The possibility of an accidental discharge was instantly ruled out. Someone picked up the gun and exclaimed, "No wonder the shots were so accurate. This gun has something good on it." Liang Yuchuan took it and saw the miniature guidance module embedded on the firearm. A fiery anger surged within him as he raised the gun and fired several more rounds into the riddled corpse. With eyewitnesses and physical evidence in hand, he brought the gun back to the Liang family and reported what had happened to Liang Jing. After a long silence, Liang Jing cautiously asked, "Is there any chance someone else provoked this? Someone who's an enemy of both the Liang and Su families?" Before he finished, he looked up to meet Liang Yuchuan's helpless expression. They had bought the dungeon intel with their own money, sent people to block the Su family, deployed all kinds of surveillance during negotiations, and Liang Yuchuan was the first to pull the trigger. Most importantly, Su Yitong had seen Liang family members aiming weapons at her herself. There was simply no denying responsibility for this mess. Yu Xunge turned the music in her house all the way up. She was making a ginseng tonic but ended up cooking it with the intensity of stir-frying spicy pork intestines. Thinking about having cut off Yu Xunge's source of income, she wished she could install a disco ball on the roof and party while brewing the tonic. The bass made the glass tremble. She stirred the medicine pot as steam mixed with herbal scents rose to the ceiling, like a furious stir-fry happening in the kitchen. The suffocating tension that had been hanging around lately finally seemed to dissipate with the noise. Although the golden robbery had happened, she never felt it truly hurt Su Yitong. She was sure only straightforward violence could suppress the bitterness in her heart. This time, not only would Su Yitong suffer, but it would also sow discord between the Su and Liang families, allowing remote control strikes. Sooner or later, Su Yitong's anger would be taken out on Yu Xunge. Sure enough, the Su household had turned into chaos. Su Yitong was smashing things in a frenzy. Su Langfeng, Su Beige, and Su Jinxian were all forcibly kicked out by her. The three men exchanged helpless looks and finally focused their gaze on Yu Xunge. Yu Xunge cursed inwardly. Me? So the Su family thinks none of their own are worth a thing. But she couldn't say it aloud lately. The Su family had not only funneled jewelry resources her way, but also spent 5 hours daily running dungeon raids with her. She couldn't afford to burn that bridge. Wearing a forced smile, she ushered the 3 men out, took a deep breath, and faced Su Yitong. The room was dimly lit, with broken porcelain scattered on the floor. Su Yitong was beyond furious. She was desperate. Ever since losing an ear, she had gathered any possible means to restore it, but all attempts were in vain. The only thing related to hearing she had was a high-tech literacy headset designed for alien children to learn characters. When worn, if the wearer looks at a speaker, synchronized subtitles appear before their eyes. A secondary purpose was emergency use for deaf people like her. Yu Xunge sat beside her, knowing sweet talk wouldn't help. She pulled out her phone and typed, "He'll have my sister contact the Special Affairs Bureau to find high-level engineering experts. They must already have arrangements for this kind of talent. Use this headset for now. Once you master advanced healing skills, your ear will definitely regenerate." Su Yitong lowered her head, silent, but her fingertips trembled slightly. Yu Xunge immediately called Yu Xunge. Putting a deaf person on speaker was too harsh, so she held the phone to her ear, much like showing off pins spinning in front of Liang Yuchuan. Just the same sort of thing. On the other end, Yu Xunge heard 2 breaths and knew someone was beside her brother. She was used to his style. After hearing the request, she said, "Let me check." It really requires advanced engineering. There were hundreds of advanced engineering blueprints. Usually, she just threw money to learn them without paying close attention. She didn't expect there to actually be something that could restore Su Yitong's life to normal. I can't make this myself. He'll ask the Special Affairs Bureau. Wait for me." She didn't hang up and immediately private messaged Zhao Shuang in the game. After getting a reply, she relayed everything in detail. It can be done, but it requires very high expertise and is extremely niche. Some materials are ridiculously rare, not something you can just buy with gold. "I'm giving you her number. The 2 of you talk directly." Then she gave Yu Xunge Zhao Shuang's phone number right away. Yu Xunge guessed that the price must be steep. Otherwise, Yu Xunge wouldn't have passed the blame off so quickly and decisively. But he had no choice and dialed the number Yu Xunge gave him. When the call connected, Zhao Shuang's voice came through, brash and cheeky. "I heard you're Yu Xunge's brother? Or the Su family's eldest daughter?" Like a clever monkey with a tail, he was sharp and thorough, immediately laying out audacious terms. 2 level 5 dungeon light screens in exchange for 1 advanced engineering product. Just 1 advanced engineering product? That expensive? Yu Xunge couldn't help but doubt. Zhao Shuang chuckled like a mischievous little mouse. "It's not the materials that tray costly, it's the tech. Mastering professional skills up to advanced level, that's a whole other world. Even if I gave you the formula, you couldn't make it yourself." After hanging up, Yu Xunge copied the conversation word for word into his phone's memo app and handed it to Su Yitong. She gave a faint nod when reading it. For her, as long as she could return to a normal life, any price was worth paying. Waiting any longer wasn't an option. The silence was like a slender needle pricking her nerves constantly. Naturally suspicious and fiercely strong-willed, every laugh from others, every unclear syllable, shed suspect was a mocking jibe. Are they laughing at my deafness? 2 level 5 dungeons? She could afford it, and she intended to make the Liang family pay back every penny with interest. Meanwhile, Yu Xunge buried herself back in the alchemy lab after hanging up. She spent mornings grinding dungeon runs, and afternoons brewing ginseng elixir, a workload like an endless assembly line. Less than 3 days in, overwhelmed by the workload, she decisively outsourced the bottling process to a little wraith named Maji at the alchemy shop. Just 1 gold coin to bottle 5,000 vials efficiently and neatly. Shopkeeper Hecapia turned a blind eye, sparing his apprentice from exhaustion. With the lighter load, Yu Xunge devoted all her saved time to learning alchemy from Hecapia or sneaking into the restaurant to steal cooking skills from the dark elf chef. What was supposed to take a month to brew 350,000 bottles of ginseng elixir was finished in under half that time, with the remaining bottling left to the little wraith. During these 2 weeks, city buzzed with chaos. Su family and Liang family had torn ties. The Liang family knew they were in the wrong and considered settling with money, but Su family demanded 20 dungeon runs. Liang Jing exploded with anger. "I'm sincerely trying to make amends for your hearing. Yet you stab me in the heart? Forget you. Those dungeon runs might as well be kept for their own family. Why help the Su family grow strong only to be targeted by them later?" Yu Xunge enjoyed watching the drama unfold. The Su family frequently pulled him into dungeon runs, and sometimes he rallied his studio teammates Yi Dong and Lin Qingze for group play. Though his talent was mediocre, his luck soared at level 10, yielding incredible drops. Where others earned loot after 3 runs, he struck it rich in 1. Even when he gobbled experience and claimed the last hit, his teammates tasted the benefits and accepted it quietly. So, Yu Xunge only slept 6 hours daily, spending the rest inside dungeons, even moving jewelry crafting into them. His experience bar steadily climbed by 5 every day. Su Yitong's experience gains were even more impressive. Her divine innate talent earned her admirers wherever she went. Yet now she spoke sparingly, her mood as somber as a rainy season sky. Standing beside Yu Xunge with a slight smirk, the other with a downturned lip, they oddly resembled a married couple. She stopped fussing over her hairstyle, too. Once she hid her malformed ear with a thick side-swept style. Now, with thinner hair parted neatly in the middle, there was no hiding. Fortunately, her literacy toy and earmuff-style headset covered her exposed ear hole, so outsiders just assumed it was a fashion choice. Her dependence on Yu Xunge grew stronger, rarely leaving his side. He had meant to follow her script, pretending he passed her the dirty disease so she'd feel guilty toward him later, allowing him to turn her guilt to his advantage. But now, with Su Yitong's emotions clearly twisted and unstable, his prearranged plans had no place to land. This scheme was failing completely. You can't expect someone with a twisted mind to feel guilt. Yu Xunge had already decided to strike first and expose the matter. Although he didn't expect Su Yitong to feel indebted to him, at least she wouldn't be so brazenly righteous when snapping at him anymore. I said turn around and talk to me. Did I ever tell you not to turn your back on me? Suddenly, Su Yitong's cold reprimand came from behind. The atmosphere in the hall froze instantly. The Su family members all stared at Yu Xunge's back with eyes full of mockery, disdain, or just curiosity. But Yu Xunge acted as if he hadn't heard it all. Within a moment, he tamed his emotions, calmly turned around, and meekly went to appease the notoriously moody mistress. Nearby, Su Beige and Su Jinxian instinctively shrank their necks, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. If the madam dared to scold him, who else would dare speak up? Though Yu Xunge wasn't present, she could almost imagine the scene downstairs. Su Yitong usually wore a gentle smile, but when upset, her anger was far more terrifying than Liang Yuchuan's. Liang's temper flared quickly but passed just as fast, whereas Su Yitong's was simmering quietly for a long time before exploding, not only with a cold voice, but with prolonged torment. With no outlet for his frustration, Yu Xunge poured all his energy into the kitchen. He truly had some talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attracted a god of cooking as a divine blessing. At first, he just followed recipes blindly, but once he mastered them, his skills with knife and fire soared. The dishes he presented were perfect in both aroma and flavor, winning the Su family over meal after meal. More cunningly, he only absorbed a tiny bit of fortune each time, mumbling, "This ingredient cost a fortune, don't let it go to waste." So the Su family didn't suffer obvious bad luck in daily life, but during dungeon runs, their hit rate dropped and they often failed to get drops. Meanwhile, Yu Xunge's own drop rates rose steadily after his final hit. Compared side by side, the Su family grew increasingly reliant on him, while he developed his own positive feedback loop. By April, Yu Xunge's level had climbed to 1 at 53. Although he hadn't cracked the leaderboard, he already outpaced over 90 of players after all. Most people considered it lucky to enter a dungeon even once a day. On the other hand, Yu Xunge had already surged ahead to level 2. Yu Xunge had asked around and Yu Xunge hadn't hidden the truth from him, honestly revealing. Upstairs in the villa was a level 3 dungeon, rented out to a special agency. She had reserved time slots for herself, waiting until Yu Xunge reached level 3 so he could bring ranged weapons and solo clear it. Hearing this, a pang of bitterness rose in Yu Xunge's chest. But then he thought of the Su family's 100-plus dungeon resources, and the bitterness faded. Yu Xunge had just enjoyed some early advantages. Without higher-level dungeons, her speed naturally slowed down. Still, he passed the information to Yu Qingshan and Yi Xiugua, urging them to hitch a ride with Yu Xunge for dungeon runs and experience. When Yu Xunge received calls from Yu Qingshan and Yi Xiugua, she immediately understood it was Yu Xunge's doing. She knew that even if Yu Xunge trusted her this lifetime, he was still fundamentally selfish and cold, never truly hoping for her well-being. She had long planned to let Yu Qingshan and Yi Xiugua suffer a little, so she readily agreed. Sure, but remember to stick close to me and run if anything goes wrong. After narrowly surviving an intense battle surrounded by monsters, with his health bar dropping multiple times to just 10 before pulling back, Yi Xiugua gasped loudly several times. However, during the second round of attracting monsters, he accidentally missed a mage. That mage chased after Yi Xiugua and Yu Qingshan, causing both of them to scream in panic and flee from the dungeon without looking back. Despite running blindly, they still got hit by a fireball in the back and barely escaped with slivers of health remaining. Only after Yu Xunge finished off the last enemy calmly did she saunter out of the dungeon. She slung her staff over her shoulder and tossed each of her 2 little followers a bottle of healing potion, soothing them with a remark. "Every time I raid this place, it's a struggle to survive. Honestly, I'm really bad at leading you guys." This made Yi Xiugua look even paler, while Yu Qingshan seemed to take it as permission to immediately recount the whole chaotic ordeal to Yu Xunge. Upon hearing the story, Yu Xunge thought this was just normal after all. There's no way a main fighter could storm through enemies unscathed. He didn't mention that he had originally hoped Yu Xunge would lead the team to level up. But since Yu Xunge was scheming behind the scenes, Yu Xunge wasn't going to pretend nothing had happened. She turned around and packaged the explosive news that the Su family's son-in-law has AIDS and sold it to Baozi. Baozi, comparable to a savvy social media influencer, had an incredible efficiency. She got the scoop on the second, searched the Su family thoroughly on the third. Although she couldn't find solid evidence, she had a rare talent to verify truth or falsehood, and her confidence rested on simply believing it was true. On the morning of the fourth, she simultaneously sold the story at a high price to both the Liang family and Su Yidong. By lunchtime, she sent a private message to Yu Xunge. Everyone already knows you have AIDS. Want to know who found out? 5 gold coins. One piece of news, sold 3 times over guaranteed profit. Before doing all this, to ensure she was the first to get the scoop, Yu Xunge slipped undead little spiders under the door cracks of 3 mansions under cover of night. 1. Outside the Su estate, they crawled several kilometers on their bony legs before sneaking into the main Su house, Su Baig's villa, and Su Yitong's residence, leaving 1 spider at each place. 2. The Liang estate, another spider was placed there. 3. Yu Xunge's apartment, the last spider for multi-angle simultaneous live streaming. That afternoon, when Yu Xunge received Baozi's private message, he initially thought it was a prank from a bored internet troll. But the words AIDS made his heart tighten, and he immediately sent the 5 gold coins. The reply was just 1 sentence. At 11 a.m. this morning, both the Liang family and Su Yitong knew. He nearly choked. No matter how much you change your profile, once tested for blood, nothing can be hidden. His only hope now might lie with the equally afflicted Su Yitong. Trembling, he messaged her privately. Yu Xunge, you know? Su Yitong, wait for me at your apartment. Those 6 words felt like a death sentence. Yu Xunge's heart sank as he glanced out the window to see Su Yitong's black sports car parked steadily below. The door opened, and she got out first, closely followed by her 2 highest attack steer divinely gifted players. In panic, Yu Xunge typed rapidly, breaking his personal record. Yu Xunge, I have a way to hide the unknown curse info. I can siphon the Su family's luck onto myself. Let's make a contract. Yu Xunge, my skill is called You Want Something for Nothing? Passive affect anyone who eats my food without paying transfers their luck to me. Yu Xunge, I got infected during surgery and only recently learned about it. You can have the butler polygraph me. I'm not doing this on purpose. Yu Xunge, I can also help you get revenge on the Liang family. I can pass this disease to Liang Yuchuan, or your brother, or your dad, even the butler. After sending, his hands shook. Seeing even the butler almost made Su Yidong laugh, but her expression stayed dark as she strode upstairs with 2 bodyguards in tow, radiating full intimidation. The doorbell rang suddenly. Outside, Yidong's voice called out, "Who's there?" Su Yidong answered calmly, "Open up, I'm not going to kill you." Yu Xunge and Su Yitong sat face to face in the quiet study of the apartment, the air thick with oppressive silence. They looked at each other without a word. Whatever sincerity they once had long since faded, as if it never existed at all. No one could say who had taken the wrong step first, and no one was willing to admit it. Perhaps Su Yitong hadn't informed Yu Xunge in time about the game's beta test. Or maybe Yu Xunge deliberately hid his injuries. It could be that Su Yitong never let Yu Xunge in on the Su family's secret meetings, while Yu Xunge kept his divine gift a secret. Or perhaps, once they sensed the curse between them, their mutual schemes only grew more intense. One hidden crack after another had piled up into an unbridgeable rift. Each had long ago seen the other's darkest side. Just as Yu Xunge once thought, they were a perfect pair, outwardly polished and dazzling, but inwardly dark and repulsive. Yu Xunge no longer begged for mercy. Su Yitong's decision not to kill him showed she still had some interest in his proposal. In truth, on the way here, Su Yidong had already devised hundreds of ways to humiliate him, forcing him to strip and be publicly shamed in the city center, even cutting off limbs and turning him into a lifelong watchdog for the estate after forcing medicine down his throat. But at this moment, she held back. Because Yu Xunge carried not just luck, but a divine gift and a lurking illness, all of which could be exploited. In the end, they signed a contract. Yu Xunge must keep no secrets from Su Yitong. All the equipment and items he acquires have to be handed over to her for distribution. He must fully support Su Yitong's control over the Su family and must not harm her in any way. If Yu Xunge discovers a way to break the curse, he must notify her immediately and prioritize helping her lift it. In return, Su Yitong pledges to train Yu Xunge as best she can, at least allowing him to experience the hopeful him within his divine gift. The agreement was profoundly unequal, but outside, both of them stood like death itself. There was no turning back for either. Obediently, Yu Xunge took out the chameleon tea pet and handed it to Su Yitong to help hide the curse information showing on his character panel. All warmth between them had evaporated, and falsehoods dissolved. Only stark self-interest and cooperation remained. From now on, they were the most reliable allies, even if this alliance was only temporary. With the deal sealed, Su Yitong took on the hidden risks Yu Xunge might expose, handling the curse problem herself. More importantly, she paid a huge bribe 10 times the market pricito Baozi, forcing her to confess to deceiving the Liang family. Baozi had no shame. As long as the price was right, she was willing to sell her reputation even for as much as 50 gold coins. And things didn't end there. Baozi secretly contacted the Liang family, refusing to refund the money and instead sending word that someone hired her to target the Liang family deliberately, urging them to move away from the Su family trouble, spreading false information. The Liang family responded foolishly. No matter how foolish they truly were, they made the matter public. But Su Yitong was faster and sharper. While the Liang family debated in the morning how to use this news whether to threaten or ruin the Su family's reputation be noon, Su Yitong and Yu Xunge had already formed their alliance, and that afternoon, all the dirt they could uncover about the Su family's main and branch lines was unleashed. This power struggle had only just begun, and the stakes on both sides were far heavier than anyone imagined. Little AI got tangled up in the scandals swirling around the XX feast ranging from wild parties, orthopedic gossip, body doubles, to chaotic affairs, and it was dirty no, outrageously filthy. Su Yitong not only confessed that she and Yu Xunge had caught this disease, but she also took advantage of the chaos to drag in Su Beige, Su Jinxian, Su Langfeng, and even the Su family's main branch, second branch, and all the collateral relatives. From the centenarians down to recent graduates, everyone got infected. Within just an hour, the Su family was nearly branded as the House of AI, with only the dog in the courtyard escaping unscathed. So the most common sound throughout the Su estate that day was, "It's not me. I didn't." Su Yitong and Yu Xunge also went home to wail a bit. Soon enough, some determined people dug up the fact that nearly half of the rumors were fabricated. The shocking headline that all Su family members had AI smoothly slid into the category of fake news. Everyone agreed someone was trying to sabotage the Su family. Yu Xunge quietly observed the whole farce through her little spider while many key details were exchanged in private chats. When face to face, everyone still blurted things out, as if no matter how good phones were, no one actually pulled them out to type. She noticed Su Yitong and Yu Xunge had completely turned to the dark side, which, honestly, was never much light to begin with, but this actually pleased her. Those who go dark usually have a rough time, while happy people only yellow out. They weren't happy, so she was glad. Besides, if the Su family were truly harmonious, Su Yitong wouldn't need to use the marriage by absorption trick to escape arranged marriage and stay with them. If her relationship with Su Beige and Su Jinxian had been close, Su Jinxian wouldn't have died at Yu Xunge's hands in the previous life. By the time the Su and Liang family drama finally ended, it was already April 8th. During the chaos, Yu Xunge also found 3 curious items in the cat's nest: a compass that could accurately predict the weather, a hairpin that could change hair color at will, and a brooch that emitted fragrance according to mood. They weren't particularly useful in battle, but were novel enough for her to keep them all. Meanwhile, all 350,000 bottles of ginseng extract had been repackaged. She also seized the opportunity to buy 50,000 gene of red ginseng and 6 gene of over 30-year-old old ginseng in S-City and its surroundings at premium prices, since these were not local products. Then continued to brew the extract while anonymously listing the stock for sale in batches. The platform wasn't very smart. Each account could list a maximum of 1,000 items at once. But thinking about how all this money was snatched from Yu Xunge, every click of the list button felt like stabbing him again. The first time she put up 1,000 bottles of extract and went to make coffee, she came back to find the listings all sold out. She posted another 1,000, which also sold out in 3 to 5 minutes. The potent healing effects combined with low prices made the extract an instant hit. Almost everyone scrambled to buy it, flooding the world chat, regional channels, even local channels with discussions praising this incredibly cost-effective healing remedy. Let alone the young people who need to run dungeons. Even wealthy middle-aged and elderly buyers can't resist snapping up these health supplements. Taking care of one's health is ingrained in the DNA of the older generation. In the shopping mall, shelves are fully stocked one moment and completely emptied by eager customers the next. Some people even open bottles and try the liquid on the spot. "Huh, I feel so much stronger after drinking this," one said. Someone nearby immediately shot it down. "That's obviously just a placebo effect." Questions buzz constantly. Is it safe to take during pregnancy? Can kids have this? Can I see the ingredient list? Either from experienced online shoppers or those hoping to get the recipe for free. The forums are even livelier. Guild members flood the chat praising it. This stuff is perfect for fighting elite monsters. Battles last 15 minutes or even half an hour, and you need to drink at least 3 basic healing potions each time, but the last bottle always feels too precious to finish. Toughing it out to recover at home takes too long, but wandering around with low health is too risky. These are the buyer's genuine thoughts. Who's figured out the recipe? Any traditional Chinese medicine experts here? Is the Special Affairs Bureau around? The threads keep growing. Some feel the price is already low enough, while others loudly insist it can be lower. Special Affairs Bureau, go lower the price. All comments are anonymous, but sharp-eyed players notice. 98 of purchase records point to the wealthiest player on the leaderboard. This big spender's fortune grows nearly by the minute, yet he still personally hustles to grab stock. There's been no profiteering so far because the main selling point of this ginseng liquid is its cost-effectiveness. If the price rises, players would rather go for cheaper healing supplies from the Special Affairs Bureau. But the day after the ginseng liquid launched, market prices for ginseng, red ginseng, and Cotinopsis immediately spiked. Though people don't know the full recipe, they guess if it has ginseng, it can't be wrong, so they started stocking up. The Su family and Liang family each bought huge amounts, and the Special Affairs Bureau even launched a full-scale rush. Yu Xunge, however, has no intention of hoarding stock. She knows the Special Affairs Bureau will soon decipher the recipe and quickly drive the price down. Her only strategy is clear. Before that happens, sell off everything she has. With 350,000 bottles of ginseng liquid in hand, she set a daily sales target of 30,000 bottles from the 8th to the 19th. Meanwhile, she also purchased over 50,000 jin of red ginseng, boiled it all down into liquid, and added another 252,000 bottles to her stock. She kept only 2,000 bottles for herself and cleared out the rest. With a population of over 1 billion in China, 600,000 bottles of ginseng liquid are just a drop in the ocean, barely making a splash. After fees for the auction house and wages and bonuses for the little undead workers were deducted, Yu Xunge cleared a total of 26,600 gold. And during this period, she also turned into a goblin every day, crafting an extra 3 gold coins daily. Big money is the goal, but she doesn't overlook small gains. She's very serious about money crossing her arms and swinging them hard. There's no denying her passion. On April 29th, after selling 600,000 bottles of ginseng elixir, Yu Xunge finally stopped. Although she made the sales account completely anonymous, everyone on the military leaderboard, auction house, and forums knew full well that the batch of ginseng elixir came from the wealth leaderboard's top player, the mysterious, invisible tycoon. The reason was obvious. Her personal assets on the list skyrocketed almost in real time, finally settling at 52,339 gold, 17 silver, and 89 copper coins, a dazzling sum. Who was second? Almost everyone knew it was the Special Affairs Bureau's finance officer. His avatar bore a golden dragon emblem in the corner, symbolizing official status, and his daily rank fluctuated wildly, always drawing attention. In the past, the finance officer occasionally held the top spot, but since the invisible tycoon's assets surpassed 50,000 gold, he never regained first place. Yu Xunge felt little attachment to the top of the wealth leaderboard crown. She earned money quickly and spent it just as fast. What truly pleased her was the rare ginseng elixir she had personally crafted. This prized elixir scored 91 points. Drinking it immediately restored 120 health points, and then regenerated 1 health per second for the next 10 minutes. It was made by refining 30-year-old red ginseng, with mid-tier healing potions. A total of only 93 bottles existed on the entire server, a limited and precious commodity. She wouldn't use one until she reached level 10, since the higher the level, the more health she had, making it more cost-effective. 3 days after she stopped selling, on May 1st, the market suddenly flooded with massive quantities of ginseng elixir. From the auction house, to the military medical department, to private pharmacies, it was everywhere. Yu Xunge, who came from a small workshop background, could produce a few thousand bottles per day at most, but once the Special Affairs Bureau got the recipe, daily production soared into the hundreds of thousands, instantly saturating the market. Prices crashed to 4 silver coins per bottle. Even the price of basic healing potions was dragged down alongside, dropping to 1 silver, 80 copper coins. Yu Xunge stuffed 100 bottles of elixir into the upstairs vending machine, pricing them at 5 silver coins each. Whether they sold was up to fate. Then she turned and went dungeon crawling. She had already reached level 2 in April, but was too busy brewing potions for profit and attending classes on the Star Zai lawn, only managing to enter dungeons once every few days. After leveling up to 2, her experience gained from hunting level 3 monsters dropped sharply due to level differences. Killing over 700 mobs only netted her about 9 experience. If her mentor Hichi Pa was in a good mood, he'd give extra lessons at night, so she'd study by lamplight and be too tired to dungeon crawl the next day. Still, her dungeon efficiency was incredible, and she leveled up steadily, now at level 3 and 57, although her rank had slipped to 36th on the leaderboard. Glancing at the list, she saw Su Yitong ranked 96th and Yu Xunge 99th. Those two fools had also hit level 3. Rough calculations told her they had at least 15 extra attribute points, including those from the Hope Anthem perk. Great, more stats to steal. That day, after 3 straight hours of dungeon runs, she looted 2 green gear items and casually tossed them into the vending machine, each priced at 1 gold coin. It was only 11 a.m., and with the afternoon free, she decided to go visit the male and female leads and sneak some attribute points to lighten her mood. Though lately swamped with work, she still found time to operate a little spying spider to monitor Su Yitong and Yu Xunge. Once they dropped their fake masks, they were like a venomous couple, Yu Xuanhuan cooked the meals while Su Yitong secretly slipped the finished dishes into the logistics department, mixing them with food prepared by other staff in one plate. You couldn't tell the difference. Then the two of them, along with Lin Xingze and Su Yitong's trusted aide, went dungeon running together. The four of them sped through the level 2 dungeon, able to clear it once every 3 hours. Their experience points skyrocketed. With the added fortune drawn from the Su family's luck, they were guaranteed to get equipment, items, and skill drops daily. Meanwhile, the Su family kept suffering casualties and losses every day. The authority of Su Langfeng, Su Beige, and Su Jinxian visibly wavered. Su Yitong not only turned the Su family into a complete mess, but also jumped ship and went solo. Yet her divine talent was indispensable to the team, so everyone in the Su family had to listen to her sing the hymn of hope every day. Outwardly, they obeyed her completely, but privately, the subordinates grew more and more fond of this boss who only showed up occasionally, yet always brought benefits: rare appearances, less friction, and high returns. Who wouldn't be tempted? When Yu Xunge arrived outside the dungeon entrance, she found two guards standing watch. One was bent over browsing a forum, the other leaning against the wall dozing off, clearly bored out of their minds. She transformed into a little sparrow and perched on a nearby branch, patiently waiting to follow Yu Xuanhuan and the others inside after they emerged. As long as she didn't team up, other players couldn't see her health bar or detect her location, nor would the dungeon show player numbers inside. The only risk was if she didn't dodge enemy skills while flagged as hostile without a team, she would take damage, so caution was key. More than half an hour later, Su Yitong and company emerged from the dungeon, beaming with joy. The two guards immediately straightened up. Su Yitong was in a good mood and didn't scold them, only reminding them to guard the door well. As the light curtain slowly closed and then reopened after a few seconds, signaling a dungeon refresh, she threw out a dismissive "message me if you need anything," then turned and led the team back in. When the guards relaxed again and sat down, Yu Xunge leapt down from the tree, circled around low to the ground, slipped silently past the guard browsing his phone, and sneaked into the dungeon. Inside, she did not act rashly but peeked out to confirm Yu Xunhuan's group had moved far ahead, only vague silhouettes remaining. Only then did she spread her wings and soar up to what she deemed a safe vantage point. The first wave of monsters had a pure dreamy eye, blue-skinned creatures resembling avatars, skilled in jewelry crafting. After observing briefly, she quickly caught the rhythm of how they farmed monsters. Su Yitong handled healing and damage output. Yu Xuanhuan focused on last hitting and burst damage. Lin Xingze took a pure damage and crowd control role. The trusted aide Su Wu played tank, standing up front, using taunt to hold back the Dreamy, who tried to kill the healer first. Sometimes the enemies would be blocked by him, other times forcibly pulled on aggro. With their formation confirmed, Yu Xunge landed back on a treetop and used two feeling happy again skill crystals to reduce Yu Xunhuan's and Su Yitong's luck to 1. Then she flew farther away, resumed humanoid form, and consumed a dish that restored 300 HP per minute. Triggering her food god talent for triple critical heals, she could regenerate 900 HP per minute for half an Hura top tier dish she currently could make. Without any gear, her maximum HP was only 350, and stealing one hit cost her 70 HP, so to keep above 80, she had to steal about every 5 seconds. Prepared, she slipped behind the Dreamy, shape-shifting into one and taking the ID Dreamy warrior. Using her practiced movement skills among the monster pack, she weaved around Yu Xunhuan's team like the wind, occasionally sneaking close to say "I want this, this, and this," steadily looting equipment, materials, and even skills. The enemy's AoE attacks never hit her. Whenever the monster group was nearly wiped out with only low HP monsters left, she shouted a few words of Dreamy language she knew and fled, sometimes abducting two of their kind. Over time, Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong came to believe that Dreamy were a race that ran away when losing. The Dreeny's reputation was seriously unfairly tarnished. After sneaking away for over 50 minutes during Yu Xuanhuan and the others' final assault on the last monster squad, she quickly slipped out of the dungeon like a little yellow bird. When Yu Xuanhuan and the group finished clearing the dungeon and queued up to enter again, she silently followed behind, moving through the process with the smoothness of a staff member clocking in. This was way more fun than formally running the dungeon. From 1 p.m. until 9 p.m., trailing them nonstop until the 4 left to have dinner, she managed to snatch 16 attribute points in total. Yu Xuanhuan, her prime target, lost 4 intelligence points. Su Yitong unknowingly gave her another 4 intelligence points. Su Wu contributed 5 constitution points. Lin Xingze surrendered 3 intelligence points. 2 items, 3 jewelry crafting blueprints, 2 skill books, for pieces of green gear, and 27 gold coins. Back at her villa, the first thing she did was check her character panel. HP 618618, MP 11701170, Strength 17, Constitution 155, Intelligence 2111, Agility 25, Available attribute points 15. More constitution meant higher HP, which also meant stealing consumed more health. She regretted casually taking constitution from Su Wu. A lit light sounded quite boastful, but it felt good. After tallying attributes, she started handling the loot. For pieces of green gear anonymously posted on the auction house, each listed at 80 silver coins, slightly below market price, and sold out instantly. Tooth grade skill books: water orb and ice arrow learned immediately. Toss a water orb when cooking without water, shoot an ice arrow for a chilled drink in summer, perfect for home use. All 3 jewelry crafting blueprints added to her collection. This is the convenience of being on Blue Planet. You get blueprints and can learn them instantly without needing to first master basic jewelry crafting. In summary, a net gain for the day: 16 attribute points, 2 new skills, 3 blueprints, plus 30 gold coins from selling gear. If Yu Xunge and Su Yitong realized their stats had mysteriously dropped and their gear, blueprints, and skills vanished, they'd be utterly clueless. Even if they had 100 years, they wouldn't suspect Yu Xunge as the culprit. The most they might think is that there's a bug in their divine talents. The next day, Yu Xunge went on as usual, same trick, same routine. Entering the dungeon, she first lowered Yu Xunhuan's luck stat, then intensely stared at him, and ended up stealing 3 intelligence points and 1 sewing blueprint. At noon, as the 4 sat down to rest and eat, Su Yitong suddenly asked, "Brother, why is your HP so low today?" The moment those words dropped, all 4 froze. How had they only just noticed such an obvious issue? They all quickly opened their attribute panels, then simultaneously let out sharp, ear-piercing screams. Even the usually calm and collected Su Wu couldn't help but yell. "Where did my attribute points go?" Everyone's expressions twisted in disbelief as they jumped up, patting their pockets, trying to find their gear and blueprints. But the result? Nope, they really weren't there. Where are my attribute points? They completely couldn't hold it in. What kind of crazy story was this? At the same time, they recalled the pile of gear and blueprints from yesterday's run and hurriedly rummaged through their bags again. A glance confirmed, poof, all gone too. Su Yitong and Yu Xunge both recalled similar incidents they had experienced not long ago, though Su Yitong's had happened even earlier. She had originally been extremely lucky. The campsite was dimly lit, and the 4 of them gathered around a makeshift combat terminal, their expressions grim. After a few recent dungeon runs, they had either lost stats or dropped equipment, but couldn't find any pattern or connection. Yu Xunge rubbed her forehead and suddenly asked quietly, "Did you guys feel like your luck was especially bad yesterday afternoon? We fought for so long but got nothing." Lin Xingzi thought for a moment and agreed it was odd. Surely it can't be that all 4 of us got unlucky at the same time, right? Especially with elites and alien captains, usually the last hit and loot go to you. I killed plenty yesterday too and came away empty-handed. Su Wu and Su Yitong exchanged incredulous glances. Su Yitong frowned. "Sounds like it could be your sister's skill, the one that changes other people's luck." Even so, no one truly suspected Yu Xunge. First, the dungeon had dedicated guards outside, and Yu Xunge didn't even know the coordinates. Second, Yu Xunhuan's luck value hadn't shown any visible changes, though maybe she hadn't noticed. Third, even if Yu Xunge really had the power to curse them, it wouldn't make their attributes drop directly. Su Yitong opened her personal panel and tapped at the terminal, mumbling to herself, "I checked for any stealing talents when I lost stats and items the first time, but back then there were too few players and incomplete data. Now that there are more, they'll compare again." Meanwhile, the real culprit Yu Xunge kept at it. Her passive skill, Forgetful Hand from the Thief God, caused targets to momentarily forget they'd ever owned the stolen items. Before entering dungeons, they reminded each other to watch their stats, but once the battle started, their attention got completely pulled away by waves of monsters. They only remembered losing stuff yesterday, but forgot the tampering that happened right then and there. And so the cycle repeated. Day 1, the 4 were stunned. "What? The stuff I got yesterday is gone." Day 2, the same. "What? The stuff I got yesterday is gone." Day 3, still the same. "What? The stuff I got yesterday is gone." They were like goldfish, stuck in a looping memory. Yu Xunge quit stealing promptly at 2 p.m., as she had to return to Zealand Star for school, and today's haul was already plentiful. The loot included 5 pieces of low-grade green gear. The real prize came from Yu Xunhuan: 3 full points of intelligence, plus a rare item called Fake Coin. Fake Coin, rare item. Toss it into the air. As the coin's value changes, the closer the number gets to 10, the higher the chance that the choice your heart leans toward will succeed. The coin does not know what you truly desire deep down. From Su Yitong, Yu Xunge only swiped 1 point of intelligence, but also accidentally came across another rare item, Rice Cross. Rice Cross, rare item. Insert it into a water jar, and it delivers 1 pound of high-quality rice daily from a mysterious palace. Limited to 1 pound per day. Lin Xingzi and Su Wu had no worthwhile items stolen. Yu Xunge didn't bother spending the effort on them. By now, Yu Xunge's intelligence had climbed to 36 points. Her maximum phantom movement distance also reached 36 kilometers, allowing her to roam anywhere in S City in just seconds. Yu Xunge didn't return home at all. She went straight to Zealand Star. After dropping off 5 small green outfits at the Zealand Star auction house, she headed to the alchemy shop for class. As soon as she stepped inside, little spirit Maki shook her bony head excitedly and approached her. Her eye sockets sparkled with faint ghostly flames ever since Yu Xunge had made a good bit of pocket money by dividing the ginseng extract last time. The little creature always looked forward to seeing her. Even when there was no work, Maki never seemed disappointed and remained obedient and steady. Even better, since that day Hecuba put extra effort into his lessons, occasionally revealing rare techniques, as if tacitly approving their mentor taking care of his disciple's apprentice arrangement. Yu Xunge quietly noted to herself, another day of becoming even better. When class ended, she returned to Blue Star, and her communicator buzzed immediately. Yu Xunge. Sis, do you know if there's any item that can steal someone else's attribute points? Yu Xunge. I haven't seen such items, but I've come across skill crystals. Yu Xunge. What skill? Yu Xunge. I think it's called this looks familiar. There's a small 5 chance of stealing attribute points. Yu Xunge. Does the Special Affairs Bureau sell it? Yu Xunge. They do, but it's expensive, 1 gold each. It's better to just upgrade your gear. But if you want, I can buy them for you. Yu Xunge. Okay, get me 5. I've sent the payment. As soon as 5 gold coins arrived, Yu Xunge didn't hesitate and transferred it all to Zhao Xingho, had practically become her exclusive contact. Normally, Yu Xunge used her personal quota for purchases, but for clients she introduced like Su Yidong and Yu Xunge, she bought with Zhao Shuang's internal discount quota. This was standard practice among peers. The higher the discount tier, the bigger the profit, and Zhao Shuang earned more from these side deals every month than from her salary. Soon, the 5 skill crystals arrived. Yu Xunge unwrapped them and idly toyed with one, memories flashing back to the time she nearly chose this skill path. Item description. 1. 10 chance to steal 1 item from the target. 2. 5 chance to randomly steal 1 attribute point from the target. 3. Regardless of success, each target can only trigger this once. The second skill Fate Reversal from the Sleight of Hand skill line could also steal talents, but the chance was only 0.05, and there was no limit on the number of uses essentially. It was more like definitely next time. Luckily, the Special Affairs Bureau didn't sell talent-stealing crystals publicly, and this looks familiar was limited to 5 per person. She decided quietly, from now on, before approaching other players, she would first scan their divine talents. After organizing her thoughts, she packed the 5 this looks familiar skill crystals and sent them to Yu Xunge, thoughtfully adding a reminder in the note field. Once the skill stones were sent to Yu Xunge also left a considerate reminder. Yu Xunge knew this skill crystal was extremely rare and valuable, so she warned softly, don't let anyone find out, or you could get killed. After that, she kept things low-key and considerate. She didn't meddle but was genuinely devoted to supporting her brother. Right after Yu Xunge got the skill crystals, she immediately gave 3 to Su Yidong. The next day, instead of teaming up with Lin Xingze and the others like before, the two partnered up with members of the Su family and spent half the day running dungeons together. Quietly, they boosted the Su family members' stats using the skill crystals without drawing attention. This perfectly showed the true colors of the male and female leads. Yu Xunge used 2 crystals and sneaked an extra attribute point, while Su Yidong used 3 crystals and successfully gained an attribute boost too. At noon the next day, Yu Xunge was enjoying a delicious lunch when she suddenly received 110 gold coins from Yu Xunge. Excitedly, Yu Xunge shouted, sis, this stuff is amazing, send me another 100. Yu Xunge chuckled inwardly and thought, you idiot, you've definitely been exploited already. She replied, 5 crystals per person is the limit. I gave you my quota. If you want more, you'll have to ask Zhao Shuang, but without cooperating with the Special Affairs Bureau, the price will be much higher. As she spoke, she casually pulled out some gold coins from her bag and tossed them to him, while pocketing the 110 gold, refunding only 100. Yu Xunge was hundreds of times more cautious dealing with Yu Xunge than she was with Zhao Shuang. Although Yu Xunge had no reason to connect her to the wealth rankings, his strange streak of luck made her wary. Meanwhile, Yu Xunge was so excited he didn't notice that the gold he sent was secretly skimmed by Yu Xunge. Not only did he not care, he even sent her a private message saying, thanks. Yu Xunge was secretly delighted. Giving a little spending money to a brother helper sister is not skimming at all, it's a wise investment. After finishing their deal with Yu Xunge and Su Yidong immediately contacted Zhao Shuang to try to buy more crystals. The price shocked them into silence, 5 gold each. Su Yidong couldn't help but curse, 5 gold apiece? Why don't we just go fight over them? Even though their dungeon earnings were higher than average, they just bought crystals from Yu Xunge for 1 gold each. Now the price was 5 times higher elsewhere. Who could afford it? That made Yu Xunge's price seem incredibly reasonable, and she didn't earn a penny from them. Yu Xunge, however, completely forgot that Yu Xunge had quietly kept 10 gold from him after all. It was pocket money for his devoted sister. He called it an investment, not a skim. Su Yidong also saw Yu Xunge's value and remarked gratefully, your sister is a real one. Family wouldn't scam family. They also tried reaching out to people affiliated with the Su family inside the Special Affairs Bureau, but the whole bureau operated like a multi-level marketing scheme with strict access tiers. From multiple sources, they learned that although Zhao Shuang's prices were high, her stock was the most complete and she held a high status. Making a deal with her was like earning a valuable connection. Despite the complaints, they bought from her. Su Yitong sighed. From now on, we buy from your sister even if it costs more, that's fine. Better to let her earn it than outsiders. She might be stingy with words, but she never cheats when it matters. Yu Xuanhuan nodded in agreement. Exactly, that's her. Deep down, she's really good. After praising the honest Yu Xunge, they asked Lin Xingze and Su Wu to contact Zhao Shuang to buy more crystals. Zhao Shuang sold to Lin Xingze, but refused Su Wu. Her refusal was blunt but sincere. Not everyone can buy these crystals from the bureau. You're not officially cooperating with us yet, but out of respect, I'll sell to Lin Xingze. If others from the bureau came, I'd give them the same courtesy. Others? Sorry, no qualifications. Her words were clear-cut but carried the warmth of friendship. Su Yitong wasn't annoyed by the flattery. She found it genuine. Lin Xingze wasn't angry either and responded eloquently with a smile. Su Wu quietly lit a cigarette and forced a bitter laugh, saying fine. Lin Xingze bought 5 skill crystals. Yu Xuanhuan took 3 of them, and Su Yitong kept 2. As for whether Lin Xingze wanted any himself, that wasn't important at all. For Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong, who had just successfully stolen attribute points, these crystals were far from enough to satisfy their hunger after all. They had lost a total of 5 to 7 attribute points over time. If they hadn't accidentally discovered that skill crystals could intercept attribute points, they probably would have collapsed by now, especially since a few months ago they had already experienced unexplained attribute drops. During that period, Yu Xuanhuan suspected almost everyone around him, but couldn't find a pattern. The only certainty he had was that Su Yitong was always nearby whenever his attribute points dropped. In fact, Su Yitong also had suspicions about Yu Xuanhuan. When she first noticed her attribute points and items disappearing, she wasn't around Yu Xuanhuan, but it was the day after visiting the Yu family. Since then, whenever her attribute points vanished, whether she stayed home all day or ran dungeons, Yu Xuanhuan was always nearby. However, their suspicions flashed through their minds only briefly. Now, sharing the same misfortune of losing attribute points and gear, it was hard for them to blame each other directly. Instead, they quietly felt that the other had infected them with bad luck. After that day, to prevent further losses, Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong became increasingly cautious during dungeon runs. They quickly devised a plan. Summoned 16 trusted allies from the Su family to fill the 20-person limit of their small dungeon, and even switched to a new dungeon. Once full, there was no room left for Yu Xunge to sneak in and steal. Deline completely lost her chance to clear her reputation. But the more Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong tried to block her, the more diligent Yu Xunge became. Unable to enter the dungeon, she waited outside like a trap. If she could just make them increasingly paranoid and suspicious of each other, her goal would be achieved. While waiting, she didn't waste time either. She repeatedly studied alchemy videos in her mind, reinforcing what Hecuba had taught her. As soon as Yu Xunhuan's group finished their run, she immediately jumped in to use her skills. For 3 whole days, she patiently waited through rain and shine. After siphoning 2 attribute points each from Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong multiple times, and seeing their expressions fall apart, she finally stopped, satisfied. In just a few days, she had drained 9 intelligence points from Yu Xuanhuan and 7 from Su Yitong. Including her previous gains, although Yu Xuanhuan had reached level 3, his attributes barely matched those of a level 1 player. Meanwhile, Yu Xunge's intelligence had long surpassed her own agility. After all, the male and female leads were both pure mages. The vending machines outside the penthouse dungeon were still running briskly. Their prices matched those in the auction house, but with the advantage of offering rare items, obscure alchemy potions, engineering gadgets, mini-guided devices, pathfinding robots, listening bees, flash grenades, automatic stoves. Interesting yet niche. Special task force members who frequented this dungeon all knew that its owner specialized in both alchemy and engineering and could also cook. There were 4 vending machines on the rooftop. 1 sold potions, 1 sold engineering gadgets, 1 sold dishes, and 1 sold information. Restocked every noon with a random selection. Even those who don't buy come to broaden their knowledge. In truth, every potion and engineering gadget has its use. The stock usually sells out completely each day. While queues at other instances tend to be casual, everyone fights to be in the first batch at noon for the level 3 troll undead boss in this villa district. On the top floor of this villa, there are 3 self-service vending machines, with the innermost one especially unique expensive notebooks neatly displayed, containing detailed intel on various instances and alien races. These clearly come from the Special Affairs Bureau. Once sold, the notebooks cannot be copied and are for the purchaser's eyes only. If someone spends between 50 silver to over 10 gold to organize and share the information for free on forums, the Bureau turns a blind eye. But anyone caught trying to sell it profits illegally will be dealt with immediately. Yu Xunge once splurged on a manual related to Zealand Star's professional skills. The booklet listed every main city's mentor location, analyzed each profession's pros and cons, and included a roster of nearly 100 recognized game masters from Blue Star's Huaxiasome in cooperation with the Buraso players could officially apprentice under them. After scanning it, she closed the book. Alchemy and cooking already took most of her time. Engineering was just a hobby. Learning another skill would only spread her focus too thin. As the clock neared noon, she hauled 2 large inventory boxes up to the rooftop. When restocking, she never got picky. Whatever she had on hand, she sold. Quickly, 50 bottles of potions, 30 engineering trinkets, and 50 serving portions filled the 3 vending machines. These 3 machines brought her about 30 gold weekly, plus the 3 gold she made daily by transforming into a goblin and crafting on the side. Her average daily income steadied around 7 gold. In her previous life, she never dreamed she could accumulate money this fast. Even though flipping gold and selling ginseng liquid generated tens of thousands gold at times, these little spare earnings were more like a steady stream. The best part, money from these vending machines wasn't instantly reflected in her wealth panel, so her ranking didn't spike, suspiciously avoiding unwanted attention. After restocking, she went downstairs to cook lunch, conveniently avoiding the Special Affairs Bureau squad about to checkpoint for an instance run. Such a lucrative spot naturally caught the attention of Yu Xunge and Yu Xunge. The last time they'd nearly scared themselves silly following her into an instance, but the vending machines had long made their mouths water. Yu Xunge couldn't care less to hide the fact the goods were hers, and whether she wanted to share was her decision. Besides, news would reach the Su family and Yu Xunge eventually anyway. Lately, Yu Xunge had been over the top eager, occasionally sending messages offering to sweep floors or feed cats. Yu Xunge always declined, citing needing quiet time to practice her profession. She wasn't sure if in her past life Yu Xunge was aware that Yu Xunge's few dishes could absorb good fortune. Maybe she didn't. Maybe Yu Xunge had her pretend I cooked these to win Yu Xunge's trust, or promised her some benefit. Given Yu Xunge's calculating nature, any of these made sense. On the surface, she sometimes seemed foolish, but inside she had her own measure of things. Probably, she wasn't truly sincere toward either Yu Xunge or Yu Xunge. Was she favoring males? Not necessarily. More likely she just followed the tide, playing along with Yu Qingshan's scheme. These mysteries no longer mattered to Yu Xunge. Having died once, she had lost all interest in finding answers. Only bitterness and pain remained. Rather than take revenge herself, she wanted them to feel firsthand what it was like to have Yu Xunge drain their fortune, then watch their reactions when the truth came out. But until then, shed past these 2 hot potatoes to Yu Xunge. Go on, love and cherish each other. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.